Hey guys, my first channel got banned, so follow this account for new parts. Chapter 1. When the moon is in the sky. Konoha village is also filled with cries of pain. There are broken walls everywhere. The wounded are countless. Because right now outside of Konoha village a giant fox is roaring on its back. Several Vajra chains protruded from the abdomen of a weak red-haired woman and tightly wound around the Nine-Tails demon fox. Nine-Tails Night. The beginning of all destiny is also the birth of the child of destiny. At this time, Namikaze Minato looked at his wife affectionately. Next I will cast 8 sign seal to reseal Nine-Tails on Naruto. The face of Kushina below changed drastically. What did you say? You sacrificed yourself just so I could see Naruto. I hope you can stay with Naruto, not with me. Namikaze Minato looked at Nine-Tails and shook his head. However, Naruto below slowly opened his eyes. After he heard Namikaze Minato's declaration, slowly stretched out his hand and raised 2 long middle fingers. Naruto, Woa! UFG sealed Nine-Tails back into Kushina's body. Yes. Naruto is a time traveler. He was originally a writer on the Blue Star. As a result, I died suddenly on the way to add more code words. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Namikaze Minato was preparing to seal half of Nine-Tails in his body. Naruto, who was a Hokage fan author in his previous life, naturally knows the darkness of Konoha. Once the couple died, they lived a life that was simply not human. Danzo racked his brains all day to train himself into a killing machine. Sarutobi Hiruzen is more ruthless. Direct mental abuse. Let everyone in Konoha isolate him, and then go to gain favorability by himself. Mind control is far more abhorrent than execution. So Naruto tried very hard to tell this big fool in front of him. You take back Nine-Tails FG seal. During the Fourth World War, Naruto's Nine-Tails was taken away. It was his father who put the yin Nine-Tails into his body, and he was alive and kicking immediately. It's a pity that newborn babies can only make wah-wah sounds. No matter what Naruto said, only wah-wah was heard between the husband and wife. Both Namikaze Minato and Kushina looked at Naruto kindly. Look how cute he is, you have to trust our son. Naruto decisively stretched out 2 delicate middle fingers. Namikaze Minato. Naruto, this gesture is not elegant, don't extend it again. Saying that, Namikaze Minato also kindly helped Naruto snap his finger back. Naruto. Grass. Nine-Tails, who had already touched the seal, saw that he was about to be sealed again. Angry, he stabbed at Naruto with his big claws. As a result, in order to keep Chakra's Namikaze Minato and Kushina, Nine-Tails' strength MVP was instantly ranked 2. As half of the Nine-Tails was severed, it was pulled into Naruto's body. The huge Chakra that suddenly appeared knocked Naruto out instantly. After Minato's death, the Flying Thunder God enchantment he arranged disappeared instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen from outside the barrier rushed in with envy from the sealed class. He hastily hugged Naruto with a seal floating on his stomach. Regardless of the life and death of Namikaze Minato and Kushina. Damn Minato! He actually sealed Nine-Tails on his son. You must know that this is the village's war tool, a nuclear weapon used to deter other ninja villages. With Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and other strong people disappearing, the importance of tailed beasts in the major villages has become more and more strengthened. Even second Hokage was killed by 2 gold and silver horns eating Nine-Tails meat. It is enough to explain the strength of the tailed beast. This terrifying power must of course be mastered by himself as Hokage. Although I am still just a retired Hokage. It turned out that he finally brainwashed Namikaze Minato and his wife. Successfully supported a puppet Hokage and a battlefield pepper who is the heir of the Will of Fire. Turns out on this Nine-Tails night, the excessive Hokage that I worked so hard to cultivate for the Sarutobi clan and the Uzumaki clan that I found only after destroying the country of waves, both died in love like this? That's right, martyrdom. Sarutobi, who was outside the barrier at that time, almost gritted his teeth. Obviously there are many ways to seal. I and Enbu from the sealing class have arrived. It turned out to be blocked by Namikaze Minato's barrier. He never thought that Namikaze Minato was a big lover. Seeing that his wife was going to die, he chose to die together. Thanks to his own will of fire, he was in place. Anyway, let's return it before he dies. Nine Tails stayed in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 8-sign seal on Naruto and frowned. He snorted coldly in his heart. As expected of the 4th generation, is this an insurance policy to prevent your child from having an accident? Yes. Namikaze Minato as 4th Hokage who took over Enbu. Even under the influence of the will of fire. But he is also well aware of the darkness of Konoha village. Even Kakashi knew to warn Uchiha attack and not to step into Konoha's high-level struggle for power Uzumaki. How could Namikaze Minato who is Hokage not know? So he who chose to go to hell with Kushina. The only thing that can be done for Naruto. It is to seal 9 tails in Naruto's body. Because he knew the importance of Jinchuriki to the village. The village will absolutely spare no effort to protect Naruto's safety. Maybe isolated, ostracized. But it can definitely guarantee that Naruto will live and grow up safely. So when pain attacked the village, Namikaze Minato knew that Naruto was not regarded as the son of a hero after living in the village, so he was not too surprised. Because Naruto has grown up in peace and stability. In his opinion this is enough. But obviously this is not enough for the Traverser's Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the unconscious Naruto's raised 2 middle fingers, showing question marks all over his face. What shape is this? Chapter 2. With great vitality, Kushina returned to the Pure Land after telling Sarutobi Hiruzen to take care of Naruto's last words. At this time, Naruto's consciousness appeared in front of a huge iron cage. 9 Tails looked at Naruto with scarlet eyes full of resentment. TMs. Forget about Mito and Kushina before. Those 2 perverts, with their own chakra, are able to suppress themselves. Now you actually sealed me on a little baby, who the hell is looking down on? 9 Tails' chakra dances wildly. Madness pounded the 8-sign seal, but the cage remained unmoved. On the contrary, a small part of chakra was transformed into Naruto's chakra by 8-sign seal and integrated into Naruto's body. Yes. As the Uzumaki family, the redder the hair, the purer the blood. Namikaze Minato saw his son's blonde hair and knew that the vortex blood in his body was pitifully small. That's why he chose to seal only half of 9 Tails into Naruto's body. Because Naruto's body is simply not strong enough to bear this huge chakra. Naruto chakra in the anime is powerful. All because of the 8-sign seal he set. The 4-elephant seal and the 4-elephant seal will continuously absorb 9 Tails chakra and convert it into Naruto's own chakra. That's why when Naruto graduated from ninja school, he had a chakra amount close to 100 calories. And now Naruto, chakra less outrageous. This is why 9 Tails is so angry. The quality level of Jinchuriki is getting worse. Now I still need to split myself and separate the seal, who do I look down on? However, the chakra left by Namikaze Minato and Kushina is too terrifying. No matter how much 9 Tails tosses, 8-sign seal does not budge. 9 Tails scolded MMP at this moment. Is this FG called chakra? Not only did he use the Flying Thunder God formation to take over his own tailed beast bomb, but he also used the Flying Thunder God to transfer his huge chakra. What's even more outrageous is that he sealed himself so firmly with the 8-sign seal. You call it that you don't have chakra anymore? If you have full chakra points, Lao Zi won't crawl away. 9 Tails lay down in the seal with a depressed face. He looked at the baby outside the cage and snorted coldly. Anyway, I have plenty of time. That's right, I just treat it as a way to kill time. And at this time, looking at the arrogant 9 Tails, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Although I know that the character of Ninetales is actually Uchiha. But watching Ninetales talk to himself inside himself is extra fun. The ghost knows how many words it talked to itself in Naruto's body before Naruto arrived in the sealed space. So after Naruto was taught by Jiraiya to enter the sealed space, Ninetales would complain about not coming in until now. Gaara from the next village started to push Lai Lai in his body since he was born. On the other hand, in the early stage of Naruto, because no one taught him at all, so there is no idea how to put consciousness into the space of 8-sign seal. But the Naruto who crossed over is different. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, the biggest advantage he has is his strong soul power. So he appeared directly in the sealed space after being unconscious. He glanced at his baby-like body. He looked at Ninetales who was lying on the ground like a husky, and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Facing the coming days of being squeezed out, he decided to save himself. The first step, of course, is to gain the favor of Ninetales. It is said that a newborn baby is the most innocent and pure, capable of all evil. So Naruto turned over and lay down on Ninetales. Ninetales looked dazed, looking at Naruto who crawled in directly from the crack of the cage. It hurriedly grinned at Naruto to scare him. But Naruto knows. Today's 8-sign seal is strong, and the Ninetales have no strength to hurt him at all. So he followed Ninetales' tail and climbed onto its head as if he couldn't see it. Damn! What are you doing, kid? Get down! Don't climb your head, Mr. Ninetales! I'm going to eat you! Ninetales howled in the cage. But the body is very honest and motionless. I was afraid that I would accidentally throw this poor newborn off. Naruto was ecstatic in his heart. Sure enough, I bet right. Ninetales is also an unlucky child who longs to be understood. After all, I got a good job in the wild. Suddenly someone came to the door. Then say I think your strength is too dangerous. Then he slapped it directly on the ground and sealed it for decades. Whoever puts this on can bear it. Naruto is as innocent to Ninetales now as he was when Sage of 6 Paths created them. So even though he was arrogant and yelled no, but the body is very honest lying on the ground. Even the 9 big tails were placed under his head, for fear that Naruto would fall and fall. And when Naruto swiped Ninetales' favor ability, Konoha is mourning the ninjas who died on the night of Ninetales. Among them, Naruto's cheap parents Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina are naturally standing in the C position. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the portraits of the two and said, Minato, Kushina, you have saved the entire Konoha village and the future of Konoha village with your life. At this time, Naruto sat up from the basket. Looking at the blurred Konoha shinobi below, he slowly extended his middle finger. Everyone! Wipe! Chapter 3. After a few more days, Konoha F4 held a meeting in the Hokage building. Mitokado Homura took the lead. Although the Ninetales were successfully repelled, the sacrifice was too great. Udaten Koharu on the side throws a brick to attract Jade. We don't have time to dwell on the grief. The immediate priority is to choose a suitable successor to fill Hokage's vacancy. At this time, Naruto said very interestingly. How about entrusting it to the next generation of ninjas after Minato? As a representative of high IQ, he naturally knew that this was impossible. After all, the seniority of the 4th generation is already quite low. His next generation only Kakashi can still see the past. But at this time, he was only a teenager, and he was the Hokage of Chicken Feathers. The reason why he said this is because as a representative of IQ, he knew that now is the time to stand in line. And how could Konoha F4 let the Hokage position fall to his home? As expected, Udaten Koharu immediately excused himself. Although there are excellent Jonin among them, it is undeniable that their experience is not enough to lead the crowd. Naruto pretended to have a headache and asked. Then, who else? Orochimaru in the crowd is expressionless. Laozi is dead, right? Danzo was ready to speak with joy, and finally it was his turn. Before the words could be spoken, the third generation stood up with a whoosh. I have to, this is an extraordinary time, and I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am willing to take on this important task. Those Jainins with low EQ and low IQ looked at third generation in astonishment. Narashishu, Hyuga Hizashi, the patriarchs of the big ninja clan showed such expressions as expected. Because of the three wars, Sarutobi Hiruzen counts many ninjas. When he was about to reap the fruits of victory, he chose to reconcile with Iwagakure. In the end, the major ninja clans not only suffered heavy losses, but also did not get the spoils they should have. The strength of the major ninja clans has been greatly reduced, and it will not be able to return to its original strength for a while. Finally aroused public outrage. But it was all arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he had already trained an heir to the will of fire to be his speaker. Although nominally retired, but he can still control the Konoha regime behind the scenes. In contrast, the Sarutobi family has become the second largest family in Konoha after the Uchiha family because of his preservation of strength. This made the major ninja clans who suffered heavy losses have to knock out their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. Of course, these ninjas are not vegetarian. Sarutobi Shinashuk, who was the captain of Anbu at the time, was secretly poked and killed by them. Otherwise, there is no need for Sarutobi Hiruzen to go out in person now. Let his eldest son go directly. So all the real big ninjas know. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to give up the position of Hokage. Only marginalized ninjas with no political intelligence would be surprised by this. Mitokado Homura, who was playing on the side, immediately said, "Oh! Are you willing to go out?" Udaten Koharu also hastily nodded in agreement. "Since you are willing to agree." Wait a moment. Danzo on the side was in a hurry. TMD. He had never seen such a shameless person. When he first selected fourth generation, he recommended Orochimaru. As a result, the Berazer said that Orochimaru was too murderous, so he backhanded Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru dutifully led Konoha to fight 3 wars. What's wrong with being murderous? This is a war. Now that Namikaze Minato is dead, you go straight out of the mountain by yourself? Where's your face? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer and said, "You once gave up the position of Hokage, are you really capable of continuing to be competent? In fact, even though you rushed to the scene of the Nine Tails riot, you still failed to rescue the 4th generation." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said nothing. Mitokado Homura, the dog on the side, immediately stood up and shouted, "You're talking too much." Udaten Koharu also echoed. "Back then, where were you, Danzo?" Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with wide eyes upon hearing this. "Grass. Get fed. Own roots are sent to stalk Uchiha." Anyone who is not blind knows that the Manjiki symbol in the eyes of Nine Tails belongs to the Sharingan. But I can't say that yet. Because the Uchiha clan is still watching from below. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed loudly at this moment. "It's my old man who has overestimated his own capabilities, so let's do this. When the next Hokage grows up, just treat me as an overdose. Is that okay?" For a while, the ninjas in the venue were talking about it. What they don't know is that this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing. That is the game prepared for his other son, Sarutobi Asuma, who has not yet grown up. First let Narashishu propose that Hokage should be taken over by the next generation. Asuma, a teenage kid from Chunin, is naturally incapable of being a Hokage. Then I will stand up and say that I will take the place of Hokage temporarily. When Asuma grows up, I have already brainwashed Nine Tails, when the time comes with Jinchuriki in hand. Your son is still worried about not being a Hokage? And the provisional term of himself will not make those ninjas who are cheated by him tear their faces. Simply the perfect plan. Immediately, third generation's plan to come out again was finalized. Danzo, who did not give up after the meeting, approached Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Hiruzen, give me the vortex Naruto and I'll brainwash him into a proper weapon. After all, the root is Anbu's training institution in name. The identity of Naruto Jinchuriki should indeed be cultivated by him. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen refused with a straight face. No. He is the son of the fourth generation, how could he accept such cruel training? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said angrily. Didn't you see that he gave us the middle finger at the funeral? At first glance, he was a rebellious guy. This kind of person needs to be brainwashed from an early age. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. What does a child know? Shimura Dans. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Chapter 4. 3 years passed in a flash. Even if you are mentally prepared. But seeing that I just started to remember things. When he threw himself into the bachelor apartment, Naruto was still disgusted. 3-year-old child. In Naruto's previous life, his cat's kindergarten hasn't even started yet. Even if the children in this world are precocious, they can't be so deceitful. Obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to make Naruto lonely since childhood. Because only in this way can he only need to show a little bit of kindness. Naruto will be able to treat him as a close relative. In the original book, Naruto ran to the river to catch fish because he was too poor to eat. As soon as the old clapper was baked, he went up to rub the fish to eat. At that time, Naruto was only about 4 years old. It's okay to deliberately not give him enough living expenses. Also ran to rub the fish he had worked so hard to catch, and then used this to create a chance encounter to instill the will of fire in him? Anyone with a bit of humanity can't do such a crazy thing. Open the door. Naruto walked into the small shack with a sad face. He knew that Anbu was still watching him at this time, and he couldn't show any abnormalities for the time being. He is waiting for an opportunity. Wait for the 9 tails to pry the 8-sign seal open. I have the cards to turn the table. Thinking of this, Naruto directly entered the sealed space and asked 9 tails. Kurama, how's the lockpicking going? At this time, after 3 years of intentional getting along, Kurama has long been one with Naruto. After all, Naruto is the real deal as it looked grown up. From ignorant to treating him as the closest Uchiha. Naruto captured poor Uchiha's psychological defense step by step. Naruto, who has a plot advantage. It's not too easy to fool a simple tsundere fox. Especially since he still has the identity of a baby enough to make anyone put down their guard. Noisy, what's the noise? The seal left by your cheap dad is so easy to pry. I said you use my chakra more, and I can open the seal more if you use it too much. Naruto looked at 9 tails like a fool. Use your chakra? If you use your chakra, let alone you, it will be difficult for me to let go. As long as you can let me use the power of 4 tails, I won't be so depressed. 9 tails rolled his eyes. Shut up, you are aggrieved, I am aggrieved, I have been imprisoned for decades. After several years of getting along with each other, Naruto has successfully distorted the character of 9 tails. The two have become good friends who talk about everything. Let's make fun of Konoha and Ninja together every day. 9 tails used to tell Naruto the embarrassing story of Sage of 6 Paths as a bedtime story when he coaxed Naruto to sleep. This also gave Naruto a deeper understanding of the anime plots of his previous life. And Kurama's perception of malice and kindness also let Naruto know. Not all of us hold ill will against ourselves. At least the ninjas of those big families who knew their true identities did not hate as much as Naruto imagined. Those who really look at Naruto with cold eyes are those low-level civilian ninjas who don't know Naruto's identity. For example, like Konohamaru's waste material teacher Ebisu. The Hyuga clan, the Inoshika CH clan, the Abarame clan, and the Inyazuka clan were all Namikaze Minato's henchmen when the 4th generation was in power. So they will give some help to Naruto intentionally or unintentionally. This is something that Naruto, who watched the plot in his previous life, never discovered. And this also let Naruto know. Why did Konoha collapse before the plan? The current patriarch of Inoshika Ch, the patriarch of the Aberame clan are all retired. Because these families are direct descendants of the 4th generation. After seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen treat Naruto like this, all chose to continue to receive the task from abandonment. Anyway, apart from war missions, the rest of the missions are voluntary. And these big families have their own mission channels and sideline income. It's not like those civilian ninjas who need to rely on Hokage to pick up tasks to make money. It's as if the Uchiha clan once ended the task of escorting the concubine in the plot of Dragon Blood I. The Nara family has its own medicine forest, the Akamichi family has a barbecue shop, and the Yamanaka family has a flower shop and other small shops. They don't have to run around for tasks at all. Due to the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they cannot contact Naruto openly. So I can only tell my children not to worry about Naruto's identity as a demon fox and become friends with them. Even Hyuga Hayashi sent his daughter to the Naruto platform. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen beat the Hyuga clan directly for the peace of the village in the end, and knocked Hizashi away. This made many ninjas calm down. The Hokage in front of him is a ruthless person who ruined the whole Senju clan of his teacher. Even Senju's in-laws, the Whirlpool clan, were not spared. It is precisely because of this. Konoha has the complete inheritance of the Uzumaki family. It's not like other villages are worried about Jinchuriki's runaway. On the other hand, Kirigakuer, who was responsible for destroying the Uzumaki clan, was worried all day long because Jinchuriki ran away. Finally, in desperation, in order to express their dissatisfaction, they all chose to retire directly when they were at their peak. Chapter 5. For this, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop. It's peacetime after all. The role of these family ninjas is not that great. And the most important thing is that the ninja school created by second Hokage has begun to bear fruit. A large number of civilian ninjas replaced the original family ninjas. Therefore, during the non-war period, the retreat of this group of families is more beneficial for Sarutobi Hiruzen to win over civilian ninjas through tasks. After all, the number of missions is limited, but the number of ninjas has increased sharply due to the Ninja World War. At the beginning, Might Dai had to kneel down and beg others to form a team to pick up the task. The popularity of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the commoner ninjas today is absolutely unmatched. But in the family ninja, it is already a mess. This is also the reason why almost everyone in the Konoha collapse plan chose to stand by. And this new discovery let Naruto have some plans for his next life. However, the implementation of the plan requires certain means of self-protection. At the very least, he has the trump card to turn the table. So Naruto would urge Nine Tails to pick the lock every day. As long as you can drive to Four Tails, you can exchange your life for a Sarutobi Hiruzen. You must know that the strength of Four Tails can seriously injure Jiraiya, who is unable to kill him. It's easy to deal with an old monkey. It's just that with Naruto's current body, it's estimated that he can lie down for at least half a year to open Four Tails. Not to mention Naruto, even Nine Tails is reluctant to do this. After all, this is what they think is big. At this moment, Naruto was saying something that Nine Tails couldn't understand at all. It keeps thinking it's a spell that Naruto doesn't know where to look. Small degree, small degree. Hey system, are you there? A novice gift package. After Naruto finished his daily dream routine, he reluctantly left the sealed space. For the past 3 years, Naruto has fantasized that as a time traveler, he can own his own cheat every day. But the reality is cruel. He called for 3 years. Nine Tails almost regarded him as crazy and didn't see the shadow of the system. Naruto had no choice but to take out the record scroll given to him by his foster caretaker. It records Chakra refining technique and 3-body technique. A 3-year-old who wants to live alone naturally needs to have some means of coping with difficulties. And Chakra is undoubtedly a very basic umbrella. In the anime, after Naruto was instilled with the will of fire by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he once jumped off the Shadow Rock. Now Naruto knows. It turned out that it started from being thrown away from my own life. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already given it to him. Originally, he thought about systematically helping him to be the CEO and marry Bai Fume to reach the pinnacle of life without doing anything every day. Who would have thought of calling the system for 3 years? No feedback at all. This made Naruto have to admit that he didn't even have the necessary cheats for a time traveler. However, it can't be regarded as completely without plugins. After all, Naruto itself is a jerk. At this time, Naruto does not need to refine Chakra at all. Ninetales can feed back his Chakra to Naruto every day by picking the lock. This is why Namikaze Minato uses the front and back seals. He can dismantle Ninetales' Chakra back into Naruto's Chakra. So even if Naruto doesn't have to do anything, there is a Ninetales adding Chakra to him all the time. Originally Namikaze Minato's plan was to let Ninetales continue to add Chakra to Naruto and then suppress Ninetales. But Naruto's current relationship with Ninetales. Still suppressed? Squeeze a yarn. Naruto wished that Ninetales would pick the lock and get out. That's the perfect Jinchuriki. Can be instantly promoted to the peak of Kage level. The kind that is invincible under the super shadow. Of course, if you want to go further, the addition of Sage Mode is naturally indispensable. So now although Naruto is only 3 years old. But at this time, the amount of Chakra he can use is almost the same as when he returned from practicing with Jiraiya. That is the blue amount of 4 Kakashi. When Kakashi helped Naruto practice the spiral shuriken, he once said, "The total amount of Chakra in Naruto is about 100 calories. In order to suppress Ninetales, only 4 cards can be used." At this time, Naruto, who was just 3 years old, already had so much Chakra. More importantly, at this time Naruto does not have to worry about the unstable control of Chakra caused by Ninetales picking the lock. Because he can temporarily stop picking locks when using Chakra at any time. That is to say, Naruto at this time is a terrifying genius who has both Namikaze Minato's ninjutsu talent and Uzumaki Kushina's Chakra amount. Naruto opened the scroll that recorded the 3-body technique. Glancing at the contents. Shout to Ninetales inside. "Kurama, pick the lock for a while, I'll practice ninjutsu." Ninetales complained with disdain. "What's the use of practicing this kind of rubbish ninjutsu? It's better to wait for me to open the seal and send the tailed beast bomb to flatten Konoha." Naruto rolled his eyes when he heard that. "I think you're drifting, flattening the leaves? You can figure it out thanks to you." At this time, there is more than one pair of Manjiki in Konoha. His Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui pairs of Manjiki are still alive and well. The 2 pairs of Manjiki that bothered Naruto the most were the anti-bones of Sarutobi Hiruzen. One wants to use the distinguished heavenly gods to rewrite the will of his family. The other simply gave up resistance and let his son exterminate the family, 2 proper psychopaths. In terms of being brainwashed, these 2 are not much worse than the filial son Itachi. After all, even Sasuke was named after Sarutobi Hiruzen's father. As the Ninetales reclaim their Chakra, Naruto clearly felt the amount of Chakra surging in his body. He glanced at transformation technique. Immediately, a figure appeared in his mind. Change. Bang. A puff of smoke cleared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in Hokage's office, flew out instantly with a nosebleed. What appeared under the smoke was a teacher among the seeds of AT that he had to format before he died. Chapter 6. Through Ninetales' Chakra, Naruto felt the disappearance of the eyes watching him. There was a look of disdain on his face. Sure enough, it came out of the poor ditch. And third Hokage? I really don't know much about it, it's not enough to output just this little bit. Bang! Another puff of smoke cleared. Naruto returned to his original appearance. Sure enough, as Naruto imagined. Without the trouble of 9 tails. The ninjutsu talent that Naruto inherited from Namikaze Minato was brought to ultimate. You must know that this is the upgraded civilian blood that can overwhelm the blood of the Whirlpool clan. The red hair of the Whirlpool clan who intermarried with other races has all turned black. Only Naruto's golden hairstyle doesn't even have a hint of red. Of course, this also led to the fact that Naruto was not born with the huge chakra of the Vortex family. And Minato also noticed this. That's why I chose to use 8-sign seal to squeeze 9 tails wool. Used to make up for Naruto's lack of chakra. It has to be said that in terms of chakra control, Minato is considered to be at the pervert level among the previous generations of Hokage. After all, imitating the tailed beast bomb to create a Rinnegan is simply impossible without a powerful enough chakra for precise control. And Naruto, who developed the Rinnegan shuriken that even Minato failed to achieve, is even better at controlling chakra. It's just that Naruto can't precisely control his chakra because of 9 tails daily lockpicking, so he can't even use a clone technique. And after Jiraiya taught Naruto to master the 9 tails chakra, Naruto's ninjutsu talent is increasing steadily. In Boruto, the sun can easily release earth-style Tuliabai. This is enough to show that Naruto's ninjutsu talent was only suppressed because of 9 tails chakra. And now Naruto has no 9 tails interference. Match the amount of chakra with 4 cards. The basic ninjutsu of the 3-body technique can be learned directly by just looking at it. Not only that, Naruto tried before without getting the scroll. The basic operation of climbing trees and treading water is even easier. What Naruto lacks the most is fighting skills and ninjutsu. He is now waiting for 9 tails to pry open the 8-sign seal as much as possible to make his whole card strong enough to avoid the imminent Pua. After all, Naruto is not so arrogant that he can be invincible to Konoha just by temporarily turning on 4 tails. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the exhausted old man 9 years later. And the roots have been bred specifically to press 9 tails wood style Yamato. Although his wood style can only engage in greening. But the wood style attribute has a natural suppression effect on tailed beasts. When looking for Sasuke, Naruto once broke out to beat Orochimaru with 4 tails, and was finally suppressed by Yamato's wood style. Coupled with Kakashi, who was brainwashed by 3rd Hokage. With Naruto's current strength, it is still impossible to completely turn the table to a showdown. So if you want to truly get rid of the coming tragic fate, you must plan carefully and use the connections left by your cheap father. And in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his nosebleed and got up from under the table. Even with his many years of spying on the bathhouse, seeing the teacher brought by Naruto from the previous life is still bloody. After all, he who got promoted, got rich, and lost his wife is now hungry and thirsty all day long. Of course, this is just his superficial behavior to confuse Anbu. The character set used to prove himself is a good Hokage who is friendly to the people. And as the most politically skilled Hokage in the past, he naturally wouldn't be so unbearable. He sat back on the table, looking at Naruto in the crystal ball who has lost interest in ninjutsu scrolls. He was amazed. As expected of the son of Minato and Kushina, ninjutsu talent is not inferior to the 4th generation at all. It seems that the plan will be launched as soon as possible. A trace of fire flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Naruto, the Jinchuriki's talent is more powerful than he imagined. As long as you instill the will of fire in Naruto, when he can completely control 9 tails, the Sarutobi clan will completely become the largest clan in the ninja world. At that time, he will have to see who dares to say that this Hokage is timid and indecisive. He has not been idle in the past few years after the death of 4th generation. He first used the Pot King Danzo to successfully receive the Sharingan Kakashi, the only foreign race, under his command. Moreover, he also used Danzo's ambition for the position of Hokage to successfully seduce him to actively assassinate himself. Take Yamato, the only wood-style ninja that Danzo has worked hard and secretly studied with Orochimaru for more than 10 years, into his own hands. And in order to prevent a new wood-style ninja from threatening his status, he also drove his best disciple Orochimaru out of Konoha in the name of human experiments. To know that when the second generation researched the human experiments of impure world reincarnation, even first generation just stopped the experiment and there was no penalty at all. How could a war genius like Orochimaru be kicked out of Konoha for researching human experiments? You must know that the wood-style experiment started by Hashirama was initiated by him. Later, when Kakashi secretly searched for information after discovering that Yamato owned wood-style, it was he who told Kakashi the full plan of Danzo and Orochimaru's human experimentation. Even the number of experimenters and Yamato's age are well known. He said that the experiment did not have his acquiescence, and the ghost would believe it. And using this excuse to drive Orochimaru out of Konoha is like child's play in the eyes of those who really understand. So in Konoha's collapse plan, Marino Ibiki said that Orochimaru came to avenge his lost Hokage position. And now after 3 years of hard work by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has achieved remarkable results. Now all the Sharingan and wood-style cells that control Nine Tails are in their own hands. As long as Naruto is brainwashed and instilled with the will of fire, his position in Konoha can be easily stabilized like an old dog. Wait for Asuma to grow up before passing on the position of Hokage. The power of Konoha village will be in the hands of the Sarutobi clan forever. Chapter 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned off the telescope technique with great joy. All development is proceeding according to its own plan. He tapped his pipe on the table with a sneer. Before the plan is implemented, Konohari's big families who were close to the 4th generation before should take a hard look at it. After all, if I want to be popular with Naruto, no one can compete with me. But now the Hyuga clan and the Inoshika Ch clan, the families that are friendly with the 4th generation, don't seem to take their words to heart. A cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. They have to figure out who the Hokage of Konoha village is now. And at this time, Kakashi with silver white hair and a cat face mask appeared in front of the desk with a swish. Master Hokage, the mission from Cloud Shinobi village has already set off, and I believe it will arrive in Konoha village soon. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a light flashed in his heart. How come I almost forgot about this group of 6th sons who like blood successor boundary? When they wanted to take Kushina away last time, they did a good job of letting Namikaze Minato show off. If he hadn't sent someone to secretly stop those Janins. Even if Namikaze Minato is a genius, it is impossible to save Kushina from Cloud Shinobi village. It is precisely because of his own operation that Kushina is determined to stay in Konoha. It's a pity that Namikaze Minato, a big lover, chose to die with Kushina. The strong and obedient overused chess pieces that I had cultivated with great difficulty were gone. The next generation of Asuma hasn't grown up yet. If it weren't for Minato's death, I don't have to lick my face and run to find the daimyo through the back door and come back out of the mountain to temporarily take the post of Hokage. At the beginning of the Third Ninja War, in order to weaken the power of the major families, he forcibly signed a peace agreement with Iwagakure at the expense of Hokage. Now that they are recompeting for Hokage, they have to go to borrow the majesty of the daimyo to calm the anger of the major ninja clans. Now this group of Cloud Shinobi village's simple-minded Taihanin revisited Konoha. As long as you guide yourself a little. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He said to Kakashi, I remember that it will be the day when the Hyuga clan will hold the branch house ceremony. Go and talk to the Hyuga clan, and say that the Cloud Shinobi village mission should also participate in this ceremony, so that they can feel the strength of my Konoha clan. Kakashi nodded yes. A body disappeared from the spot in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. After 3 years of brainwashing, Kakashi has successfully been re-brainwashed by himself into a qualified killing machine that only obeys orders. Anbu was originally specialized in dealing with some dirty work that could not be put on the table. Make 4th generation look like a bunch of sunny boys. Although I trained the 4th generation to be the heir of the will of fire for better control. But that doesn't mean Anbu has to be as emotional as 4th generation. You must know that Anbu is originally a special unit of assassination tactics, responsible for handling some missions that are extremely bad or boring in nature. Once mixed with personal feelings, it will easily lead to mission failure. Today's Kakashi has been successfully brainwashed by himself. Even Naruto, the son of his former teacher, doesn't take any kindly fancy. In this way, I can rest assured that Kakashi will monitor and control Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Kakashi leave with a smile, and gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. The group of 6th children in Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely be envious of the Hyuga clan's eyes when they see the Hyuga clan's establishment ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette with a smile. He has a good handle on the greedy and fearful characters of the elders of the big family. At that time, I will let them know that in this Konoha, the old man is Hokage. And just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was triumphant, Naruto also thought of a place with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only difference is that he is now thinking how to keep Hyuga Hizashi. As a time traveler, he naturally needs to find a way to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. Without cheats, he had to turn his attention to the second largest family in Konoha. As long as I can successfully save Hyuga Hizashi, then I will have a chance to breathe in the next few days. After all, a big family like the Hyuga clan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to turn his face easily. It can be seen from Senju Tobirama's dealing with the Uchiha clan. It took him decades to drive the Uchiha clan apart, and was finally plucked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the Hyuga clan is not as good as the Uchiha clan, but it is also one of the best big families in Konoha village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can only beat them with the deterrence of Cloud Shinobi village. As long as I can gain the favor of the two brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, then I will live a very comfortable life in the following days. After all, both of them are people who value love and righteousness, even under the control of family elders. But making yourself comfortable before Jonin school is easy. Naruto lay on the bed, and ran his consciousness into the sealed space of 9 tails. Kurama, can you beat Elite Jonin now? Naruto remembered that it was Jonin who led the team who kidnapped Hinata. Being able to lead away from the white-eyed family Vice Admiral Hinata must be of great strength. Although only ran out of the courtyard wall. But it is enough to show that he still has 2 brushes. And what Naruto wants to do is replace Hyuga Hayashi and kill him directly. Although this will expose some 9 tails strength. But in Naruto's view, this is precisely the trump card that makes Sarutobi Hiruzen afraid. As long as I can show the strength of Jonin level, coupled with the sealed 4th generation and Kushina's Chakra in the body, and the platform of the Hyuga family, the second largest family in Konoha. Enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen not play tricks on himself on the bright side. At that time, I will be able to carry out the next step of the plan. Chapter 8. Kurama heard Naruto's inquiry and said with a look of contempt. Jonin? What kind of garbage is that? Lao Zi can spray him to death with a mouthful of phlegm. Naruto has black lines all over his head. This Kurama was directly distorted by the speaking habits brought over from his previous life. What about Sundara Fox? Became like an Urha. But this kind of Kurama makes Naruto feel more close to the people. Naruto rolled his eyes and complained. I'm talking about you borrowing the 9 tails chakra I unleashed. At this time, Naruto can barely open the second tail. That is, after the Chunin exam, Naruto beat the second pillar of the curse of the sky. Don't look at the sky crashing and earth shattering at that time. That's because the animation team forcibly pretended to set off the protagonist. The real combat power of the two at the time was at the Jonin level. After all, when the Odanin 4 were dealing with some special Jonin's from Shiranui Genma, they had to turn on the second spell seal state. Sasuke and Naruto at that time were definitely not at elite Jonin level. Naruto estimates that the Chakra coat in the Three Tails state can barely compete with elite Jonin. And Naruto in the Four Tails state has the strength to seriously injure Kage-level powerhouses. After all, Jiraiya suffered serious internal injuries trying to overpower an out-of-control Four Tails. Of course, this is also related to Jiraiya's need to capture Naruto alive. So Naruto explored the bottom of Nine Tails before launching his plan. After all, as a time traveler, I don't even have fighting experience. When the time comes to fight, you still have to rely on the instinct controlled by Nine Tails Chakra to kill the enemy. It is unreasonable to expect oneself to rely on the powerful Chakra to fight the enemy. The current Naruto is like a kid holding a sledgehammer, even if he has strength, he can't show it. Thinking of this, Naruto became very envious of those traversers next door. People are born with full marks for fighting skills. The system can easily use any skill given by the system, and there is no need to practice and adapt at all. Oh, it's better to have a system. Naruto couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Kurama rolled his eyes at Naruto, who was getting nervous again. He snorted proudly. Even a mere Jonin borrowed from your body can easily be crushed to death. You must know your yang attribute. The strongest part of Nine Tails Chakra is its ability to strengthen and restore the body. No matter what kind of ninjutsu the opponent uses, the injury is directly exchanged for the injury. As long as he doesn't have the strength of Senju Hashirama, even elite Jonin can be killed by a detonating charm. Ninja, as a high attack and crisp-skinned assassin, is almost overwhelmed by Jinchuriki, a high attack and thick-blooded shield warrior. Nine Tails glanced at Naruto suspiciously. Why are you asking this? Are you going to fight that old man from third generation? I advise you not to act too hastily. The seal of the fourth generation is too strong. Don't trouble him until you get the key from Toad's belly. Although Nine Tails is always talking about killing Konoha. But now that he has bonded with Naruto, he naturally doesn't want to watch Naruto go to die by himself. Naruto smiled when he heard what Nine Tails said. This Tsundere fox really dislikes integrity. Obviously caring about myself, but when I say it, it changes. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative to provoke that old BD when I'm full. Although what Sarutobi Hiruzen did to Naruto in the anime filled him with righteous indignation as a time traveler. But at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen has not launched Pua mind control on Naruto. Naruto has no deep understanding of the coming suffering. The hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as black as that of the parallel world Namikaze. After all, I am just a foreign traveler, and I really can't empathize with what will happen in the future. But what I have to do now is to prevent those painful things from reappearing on me. Then it is Naruto's goal to enjoy life in this Hokage world with the help of the original body's talent, strength, and status. As for revenge or something, I was considered to have seized the house, and I had a chicken feather revenge. At most, they are working hard to improve their own strength and influence in order to protect themselves and realize their dream of being promoted to the Six Paths level in the future to obtain the power of immortality, and then to travel the universe and open a harem. Therefore, Naruto has no intention of taking the initiative to trouble the third generation because of the original miserable life of the original body. What he has to do now is to get rid of his upcoming painful life and then make a secret effort to improve his strength, planning for the future Fourth World War and the invasion of the Tsutsuki clan. Pretending to be forceful, isn't it nice for a pop girl to flirt with a girl? Why bother yourself with someone else's miserable experience? Now Naruto gets a positive answer from Nine Tails, and he is in a good mood. Next is staring at the Cloud Shinobi Village mission. When he is kidnapping Hinata, Hyuga Hizashi should kill that Cloud Shinobi Village messenger first. After all, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over his Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the name of peace. At that time, in conjunction with his exposed strength and the care of the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be much gentler about his own brainwashing methods. That is, Jiraiya, which belongs to Ostrich, because of Orochimaru. He chose to escape reality and left Konoha, unwilling to be caught between his disciple and teacher. Otherwise, relying on Jiraiya himself, he can also make a fool of himself. After all, compared to Orochimaru's popularity, Jiraiya's reputation in Konoha is still very high. Relieved, Naruto happily exited the space. For the upcoming happy life, he decided to use this month's living expenses to celebrate. Anyway, according to Naruto's vision, if the plan goes well, he will soon be out of poverty. There is no need to search for the living expenses that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave is only enough to eat instant noodles. Chapter 9. Walking on the streets of Konoha. The villagers cast disgusted looks at Naruto. Since Naruto was thrown out to live alone, rumors that he was a demon fox spread rapidly in Konoha village. This fox is the fox of the Night of Nine Tails. Instead of Konoha's weapons of war, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. For these civilians, they don't even know that the so-called Nine Tails demon fox was created by the senior management of Konoha village. So when Naruto supports Gaara, Gran Macho feels contempt for Naruto and others who don't even know the meaning of Jinchuriki. It's only been 3 years since Nine Tails Night. Relatives of many people died in the disaster of Nine Tails Night. Suddenly I heard that Naruto is the incarnation of the demon fox who blamed the crime. This made the villagers look at Naruto with disgust. However, due to the order of Third Hokage, they didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Naruto. But the coldness and disgust revealed in the eyes are enough to make a 3-year-old child feel extremely painful. Fortunately, Naruto, as a time traveler, he didn't care about the eyes of this group of trash who could only be slaughtered. Foolish policies exist in any world. It's just that the villagers of Konoha village are more stupid. As long as they don't take the initiative to find fault, I am too lazy to learn about them. After all, people will not lose a piece of meat if they look at them a few times. What he is thinking about now is where to go for a big meal. Now there are not too many places where he can not dislike him and let him spend to his heart's content. Basically, they are shops opened by some big families or some kind-hearted villagers like Uncle Hans. Many of the rest of the shops, restaurants will shut themselves out. Naruto passed by a meatball shop. This is also one of the few bosses who will not wear colored glasses to himself. And when he looked into the store, his pupils shrank suddenly. Inside the store, a figure in a green tights is particularly eye-catching. Beside him sat a few familiar Konoha Chunin. It is the same generation as Kakashi. The Emperor 8-Gate guy who almost proposed the finale is the same as Shiranui Genma and Yamashiro Aoba. And sitting next to them was a petite beauty with black hair and red eyes, which made Naruto's eyes shine. It is the widow Uchiha who will be regretted by everyone in the future. He ate a bunch of meatballs at the same time and sighed. Third generation has been Hokage for 3 years now. On the opposite side, Genma Shiranui bit a toothpick in his mouth and complained. I thought that the alternation of generations could bring a new look to the times. Guy on the side also looked depressed. Since Kakashi rejoined Anbu, his relationship with him has become worse. Guy couldn't help complaining. I understand what Xianjian means, but... Seeing that Taihanin was about to make some inappropriate remarks, the people on the side who were all the same hurriedly stopped him. Hey, Master, third generation is not easy, after all, they are very old. Yamashiro Aoba spread her hands and said. Why do you care so much? Anyway, we just need to work hard for the village. Uchiha interrupted the embarrassing atmosphere by raising the meatball and said loudly. Okay, let's toast with Dango to celebrate the third generation's inauguration in Hokage's 3rd year. The rest of the people looked at the lively Uchiha and raised their balls to applaud. And Naruto also walked in at this moment. Can you add me? Naruto blinked his big eyes and looked eagerly at the ball in Kurenui's hand. The 9 tails inside him shouted loudly in his body. Can you stop acting so mentally handicapped? Naruto rolled his eyes in his heart and shouted. Shut up, Lao Zi is a cute 3-year-old now, what's the matter with picking up a girl with his physical advantage? When Kurama heard the words, he immediately looked contemptuous. He didn't think that the little girl who talked to him about women at the age of 2 would be a cute baby. He wondered why Naruto was so precocious. Considering that the average lifespan of ninjas during the Sengoku period was 40 years old, 9 tails reluctantly convinced himself that this was normal. But when it's time to despise, he'll still despise Naruto's rip-offs and seal. Before living alone, Naruto used his baby advantage to take advantage of someone a lot. Like after 9 tails night. Some fabled Sunin woman was watching Jiraiya's grandson, and got ravaged by this guy pretending to be a baby to get milk. In the end, he snatched the necklace from the woman's neck before getting out of her arms. 9 tails even suspected that half of the girl's departure from Konoha was due to this little pervert. Now he sees the girl and starts pretending to be a child again. This made 9 tails couldn't help complaining immediately. And Might Guy and the others looked at Naruto's face changing when he walked in from the door in amazement. They naturally heard the rumors about the demon fox. Several people looked at Xi Haihong in unison. To know her father died on the night of 9 tails. A trace of sadness flashed across Yui's red face. Immediately after seeing Naruto's pitiful little face, sympathy overflowed. Although sad, they all participated in the burial ceremony of the 4th generation and others. Naruto was placed in the C position next to the tombstone at that time. These ninjas who have attended the funeral all know that the Naruto in front of them is actually Konoha's Jinchuriki and the posthumous son of 4th Hokage. The disaster of 9 tails night cannot be blamed on Naruto at all. Even if it weren't for Naruto, the damage caused by 9 tails would be even greater. So the group of people who know the truth know that Naruto is actually the hero who saved Konoha. And before 4th generation died, Naruto's identity and his own credit were originally made public. In the end, he didn't expect that the 3rd generation chose to hide the truth in order to control Naruto. That's why he was so surprised when he heard Naruto say that his identity as the son of the 4th generation had been concealed when Pain attacked the village. At that time, because the 3rd generation was dead, Naruto did not grow crooked. In the end, Namikaze Minato could only comfort him by saying that the 3rd generation was worried about his enemies assassinating Naruto. But that kind of cheap excuse, only a single cell like Naruto would believe it. So now the culprit who caused his father's death is sealed in Naruto's body. But the kind-hearted Yuhihong still couldn't hate this poor orphan. She looked at Naruto with a smile and said, "Of course, let's toast together." Naruto ran to Yuikurin's side unceremoniously when he heard the words. In the bewildered eyes of Might Guy and others. Smiling, he took a red half-eaten ball and stuffed it into his mouth. "Thank you, beautiful sister." Chapter 10. Looking at Hong's surprised eyes, Naruto raised his head pitifully and said, "I don't have any extra money to buy meatballs, so I can only try my sister's." When Hong saw Naruto's pitiful expression, the girl's motherly love suddenly overflowed. It's really too much for the son of the dignified 4th generation to be so messed up that he can't even eat a dumpling. But this is what 3rd Hokage means. It seems that in order to protect his safety and not let others know his identity, that's why everyone is not allowed to get close to him. Hong stretched out her hand, Naruto hugged her in her arms and comforted her. "It's okay, let's eat, there's more here for my sister after eating." Feeling the softness on his back, Naruto felt refreshed. This is the happy day. Think of Konohamaru's grandson, who can be forgiven for being taken to the bathhouse by Naruto. That was the life I should have lived, but it was ruined by my cheap daddy and that old man from 3rd generation. Now that I have crossed over, I must get back the happy life that originally belonged to me. With this deceptive appearance, Naruto was comfortably lying in Hong's arms eating meatballs under the jealous eyes of a certain 3rd generation's son. I didn't expect that my whim would have unexpected gains. while Naruto is enjoying the rare body sofa. A figure of a young man with silver hair and a face mask suddenly caught Might Guy's attention. He is Hotake Kakashi, his father's close disciple. At this time, Kakashi didn't have the slightest expression on his face, exuding a sense of alienation from Anbu all over his body. As a gay friend, Might Guy naturally greeted him loudly. "Hey! Kakashi, come eat dango." Even knowing that Kakashi won't take care of me. But this Might Guy, who even Danzo said that the darkness cannot be corroded, will still invite Kakashi to have dinner together. And Kakashi was ready to ignore these ignorant kids who didn't know the darkness hidden for Konoha shinobi as usual. As a result, his eyes fell to Naruto who was in Hong's arms, and suddenly frowned. Nine Tails? How could this guy mess with them? At this time, Kakashi no longer regards Naruto as the teacher's son. For Naruto, the identity of the Jinchuriki is more important than the identity of the son of the fourth generation. Since he was ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor Naruto. Then the eccentric Sasuke can see. He didn't have any preferential treatment because Naruto is the teacher's son. On the contrary, he took care of the two pillars of the same family as his friend. Not only did he give Sasuke the Chidori created by imitating Rei's Nan. Even during the Chunin exam, he gave Sasuke a small lesson alone. On the other hand, Naruto casually threw him to that good-for-nothing Ebisu. This guy can't even see that the key problem of Naruto's inability to concentrate on Chakra is the 5 elements seal. If Jiraiya hadn't returned to the village to help Naruto lift the 5 element seal set by Orochimaru, let alone defeating Neji, Naruto has trouble even stepping on the most basic water. This kind of selfish and irresponsible teacher, Naruto who traveled through time, doesn't like it at all. He is not in the mood to use his love to influence this big fool who is in the dark to be positive. At this moment, Kakashi saw Naruto walking in front of them frowning. "Why are you with him? Have you forgotten the order of the third Hokage?" These ninjas were ordered to prohibit casual contact with Jinchuriki. Kakashi glanced at the jealous Asuma. If it wasn't for this guy, Anbu who was hiding in the dark would have jumped out to prevent them from meeting Naruto. Might Guy smiled and patted Kakashi's shoulder indifferently. "What are you afraid of? We are celebrating the 3rd anniversary of Hiruzen-sama returning to the position of Hokage together." Kakashi snorted coldly. Being in Anbu, he naturally came into contact with more darkness that people like Guy didn't know about. The importance of Naruto is beyond the imagination of this group of Chunin. Out of concern for his peers, Kakashi glanced at Naruto and whispered. "In short, stay away from this child." Might Guy frowned, he was getting more and more worried about Kakashi. "Kakashi, you are not also because of the demon fox, are you? You must know that he is a 4. "Shut up!" Kakashi snorted, "This matter is forbidden to discuss." Might Guy pouted. Because of the 8 inner gates founded by his father, he is a newly promoted gym genius who doesn't understand the political struggles of the high-level Konoha at all. He just felt that Kakashi treated his teacher's son too much. But seeing Kakashi's indifferent expression, Might Guy didn't dare to say anything more. At this time, Naruto in the red arms curled his lips in disdain, pretending to be curious, and sprinkled salt on Kakashi's wound. "It's amazing, why is one eyeball of this man with facial paralysis red?" A look of pain flashed across Kakashi's eyes when he heard the words. He turned to stare at Naruto with killing intent. And Naruto was immediately frightened and buried his head in Hong's chest and shouted. "Oh, this paralyzed expression is so scary, sister, save me." Red looked at Naruto who was terrified, and immediately hugged Naruto with maternal love. Naruto yelled at Kakashi. "Kakashi, he's still a child." Kakashi also seems to know that he lost his composure. So he hurriedly suppressed his killing intent and planned to turn around and leave. As a result, in the next second, he saw Naruto with a red chest raised his eyebrows provocatively at him. He looks like he needs to be beaten by the next door Momonosuke. Kakashi instantly had an urge to kill him. It's too TM to beat up. This Miao is the son of his warm male teacher? Why haven't I seen you for a few years, so that third Hokage has become crooked? Chapter 11. Kakashi snorted coldly. The sense of Naruto in my heart dropped by more than one level in an instant. But it didn't hurt Naruto at all. After all, judging from the whole plot, Kakashi's only teaching to Naruto is to teach him to climb trees. The other is to tell him that Shadow Clone can also be used for cultivation. This dispensable thing. It makes no difference whether there is Kakashi teaching or not. To Naruto, this guy is an ungrateful guy. I was blinded for nothing, and my father raised him as his own son. Naruto had been bullied for so many years and didn't know to come and visit him. And now to disgust this ungrateful fellow. Naturally, Naruto didn't mind disgusting him. And just when Naruto was considering whether to stimulate him again, a childish voice came to mind again outside the door. Annie-san, the dumpling shop is so lively today. Naruto looked outside in bewilderment. The young Sasuke is walking into the dango shop from the outside, dragging the arm of the eldest son Uchiha Itachi. Even Naruto is not calm this time. Good guy. The Uchiha family, the Hokage family and the commoner ninjas gathered in the small dumpling shop. Adding his identity as Jinchuriki and Anbu who is spying on him. Naruto smiled and looked at Uchiha Itachi with a serious face. At this moment, he also sensed something was wrong. Because the two approached Jinchuriki as the sons of the Uchiha patriarch. Anbu, who was in charge of monitoring, sent a warning breath. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was only 8 years old. Just started Sharingan because a teammate was killed by Uchiha Obito while doing a mercenary mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen is taking advantage of his dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan, thus instilling in him the will of fire that the village is greater than the family. It can be said that Uchiha Itachi is now in a period of confusion between the village and the tribe. If Naruto made a horizontal fork, it might not be impossible to wash away the will of fire of these two idiots. In his previous life, Naruto experienced all kinds of telecom fraud and pyramid schemes in a society that was just a big bang. Coupled with the familiarity of the plot, it is easy to brainwash a kid who has just graduated. But it's a pity that Naruto, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, doesn't have a good impression of the Uchiha clan. After all, Senju Tobirama pit them for real. But it is also true that they are bad-tempered under the influence of the blood of Indra. Under the double influence of the urban management work in charge of offending people and the arrogance and domineering, it led to the fact that the major families stood on the sidelines on the night of genocide. Otherwise, the most dignified family of Konoha would be silently exterminated by Uchiha Itachi and Obito without being noticed. Then there is no need for Konoha village to exist. The demise of the Uchiha clan was the decision of the entire village, not just the high-level Konoha. After Nine-Tails Night, the Uchiha clan was driven to the most remote corners. Those in charge of following them are the Inoshika Ch and Abarame clans. A major event like genocide that provokes Konoha village. If it weren't for the acquiescence of the major ninjas in the village. Even if Obito relies on Kamui's convenience, it is absolutely impossible to wipe out the Uchiha clan silently. Therefore, the death of the Uchiha clan was jointly decided by the entire Konoha village. And Naruto, the Jinchuriki, naturally agrees. After all, if Naruto saves the Uchiha clan, the kidnapping Naruto predicted by Uchiha Fugaku with Mangekyou's pupil technique. 9 times out of 10, the plan to control the Nine Tails and unify Konoha is inevitable. So of course Naruto will not make himself uncomfortable. In the direction of destroying the Uchiha clan, Naruto's Jinchuriki and Sarutobi Hiruzen's third Hokage are on the same front. Thinking of this, Naruto took a malicious look at Sasuke without noticing the dignified atmosphere at the scene. If you want to get rid of the tragic fate of Naruto in the original book, the eyeballs of Urshuse are essential. I lack the cheat of the traveler. Want to break the upper limit of Naruto in the original anime? It will inevitably require some improper means. Want to become a strong 6 paths level? Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra are the premises. All that's left is to find a way to get enough Chakra. And I reincarnated as Ashura. The Ashura Chakra hidden in the body naturally need not be taken care of. And the quickest way to obtain Indra Chakra, which is yin done, is undoubtedly by obtaining the eyeballs of Hiruzen. If he changed the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan so that Hiruzen did not defect, there is no chance for me to poach his eyeballs openly. Sasuke was terrified by Naruto's malicious stare. He frowned and shouted at Naruto. "You little brat, what are you looking at me for?" Naruto smiled, and said to Sasuke with a smile. "Of course I want to be friends with you, don't you see how lonely I am now?" Sasuke looked at Naruto lying in Kurene's arms with a confused face. "No matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a lonely look, does it?" However, what Naruto said terrified Anbu, who was spying on him. How can Jinchuriki be friends with a guy from the Uchiha clan who can control tailed beasts? I saw a few masked figures appear out of nowhere in the already crowded dumpling shop. One of them, Anbu wearing a bullhead mask, said coldly. "Yahoo! You should go back to the rental house." Naruto's eyes flashed fiercely. A stream of nine tails chakra suddenly burst out from Naruto's body. Chapter 12. The faces of the people present changed greatly. Several Anbu even pulled out their bitterness in an instant to guard against Naruto. Uchiha Itachi shrank his pupils, pulled his younger brother and took a few steps back. "Really?" Uchiha Itachi stared at Naruto and thought, "This guy is the Nine Tails Demon Fox. No wonder his intuition tells him that he is the most threatening to him among this group of people. Nine Tails has gone berserk. Contact Master Hokage." One of them, Anbu, gave a low cry anxiously. Naruto and the red arms disappeared in an instant and appeared next to Anbu, who scolded Naruto's fox. So fast. The faces of all the ninjas around changed drastically. The ninjas at the scene belong to the younger generation after the fourth generation. Excluding Kakashi, who has already been promoted to Jonin, the highest of the others including Anbu is only at the elite Chunin level. After all, the Jonin of a ninja village is the strategic resource of the village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have the luxury of having a Jonin watch over Naruto. So at this moment among this group of people, in terms of hard power alone, Naruto, who already has the power of 4 cards, and the nine-tailed chakra are the strongest in this group. Of course, this is only a comparison of the amount of chakra. Under the super shadow, fighting skills are far more important than the amount of chakra. In the original book, Naruto had the power of 4 cards when he graduated. That was the first time I went out on a mission and behaved like a rookie in front of the Ghost Brothers. But at this time, Naruto's explosive state was officially against chakra mode when he was fighting by. Although not at the level of one tail. But the greatly increased attack speed is not something that Anbu of Chunin level can react to. Naruto kicked Anbuza directly. "Rampage? Run away, Nima. You are the demon fox, and your whole family is a demon fox. Laozi is the son of the 4th Hokage." Naruto's cursing voice made Kakashi's face change. How did he know his identity? You must know that this matter was sealed at the time. Even these new civilians, Anbu, only know his identity as the Nine Tails Demon Fox but not his 4th generation son. More importantly, he was able to control the Nine Tails Chakra. How old is he, to be able to do this? Kakashi and others who attended the funeral were shocked when they saw the scarlet chakra exuding from Naruto. Is this the nine-tailed chakra? It's so strong. In order to protect them, the younger generation, Nine Tails Knight did not allow them to join the battlefield. Now they personally feel the power of the nine-tailed chakra, which makes their hearts extremely shocked. At this time, the chakra erupted by Naruto has far surpassed any Jonin they have ever known. Naruto cursed and licked that Anbu again. The kicked Anbu vomited blood before everyone came back to their senses. "Stop!" The other Anbu's expression changed greatly and he took out a few kunao and threw them towards Naruto. Kakashi on the side frowned. This guy was aiming at Naruto's vitals. Doesn't he know the importance of Jinchuriki to the village? Just when Kakashi was hesitating whether to attack now, a few shurikens suddenly flew in from outside the door, collided with a few kunai and fell. Stop it, Naruto! A slightly old voice came out. Let Naruto stop the movement at his feet. Everyone looked out in unison. An old man wearing a Hokage hat appeared in front of everyone. Master Hokage! Everyone saluted respectfully, except of course the rebellious son Asuma. He has looked down on his father since he was a child. When he became a Jonin, he went to the daimyo's side to be some guardian 12 warriors, trying to replace the Fire Nation's dependence on Konoha village. This kind of to-be behavior broke the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old father who would rather perfidiously destroy the teacher's family and Uzumaki country, but also to strengthen the Sarutobi clan. To pave the way for his son. Send him to be a classmate with family heirs like Inoshika Ch to pave the way for him to succeed Hokage in the future. In the end, this fool took the will of fire that he used to brainwash these family children seriously. As long as Asuma has half the intelligence of his eldest son Sarutobi Shinichika, he would not use the price of giving up Hokage's position to weaken the fighting power of the major families. At this time, Naruto looked at third generation and sneered in his heart. Skilled in using the nine-tailed chakra, he can easily detect Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique. His outburst was just for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see. You can continue to spread the word that Lao Zi is a demon fox in the village. But as long as it is heard by oneself, there will be revenge on the spot. Now my experience is almost the same as that of Gaara. Rather than being ostracized and ridiculed in various ways, it is better to let them be afraid of themselves. Naruto pretended not to know Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. Who are you? Are you also here to help this villain? Let me tell you. I am not a demon fox. I will beat anyone who says I am a demon fox in the future. The face of the miserable Anbu before changed and he shouted loudly. Shut up! This is Master Hokage. This new group of commoners, Anbu, is a die-hard fan of third Hokage. Naruto raised his eyebrows, this guy also looked a bit in need of a beating. Looking at Naruto's malicious eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily shouted with a serious expression. Back off! Randomly he smiled kindly at Naruto. These people are not bad guys, they are here to protect you. Saying Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto looked at him carefully. The red fox eyes and sharp teeth all prove that Naruto is using Nine Tails Chakra. But the clear words and stopped movements prove that Naruto has a clear consciousness. He asked Naruto tentatively. Naruto, can you take back your chakra? Don't worry, no one calls you a fox anymore. Naruto raised his eyebrows. In an instant, chakra was taken back, and he became harmless to humans and animals again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious in an instant, and he could really control Nine Tails Chakra. This is only 3 years old. What kind of evil talent is this? Can it be said that they are the descendants of Namikaze Minato and Kushina? A cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes and asked again. Naruto, can you tell me who told you that you are the son of the 4th Hokage? Chapter 13. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason why Naruto knew this. Either some cronies in the 4th Hokage's reign told him because they were dissatisfied with his actions. Or it's the big families who are dissatisfied with his return to the Hokage position. He wants to see who dares to oppose him so blatantly. Although he didn't think the other party would confess his identity to Naruto. But what if? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto closely. Naruto sneered in his heart. Then he patted his chest and said loudly. Of course it's my dad, 4th Hokage. Everyone present looked at Naruto in astonishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen had such an expression as expected. How could the other party blow up his identity? Turned into 4th Hokage to fool Naruto. He looked at the two Anbu who were in charge of tracking with some dissatisfaction. These civilian ninjas are still far worse than those families with secret arts and blood succession limits. To be approached so openly by Jinchuriki has not been discovered yet. If the ninja from the enemy village came to take Naruto or release Nine Tails, wouldn't he be in even greater trouble? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is a bit ugly. He wondered whether to put a Jainin next to Naruto to watch. He said to Naruto solemnly, "Naruto, I know you wish you had a heroic father, but fourth Hokage died when you were born, how could he tell you that he is your father? You must have been deceived by the bad guys. Didn't you learn the transformation technique before? Someone just used the transformation technique to deceive you." However, Naruto grinned, and sneered at third Hokage slightly mockingly. "Of course I know that fourth Hokage is long dead, and that he saved Konoha village on the night of Nine Tails. But it was the fourth Hokage who told me that I am the son of the fourth generation," Naruto said and patted his chest and continued. "Because my father used Ghoul Seal and 8-Sign Seal to seal his and mother's chakra and part of their souls in me before he died. As long as the demon fox in my body runs away, he will be able to suppress it. And I also became a Jinchuriki in order to deal with the man in black who released Nine Tails and killed my parents in the future. In other words, not only fourth Hokage is the hero who saves Konoha, but I am also the hero who saves Konoha. If I hadn't sealed Nine Tails, Konoha village might have been destroyed. And now this bad guy with a mask actually calls me a demon fox? If I don't hit him, who will I hit?" As Naruto said, he kicked the unconscious Anbu. That smug expression looked like a kid showing off everywhere. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side was not calm. Because 9 points of what Naruto said are true and 1 point is false. The ghoul seals this tyrannical sealing technique that seals the soul, and now only he knows the effect. And Naruto briefly introduced the effect of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, which is so confidential. It is not something that enemy village ninjas or those cronies of the era can do. After all, the ninjutsu and ninjutsu effects mastered by a ninja are top secret. Not to mention this kind of sealing technique that hangs up once. Except for himself who holds the inheritance scroll of the sealing technique. It is impossible for others to know the effect. So Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately believed what Naruto said at 7 or 8 points when he heard that the ghouls had been sealed. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a laugh and asked Naruto, "So you were able to use that Nine Tails chakra also because of the fourth Hokage's help?" Naruto was delighted to see third generation whose face became dark. He calmly said again proudly, "Of course not. That's because of the chakra that my mother pulled from the fox with many golden chains." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes immediately became gloomy after hearing this. Adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. This thing is even rarer than the ghoul seal, this is the blood successor limit of the Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the flamboyant Naruto with huge waves in his heart. It seems that what Naruto said is absolutely true. Because apart from the Uzumaki clan, no one can suppress Nine Tails and take Nine Tails chakra by force. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the sunny face of the tool man fourth generation he had cultivated in his mind, and his heart sank. What a fourth Hokage, what a battlefield red pepper, and I still have a hand. Originally, I didn't take the matter of Kushina's entrustment to Gu before his death to heart. In the end, the couple were still guarding against themselves. Chakra and spirits are specially reserved to protect their children. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the reason why Namikaze Minato consumes the remaining chakra descendant status tells Naruto. It is very likely that during this period of time, I tacitly allowed Danzo to spread the remarks that Naruto is a demon fox, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the Minato couple and Naruto. Only then did he choose to stand up and tell Naruto his identity, and give himself a warning. Warned him not to play these little tricks on their son. And telling Naruto that he will deal with the man in black in the future is also telling himself through Naruto that they sincerely want to protect Konoha, instead of letting their children become tools of political struggle. Even Kakashi can warn Uchiha Itachi not to get involved in the political struggle of Konoha high level. How could Namikaze Minato, who served as the fourth Hokage, not know the Taoism of the Konoha elders? So the moment Naruto finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is highly skilled in politics, made up all the warnings of Naruto's Namikaze Minato in an instant. Finally came to a conclusion. That is, you can train Naruto to become a ninja who works for the village. But you can't use indiscriminate means. Naruto should have the identity must have. Chapter 14. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the rest of the people all looked at Naruto blankly. What ghouls are sealed off? What seals the soul? This guy couldn't be mad because he was hit by the demon fox, right? Is it a hallucination? Those who don't know the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family can't imagine that they can seal the soul of a person after death. With this technology, keeping the souls of one's teammates in one's own body on the battlefield is much better than dying. After all, the current impure world reincarnation has already become a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques. It is beyond their imagination that people can still talk after death. If it can be as Naruto said, Kakashi is willing to see Rinnegan no matter what the price is. At this time, he always felt that his right hand was full of Lin's blood and could not be washed clean. So no one took Naruto's words seriously. It's just a child's own fantasy after being hit. But this is all in ignorance. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has mastered the complete sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, knows clearly. What Naruto said is completely attainable, and no one else can make up such a clear logic. Then the only truth is that what Naruto said is true. And so it is. Naruto is going to bring the chakra of the Minato couple to the bright side as the whole card. Although the condition for Namikaze Minato's soul to trigger is that 9 tails open 8 tails without a key. But Kushina's chakra does exist to help Naruto plunder 9 tails chakra. Once you receive real-life danger, it is impossible for Kushina's chakra not to show up to help Naruto. After all, rather than being a hero who saves the village, what Kushina wants most is for her children to grow up safely. It was also in order to see Naruto when he grew up that he decided to obey Minato and seal his own chakra in Naruto. So Naruto decided to take a gamble. Take a gamble, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle, take a gamble, a motorcycle becomes a Land Rover. Now I can only open the two-tailed beast code mode. Even if the explosive seed regardless of physical damage can only drive to 3 tails, it does not threaten the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo at all. So I simply revealed the secret sealed in my body. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen feel jealous, so he dare not act rashly. To know if what Naruto said is true. Then he has 2 chakra in his body that have the ability to undo the seal of 9 tails. Once you push them into a hurry. He is not afraid of the strength shown by the remaining chakra, after all, they are just 2 dead people. What he is afraid of is that the 4th generation and Kushina will die. Completely unlock the seal on Naruto, so that the 9 tails can descend into Konoha again. At that time, even if I try my best to seal 9 tails again with the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, the loss caused by that will definitely be taken advantage of by Danzo's old Bideng as an excuse to force himself to abdicate. And now I have offended almost all the major ninja clans. And the new generation brainwashed by the will of fire has not yet grown up. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing whatever it takes to prevent this from happening. If the ruler is the Pot King Danzo. No matter what, Naruto dared not take the initiative to reveal such a terrible thing. Because this guy Danzo's brain is not working. The only solution he can think of for a Jinchuriki like Naruto who runs away at any time is to use all means to assassinate them to prevent 9 tails from running away in the village. My own Mazonangu is not a passive skill like Gaara, but a one-off skill. But the speaker of Konoha village at this time is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although his strength can be said to be the weakest among the previous generations of Hokage. But he is the Hokage who actually held the supreme power of the Fire Country for the longest time in the history of ninja world, and he is also the longest-lived Hokage. His political skills are so high that even Senju Tobirama can't match them. Although he messed up Konoha, his strength was greatly reduced. But he has developed a little-known little Sarutobi family in the Sengoku period into a first-class family in the ninja world. It can be seen from the close-up shots specially given when dealing with Ten Tails in the Fourth World War. At that time, the strength of the Sarutobi family was not inferior to that of the Hyuga family. On the other hand, the original families of ninjutsu that existed since the Six Paths period, the Senju family, the Uchiha family, and the Uzumaki family, were all silently destroyed by him during his reign. From the point of view of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's political methods are beyond what a hero can express. What he wants to do is to turn the public world into a home world, and make Konoha village a property passed down from generation to generation by the Sarutobi family. People with such ambition and political means. Naturally, he wouldn't simply know how to nip the threat in its infancy. As long as Naruto shows kindness to him. Even if there is no way to brainwash through the comparison of suffering, so what? As the Grand Master of Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has more advantages than others. He has enough confidence in cultivating heirs of the will of fire. So after Naruto thought for a long time, in the end, it was decided to expose this whole card directly to the bright side. Although Naruto knows that doing so is likely to attract Danzo's old sixth shot. But as talk in the previous life Hokage also made Naruto make up his mind. That is famous. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am Hokage. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is not dead, he can now explode with strength comparable to Janin in terms of coordination. After all, Danzo can't afford to make big waves. Directly transform the source of my pain for so many years in the future into a backer. This is the purpose of Naruto revealing the secret of the seal. Chapter 15. And Naruto looked at third generation with a gloomy face and suddenly smiled. Because he knew he was right. Sometimes the more you know, the more you worry. Whatever I can think of, Sarutobi Hiruzen must have thought of too. If he still wants to complete the control of Hokage in his own hands, then I am his indispensable help. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has lived from the Senju Hashirama era to the present, is too aware of the importance of a high-end combat power. Were it not for the divine character of Senju Hashirama, the ninja world was unified by him and Uchiha Madara early on. After all, this world is the world of ninjas. If you want to truly hold the power of Konoha, then the powerful Jinchuriki is indispensable. Promote the extermination of the Whirlpool family, and bring back all the only pure-blooded people and sealing techniques to be adopted by him. And pass it down from generation to your descendants. It is to control the top combat power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki forever. Everything went according to plan. As a result, on the night of Nine Tails, Obito released Nine Tails and caused heavy damage to Konoha. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen realize that in addition to the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan must also be controlled by himself. That's why there is brainwashing Uchiha Atake, which promotes the creation of Genocide Night. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are like Naifeng and Bulleten Jingyun in Fengyun. He is an important tool man for his Sarutobi clan to rule the world. So Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly softened and he sighed. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. That's right, you are the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the son of the hero who died for Konoha, and the hero who saved Konoha. One place of this remark. Unaware of this, Anbu and these commoner ninjas were shocked. Is the legendary demon fox really the son of the 4th generation? You must know that the reputation of 4th Hokage in Konoha is even higher than that of 3rd generation. In order to strengthen their position, after the 3rd generation came back to power, he publicized his heroic and sacrificed grandson to increase his political chips. If the villagers know the truth of the matter, how could it be possible to put the hatred of the demon fox on Naruto? Naruto is the hero who sacrificed himself to save them. At most, it was because they were worried that Nine Tails would go berserk and alienated. It would not be like in the anime that Naruto would be disgusted even if he bought a mask. The corners of Naruto's mouth raised when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. With an excited face, he kicked Anbu under him twice again and said, "Have you heard? Master Hokage has admitted that we are heroes." Looking at Anbu, who has rolled his eyes, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched again and again. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and said, "Well, it's not that you didn't reveal your identity. It's because 4th Hokage performed so well on the battlefield. I'm worried that the ninja from the enemy village will send someone to assassinate you after they know your identity. So Naruto, don't reveal your identity as the son of the 4th generation. This will lead to death. The Anbu under your feet is also specially sent by me to protect you." Now that the matter of identity has been exposed, the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed his rhetoric to make up for the bad impression he had left on Naruto. Anbu, who was originally in charge of surveillance, also became a ninja who was transferred to protect Naruto's safety. This is to tell Naruto that he has been caring about him. Naruto said excitedly with an innocent expression on his face. "Really?" But there was disdain in his heart. "Protect? Protect your sister? Is the identity of the son of the 4th Hokage more dangerous than the identity of Jinchuriki? The Jinchuriki in other villages are poor. That's because they don't have the sealing technique, and they go berserk every now and then, and they can't hide it even if they want to. Konoha has the complete sealing technique of the Uzumaki family, Chakra, the Tianki-tailed beast. Ever since Mito became the first generation of Jinchuriki, Konoha hasn't had any tail beast runaways. Before Nine Tails Night, the villagers have nothing but powerful admiration and respect for Jinchuriki. Mito's stature and Kushina's battlefield chili title bear this out. So it is easy for Konoha to hide the identity of Jinchuriki. However, this important identity was easily exposed by Danzo. On the contrary, his identity as the son of a hero is perfectly hidden. This kind of deceitful nonsense can only happen to a 3-year-old child. And now Naruto happened to be a 3-year-old child, so he showed a moved look. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it would be very dangerous for others to know your identity. The prestige of the 4th generation is too high now. And Naruto showed great talent. If his identity is announced, it may be another Namikaze Minato. But the next Hokage has already decided on Asuma." Then he glanced at Asuma, who was looking at Naruto with adoring expression. His face turned black. If this process continues, didn't this unfilial son become a copy of Orochimaru? At the beginning, it was because Namikaze Minato was popular and strong. Only then was he able to overwhelm Orochimaru of the previous generation under his own operation and successfully become the 4th Hokage. If you wait until you can't do anything and want to retire, encountered an embarrassing situation like Danzo, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So the identity of the son of Naruto 4th generation can be concealed for a while. At most, the gag order that was originally ordered after Naruto went to school was issued in advance. Let this group of stupid villagers not discuss his fox identity in front of Naruto and it's over. But it's a pity that the current Naruto is not as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked like "I was doing it for you," and suddenly grinned and said, "Master Hokage, don't worry. I'm very strong now. I'm not afraid of those bad guys coming to attack me. As long as they dare to come, I'll kill one of them. So just tell the group of bad guys who say I'm a demon fox my identity. I want them to know that I am the son of a hero. How can this group of hateful guys dare to scold me? They won't sell me milk if I buy it." Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side suddenly stopped. He persuaded again embarrassingly. "Naruto, those villains are very powerful. Although you are also very strong now, what if they sneak up on you while you are asleep?" Naruto waved his hand indifferently and said with a grin, "Don't worry, My father said, even if I fall asleep, he can control the power of the demon fox to protect me. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned black. Damn, almost forgot about the Minatos inside him. Looking at Naruto who is showing off. Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed instead. This kind of arrogant and domineering personality is better than Uchiha Itake's calm personality since he was a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's attitude of not giving up until he revealed his hero status. Suddenly a decision was made in my heart. Okay. I'll announce your identity as the son of a hero in 2 days. Naruto's eyes flashed when he heard the words. Your good day is coming. And he looked at the thoughtful Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered in his heart. In a few days? Is it after beating the Hyuga clan? Although he and Sarutobi Hiruzen were on the same line for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. But against the Hyuga clan. He is not going to let go of this opportunity to easily gain a solid friendship with the Hyuga clan. Chapter 16. Although the current Hyuga clan is controlled by the elders. But it will be Hyuga Hiyashi who will be in power in the future. This is one of my future husbands. If you can help, you will need help, of course. Naruto is God's favor, and he will live a new life. It is impossible to be like a bystander and watch coldly that the future father-in-law was cheated by the third generation. Naruto took a look at those eyes that changed from disgust to admiration, and he felt very happy. This self-explosion not only met his expectations, but also exceeded the task. Look at Asuma's expression of guilt. Apparently blaming his father for 4th Hokage's death. Even beating himself up for not being a part of Nine-Tails Night. Good man. It is indeed a new era ninja cultivated by the will of fire. Naruto looked at Hong again. Unfortunately, because I was too young. The flirting actions just now were all taken by her as a child's play. Even the precocious children of the Hokage world. At the very least, Janin didn't start to fall in love until he was 6 years old. So Yuhihong didn't take what she did just now to heart at all. Today there is only sympathy for the parental sacrifice and Naruto becoming a Jinchuriki. Thinking of the rumor that Naruto was a demon fox before, I also showed disgust. This made the kind-hearted Hong feel a sense of guilt. She made up her mind to take good care of this poor orphan in the future. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly at Naruto. Naruto, although I am 3rd Hokage, I am also your father's teacher. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me. Don't go out casually these 2 days. I'll return you as the son of a hero after I catch the villains in the village who spread the word that you are a demon fox. Naruto thanked innocently. Really? So you still have this relationship with me? As he spoke, Naruto forced out a tear to prove his emotion. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved immediately. After all, he's just a 3-year-old kid, so very foolish. However, before he could finish his joy, he heard Naruto continue to lick his face and said innocently. My father said that he and my mother still have a mansion with at least hundreds of millions of taels of silver in it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ahem cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed repeatedly after being frightened by Naruto's lion's big mouth. The reward for an S-level mission starts at 1 million taels. The reward for doing 100 S-level tasks is only 100 million taels. Even if some missions have high rewards, at least dozens of S-level missions are required. Not to mention that ninjas usually spend a lot of money on training, buying ninjutsu, and medicinal materials. In particular, the Flying Thunder God Kunao made by Minato is extremely expensive. This thing alone consumed almost half of Minato's property. The money for building the house was paid by Kushina. How could the two of them still have a huge sum of 100 million taels? How did he know that the way Naruto calculates the inheritance of Minato and his wife is based on the head of Asuma? An Asuma's head is worth 35 million taels. As a 4th Hokage who runs away when he encounters it on the battlefield, it is not considered an abandonment of the mission. How can he be worth as much as 3 Asuma's heads? Just for that, he also gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a change. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with some embarrassment. Although he is a Hokage and the head of the Sarutobi clan. But training Anbu and developing the Sarutobi clan requires a lot of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be licking his face and blacking out the legacy of the 4th generation and the Uchiha clan. He doesn't have that much money to give Naruto. And Konoha village quests are scarce. Really well-paying tasks are rare in peacetime. And because the number of ninjas expanded to tens of thousands during the Ninja World War. There are too many monks, so there are not so many tasks assigned to this group of genin. So no matter what the level of the task is, it needs to be accepted by a group of 3, otherwise it is not eligible to accept the task. This is why Might Dai would rather kneel down than beg his teammates to take him to a mission. There is no other reason, but poverty. At that time, there was almost no money to support Might Dai. Not to mention that the two of them still need a lot of medicinal materials to repair the hidden injuries caused by practicing 8 inner gates. So don't say 100 million. He doesn't want to return the house that the 4th generation bought to Naruto. That. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking for some excuse to send Naruto away. Asuma on the side suddenly said. Naruto, don't worry, I know where Lord 4th Hokage's house is, and I'll take you there right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This prodigal stuff. That house is a single-family large flat in the city center. Sent away since Naruto remembers. I am about to cash in and use it to buy the hearts of poor commoners Anbu. Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? Thank you, big brother. Asuma was a little embarrassed and said. The house in the 4th Hokage, in fact, that's where you've been living before. Now it seems that you were moved out because you were worried that living there would reveal your identity. Naruto sneered in his heart, Lao Zi certainly knew where the house was. When Naruto acted like he didn't remember anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been handing Naruto to an Anbu to take care of in his own home. After Naruto has just shown that he can survive on his own. He was kicked out immediately. Now that I have identified myself. Naruto naturally wants to get back his own house. Also orphans. I live in a slum in the old city. And Zabuza lived in a high-rise single apartment. This kind of differential treatment has long made Naruto unhappy. Of course, it may also be that Zabuza's house sold for more money. After all, other people's homes are courtyards, while my home is just a large flat. But don't worry now. The stupid son of a landlord's family admitted in front of so many people. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not be able to renege on his debt. It's that 1 billion. Naruto then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then at Sarutobi Asuma. His lips just moved. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily said. The things in that house have not been touched since they were taken over from your father. If there are 100 million taels, as long as you find them, they will be yours. Naruto pouted with a look of disgust, it would be hell if he could find it. How stingy. Only 100 million taels. It's a good deal to spend 100 million taels to buy the favor of Jinchuriki, which will not be settled. Naruto then wanted to continue talking about the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. It's his favorite thing to do. However, just as he opened his mouth to say the word seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared instantly like an ant on a hot pan. And after his figure disappeared, his voice came out again. It suddenly occurred to me that the office still has a lot of business to deal with, so let's go here first. Beetle, take Enbu who was accidentally injured by Naruto back and give him a good treatment. He suffered only skin trauma, and Naruto has shown mercy. Everyone present looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who left like a hornet's nest. Naruto rolled his eyes. It seems that it is impossible to unravel the seal of 9 tails through the sealing technique for a while. Then he smiled in his heart. It's okay, take the long view. Anyway, this old man will be gone in a few years. When Tsunade becomes Hokage, Don't these things all belong to us? Saying that, Naruto licked his lips. He touched the first generation relic on his neck again. I have to say, that taste. Reborn with memories is awesome. Chapter 17. With Naruto and Asuma gone, everyone in the dumpling shop also dispersed. Sasuke looked depressed on the road. He didn't eat dango at all because of Naruto. Sasuke raised his head and asked Uchiha Itachi curiously. Nissan, is that Naruto really the son of the fourth Hokage? Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke and nodded. Yes, he is the child of the fourth generation. Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina are girlfriends. Back then, I had seen Naruto with Sasuke in my arms. Of course he knows Naruto's identity, but also Naruto Jinchuriki's identity. He did not expect to meet Jinchuriki here. Because of Nine Tails Night, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the high-level Konoha is becoming more and more disharmonious. After all, the Sharingan in the eyes of Nine Tails can be seen clearly by any ninja who is not blind. Standing behind the Nine Tails Knight was a Uchiha tribe. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Now the top management of Konoha village agree that this is a farce directed and performed by the Uchiha family in order to drive the Hokage family out of power. So as opposed to competing for the Jinchuriki of Naruto. What Konoha F4 hates the most is the Uchiha family. Now Naruto's identity is exposed because of himself and Sasuke. I'm afraid that my own people will suffer more suspicion from Konoha village. Uchiha Itachi remembered what Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself in front of the memorial tablet. Village, peace, family. Nissan. Nissan. Sasuke yelled to bring Uchiha Itachi back to his senses. What's wrong? Sasuke turned his face away. Why can't you hear me talking to you? I said, I want you to accompany me to practice shuriken technique. He's obviously a kid, why is he so much stronger than me? I must train hard and beat him. It is obvious that Naruto's quick killing of Anbu directly shocked Sasuke. He who has always claimed to be a genius is particularly unhappy with Naruto's appearance. Uchiha Itachi looked at his younger brother's puffy face. Immediately, he remembered the ninja war that his father took him to watch. The balance in his heart gradually tilted towards peace. He secretly said in his heart, we must not let Sasuke experience the cruel ninja war. At this time, the two had returned to the door of the house. A similarly young figure was already waiting at the door. Instant Shisui. One of the only three anti-bones of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi saw Shisui and immediately understood that it was sent by third Hokage. He put Sasuke at the door, and stretched out his hand directly on Sasuke's head. Forgive me, Seth, I will definitely do it next time. It hurts. When Sasuke came back to his senses, Uchiha Itachi has long since disappeared. Only Sasuke was left stomping on the spot angrily. And on the other side of a cliff, Uchiha Shisui and Itachi appeared instantly at the same time. What happened? Shisui frowned and asked Uchiha Itachi, how did you guys get together with Jinchuriki? Uchiha Itachi sighed helplessly. It's just that Sasuke wanted to eat dango, so I took him to that shop to try it. Who knew Jinchuriki was there too? At this time, Sasuke is still inseparable from Uchiha Itachi. Naturally, he is also overjoyed at Uchiha Itachi's favorite sweets. Shisui's expression turned ugly when he heard that. The village is already very wary of our Uchiha clan, and now I'm afraid it will embarrass the clan people again. Now the voice of dissatisfaction in the clan is getting louder and louder. I'm afraid something will go wrong if this continues. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He said to Shisui, how about I go and clarify with Lord Hokage? Shisui shook his head. My appearance here is exactly what Hokage-sama means. Hokage-sama believes in you and the Uchiha clan, but Danzo of the Elders is looking for trouble with Hokage-sama. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi remembered the third Hokage with a halo in front of the monument. For a while, he didn't know how to solve this sudden problem. And at this time Shisui suddenly said, "But don't worry, Hokage-sama has already thought of a solution. Haven't you already activated Sharingan? The village and the clan are very optimistic about you, and you will be the link to maintain peace between the village and the clan in the future. Let's improve your strength as soon as possible, and Master Hokage will recruit you to Anbu to train you personally. In this way, I'm afraid it will eliminate the grudges between many villages and families." Uchiha Itachi brightened when he heard the words. "Really?" Shisui nodded as a matter of course. "It must be true. Lord Third Hokage told me this himself." Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt hopeful. "Strength? What I need now is strength." Then he thought of Naruto from the dumpling shop. "Is that Jinchuriki? The strength is really strong. If I were a Jinchuriki, would I be able to change a lot of things? Although he has enabled Sharingan. But after all, it's just an 8-year-old genin. Normally, it will take 4 years to graduate from ninja school." Itachi was already 11 years old when he encountered Root Ninja while training with Shisui in Itachi's Shinden. He was only 8 years old at the time. No matter how talented he is, it is impossible to defeat an Anbu ninja so easily. So it's not just Sasuke at this time. Even Itachi unconsciously surpassed Naruto as a target. And at this time Naruto on the other side. Chapter 18. Stay comfortable in your own home. Send Asuma who leads the way. Naruto lay back comfortably on the large flat with 4 rooms and 3 halls. "I've been wanting to die here for the past few months. Although the location of the slums is not bad. But the environment is really a bunch of garbage." Now returning to his own house, Naruto didn't even bother to take the salute from the rented house. He thought it over. When he regains his identity, he will go directly to eat the overlord's meal. He meow. "What is money? My life was saved by my cheap father. What's wrong with taking your order? Anyway, with the backing of 3rd generation, as long as he doesn't kill people, Naruto can definitely walk sideways in Konoha." Naruto fell into a misunderstanding because he knew the plot of Hokage before. That's because of the darkness of Konoha's upper level. So I worried that once I exposed my disobedience, I would be calculated by 3rd Hokage. But after Naruto crossed over, he figured it out. I am a Jinchuriki. It is the existence of nuclear weapons that balance the combat power of the 5 major ninja villages and prevent fish from dying. Unlike Hiruzen, even if he defected to Konoha, he just sent out a bunch of genin to make fun of it. On the other hand, Naruto. Even when pain attacked the village, the first thing Danzo did was to stab the toad to death to prevent Naruto from playing, fearing that Naruto would be caught. So this also means that Naruto's life is absolutely guaranteed. The saddest ending is at most like Killer Bee being imprisoned in Turtle Island by Raikage to prevent him from coming out of the mountain. Angara, who was assassinated by the village, is an exception among the 5 major villages. Because they caught the cranes by themselves. Enroll's gold sand magnet style has natural restraint to guard the crane. So Sand Shinobi village doesn't look down on Shuhi's combat power at all. In addition, Shuhi often ran away. This led to Gaara's tragic life. But Naruto is different. He is from the Uzumaki family, born with chakra that suppresses tailed beasts. Of course, Naruto's blood is impure, because Minato used the sealing technique to cheat. But Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others don't know. Coupled with the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. In the future, when Naruto grows up properly, it is a controllable human nuclear weapon. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is not insane, it is absolutely impossible for him to attack Naruto. And without the deterrence of 9 tails, the other major villages will definitely launch a tail beast war against Konoha without hesitation. The Land of Fire occupies the richest land in the ninja world. In several ninja wars, the Land of Fire has faced at least 2 or more countries. If it wasn't for worrying about Konoha using 9 tails, They have already united to carve up the country of fire. So Namikaze Minato, who has been brainwashed by the will of fire, in order to prevent the country of fire from repeating the same mistakes as the country of vortex. Keep 9 tails in Konoha, even if it means sacrificing your life. Instead of letting it die with Kushina, reborn into the wild. And Naruto is also aware of this. Only then did he choose to expose the secret of the 8-sign seal. There is no threat to life, only the risk of imprisonment. Enough for Naruto to take a gamble with the Minato couple's chakra inside. If you lose your bet, at best you will be locked up and brainwashed. Just let 9 tails pick the lock in his body with peace of mind. When the time comes, just turn into a perfect Jinchuriki and destroy this group of wood leaf borers. And if you win the bet, you can directly live a happy life in Sarutobi Konohamaru. For Naruto, compared with physical pain, mental torture is more unbearable. He doesn't want to suffer cold violence for the next 10 years. Now I won the bet. The predicament that is now faced has been liberated from Pua. The next thing to face is nothing more than the issue of strength. After all, Naruto knows that Danzo will never let it go. With his bold character, I will definitely find a chance to attack myself. He dreamed of becoming a Hokage, and he would not let go of the opportunity to control Jinchuriki. And in the future, there will inevitably be a battle between himself and the Xiao organization. Even if 9 tails chakra mode can be turned on in advance, he is not sure that he will just pass Pain head on. You must know that Pain had just attacked Konoha when he was fighting Naruto, and he also released the super god Luo Tianzhang that destroyed Konoha. Even so, with only one god, Pain still beat Naruto and almost brought 9 tails back to life. In the end, if it wasn't for Naruto's mouth escape, it's not sure who wins or loses. After all, there is still a Konan who has never shot. So there is no trouble in life. Naruto's top priority is to find a way to break through the circle and improve his own strength. Only if you are stronger than Naruto in the original book, can you face the next 4 battles in the ninja world. Not to mention the Tsutsuki clan hiding behind the scenes. He didn't want to sit and wait for the old man from 6 Paths to buy it, and then take it back when he was done. It is more practical to control the strength in one's own hands. Although Naruto is the protagonist of Shippuden, but his peak strength has only reached the pseudo 6 Paths level. Not even the strength of 6 Paths Madara. If it wasn't for Black Zetsu's heartfelt words, the finale of Shippuden may be different. Therefore, in order to truly get rid of the shackles of fate, Naruto must find a way to obtain the power that Naruto did not have in the original book. But at this stage, the best thing to get is undoubtedly a passionate young man who runs around Konoha all day long. Chapter 19. You want to practice body exercises with me? Might Guy in tights stared in astonishment at Naruto, who was only as high as his thigh, and lost his voice. Naruto nodded. She showed off the black tights of the same style as the custom-made Uchiha that she bought specially and said, I found that I don't have ninjutsu talent, so I want to learn taijutsu from Guy. The secretly peeping Sarutobi Hiruzen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. You don't have ninjutsu talent? Damn, Lao Zi sent someone to give you the 3-body technique and you will know it at a glance. You said you have no ninjutsu talent. Might Guy also looked at Naruto suspiciously. He is a rare beast, not a silly bee. You just beat Anbu in front of me yesterday and now you tell me you have no ninjutsu talent. Might Guy shook his head and refused. Now you are stronger than me, what can you train with me? On top of that, 8 inner gates has been included in the forbidden technique scroll by 3rd Hokage. Without the permission of the 3rd generation, even the Might Guy cannot teach the forbidden technique privately. Even if this forbidden technique was created by his father. This is also the price for Might Guy to become an elite Genin by relying on physical skills. Except for his own son, only the disciples selected by the 3rd generation are eligible to learn 8 inner gates. 12 Xiaoqiang period. Hyuga Niji and the little rich woman Tian who are separated from the Hyuga family belong to the Hokage direct line cultivated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And Xiao Li is purely might guy thinking of his father when he was a child and being moved in his heart, he took the initiative to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for the spot. Now even if he knows that Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage, he dare not pass on the Dunjia rashly. Might Guy's refusal was unexpected by Naruto. Originally, he thought that a hot-blooded idiot like Might Guy only needs to show a little sense of identity. You can easily handle it to the 8 inner gates that almost kicked out of the finale. Who would have thought that Might Guy would reject him directly? He doesn't think the Might Guy can't beat him at this time. People who practice 8 inner gates can't look at his chakra at all. Once 8 inner gates is turned on, his strength will soar. Mainly because Naruto was preconceived. What Might Guy shows in the anime is a tough character. But if you think about it carefully, you can know that if you want to become a Genin, it is impossible to become a Genin simply by relying on strength. The most important thing for a ninja's promotion is not his strength, but his ability to coordinate and judge the battle situation. Because ninjas perform tasks in groups. If a single-cell idiot were to be the captain, wouldn't the team members under him be wiped out in minutes? So although Guy usually gives people the appearance of a rare Konoha beast, but judging from the list of tasks he performed and the teaching he gave to Tian, Niji and others, Guy's IQ is no worse than Kakashi's. Even in combat, Might Guy's fighting instincts are stronger than Kakashi's. Looking at Guy who doesn't intend to bring himself to practice. Naruto's face drooped. He got a bad start, meow. Naruto squeezed the corners of his eyes, tears flowed from the base, and said loudly. It wasn't my strength that defeated Anbu, I just didn't want to lose my father's face. 4th Hokage, who is a genius, has a useless son. How much does this damage Hokage's majesty? I just want to work hard to improve my strength and protect the village my father wants to protect. Might Guy, who watched Naruto tearfully, was moved. He remembered what his father Might Guy taught him. The real victory is not to defeat the strong, but to protect what is most important to you. Momentarily stimulated by such passionate remarks, Might Guy let out a furious roar. Oh! Youth blooms! The sudden cry startled Naruto. Might Guy squatted down excitedly as if seeing a confidant and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. You have to remember that it is not the body that is strong, but the mind. A person who doesn't believe in himself is worthless in his efforts. You are a genius, even if you don't have ninjutsu talent. You wait, I'm going to apply to Master 3rd Hokage for you to become my disciple. Naruto was stunned by Guy's outburst. It does not make sense. I just wanted to learn 8 inner gates, how did I become your disciple? And you are Chunin, right? Where does Chunin have the qualifications to lead disciples? Naruto doesn't know the meaning of 8 inner gates yet. In his opinion, this thing was originally created by Might Guy, and it was his wish to pass it on to whomever his son wanted. But he overlooked the glorious victory brought by the 8 inner gates. This is a terrifying body art that kicks the 7 ninja swords with the highest combat power in Kirigakura into 3 auspicious treasures. Such strategic ninjutsu, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen allow Might Guy to go out at will? If it is other high-level ninja Konoha, there is naturally no way to force them to contribute family secrets. But the Might Guy family was originally a poor civilian ninja who couldn't get rid of the pot. The 8 inner gates were naturally also used by the 3rd generation to expand into the sealing scroll. Just when Might Guy was about to look for 3rd Hokage excitedly, a masked figure appeared beside the two of them like a ghost. Chapter 20. Naruto's expression changed. Even with the perception of Nine Tails Chakra, he still didn't see any trace of Anbu's appearance. It's so fast. Naruto was horrified. This definitely has elite Genin level of strength. Knowing that I'm a true buddy with Nine Tails. With the perception of Nine Tails Chakra, coupled with the natural perception talent of the Uzumaki family, even if you don't have Kagura's mind, It can also easily capture Kakashi's level of action. As a result, the person who came this time didn't realize when he appeared at all. This is scary. What kind of pervert did Sarutobi Hiruzen do to spy on himself? Naruto looked at Anbu carefully. Suddenly saw a pair of scarlet eyes behind the mask. Grass. Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui. Naruto was horrified. There are not many characters that Konoha Naruto fears today. But there is no doubt that this guy in front of him is definitely one of them. At this time, the 3 battles have been fought. That is to say, the current Uchiha Shisui has opened the Manjiki Sharingan and has been promoted to become a Kage-level powerhouse. And Shisui's use of Manjiki is far more than Uchiha Ataki. Coupled with the Phantom Body Flicker technique which is comparable to Flying Thunder God in short distance. Not to mention the current Naruto, even Naruto who undoes the seal of 9 tails and turns into a perfect Jinchuriki may not be 100% sure that he can defeat him. Naruto cursed inwardly. Damn, shouldn't Uchiha Shisui be on guard against Kirigaku's invasion in this period? Why did he come back so early? How did he know? It was because Naruto did it himself. The sons of the Uchiha Patriarch made contact with the Jinchuriki. It further touched the cautious heart of Konoha F4. But at this time, it is impossible for Konoha F4 to start a war with the Uchiha clan. Because at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not completely subdued all the ninjas, and the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village has not yet reached its peak. Without the support of the ninjas, Anbu and Genbu, who only rely on Konoha's senior management, will definitely not be the opponents of Uchiha's Konoha Guard. So in order not to touch the nerves of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Shisui back to monitor Naruto instead of Anbu. To put it bluntly, the purpose of doing this is to show kindness to the Uchiha family and tell them, Third Hokage trusts you Uchiha clan. At this time, Shisui stopped Might Guy from going to find 3rd generation. Master 3rd generation has an order to allow you to accept Naruto as a disciple, so you don't have to make a special trip. Naruto pouted. Sure enough, this old man was watching him. But at this time Naruto can completely ignore this kind of surveillance. Anyway, do you have a system? It won't come up with anything shocking. And Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he could communicate with the Minato couple. There is no need to hide from 3rd Hokage about finding ways to become stronger. But Naruto also knows. At this time, Asuma has not yet grown up. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not let his strength grow too fast. The Might Guy on the side was very pleasantly surprised. Nani? Master 3rd generation knows. Uchiha Shisui nodded. Then you will be responsible for teaching Naruto Taijutsu, and the children of the 4th Hokage will be entrusted to you. He didn't want to find another elite teacher for Naruto. Compared with various ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally prefers Naruto to waste time on physical skills. Because Taijutsu is not popular in the ninja world. Even the 8 inner gates is the same. To put it bluntly, the 8 inner gates are forbidden techniques that all died together. His essence is to unlock the limiter and allow Chakra to explode. And Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, already has a huge Chakra. The same effect can be achieved even without the 8 inner gates. So in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, Naruto is wasting his time, which is exactly what he wants. If it becomes too powerful before the will of fire is passed on, it will be difficult to control it then. If it weren't for the fact that the ninja school didn't have the practice of enrolling at the age of 3, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen would have sent Naruto to the ninja school for brainwashing. Now Naruto took the initiative to learn the 8 inner gates, which is extremely useless to Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally happy. But where does Sarutobi Hiruzen know? Naruto's dream is to use the powerful healing power of Ashura Chakra and 9 tails in his body to directly turn Yagai into Ping-A. Even if the plan to open Rinnegan does not go well by then. Naruto also had a fight against 6 Paths Madara. Might Guy shouted excitedly at this moment. Great Naruto, new leaves sprout, and when the new spring comes, it is the hottest moment of youthful climax. Let's run 500 laps around Konoha of youth. Cough cough cough. Naruto, who was secretly happy, staggered. Damn, I want to learn 8 inner gates, but not die. But is it appropriate for you to let a 3-year-old practice this to death? But where does the hot-blooded guy listen to Naruto's advice? In the gleeful taunts of Nine Tails inside. Might Guy scuttled out. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched twice. He suddenly felt that he was growing his body now. I should be looking for this guy to learn gymnastics later. What if I don't grow taller? He doesn't want to be the shortest one in class 7 who is malnourished like Naruto in the original book. But since it's all here, naturally, Naruto will not give up this opportunity to become stronger. Naruto immediately glanced at Shisui with an inexplicable expression. Then he opened his legs and chased after Might Guy. Chapter 21. Another day passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Naruto with a telescope in the office every day. At this time, Naruto was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed dumbfounded. Is it really a child? Did you give up after only 1 day? Uchiha Shisui, who was in charge of monitoring, smiled and agreed. Of course, he's only a 3-year-old kid, and even Jainin wouldn't necessarily be able to follow Might Guy in his daily workouts. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. It seems that all his strength really comes from Kushina, and the defeat of that Anbu the day before yesterday was only because he was too careless. After all, I'm a child. I'm hot for 3 minutes. Because of Kushina, I suddenly have a lot of Nine Tails Chakra, so I think the physical skills are the same as Nine Tails Chakra. Uchiha Shisui bowed and asked. What should I do now? Do I still need to keep an eye on him? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said. No need for now, the mission from Cloud Shinobi Village arrived today, you go to the Konoha Guard to maintain law and order. Shisui nodded yes. Instantly disappeared into Hokage's office. And Sarutobi Hiruzen silently spit out a smoke ring. All is ready except for the opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not believe that the group of militants in Cloud Shinobi Village will honestly sign the contract. At this time, the land of the Hyuga clan. A family member from a famous clan and branch house is preparing the tables and chairs for the ceremony. Establishing clan divisions in each generation is extremely important. Once the clan is established, then the rest of the Hyuga clan need to engrave the caged bird as long as they reach the age. Today is Hinata's 3rd birthday, and it's also the day she became the main family and Niji engraved caged bird. Unlike previous ceremonies, this time, the Hyuga clan was asked by Hokage to let all the ninjas of Konoha village and the messengers of Cloud Shinobi village watch the ceremony. It is said that they want to show off Cloud Shinobi village and let them know the strength of the Hyuga family, one of Konoha's 2 pupil art families. It is also to let them know that it is absolutely impossible to get supercilious on the battlefield. So this time, the Hyuga clan started preparing for the ceremony early. And in the courtyard of the clan, Niji still doesn't know his impending fate. He looked at Hinata, who met for the first time with innocence on her little face. Father, is that Princess Hinata? I will definitely protect her in the future. Hyuga Hizashi clenched his fists when he heard his son's words. Just born a few seconds late. Let his son suffer such unwilling treatment. Obviously Niji's talent is much higher than Hinata's, but now he has to be engraved with the curse of caged bird. Looking at his innocent son, Hizashi's eyes flashed sadness. He wanted to fight against this fate, but the curse mark on his forehead made it impossible. Hizashi took a deep breath and sighed. That's right, that's the princess of our Hyuga family, after today, oh. 4-year-old Niji couldn't understand why his father sighed. At this time, he just felt that Princess Hinata was really cute, and he must protect her well. At this time, there was a commotion at the gate. Niji turned his head curiously. But I saw a little boy with yellow hair swaggering inside. The surrounding clansmen wanted to stop it but were stopped by Hyuga Hiyashi. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, who was almost exhausted yesterday. It stands to reason that today Might Guy asked him to continue exercising early in the morning. But how could such a big event as Hinata Litsong consume his energy? Night is the day when the Cloud Shinobi mission steals Hinata. According to the original plot, the first meeting between Naruto and Hinata was at the funeral after Hizashi sent him to die. Hinata ran away from the clan because of the depressed atmosphere, and met Naruto, who was wandering around because the house was empty. And this time Naruto didn't intend to sneak around. Naruto, who was able to disclose the identity of the son of the fourth generation, directly chose to go to the ceremony to eat. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Naruto in bewilderment. It never occurred to him that Sarutobi Hiruzen would let Jinchuriki run wild. The current Hyuga family doesn't want to have anything to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Third Ninja World War, the various ninja clans signed an unconditional peace agreement because of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What are you doing here? Hyuga Hiyashi evicts Naruto. You are not welcome here. Although I don't want to see third generation. But for his order to alienate Naruto, this group of ninjas dare not disobey openly. After all, after the 3 wars, the second strongest family in Konoha village is the Sarutobi family. If you count the Shimura clan, even the Uchiha clan would not want to confront them head-on. So although I have sympathy for what happened to Naruto, but they will not openly oppose Hokage's order for the so-called sympathy. That's why Hinata's guards told Hinata to stay away from Naruto. However, Naruto didn't care about Hyuga Hiyashi's expulsion order. He found a VIP seat and sat down directly. I am the son of 4th Hokage, why can't I come to such a lively event? Hyuga Hiyashi's pupil shrank, and then a stunned expression appeared on his face. Chapter 22. Naruto's identity can be disclosed casually? As the head of the clan, Hyuga Hiyashi naturally sensed something was wrong. He waved to the clansmen. Leave him alone and get things ready. Yes. Immediately, everyone chose to ignore Naruto according to their duties. Naruto raised his eyebrows. These big families are indeed as good as foxes. Originally, I planned to make a big fuss like a few days ago and take the initiative to expose my identity. As a result, Hyuga Hiyashi chose to ignore himself and ignore him. Hyuga Niji asked his father suspiciously. Father, who is he? Hizashi looked at Naruto solemnly and said. Remember, stay away from him in the future. Niji didn't know why and let out a "oh." Over time, the tables and chairs in the venue were gradually set up. The branch houses of the Hyuga clan also gathered in the venue and stood silently. Until noon. The appearance of Narashizu, the patriarch of the Nara clan, announced the official opening of the ceremony. The Inoshika Ch clan, the Abarame clan, and the Shimura clan all appeared at the ceremony one by one. And with the appearance of Uchiha Fugaku and Konoha F4, the venue was already full of weird atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was sitting alone at a table eating, and his expression changed. How did this guy appear here? Shouldn't he be sleeping at home? Danzo on the side turned dark. He whispered coldly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What did I say, Hiruzen? You will regret it. I think you should leave Naruto to me to deal with. A weapon should look like a weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo. Shut up, Danzo. He is the son of the 4th generation, and we Konoha owe him. Danzo snorted coldly. Your indecision will pay for it sooner or later. The most brilliant thing about Sarutobi Hiruzen than Danzo is that on the surface he never took the initiative to issue any orders to directly persecute his teammates. Whether it's the Senju clan, the wood-style experiment, or the extermination of the Uchiha clan. He did not explicitly order the persecution. All orders are Danzo's own opinion, and he just acquiesces behind his back. So on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still the good old man who only thinks about peace, so he is indecisive. This is also the biggest reason why various ninjas did not turn against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because he really didn't persecute any ninja. With Danzo, the Pot King, he helped him do everything he wanted to do, and he just waited to reap the fruits. That's why even though Danzo had sent someone to assassinate him, he still chose to forgive. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked up to Naruto and asked with a smile. Naruto, why are you here? Naruto said, of course. I heard that there is a banquet here, so I came here to eat. My father died to save the village. It's nothing for me to have a meal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched twice. CO author, you are here to eat rice. As long as it's not here to make trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Naruto. Then you eat well, if you don't have enough, just ask someone to ask for it. Immediately afterwards, he also left the table and sat at the top again. And at this moment, several ninjas wearing Cloud Shinobi forehead protectors walked in through the door. Naruto narrowed his eyes and asked Nine Tails in his heart. How Kurama? Nine Tails glanced up and said with disdain. It's just a few rubbish, you can easily take them down even without me. Naruto looked at Cloud Shinobi in surprise. Are there no Jonin among them? If even Naruto can be taken down, it means that there is not even a Jonin in the mission. Nine Tails yawned and said. Not even a tenth of the amount of Chakra that Anbu knocked out yesterday. Naruto touched his chin upon hearing that. It seems that this mission was originally the dead soldiers sent by Cloud Shinobi village. The purpose is to actively provoke a war with Konoha. After all, Konoha suffered heavy losses on the night of Nine Tails, 4th Hokage died, and it is an indisputable fact that a large number of Jonin died due to Nine Tails' rampage. This time Cloud Shinobi village is obviously here to test the attitude of Konoha village. After all, let alone Chunin, it is not so easy for even a cage-level strongman to kidnap the Hyuga clan silently. The night of genocide Obito was once observed by the enchantment of the enchantment class when he returned to the Uchiha clan. Several Cloud Shinobi walked into the venue with arrogance. Obviously not strong, but they showed the momentum of Raikage. Several people swept around. At a glance, I saw Naruto standing alone at the table. The captain with a bandage on his head brightened his eyes, and led the team straight to Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others frowned. The patriarchs of the various ninja clans at the scene had different expressions. Little ghost, who are you? Why can you sit here? Captain Cloud Shinobi asked Naruto loudly. Naruto glanced up at him and cursed. I'm your father, get out, don't bother me. The faces of several Cloud Shinobi changed. One of them slapped Naruto directly and arrogantly. Chapter 23. The expressions of all the people present changed. They never imagined that the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village could be so arrogant. In Konoha's territory, he challenged things above board. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in unison. This is Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly face, no-brainer Cloud Shinobi, sent some shit over here to sign a peace agreement. Sure enough, they didn't intend to truly cease the war, but to test Konoha's bottom line. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to order the shot, a cold light flashed in Naruto's eyes on the table. I saw his little hand suddenly raised, and a blue ball popped out of his palm instantly. Nani? The faces of everyone present changed. Raise Nan. How is it possible? Bang! The Cloud Shinobi screamed and flew backwards while spinning. The faces of the other Cloud Shinobi changed drastically. This is obviously just a kid of 3 or 4 years old, how could he learn such a powerful ninjutsu? However, it was Konoha's people who were more shocked than them. That's a rank Muji Raise Nan. The current Naruto is actually released. Naruto sneered. Anything dares to act wild on our Konoha? When there is no one in our Konoha. Let me tell you, 4th Hokage is my father, and 3rd Hokage is my master. You dare to touch Laozi, I think you are getting impatient. As Naruto said. Everyone present looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment. Except for his own exposure, everyone really can't think of anyone who would dare to tell this news to Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was also a little ugly. Raise Nan. Sure enough, Naruto has the soul of 4th Hokage in his body. Except for 4th Hokage, only Jiraiya knows this A-level ninjutsu. Except that it was given to him by the 4th Hokage, there is no possibility. How did he know? As a traverser. Raise Nan is basically the only ninjutsu that can be learned just by watching anime. As long as you have Chakra, and then follow Jiraiya's step-by-step learning, you can easily master it. What's more, the current Naruto does not have the interference of 9 tails. With the ninjutsu aptitude he inherited from Minato, he can easily learn this A-level ninjutsu without needing water polo, balloons, or rubber balls. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen sent 3-body technique, Naruto had learned Raise Nan secretly. Now these sand sculptures are provocative. Just in time to expose my identity. What better place for Sarutobi Hiruzen to recognize himself than the gathering of the entire Konoha high-rise? Several cloud shinobi looked at Naruto with ugly faces. Then the captain yelled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this your Konoha's way of hospitality? You must give us an explanation this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said. He's still a child. Captain Cloud Shinobi glanced at his seriously injured teammate, his face darkened. Kilchnan's child in one hit. If this grows up, wouldn't it be another golden flash? The captain threatened with a livid face. This matter is endless, you must hand over the murderer, otherwise our Cloud Shinobi village will start a war with you, Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were fascinated. The original amiable expression suddenly turned cold. He wants to beat the ninjas with Cloud Shinobi, but he's not stupid enough to hand over the Jinchuriki. Go to war? Do you, Cloud Shinobi village, have the guts to go to war with Konoha? Konoha is not the only one who has died. You Raikage are still little brats. Cloud Shinobi's expression changed when he heard the words. He didn't seem to expect that the fabled, peaceful, and weak Hokage would dare to say such a thing. How did he know that Naruto is Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki? If he knew, he wouldn't say such 2B words. Cloud Shinobi looked at the ninja watching the play in Konoha with a livid face. He waved his hand suddenly and turned his head. Let's go. Naruto mocked contemptuously behind him. Bah, a bunch of cowards. Cloud Shinobi, with the veins on his forehead exposed, clenched his fists and hurried away with the wounded. The originally lively Zhongli ceremony seemed to have changed. Everyone listened to the screams of Niji, who was engraved with caged bird in their own thoughts. When the ceremony is over, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the people who were about to leave. Then he pretended to call Naruto to the stage and said, "You may also know that this is Uzumaki Naruto, and you may have guessed what he heard from his name. Yes, he is the son of Minato and Kushina, and the hero who saved the village on the night of 9 tails. Originally, I was worried that the ninjas of the enemy village would take revenge on Minato's heirs, but now Naruto has initially mastered 9 tails Chakra, so today I am here to announce his identity to everyone. I hope everyone can take care of him more in the days to come. I know that some of you have loved ones who died at the hands of 9 tails, but we all know that Jinchuriki is not equal to a tailed beast. I hope everyone will stop seeing him in the same light." Many ninjas looked at each other in blank dismay. They couldn't figure out why Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly changed his mind. Is this conscience discovered? Naruto looked at the crowd with a smile and waved his hands. I'll take care of you in the future. Chapter 24. The ceremony is over. Everyone left with their own ghosts. In the station, Cloud Shinobi slapped the table in front of him in half. Too much deceit. That brat turned out to be the son of 4th Hokage, no wonder he was so arrogant. Originally, we only planned to attack the main family of the Hyuga clan, but now it seems that the kid will be added. But Captain, that brat is so strong, Kojiro was almost defeated by him. A group of cloud shinobi discussed what happened today in a low voice in the room. The task they received was to kidnap the head of the Hyuga clan while signing the agreement. This group of people didn't realize that they had been abandoned by the village long ago and became a tool to test Konoha. Captain Cloud Shinobi looked grim. He was humiliated by a 3-year-old kid. No. This time we must take revenge. The son of Namikaze Minato, who is also very valuable in comparison, will be another yellow flash in the future, and we must prevent this from happening. Divide into 2 groups tonight. One group will follow the plan to capture Hyuga Hinata, and the other group will follow me to take that kid away. Kojiro's miss before was only due to carelessness. How strong a 3-year-old child can be, this time I will definitely be able to do it with ease. Several cloud shinobi looked adoringly at each other and murmured yes. Until evening. Everyone put on night clothes and disappeared from the station with a swish. At the same time, the picture on the crystal ball in Hokage's office slowly disappeared. Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to the air. Master Hokage. A figure appeared like a ghost, respectfully. You go to protect Naruto, Jinchuriki cannot afford to lose. Shisui responded, stood up and disappeared instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and muttered to himself. Danzo, now is not the time for you to make a move. Yes. It wasn't Cloud Shinobi he sent Shisui to guard against at all, but his own colleague Danzo. The talent shown by Naruto is amazing and decisive. Even Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, and Jainin at the age of 12, was overshadowed by Naruto. You must know that Kakashi's Chidori was developed by itself because it could not learn Raise Nan. And Naruto is only 3 years old, and he is already proficient in using the A-level ninjutsu Raise Nan. You must know that the level of ninjutsu means the difficulty of learning. Level A is basically the highest level of difficulty in learning ninjutsu. Many of the S-level forbidden techniques are listed as S-level because of harsh casting conditions or severe side effects. For example, Sasuke's Kirin needs Dragon Fire technique to create thunderclouds as a prerequisite. Therefore, Naruto, who has mastered A-level ninjutsu at this age, is extremely terrifying in terms of talent. Coupled with the blood of the Uzumaki family and the Nine Tails Chakra, this is enough to convince anyone that once Naruto grows up, he will be no less than the 4th Hokage, or even the legendary Sunin. With the character of Danzo. If he wants to become Hokage, he will definitely try his best to get Naruto. Although he knows that Naruto has a certain strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still worried that Danzo, a 2-person, will kill Naruto in a flash of his brain. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Danzo extremely well. He knew that Danzo's initial starting point might be for Konoha, but he would give up the mission without hesitation once there was a temptation to help him become Hokage halfway. It's like Danzo met Nagato when he led the route to prevent Rock Shinobi Village from reconciling with Konoha. As a result, after seeing Rinnegan, Danzo immediately forgot about his mission and went directly to engage in Nagato with Hanzo. Danzo sent Shisui to protect Naruto, also to prevent Danzo from assassinating Naruto with the idea of killing the wrong one. Although Naruto has good strength, he can easily be assassinated by ninjas without systematic training. After all, ninjas are different from the pirates next door. The pirates next door greet each other with 2 voices and a thunderous 8 trigrams. Among ninjas, they definitely can assassinate but not fight head-on, and they can poison them without using ninjutsu. In many cases, I was directly GG without even seeing the face. Before Naruto can really become a ninja, the necessary protection is still there. And Sarutobi Hiruzen took another sip from the pouch. Even he was thought that the purpose of Cloud Shinobi Village this time is really the Hyuga clan. This time he didn't even have to guide. With the personality of the Hyuga clan, facing the act of abducting the heir of his own clan is absolutely shoot to kill. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction of the Hyuga clan with a smile. It's time to tell them about how hard this peace has come. At this time, a dark cloud came. The passing moonlight is covered by dark clouds. In the middle of the night, Konoha is as silent as death. Naruto, who was refining chakra, suddenly opened his eyes. He smirked. Putting on his coat, he walked straight out of the courtyard. Someone watching? It doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about exposing anything now. Chapter 25. The streets are empty at night. Naruto seems to be wandering the streets aimlessly. But his position is gradually approaching the clan land of the Hyuga clan. Shisui, who was secretly in charge of protecting, frowned. He didn't know what Naruto was doing running out of the room in the middle of the night. Shisui sounded Naruto's orphan status side. Maybe it's because the house is too deserted. Sudden. Shisui frowned. After he turned his head to look at a house to the west. Two ninjas are leaping towards Naruto quickly. Who is this? Shisui looked at the two in surprise. Are you here for Naruto? Naruto, who was wandering around, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the west. Hey? The target has changed. Naruto narrowed his eyes and muttered softly. Next second. Several kunai shot towards Naruto from the darkness. Kurama. Naruto gave a low snort. His eyes suddenly turned into scarlet fox pupils. And there was an evil smile on his face. It's been a long time since I came out. The voice that did not belong to Naruto changed the face of Shisui, who was spying on him. Such a strong chakra. And Naruto instantly jumped to avoid kunai. Two cloud shinobi quickly seal with both hands. Lightning style. Walk. Rays of thunder came out from the hand, and radiated towards Naruto's foothold. Take Naruto Corona away, that's exactly what Cloud Shinobi intends. They don't believe that a mere child can have any combat experience. Anyway, they are also elite chunin. If they lose to a child, they don't need to be ninjas. What they don't know, however, is that the one manipulating Naruto's body in front of him is not himself at all. In the previous life, he was an author who fled to the streets, and he only had 3 years of fighting experience after time traveling. He doesn't even have dynamic vision to hide from kunai. This is a very real problem. Even with the mighty chakra, Naruto simply can't display the corresponding strength. Therefore, in the past 3 years, Naruto has successfully developed the Nine Tails proxy service through the consciousness exchange with Nine Tails. It doesn't matter if you don't have combat experience. Nine Tails has it. Although I used to spend most of my time wandering in the wild. But no matter what, he fought side by side with Lord Madara, and even with instinct, he can easily beat Jainin. Seeing that the lightning is about to hit Naruto, Shisui was ready to rescue him immediately. The result is a richer Nine Tails chakra bursting from Naruto's body. The scarlet tail beast coat instantly wrapped Naruto. There was a crackling thunder and lightning on the ground, but it did not cause any damage to Naruto. At the same time, a tail protruded from the back of Naruto's buttocks, soared instantly and directly pierced the two cloud shinobi. Not good. Only then did Shisui come back to his senses. Didn't Nine Tails go berserk? He swiped and appeared directly in front of Naruto. Kurama glanced at Shisui and directly one tail glanced over. Shisui's face darkened, and he dodged again in a blink of an eye. Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth, and the tail beast chakra on his body disappeared instantly. The moment just now was purely because Nine Tails couldn't help it when he saw Sharingan, remembering the days when he was manipulated. Seeing that Shisui's strength is strong and Naruto's current strength can't get any benefit, Nine Tails retreated directly and intuitively. Watching the disappearing Nine Tails chakra, Shisui heaved a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to fight Jinchuriki unless he has to. It would be a sin to PS off Nine Tails for another Nine Tails night. After the exchange of consciousness, Naruto pretended to be innocent and asked Shisui, "Are you also shitting because of constipation?" Shisui's eyes twitched wildly. Is the spread of feelings caused by eating too much during the day and taking a walk? Shisui walked up to the two dead cloud shinobi with a serious expression on his face. Don't walk around at night, it's not a peaceful time. When he took off the masks of the two, his expression changed drastically. Isn't this the cloud shinobi mission ninja of the day? Are they really after Jinchuriki? Shisui summoned a crow and flew quickly towards Hokage Tower. The envoy died in Konoha. If it is not handled well, it will definitely lead to a war. At this time, Naruto said with a smile. Brother, when I got rid of the bad guys just now, I sensed through the demon fox Chakra that there are two more ninjas heading towards the Hyuga tribe. Are you sure you don't want to go and see? Shisui's expression changed when he heard that. Instantly disappeared from the spot. Naruto looked at the departing Shisui and sneered twice. Uchiha Shisui can't understand the deep meaning of Hokage-sama. What he was thinking at this time was to capture the other two Cloud Shinobi and bring them to justice, so as to leave evidence that it was Cloud Shinobi who shot first. Naruto looked at the naive Shisui with contempt on his face. No wonder he was abandoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't figure out what's really going on in his mind. Dare to expose his distinguished heavenly gods, this is not courting death. But any superior will never allow a monster who can control his mind at any time to appear by his side. Not even if he is a confidant he cultivated. Just like Danzo asked Shisui at the beginning. What if some high-level Konoha disagrees with the harmonious coexistence of the Uchiha clan in the village? The answer Shisui gave was to be silent. Obviously, if the village cannot accept the Uchiha clan after the Uchiha high-level hypnosis, he is going to use distinguished heavenly gods to change the thinking of this group of corrupt high-level people. This is no longer a bottom-line problem for conspirators like Danzo. It's like tearing up the bottom line and stomping on both feet. Naruto looked at the departing Shisui and smiled. This political idiot deserves to be killed. Then he rushed towards the direction Shisui left through his perception. Chapter 26. At night, a dark shadow broke into the Hyuga family's clan. Hyuga Hizashi opened his eyes from the darkness and frowned. How could Xiangxin Leopard have the courage to go to Hyuga's house to find trouble? Who doesn't know that the strongest of the Hyuga family is the ability to detect, and the word infiltration does not exist in the Hyuga family? That cloud shinobi ran straight towards the room where Hinata was. Hyuga Hizashi got up and opened the door and went out instantly. Cloud shinobi looked at the sleeping Hinata and was overjoyed. Why didn't Konoha, one of the two major pupil art families, let himself get in easily? He stuns Hinata with incense. Immediately picked up Hinata and rushed outside. The goal has been achieved, and the peace agreement and the like are just a piece of waste paper. Their task is to obtain the blood successor boundary of the Hyuga clan. Now that they have obtained it, they naturally choose to leave Konoha directly. But he wasn't happy yet. Just turning over the bow, he saw Hyuga Hizashi in nightgown standing in front of him, looking at him expressionlessly. Nani? Captain Cloud Shinobi's face changed. Hyuga Hizashi didn't give him the slightest chance to react. The white eyes opened instantly and pointed directly. Be merciful! There was a loud shout. But Hyuga Hizashi's speed was too fast, and the captain who was only a Jonin level was killed in an instant before he even had time to react. Shisui appeared with a swipe, and his face was a little ugly. So far, there is no one alive except Cloud Shinobi who was injured during the day. Hizashi held his daughter in his arms and frowned at Shisui. Why is Anbu here? At this time, Naruto's voice came with a smile. He came to protect me. I ate too much and took a walk during the day, but I was attacked by Cloud Shinobi. Hyuga Hizashi was taken aback. Cloud Shinobi? Then he pulled off the human mask. Sure enough, the appearance of the leader of the mission caught his eyes. Hyuga Hizashi suddenly changed his face. Being able to become the head of the clan, he naturally knew that Cloud Shinobi might use this incident to start a war with Konoha. Shisui sighed. It was originally planned to keep alive, then they told the plan, but now it seems that it is too late. And Naruto said with a smile at this time. Isn't there another wounded one? The two looked at Naruto in surprise. Shisui was overjoyed immediately. Naruto, you hurry home. Immediately, he hurriedly chased towards the Cloud Shinobi village resident. Hyuga Hizashi, who was holding Hinata, looked at Naruto suspiciously. Could it be that during the day, this kid hurt Cloud Shinobi on purpose? Wrong. How could he know the purpose of Cloud Shinobi village? Hyuga Hizashi shook his head and prepared to return to Hyuga's house. But at this time Naruto said lightly. If I were you, I would find a way to get rid of the matter of killing Cloud Shinobi. Hyuga Hizashi turned his head sharply to stare at Naruto. Why? Naruto said slowly. During the day, Cloud Shinobi village had just signed a peace agreement with Konoha, and the whole Konoha was immersed in the joy of the complete end of the ninja war. Once the tense nerves are relaxed, it is difficult to tense up again in a short period of time, which means that Konoha is extremely war-weary now. But at this time, Cloud Shinobi's mission died in your hands. What do you think the village will do for the so-called peace? Hyuga Hizashi's expression changed. Although Cloud Shinobi did not intend to conclude a peace treaty in the first place. But the villagers don't know that once the war starts again, the Hyuga clan will become the target of public criticism. All ninja clans have suffered heavy losses due to the Ninja World War. Now they will definitely not want to start a war again. When the time comes to fight, I am afraid that the ninjas at the forefront will all be of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga family is a body art family, and they are mainly responsible for the investigation and security work in this kind of ninja war. If they really rushed to the forefront, they would be easily kited if they don't know how to use ninjutsu. Naruto looked at the discolored Hyuga Hizashi and smiled. It seems that you want to understand, this is a big pit, think about how to deal with it. Cloud Shinobi's attack on him changed Naruto's original plan. Originally, he planned to kill Cloud Shinobi and save Hinata so that the Hyuga clan owed him a favor. But now that he has a better choice, he is naturally ready to give favors when the Hyuga clan needs it the most. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Naruto in shock. The one who survived during the day. Naruto looked at Hizashi inscrutably. It's good that you understand. But actually Naruto would not think so much. He just thinks that Cloud Shinobi really deserves a beating. How can there be someone who is more pretentious than himself? I can only say that what happened during the day was just an accident. But Naruto will naturally not give up the credit for gaining favorability. Naruto, who dug a hole in advance, turned and left the Hyuga clan. The next thing cannot be resolved in a short while. What they don't know, however, is that on the other side, Cloud Shinobi, who was injured and rested, appeared in front of several masked Anbu. He looked at Anbu's expression in astonishment. What are you Konoha planning to do? However, the eyes under Anbu showed no expression at all. Kill. Chapter 27. When Shisui feels the scene. Anbu has already cleaned up the scene. The leading captain said to Shisui. It's a step late, the other side has already committed suicide by taking poison. Shisui looked at the silent Cloud Shinobi with an ugly face. Big trouble. As expected. For the next period of time. Because of the failure of the plan of Thunder Country. He directly used the killing of ninjas in his own country as an excuse to say that Konoha violated the alliance treaty, and also put forward many unreasonable conditions. Including some ceding land, providing S-rank ninjutsu, and handing over the culprit who killed Cloud Shinobi village. Asking prices all over the sky, paying back the money on the ground. Konoha and the Kingdom of Thunder have entered a stage where they can't stop arguing and wrangling each other. But with border friction, many villagers and ninjas who yearn for peace can't sit still. If this war starts again, won't it be that he will send his family to the battlefield again? You must know that from the first battle to the end of the third battle, Konoha's ninja number has increased from more than 2,000 to more than 12,000. Konoha's village has more people. Most of them were genin who were forced to be recruited, barely able to cast the three-body technique and then sent to the battlefield. Countless people died on the battlefield. So even the villagers hated the war very much. Therefore, under the pressure of public opinion, rumors of handing over to the Land of Thunder the culprit who killed Cloud Shinobi intensified. Danzo at the root base frowned. He asked the root below. Who is spreading anti-war rhetoric? As the hawk among Konoha's high-level executives, he is always thinking about the whole ninja world. He would also accept it if he exchanged the lives of his teammates for the victory of the war. But he can't accept such things as exchanging the lives of his teammates for peace, because he thinks such things are meaningless. The root below half-kneeled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Danzo, I haven't found the source of the remarks, but as far as I can see, it's more caused by the villagers and various ninjas opposing the start of the war." Danzo snorted coldly. "The last time I signed an alliance agreement with Iwagakure, I opposed it. Now that this kind of thing happened, it turns out that third generation is old. How about the other thing I asked you to check?" Returning to my lord, the reason why third generation disclosed its identity is because Jinchuriki possesses the previous generation Jinchuriki Kushina and Chakra of fourth Hokage in Jinchuriki's body. The spirit attached to it tells Nine Tails Jinchuriki who he is. Danzo's face was a little ugly. He originally planned to isolate Naruto, let him fall into darkness, and then find Hiruzen to put Jinchuriki into himself to cultivate. As a result, Jinchuriki actually knew his identity, and even said it directly in public. The fourth generation originally belonged to the Hokage family. Once Naruto's identity is revealed, even Sarutobi Hiruzen would be unable to brainwash Naruto into a weapon. After all the ninjas of the family are watching, if they can't even keep the orphan of their own grandchildren. That fool would choose to join the Sarutobi Hiruzen line. Danzo tapped his cane. "Keep an eye on Jinchuriki, and if you get the chance, grab it." "Yes." Just when Danzo was struggling with the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen found the elders of the Hyuga clan. In the dim candlelight, a group of elders sat cross-legged on tatami mats with Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a helpless expression. "The Land of Thunder demanded the handing over of the Hyuga clan, which has the blood succession limit, and they said this is the bottom line." That compassionate expression seemed to be really entangled for peace. Hyuga Hayashi's face was livid. What Naruto said before really happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to surrender himself in exchange for peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sigh. Now all the ninjas are recuperating, and they are not willing to start a war. After all, it is a long-lost peace. One of the Hyuga elders said with a constipated face. "Isn't there another culprit? Why only us Hyuga clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen felt infinite contempt for this elder. "That's Jinchuriki. Hand over the Jinchuriki? Turn around and people will start a war with you and then throw it back at you." The elders of this group of ninjas were kicked by donkeys one by one. Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't ridicule it. He said helplessly. "After all, Naruto is Jinchuriki. Once Konoha loses Jinchuriki, other villages will definitely attack Konoha mercilessly." The faces of several members of the Hyuga clan were dark. They also know that it is impossible, but they just want to complain, "Why are we the Hyuga clan only injured?" Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a long time and said. "There is no way, if I can save the whole village with my own life." "Wait a minute. I disagree." But at this time, a childish voice suddenly came from outside the door, causing everyone in the room to show expressions of astonishment. Chapter 28. Everyone looked back. But seeing Naruto rushing in regardless of the obstruction. "How much is that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto in bewilderment. "I saw," Naruto said loudly. "I've heard it all, because of the 2 cloud shinobi I killed, they're going to war. My father told me that as long as there are flying leaves, the fire will burn. The fire illuminates the village and makes the trees sprout new shoots. The will of fire will never be extinguished. It only makes sense to fight with your life, so the ancestors will hold the dream of this as a goal worth fighting for and participate in the ninja war. If you really want to sacrifice, just sacrifice me. I am willing to sacrifice myself to illuminate the village. The people present looked at Naruto, who talked loudly in astonishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked inside. It turns out that 4th Hokage has unconsciously passed on his will of fire? Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a few words excitedly, as expected of the son of the 4th generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled what his teacher taught him when he passed the position of Hokage to him. He once said, "I want to protect and love this village, trust the villagers, and cultivate people who can entrust the affairs of the next era." Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Senju Tobirama standing in front of him in a trance and said loudly, "As someone who protects the village, I will not back down even a single step." For a moment, an extremely ashamed emotion rose from Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. What are you doing? He actually handed over the people in the village in exchange for the so-called peace? To be precise, it is to beat these ninjas. Thinking of Hyuga Hayashi's resolute words just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his tone and shouted angrily. No need. No one needs to sacrifice. If he wants to fight, we will fight. For a while, the ninjutsu doctor who was all-powerful on the battlefield seemed to be back again. The members of the Hyuga clan present were stupefied. Is this the sun coming out from the west? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is usually very close, but the big family knows how Hokage, who is in charge of the assassination force, can be a soft-hearted person. This is not at all like the usual Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the distance, Naruto complimented Sarutobi Hiruzen in an excited way. Really? Hokage-sama is really amazing. But in his heart, he asked Nine Tails in his body solemnly. How? Kurama? Can you undo it? This illusion? Nine Tails in Naruto nodded solemnly. It shouldn't be a big problem. This illusion is only temporarily guiding the enemy to follow the direction of the caster, and it doesn't forcefully change the personality memory. Naruto narrowed his eyes, not happy about it, but a serious look on his face. Because Naruto knows. This is the right eye obtained by Danzo using distinguished heavenly gods. Not Uchiha attack his left eye that covers impure world reincarnation. If Shisui at this time uses the distinguished heavenly gods that has been cooling down for more than 10 years on himself. Even Naruto didn't know if he could handle it. Yes. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen has turned against the water is that it's all because Naruto instigated Uchiha Shisui, who was in charge of monitoring him. To be exact, it's not instigation. Instead, Shisui was persuaded to change Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempt to hand over his village teammates in exchange for a so-called peace joke. The original intention of Konoha village was to report to the group to keep warm and protect their own people from harm. If a Hyuga Hayashi is handed over today, it is normal to hand over a Uchiha Fugaku tomorrow. Once the determination to fight to the death and never retreat is lost, there is only one road to perdition waiting for the village. After all, no one wants to follow a regime that will be sacrificed at any time. Naruto told Shisui all the conjectures about the Black Third Generation in his previous life. Coupled with some Konoha secrets that Shisui didn't know, Shisui finally decided to trust Naruto once. Change Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to sacrifice the Hyuga clan with distinguished heavenly gods. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely unaware that he had been under the illusion. He only felt that he had regained the passionate self he once was. The self who aims to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the worshipping Naruto and suddenly felt that he became extremely noble. He held his head high and said to Naruto and the Hyuga clan. Don't worry, we Konoha will never hand over our companions. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and walked outside the house. The Hyuga family, who was left in a daze, was at a loss. Only Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Naruto suspiciously. Not long ago, he reminded himself to throw the pot away. Now when he appears, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately changed his original plan. This has to make Hyuga Hiyashi suspect that it has something to do with Naruto. And Naruto said to Hiyashi without hesitation, "Remember, you owe me your life." Several elders of the elders group were furious. "What did you say? When did the patriarch owe you his life?" Hyuga Hayashi's pupils shrank, and a hint of horror flashed in his eyes. It really was him. He took a deep look at Naruto and said, "Okay, I remember." Chapter 29. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who returned to Hokage's office, couldn't calm down for a long time. Why did I suddenly become hot-blooded? Obviously, it has succeeded immediately. After beating the Hyuga clan, it will definitely play a very good role in killing chickens and monkeys. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a cage-level powerhouse, much stronger than the resistance of the same controlled 3 ships. At this moment, he had vaguely sensed that something was wrong. But he never thought about illusion. After all, Manjiki Sharingan has 1 ability per person. So far the distinguished heavenly gods have not been recorded at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't figure it out, finally attributed it to Naruto's passionate remarks, which resonated with him. After all, those words were taught to the 4th generation to brainwash them. Now the word has been spoken. As a Hokage, it is naturally not good to change your mouth. It seems that the plan to kill chickens and monkeys will continue to be postponed. But what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen happy is that his disciple's brainwashing effect on Naruto is awesome. You don't even need to end the game yourself, the will of fire burns extremely hot. And at this moment, Danzo pushed the door in with 2 consultants. "Hiruzen, I don't allow you to show weakness to Cloud Shinobi Village." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. At least it's not without a little bit of benefit, and it saves the 3 old guys' rhetoric to some extent. "Who says I'm going to show weakness? If they want to fight, then fight." Danzo. On the other side, Naruto is sitting on the ground grilling fish with Shisui, who is in charge of monitoring him in a dense forest. "That'll be fine." Shisui frowned at Naruto and asked, "Is this really what 4th Hokage means?" Naruto took a big bite of the fish and comforted him. "This is still false. My father said it himself in my body. There is no reason for Konoha to hand over his companion. It's not that you haven't been with my father before, don't you know what kind of character he is? 3rd generation is old, and he wants to exchange the lives of his companions for the so-called peace. What a stupid decision. Know that Konoha village was established to protect the safety of our companions. It is a disgrace to us to gain peace at the expense of our comrades." Shisui was relieved by the righteous Naruto. Before casting distinguished heavenly gods, it was Naruto who finally convinced Shisui under the pretense that it was an order from Minato in his body. After all, a 3-year-old child. No matter how convincing the words are, it will certainly not make Shisui betray Hokage. But if it is another Hokage, it is another matter. Not to mention the 4th generation following the 3rd generation. Naruto comforted Shisui with a smile. "Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely not dare to call, don't underestimate those reckless people. Compared to Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure may have some action in the near future." In retaliation for Lin, Obito intensified the blood fog policy with the Sharingan-controlled Mizukage by Uchiha Madara, and abandoned the natural advantage of facing each other across the sea, and sent people to fight everywhere all day long. Normally, Shisui should be guarding against these lunatics at the stronghold at this time, but now he is called back for his own reasons. Although Cloud Shinobi Village is clamoring for a war. But in fact, Konoha gave a dead body without white eyes, and they finally took advantage of it and withdrew. If you really want to fight Konoha, Cloud Shinobi can forcefully fight Konoha with someone who is not the murderer himself. In fact, Cloud Shinobi immediately died down after taking advantage of it. Feeling relieved, Shisui finally picks up the grilled fish and eats it with Naruto. Time passed little by little. Things are exactly as Naruto said. Originally, they came here just for the sake of supercilious eyes, but in the end, a team of ninjas all died in Konoha. Originally Hokage took a fancy to third Hokage's weakness. As a result, who would have thought that Konoha would be so tough this time? Teams of ninjas are sent to the frontier. After all, the land of thunder and the land of fire are not adjacent to each other, and there are two small countries in between. Crossing the supply line to attack Konoha will obviously suffer a lot. Not to mention that Konoha is still the most powerful country in the ninja world. In the end, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi signed an alliance treaty. Although everyone knows that this thing is actually just a fig leaf. It's really like waste paper when you start playing. But the signing of this treaty means that the ninja world officially ended the two ninja world wars that spanned 17 years since World War II. And Naruto has also changed from the original Nine-Tails demon fox to the identity of the son of 4th Hokage. Although many stupid villagers still hold an attitude of disgust towards Naruto. But no store dares to refuse Naruto consumption in an open and honest manner. And Naruto also started his first closed-door practice since he came from time travel. Konoha village every morning, there are two freaks wearing tights and shouting slogans running around Konoha village. Time passed little by little during the practice. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Naruto has the help of the Hyuga clan. Economically, there is no need to worry about your own consumption. Every day, the medicinal soup is prepared according to Guy's secret recipe, and the hidden wounds of the body are eliminated through the medicinal bath after exercise. Although Nine-Tails Chakra also has a healing function, but that thing will erode the vitality of the body and consume cells. To put it bluntly, it is Krypton life. Naturally, Naruto would not use Nine-Tails Chakra to restore his body if it was not necessary. Although Naruto was only 6 years old at this time. But his height is more than 1.4 meters. It is about the same height as when I graduated from ninja school at the age of 12. Under the dual effects of sufficient nutrition and expensive medicinal baths, his body developed much faster than in the plot. At this time, on a cliff outside the village, Naruto and the Might Guy fought on the cliff. Kakashi fell into darkness during the years he served as Anbu. Naruto successfully replaced him as Might Guy's partner. Third Gate. Life Gate. Open. Chapter 30. Green Chakra emerges from Might Guy. His speed soared and he blasted towards Naruto. And Naruto is not to be outdone. The red Nine-Tails Chakra instantly covers the whole body. The two drank at the same time. Lilian Hua. The blurry figure exploded on the cliff in an instant. The terrifying chakra collision caused a large crater to burst instantly on the cliff. Two figures fell from the cliff towards two directions respectively. It finally fell to the ground under a rain of gravel. Come here today. Naruto, who landed on the ground, stretched, and there was a crackling sound from his body. Naruto in the chakra coat with a tailed beast is spotless. Compared with the somewhat embarrassed Might Guy, the two sides stand tall. Guy looked at Naruto like a monster. UBD, you can use Lilian Hua even without 8 inner gates. You should know that 8 inner gates is to open the limiter and increase the upper limit of casting spells. Naruto can perform the same move as Guy even without using 8 inner gates at this time. What Might Guy doesn't know is that Naruto can cast more than Rinnegan. From Naruto's point of view, 8 inner gates is actually the Kaiwankan in the world of Dragon Ball. Both are based on their own body to multiply their strength. Excessive use will consume a lot of chi or stamina. And Naruto, as Jinchuriki and the blood of the vortex, already has a huge chakra. His spell casting ceiling is much stronger than Might Guy's. In addition, in the past 6 years, Nine-Tails has continuously assimilated his chakra into Naruto's chakra during the lock-picking process. At this time, Naruto chakra has still reached the terrifying 100-calorie chakra in the plot when Naruto graduated. You know, that's 100 calories without suppressing Nine-Tails chakra. If you add 9 tails chakra. At this time, the chakra that Naruto can use can be as high as 200 cards. Coupled with the gymnastics that I have practiced in the past few years. Even if 8 inner gates is not turned on, Naruto can still use the same physical skills as Might Guy. Even Naruto, the move before Day Tiger, can be easily used by 9 tails chakra. Even if Might Guy has 10 cards of chakra after opening 8 inner gates, it is not enough for Naruto's 200 cards. There is an essential difference between the two in terms of basic attributes. So moves like Blooming Lotus Blossom, Lianhua, and Facing the Peacock. Even without opening 8 inner gates, it can be easily released by relying on its own chakra Naruto. And through the past few years of learning, Naruto successfully trained from an otaku with no combat effectiveness before crossing into a tyrannical ninja. Since a year ago, Might Guy is no longer Naruto's opponent. After all, this world, chakra is the foundation of all strength. Once Naruto masters the Panchatanla in his body, he can quickly grow into an extremely terrifying existence. At this time, Naruto has been able to activate the four-tailed chakra mode without injury. If he really disregarded his body explosion like he did when he was fighting against Orochimaru, it would not be a big problem to activate 6 tails. It's almost the same as the 8 tails who beat Tiendao Pain. You must know that there are still 10 years before Pain's attack on the village. Such a long time is enough for oneself to fully open the 8-sign seal to complete the practice of perfect Jinchuriki. But at this time Naruto encountered a little trouble. That means he's going to school. 6-year-old Naruto has reached the age of Jonin school. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally planned to send Naruto, who controls 9 tails chakra, to the ninja school 3 years ago. But it was strongly opposed by Naruto. Most of the ninja school's knowledge is aimed at genin, and the content taught is mostly the detection and production of traps, the types of enchantments, and the ninjutsu corresponding to the handprints of opponents. These are definitely life-saving knowledge on the battlefield for Chakra's scarce genin. But there is no doubt that, for Naruto, the Jinchuriki, it is simply dispensable. Even Orochimaru was seriously injured by a detonating talisman when he defected. And if it is Naruto, he can easily heal the injury with 9 tails chakra. In a word, in the face of absolute power, any tricks are useless. Instead of going to school to learn that bullshit theoretical knowledge, it is better to spend more time practicing gymnastics with Might Guy. Ninja school is a waste of time for him. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who saw Naruto's will of fire, naturally wanted to let Naruto be his own as soon as possible. Naruto, who has not been brainwashed by the ninja school system, is not at ease for him to use. So Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to send Naruto to ninja school for brainwashing as soon as possible. But how could Naruto, who only wanted to improve his strength, do what he wanted? So he thought that he was too young and didn't want to go to school, so he had to wait until now. And this year Naruto is 6 years old. Obviously, there is no way to delay it due to age. In the past 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally succeeded in conquering various families in the ninja world by virtue of his political means. That is this year. The Inoshika Inyazuka, Abarame, Hyuga, and even the Uchiha clan all agreed to send the direct lineage of the family to a ninja school for training. You must know that ninjas have their own training systems. Distilling things like chakra, 3-body technique are learned at a very young age, and Jonin proofreading them is a complete waste of time. Their Jonin school is completely a sign that the ninjas choose to stand in the 3rd generation. The knowledge taught in ninja school is completely dispensable. That's why when Naruto was a child, there was a group of 4 skipping classes. At this time, Naruto is living comfortably in Konoha. Although he has the ability to defect from Konoha at any time. But he naturally wouldn't run to be a traitor and be chased and killed when he was full. So at this time, he had to go to the ninja school to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Might Guy looked at Naruto, who was about to leave, and grinned. You don't think I forgot that today is your school day? Come on. I don't have anything to give you as a gift, so I'll give you this tights that I found someone to sew myself. I also wore it to take the entrance examination back then. Naruto. I will not wear it even if I die. Chapter 31. Abandoned Might Guy with a face full of regret. Naruto turned his head and came to the ninja school gate. Along the way, many enthusiastic villagers greeted Naruto. But more of them kept away with fear in their eyes. Even though Naruto's identity is known, the nine-tails fox in his body will make these ignorant civilians fearful after all. Not to mention the many others whose relatives died during the Night of the Nine Tails. Even though third generation has ordered a ban on discussion. But they still didn't give Naruto a good face. But this is enough for Naruto, after all, he doesn't intend to be a bullshit Hokage, and naturally he doesn't intend to gain favorability in front of these idiots. Konoha village is a ninja village after all. The real core is still many ninjas, and most of these civilians belong to the package recruited to maintain the ninjas' expenses. It's just that under the operation of third Hokage, civilians have already become a tool for him to dilute the ninjas' voting rights. In the previous elections, Hokage was voted by each ninja. Most of the Hokage elections are now civilians. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen controls public opinion, he can easily win the Hokage position. When Naruto came to the ninja school, the rest of the candidates had already arrived. Many commoner candidates looked at Naruto in unison, and whispered to each other. This is the son of the fourth Hokage? He is so tall. Is he really only 6 years old? I heard that he ran around Konoha with that blue beast all day long. It's funny that Hokage's son doesn't practice ninjutsu but learns taijutsu. But my mother said that I won't let me play with him, let us stay away from him. Eh? Really? My mother said the same thing, do you know why? I don't know, anyway, let us stay away from him. On the other hand, the ninja side. Sasuke raised his head proudly and looked at Naruto with his nostrils. He was ordered to stay away from Naruto. So the number of times I met Naruto in these years can be counted on the fingers. But the meeting 3 years ago shocked him greatly. Over the years, Naruto has been regarded as the goal of catching up. After knowing the identity of Naruto Jinchuriki, he felt dismissive of Naruto defeating Anbu. Isn't it just relying on sneak attacks and chakra? A real ninja can't win by relying on these. I have learned ninjutsu and shuriken technique from Annihilating well. Now I can definitely beat him. Thinking of this, Sasuke also glared at Naruto provocatively. But Naruto completely ignored Sasuke and went straight to Hinata's side. He stretched out his hand and squeezed Hinata's small face. Hinata suddenly flushed and collapsed into Naruto's arms. Naruto, who saved Hyuga Hizashi, has a very high status in the Hyuga family. When he usually has nothing to do, he will exercise his face in advance as his future daughter-in-law. But so far the effect is not very obvious. Every time she made an intimate move, she would faint. Shikamaru on the side curled his lips and said in disdain. What's so good about women, you're in trouble. Chiji on the side looked at the female students taking the exam while stuffing potato chips into his mouth and said. I think it's pretty good. I don't know if there are fat boys like me. Although the first love is to eat. But Chiji is also one of the few with online emotional intelligence. When Ino visited him who was injured during the Chunin exam, he thought that his spring had come. Ino looked at Hinata with jealousy at this moment, wishing that she was the one lying in Naruto's arms. Naruto, who aspires to become a Poseidon, naturally did not let go of this beautiful woman who was fooled away by the irony of Sai, the paralyzed man. In the past 3 years, apart from training, Naruto has been wandering around in front of his famous female ninja to gain favor. The already handsome appearance, combined with Naruto's outfit from his previous life and Cloud's hairstyle in Final Fantasy, has won Naruto a lot of female popularity. After all, who would have nothing to guard against a child? So at this time, Naruto's popularity among girls is no less than that of Uchiha Sasuke. Even because the current Naruto develops early. The 12-year-old grade is more attractive to this group of young girls who are young than Sasuke. It's really boring. Naruto looked at the group of excited kids and sighed. I don't need to do tasks to make money now, so I really don't want to waste time in this kind of place. After all, although he is the protagonist, he is only the protagonist of Shippuden. The real enjoyment is only a few years after the end of the Fourth World War before becoming a Hokage. The arrival of the Tsutsuki clan almost beat Naruto, who had expired, into a dog. In the end, Nine Tails was sacrificed to barely defeat Tsutsuki Ishiki. This sense of crisis makes Naruto have an urgent desire to improve his strength, and he doesn't want to play ninja house with these children at all. And at this moment, Hnin suddenly came out of the teaching building and came to Naruto's side and respectfully said, Master Naruto, why did you come here? Third Hokage has been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 32. Naruto looked at Hnin strangely. What is the third generation doing here before school starts? To put it bluntly, at least most of these candidates are not qualified to become ninjas. Now is no better than during the Ninja World War. Peacetime missions are limited. Even half of the ninjas died in the war, there are close to 5,000 ninjas. Not to mention that the actual Jainin World War killed far fewer people. During the Fourth Ninja World War, a total of 80,000 ninjas were produced by the 5 great villages in the Iron Country. Even if you dig out the family ninjas who are not usually in the establishment, there must be nearly 10,000 ninjas in each village. With such a huge number of ninjas, compared with the ninja world map the size of Eastern Europe, the scarcity of tasks has led to more stringent ninja examinations. When Naruto and others graduate every year, there are only 9 qualified ninjas. That is the famous Konoha Xiaoqiang. The rest either went back to school for brainwashing, either give up the profession of ninja directly. So third Hokage only starts preaching the wall of fire at the entrance ceremony with ninja talent every time. For this kind of reserve who can pass the entrance examination is another matter. He had no time to waste on them. Naruto followed Hnin to an office with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, the current headmaster of the ninja school, Moonlight Tree, was nodding and bowing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why are you here, old man? I figured it out and won't let me go to school. Naruto was just joking, he knew that as a Jinchuriki he would not be let out of the village at all. Even if he has shown strength comparable to Jainin. But as a ninja nuclear bomb, it is absolutely not allowed to leave the village unless necessary. Naruto suspected that this was the result of internal fighting in Konoha F4, the only time he went out of the village to perform the Naruto mission, and he didn't even figure out the specific reason. After all, in the follow-up plot, when Jiraiya was going to take Naruto out to practice, the elders clearly stopped him. But considering Jiraiya's strength and the strength of Akatsuki's organization, they finally agreed to let Naruto practice with Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled when he heard Naruto's words. He smiled and said to Naruto, Yes, I did figure it out, you don't need to go to school. Naruto raised his eyebrows, and immediately smelled a conspiracy. This old guy actually gave up on brainwashing himself. I didn't even ask Shisui to give him distinguished heavenly gods? However, the next second, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Continuing to go to school with your strength is indeed a waste, so I decided to let you be a teacher of the ninja school to teach the children's gymnastics lessons. Naruto on the opposite side turned black. Good guy, let yourself teach those little kids? Still forbearing the school teacher, this is a far difference from going to school. Don't think that he doesn't know that teachers also need to learn those brainwashing materials. Even these teachers receive more regular training in guiding ideology than the trainees. I can still skip class when I am a student, but how can I skip class when I am a teacher? Self-study? Don't those foolish people who are against themselves scold themselves to death when they see that they have neglected their children so much? This is simply thankless. So Naruto decisively refused. Teacher? What kind of teacher should I be? I'm just a child. Have I ever studied systematically? How can I be a teacher? If not, I'll be a ninja school student. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without giving Naruto any room to refute. Guy has already reported your strength. I'm afraid the average Jonin is no match for you. What do you say you have learned with this kind of strength? Naruto coughed twice and said. Then let me just become a ninja, you can just arrange for me to graduate early. Didn't Uchiha Itachi also graduate early? He passed the Chunin exam by himself last year, right? I think my strength is no worse than Uchiha Itachi. If you don't believe me, you can call him to compete with me. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had just joined Anbu. No matter how strong it is, it can only have the strength of a special Jonin level. It is undoubtedly a dream to deal with Naruto. Now the entire Konoha village can threaten Naruto's safety 1v1, and only Uchiha Fugaku with unknown strength and Uchiha Shisui from the sequel of Monocular Opening. It has to be said that in terms of talent, the descendants of Indra are obviously much stronger than the descendants of Ashura. If it weren't for the temporary hang of Sage of Six Paths, Ashura would be cold when fighting Indra. Sarutobi Hiruzen choked on Naruto's words. Fighting Itachi, I'm afraid it won't stir up conflicts between himself and Uchiha. In recent years, the calculations against Uchiha have begun to bear fruit. The long-term urban management work has caused the Uchiha family to accumulate a lot of resentment. Sarutobi Hiruzen is able to subdue the various ninja Uchihas credit at least half. Seeing that the plan for Uchiha has begun to gradually emerge. Danzo's dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan is also increasing day by day. At this time, I can't have any conflicts with the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, I have to influence the Uchiha clan to maintain my image of a harmless and kind Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed dryly, and took out a sealing scroll from his arms. Chapter 33. Well, if you agree to coach, I will give you multiple shadow clones. This is an A-level forbidden technique, which requires a lot of mission contributions to redeem. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disdain. What I want is the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. If you give me the sealing technique, I will agree to teach it. Naruto once went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask for the sealing technique on the grounds that the Minato couple wanted to save Chakra, who was usually in a deep sleep state and could not teach himself. As a result, the old man was overjoyed to hear that he did not get the inheritance of the sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan. This is a big killer used to limit Naruto. Originally thought that the souls of the Minato couple would definitely give these ninjutsu to them. Then they fell asleep. This is a great thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He found a bunch of excuses not to seal Naruto. He also said that these things need to be exchanged for contribution points, and even relatives are not allowed to teach them at will. This made Naruto almost couldn't resist slapping him on the face. Now I want to teach these little kids by myself, how can I do it without something substantial? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a serious face. The sealing technique is too dangerous. If you do not do it carelessly, you will release the demon fox from your body. When your strength becomes stronger, the immortals of Mount Maiboku will naturally give you the key to the seal. Then I will release it to you. The sealing technique is passed on to you. Naruto curled his lips with disdain. Then I'll be a teacher after I learn the sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was about to leave, with a smile and took out another scroll. A strange family FAI printed on it immediately attracted Naruto's attention. Although the sealing technique cannot be taught to you, this thing can. It can suppress the terrifying power of the tailed beast. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at third generation as if confirming. Third generation looked at the interested Naruto and immediately said triumphantly. This is the secret treasure of the Senju clan, the legendary master first Hokage who established Konoha village's full set of wood-style secrets. Naruto's pupil shrank. Really? When I saw the Senju clan, I thought of only this wood-style secret technique. It is known that the descendants of Ashura inherit the sage body, born to possess powerful chakra and self-healing abilities. But the Senju clan doesn't have any outstanding ninjutsu. The only wood-style ninjutsu that can only be used by successive generations of Ashura reincarnations. Because wood style is nominally a fusion of chakra of the two attributes of earth and water. But in fact, the condition for wood style to be cast is the huge Yang Dun chakra. Without the support of the reincarnated Ashura chakra, a normal ninja is the strongest and can only do a branch like Meng Huang. Yamato, which is fused with Senju Hashirama cells, can only do greenery. So for Konoha, wood style is very awesome. But no one can learn wood style ninjutsu at all. This point has been tried by Konoha executives long after Sarutobi Hiruzen took over Hokage. In addition, the Senju family has completely disappeared from Konoha. In the future, there will be no blood succession limit owners who can learn wood style. So for Sarutobi Hiruzen, this thing is completely tasteless. Why don't you take it out and give it to Naruto to pretend? After all, this is the ninjutsu used by first Hokage. If you can't learn it, then you can't blame me. But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even dream of it. Naruto in front of him is the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. And Naruto's vortex bloodline is also the bloodline of Ashura's direct descendants. So the most suitable ninjutsu for Naruto without nine tails is wood style. It's just that because Naruto's combat system has been formed in the later stage, there is no need to learn wood style ninjutsu. But there is no doubt that Naruto's qualifications can definitely easily learn wood style ninjutsu. Naruto, who had been struggling with how to activate Ashura Chakra in his body, was instantly ecstatic. This is simply a ninjutsu that is more suitable for him than the sealing technique. After all, the function of the 8-sign seal is not only to seal the 9 tails, but also to subtly transform the 9 tails chakra into its own chakra. So for Naruto, the strength of opening the 4 tails state is enough to deal with the current situation. And what I am really afraid of are the 2 Uchiha ninjas in the village who can drive Gundams. Only after you have the whole cards against Manjiki can you enjoy the waves. And wood style is undoubtedly the best way to deal with Gundam, after Uchiha Madara personally experienced ninjutsu. Looking at the 3rd generation who thinks they have mastered themselves, Naruto looked at him as if mentally retarded. If he knew that he could learn wood style, this guy's bowels might regret it, right? Naruto, who was going to refuse, took the 2 scrolls without hesitation. I'll take over this job. Isn't it just punching ninja school kindergarten? Don't worry about my work. Chapter 34. The entrance test in the morning will end soon. After all, the content of the test is mainly physical strength, followed by the speed of forming seals and refining chakra. Naruto has not returned to the team to take the test since he was called away by 3rd generation. This made Hinata and Ino look worried. Wait until the afternoon. Many qualified candidates stood on the playground and waited for the arrival of 3rd Hokage. All the civilian students whispered excitedly. 4 civilians. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the best Hokage. Because during his administration, most civilian ninjas had promotion channels. Although this is what he did to sway the Hokage vote, there is no doubt that this has a good upward path for the promotion of civilian ninjas. So in the eyes of common people, the prestige of 3rd Hokage even exceeds that of 1st generation and 2nd generation. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the teachers of each class to the rostrum under the eyes of everyone. Everyone excitedly looked up. But he was surprised to find that besides many teachers, there was also a boy standing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone took a closer look. I'm going. Is that Uzumaki Naruto? How did he appear there? No way, I have a good father. He is the son of 4th Hokage. If your father dies, you might be able to stand there. Of course, the premise is that your father becomes Hokage. FK off. Even 4th Hokage's son can't go through the back door, since he didn't take the entrance exam. Idiot, can't you see his size? He's the same size as you. With Jainin Might Guy as a teacher, can he compare to ordinary people like us? The civilian students below looked at the bored Naruto and whispered. Sasuke and other Xiaoqiang looked at Naruto in astonishment. Although everyone knows that they came here just for a formality. But let Hokage take care of it directly at the beginning, which is too much face. However, what confuses the people below is that I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward with a smile and said, I know you're wondering why Naruto is here. But what I want to tell you is that for the next 6 years, Naruto will be your gymnastics teacher, responsible for your physical training and actual combat training. Don't look at Naruto's young age, he is a genius. Only the legendary copy ninja Kakashi can compare with him. As soon as this remark came out, many students below were in an uproar. They thought Naruto was going through the back door. Who would have thought that someone would directly become their own teacher? The civilians did not dare to say much due to the majesty of the third generation. But Xiaoqiang, who are direct descendants of the ninja clan, can't bear this grievance. Inyazuka Tooth first shouted. Why? They are all in the same period, why can he be our teacher? Sasuke below is also full of anger in his eyes. He was obviously the target of his own pursuit, but for no reason he raised himself by a generation. Hinata and Ino looked at Naruto adoringly. As expected of the son of 4th Hokage, he became a teacher directly. With Inyazuka's leadership, many ordinary students couldn't help it. I don't agree. Why is he not even a ninja as our teacher? That is to say, our parents sent us here to learn ninjutsu, not to play house. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not upset when he saw this group of ignorant students. Smiling, he took 2 steps back and handed the position C to Naruto. Naruto, who was immersed in the wood-style secret technique, looked impatiently at the candidates below. He contemptuously looked at the students below and said, I'm not bragging, 1 counts as 1, and everyone here is rubbish. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar at the scene. All the crowd shouted at Naruto excitedly. Even the Ninja King Sasuke looked at Naruto in shock. Nima, isn't this too pretentious? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to expect Naruto to provoke such anger. The headmaster behind him asked in a low voice, covered in cold sweat. Master Hokage, do you want to stop it? This year's academy is full of ninja princes. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands and whispered. Don't worry, let's see what he plans to do. Naruto looked at the candidates below with a sneer and said. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. I allow you to do it together. If you touch my body, you won't have to take my gymnastics class. I'm going to ask Hokage to arrange a Jainin for you. If you don't dare, just shut up honestly and serve me respectfully, otherwise I'll see you hit me once. Naruto's arrogant words instantly aroused public outrage. Shikamaru looked at Naruto on stage with a headache and sighed. It's even more dandy than the rumors say. In the past 3 years, Naruto has grown up as the son of the 4th Hokage, eating, drinking and having fun everywhere, whoring for nothing without paying, and casting a net to pick up girls everywhere. Due to the identity of Naruto Jinchuriki and the son of a hero, many ninjas and civilians dare not speak out. And Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed Naruto to mess around as if acquiescing to Naruto's dandyism. After all, the worse Naruto's reputation is, the less threatening he is. Now he directly provoked hundreds of examinees including ninjas. And with a 1-to-1 challenge, even these ninjas were furious enough knowing that Naruto had good strength. Akim Ichichi stuffed a mouthful of potato chips and asked Shikamaru. How shall we fight? Shikamaru, whose IQ is over the top, naturally knows some information about Naruto. He rolled his eyes and complained. If you want to FK yourself, I'm not interested in fighting pervert. Akim Ichichi looked at Shikamaru in astonishment. Pervert? Shikamaru pouted. See for yourself. At this time, Naruto looked at the excited students below and sneered. I saw him making seals with both hands, and sneered. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 35. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. With Naruto shouting, hundreds of figures appeared in front of many candidates in an instant. Hundreds of Naruto sneered and said to the students, "Choose one person, don't say I don't take care of you." The headmaster looked at Naruto in shock. "I only gave ninjutsu in the morning, but I already knew it in the afternoon." How did he know that Naruto, who was disturbed by 9 tails in the original book, learned the shadow body technique just by looking at it, let alone Naruto at this time? And there are hundreds of points. Just because Shadow Clone does not have special Genin level strength, it is impossible to beat it, right? How did he know, let alone Genin? Naruto equally divides Chakra out. Each Shadow Clone has at least one Kakashi's Chakra. That is to say, every Shadow Clone has the strength of Genin level. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. He can feel that these Shadow Clones are not just for show, each one has a powerful Chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was serious, he knew that he had to re-evaluate Naruto's strength. The students below looked at Naruto in shock. You must know that Uchiha Itachi graduated early because the use of Shadow Clone to go to school was exposed. That's why Danzo and Hiruzen graduated early to serve Konoha village. And now Naruto has easily created hundreds of Shadow Clone. Multiple Shadow Clone is from Forbidden Technique. Shikamaru had such an expression in his eyes. His father once told him about Naruto's information. When he was 3 years old, he killed Ichnin and killed 2 Cloud Shinobi in a ball shop. At this time, another 3 years have passed, and it is true that his strength is outrageous. Sasuke looked at Naruto's Shadow Clone with an ugly face. Under the influence of Indra Chakra, his comparability to Naruto is unparalleled. The whole Uchiha clan annihilated and opened a hook jade. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, he was beaten twice by Naruto, and his jealous heart exploded and directly opened the 3 gold jade. Even if Naruto gave him a power gap that was comparable to despair at this time. But he was still full of dissatisfaction. So he came out first. "I'll fight you." Naruto rubbed his chin. Sure enough, Hiruzen was always the first one to stand up. Indra Chakra has a particularly serious influence on the personality of the host. Even Naruto himself felt this. Naruto in his previous life was cynical. Contempt for the darkness of Konoha F4 and this group of cold and violent trash civilians. I thought that if I were Naruto, I would definitely be blackened, so I pulled Konohame directly, just like Namikaze in the parallel world. But after Naruto really time travels. As a modern person, I am really indifferent to things that have not happened to me. Unknowingly, Naruto's attitude has changed from blackening and killing F4 and killing Konoha to being rotten. As long as you don't provoke me, I don't bother to talk to you. After all, he has changed the tragic beginning of Naruto in the original book. Now Naruto lives in Konoha very comfortably. Strong strength, coupled with the strategic Jinchuriki identity. Except for the occasional blank stare, Naruto at this time can be said to be doing whatever he wants. So Naruto is not sure if it is Ashura Chakra's influence on him. Anyway, he doesn't want to rush to turn the table with 3rd generation now. Looking at the provocative Hiruzen at this time, Naruto walked out of a Shadow Clone with a smile on his face. Are there any challenges? Many students looked at each other in blank dismay. Uchiha Sasuke, as a genius of the Uchiha clan, is naturally well known by everyone with the 1st grade in the entrance examination. If he can't even beat Shadow Clone, then he is purely looking for abuse. I see no one responds. Shadow Clone jumped down from the high platform. Everyone vacated an open space for the 2 of them. Naruto's Shadow Clone hooked his hand. Sasuke rushed straight up. So fast. As expected of the genius who was the number 1 in physical fitness during the test. And it's from the Uchiha clan. Many candidates looked at Sasuke's instantaneous speed with envy. The little girls looked at Sasuke and screamed. However, the dream is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. This generation of Indra reincarnation is definitely the worst one brought by Indra Chakra. In addition, Indra was reincarnated at the age of 6 and basically already went to the battlefield. The current Sasuke doesn't even have the strength of a genin. Facing the shadow clone with each Kakashi Chakra, Naruto slapped Sasuke's face with a big psy. Sasuke flew upside down with a dazed look on his face. Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, "Continue." Sasuke covered the slap marks on his face as if he wanted to kill someone. He took out the kunai from his waist and quickly threw it on it. And at the same time, Sasuke stood still and began to seal slowly one by one with both hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage narrowed his eyes. He can now perform ninjutsu? Or C grade? Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and sighed in his heart. As expected of the son of the Uchiha patriarch, he can already cast fire style. The examinees widened their eyes in excitement when they saw ninjutsu. Fire style great fireball technique. As Sasuke opened his mouth, a ball of fire the size of a basketball rushed straight towards Naruto. Naruto's shadow clone looked at Sasuke teasingly and laughed. "Little Hizi, you have to show your chicken feet. Ninjutsu is not done like this. Come on, Dad will give it to you, big ball raise Nan." A group of terrifying balls was born from Naruto's hands in an instant. The basketball-sized fireball collided with the blue chakra ball like a moth-like fire and dissipated into sparks. Everyone looked at the horror with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in horror. Raise Nan was shocked and speechless. At the same time, hundreds of shadow clone raised their hands at the same time. Huge balls were placed on the palms of their hands. Hundreds of shadow clones sneered and said, "Who is still not convinced?" Chapter 36. Many candidates were frightened and collapsed to the ground one by one. Even the teachers of Chunin were shocked. This FG is Jinchuriki? Any shadow clone is enough to beat our group of teachers. Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Naruto in shock. This strength is much stronger than what Guy reported. Since Naruto revealed Jonin level strength, Anbu, who was in charge of monitoring, was removed. After all, if Naruto finds out that he is being watched, it will inevitably lead to strange thoughts. And the entire Konoha village has an enchantment. If Naruto wants to leave the village, he can find out in time. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen only uses the telescope technique to look at Naruto in his free time. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid less attention to Naruto when he saw that besides exercising, he was picking up girls, and then spreading the will of fire everywhere. He thought it was the fourth Hokage who was instilling the will of fire in Naruto. As a result, this one didn't pay attention, and Naruto has grown to such a terrifying combat power. At this time, he can definitely stand in the first echelon of Konoha village. Naruto may be dangerous even if he deals with it by himself. After all, even I don't have such a huge and unmatched chakra. At this time, Naruto is not at all inferior to that little blood-red pepper. The only thing that reassures Sarutobi Hiruzen is that Naruto's playboy character can't threaten his status as Hokage at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little hesitant now. Is it a waste to put such a high-end combat power in the ninja school? But Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it again. The current Asuma has just been promoted to Jonin, and his prestige is not enough to be Hokage. Recently, the daimyo said that he was going to form the Guardian 12 Ninja, so he happened to send him there to get acquainted with the daimyo. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in power for so many years. Successfully raised the status of the daimyo from the same level as Hokage to a level higher than Hokage. In the past, when villagers voted for Hokage, the current Hokage requires the daimyo's nod of approval after the voting is completed. Even at the time of the Beiraho incident, the daimyo of the country of fire had swelled to the point where they wanted to destroy Konoha and rebuild a new ninja village. This is an incredible thing in Naruto's view. Later Naruto figured out that not everyone has the terrifying power of Hashirama and Madara. Under the super shadow, even third Raikage AI, who was able to be tough with 8 tails, was eventually dragged to death by Onoki's sea of people tactics. Before there is absolute power, the power of capital is absolutely second to none. So Sarutobi Hiruzen pulls down civilians and transfers capital upwards. Successfully let him firmly control the position of Hokage. Even when he was electing the 5th generation and the 6th generation after his death, when he heard that the candidate had a relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo immediately agreed. From this point, not even Senju Tobirama has done that. Of course, Senju Tobirama did not intend to change the public world into a family world. He just simply hates Uchiha. In his opinion, as long as the Uchiha clan doesn't become Hokage, it's the same for everyone. Immediately Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted at the dissipated shadow clone. Wait a few years, wait a few more years and Asuma will be able to become a ninja on his own. At that time, I will be able to give up the position of Hokage and retire with peace of mind. Seeing the students who were afraid to make a sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to take 2 steps forward and continue his speech. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't spoken yet. Naruto has already spoken earnestly to the candidates and said, "Do you know why I am so strong?" The students below were stunned. "Isn't it because you are a demon fox?" Naruto hated iron and said, "Because of the will of fire. As long as there are flying leaves, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and let new leaves sprout. When you want to protect yourself and be a cherished person, the true power of the ninja will be shown." Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him looked excited. Good. As expected of his good disciple, what this will of fire teaches is authentic. It seems that the usual dandyism is just an appearance. However, the next second, Naruto said carelessly to the students, "Maybe you still don't understand that there is no important person. You can take me, the son of the 4th Hokage, the hero who sealed the 9 tails, and the most important Jinchuriki in the village as the object of protection. Then you will be able to become stronger." Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered behind him. Damn! How is the will of fire crooked? What does it mean to protect you is the will of fire, to protect the village? Protect Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice. Naruto called down. "Naruto, you have to remember that the will of fire is to protect the village, protect peace, and protect Hokage. Only in this way can our future generations be protected from war." Naruto nodded regretfully upon hearing that. "That's right, I understand." Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. "Take a few steps forward and continue to promote the authentic will of fire to the students." Sleepy Naruto rolled his eyes. "Sink into the sealed space of 9 tails." Listening to this nonsense, why not take the opportunity to practice more wood-style ninjutsu? Naruto usually practices ninjutsu in the sealed space. In the plot, when Kushina helps Naruto pull 9 tails wool, Naruto can release ninjutsu at will. So there is nothing more hidden than learning ninjutsu in the sealed space. Naruto's Raise Nan is also practiced here. As for wood style, Naruto naturally wants to practice secretly. This is Naruto's ace ninjutsu against the 2 Manjiki in the village. Naruto, who came to the space, greeted 9 tails, who was tirelessly picking the lock. Then he muttered a few words as usual. Small degree, small degree. Hey system, are you there? A novice gift package. Ding, the novice gift package has been issued, please pay attention to check it. Naruto scratched his head and took out the wood style secret technique to learn wood style. It's all dazed, it seems to hear the sound of the system. Naruto. System panel. Ding, the panel has been opened. Naruto, FK. Really? I'm almost invincible. You tell me there is still a system. Chapter 37. Naruto looked at the system panel that suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and felt countless grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. As long as you show up earlier, Lao Zi won't be able to survive the most difficult 6 years in fear. Seeing that the only wood-style secret technique in the village has been obtained, Then you popped out. At this time, Naruto's daily inquiry has long become a habit, rather than really wanting to get the system. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Position, none. Talent, Vortex Bloodline, Chakra Precise Control. Special abilities, 9 Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, Namikaze Minato Chakra, Uzumaki Kushina Chakra, 8 Sign Seal. Skills, Raise Nan Series, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Inner Gates, 3 Body Technique, Shuriken Technique. Protagonist Halo, Full Level, Current Stage. Combat Power, 200. Destiny Value, 1 million. Looking at this luxurious panel, Naruto felt that his life had reached its pinnacle. It seems that there is no system and it is useless. Naruto said to the system with a head full of black lines. What kind of system are you? Why did you just jump out now? Obviously it wasn't there when I asked yesterday. This system is the destiny system, dedicated to helping the host to seize the luck of the protagonist in the original world and become the protagonist of the destiny of the world. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the words. Wait a minute, protagonist of destiny? Am I, Naruto, the protagonist of destiny? Ding dong, that's right, because the host crossed over to the body of the protagonist of destiny, the system went down, and the self-repair and activation have just been completed recently. Naruto's face darkened when he heard that. MD. What kind of hair-hanging system is actually down? No wonder the shadow of the system cannot be seen. The CO author directly completed the ultimate task of the system, causing the system to not know what to do. Naruto turned his eyes back and asked the system. Then tell me, what is your use now? This system is the destiny system. It was originally based on the chance that the host captured the original protagonist to obtain the destiny point. The protagonist's aura can be activated when the destiny value reaches a certain level. The protagonist's aura will passively trigger the destiny event. Fate event refers to a random lucky event that occurs with a small probability and is beneficial to the protagonist. For example, the storm in Roger's Adver naval battle in One Piece world is a kind of destiny event of the protagonist. The stronger the destiny event, the more destiny points will be consumed. Host can also use destiny points to conduct fate lottery draws. Destiny lottery can randomly draw different dimensions of destiny protagonists, including but not limited to possessed skills, items, talents, and other rewards. Naruto glanced at the system panel, and watched his full-level protagonist's halo pinch his nostrils. So you have a chance now, Lao Zi is the protagonist, so do you still need to take his chance? The system has been repaired for 6 years, and the vulnerability mechanism has been improved again. Originally, it was necessary to seize the opportunity from the protagonist, but now it has been changed to only need to bond with the characters that appear in the plot to obtain destiny points. The deeper the bond, the stronger the luck of the characters in the plot, the more fate points the host gets. Currently, the bond between host and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Shisui, Might Guy, etc. has been converted into 1,000,000 destiny points. Already available for an A-level lottery draw. In addition, since the host replaced the protagonist, 10,000 destiny points will be generated every day, until the end of Shippuden and the birth of the new protagonist Pineapple Head. Naruto was confused. How is this fetter calculated? How is the destiny value generated? The so-called fetters are entanglements with the plot characters. A plot trend changed due to the host, and the corresponding destiny value will be generated according to the plot deviation. The other is to directly plunder the fate points carried by the plot characters by defeating or killing the plot characters. According to the strength of the current plot character, every time you defeat a plot character, you can get 1/10 of the current destiny, and you can get 10 times the destiny for killing. The cooling time for defeating the same plot character is 1 month. After listening to the system introduction, Naruto suddenly realized. Obviously, most of my 1,000,000 life points were obtained by changing the death of Hyuga Hizashi. Because he did not die, the follow-up plot involved is particularly huge, including the change of Hyuga in the protagonist group, so the system gives a lot of destiny value. And another method of destiny value is simple and easy to understand. It's just the experience of fighting monsters. It's just that although the one-time kill is 10 times higher, it cannot be sustainable. After defeating it, let it go, and after a month, beat it again to get the destiny value again. In this way, Naruto's original plan to nip some dangers in the bud needs to be reconsidered. After all, these sprouts will be my future experience babies. With the system in hand, you don't have to be too entangled. You are limited to the power of the Hokage world itself. After all, Naruto discovered that the 3 terrifying words on the system panel to evaluate his own strength were not ninja levels. Combat power. This B thing is the evaluation number of the world of Dragon Ball, which explodes at will. Even the 6 Paths class is nothing more than scum at the level of Dragon Ball World Combat Power. Chapter 38. Having obtained the system, Naruto looked at the Xiaoqiang below. This is the protagonist group of Shippuden. Every time you defeat yourself, you will get 1/10 of your destiny. In this instant, Naruto is extremely grateful to Sarutobi Hiruzen for appointing himself as a practical teacher. This group of people are not students, they are simply a group of experience babies that can be reused. What's more, as their strength increases, the mandate points given will also gradually increase. So Naruto should not only let them feel the spur of love, but also let their strength grow rapidly. Genin only after graduation? How can this work? In the previous generation of ninjas, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and Chunin at the age of 6. As Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, who is known as the Brilliant Diamond Generation, how can he be weaker than Kakashi? 6-year-old Chunin can't reach this group of guys now, but it's normal to have Genin's strength when he graduates, right? After all, it is the protagonist group. Naruto stared at Sasuke and the others with bright eyes. The Ju Xiaoqiang felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by something terrifying. A few people trembled and looked around, but they saw Naruto next to 3rd generation looking at him like a baby. Worth. This guy is crazy? What expression is that? Why do you feel so penetrating? Xiaoqiang spent a long entrance ceremony in fear. The moment 3rd generation said it was over, everyone who was stared at by Naruto ran away in a hurry. Naruto looked at Xiaoqiang with some pity. The deterrence just now was counted by the system in this month's defeat destiny. It seems to be compensation for system downtime. Originally, the destiny value was less than 1 million, and the system rounded it up to an integer, which was regarded as the system compensation for the 6-year blank period. Otherwise, Naruto doesn't mind making up for the rest of Xiaoqiang's beating this month. After school, Naruto couldn't wait to go back to his own house. System. Here I am. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, it really wasn't an illusion. Where is the novice gift bag mentioned earlier? Please host the system backpack with your thoughts. Naruto followed the instructions of the system, and sure enough, a colorful gift box was lying in the item box like a game interface. Open the novice gift package. Congratulations to the novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations on getting a grade B reward Ashura Chakra activation card. Congratulations on obtaining a C-level reward ninjutsu scroll training card. Congratulations on getting a C-level reward Chakra double card. The continuous system sounds wonderful in Naruto. Sure enough, cheat may be late, but he will never be absent. This is the most pleasing sound in the world. Naruto looked at the system space, and several cards marked with levels appeared in the system backpack. B-level Ashura Chakra activation card, use it to activate the power of 6 paths in the host's body, Yang Dun Chakra. After Chakra is activated, the host will get the wood-style talent and the Sage of 6 paths body. C-level reward ninjutsu scroll training card, use it to instantly learn and skillfully use all the ninjutsu currently recorded on the ninjutsu scroll. C-level reward Chakra double card, host's current chakra double. The simple and rough introduction made Naruto's eyes shine. Ashura Chakra Activation Card. This is exactly equivalent to what Sage of Six Paths did when Naruto was cast, activating the real Ashura Chakra to get Sage Body and Truth-Seeking Ball. However, Naruto knew that the Truth-Seeking Ball was formed by the power of Yin Escape given to Naruto by Sage of Six Paths, not Ashura's own power. But even Sage Body is definitely a big hack. Muji Heals. This is the size of Tsunade. With this thing, one's survivability will be geometrically improved. Even if Madara revives himself, he can be tough. What's more, Sage Body's chakra refining speed is terrifying. It took me 6 years to pick locks through 9 tails to get 100 cards. Naruto estimates that after getting Sage Body, he can refine 100 calories of chakra a year. And the ninjutsu training card can instantly learn all ninjutsu on the scroll. It is obvious that the system is a gift package specially given out according to his current situation. I just got the wood-style secret art scroll, and the system was immediately icing on the cake. In the past, I was envious of my colleagues who traveled through the next door. They didn't have to work hard, they could acquire various abilities by performing badly. Now I can also experience the feeling of a ninjutsu crash. Chakra double card is naturally simple and rude. My current chakra has about 100 cards, which can be doubled instantly after use. But Naruto knew that now was not a good time to use this thing. Are you in a hurry to improve your strength? Wait until I fully utilize the speed of Sage Body cultivation, and then have more time for 9 tails to feed back chakra. Wait until chakra reaches the bottleneck before using the chakra doubler card. At that time, maybe even if I don't need to become a 10 tails Jinchuriki, I can still become a strong person at the 6 paths level. Naruto's eyes were full of enthusiasm at this time. This is the life of a time traveler. Life has hope. System. Use the Ashura Chakra Activation Card and Ninjutsu Scroll Training Card immediately. Chapter 39. Following Naruto's order. The 2 cards in the system backpack turned into psychedelic stars. A warm current swept through the whole body by the way. The emergence of a huge chakra instantly doubled Naruto's original chakra. Sage Body brings not only Muji healing, but also a huge chakra that supports Muji healing. This made Naruto overjoyed. And then a lot of memories flooded into my mind. All the mysteries about the Senju family's occult scrolls flooded into Naruto's mind. More importantly, besides wood style, there is actually a way to practice this fairy art. This is a celestial art that belongs exclusively to Senju Hashirama, not in any of the 3 holy places, and it is exclusively a celestial art practiced by Ashura's reincarnation. Since no one can learn wood style and this exclusive fairy art, Sarutobi Hiruzen simply threw it to Naruto with the idea of waste utilization. That's cheap, Naruto. I saw him excitedly entering the sealed space of 9 tails and shouting. Kurama, let me show you a baby. From now on, you will be my uncle. 9 tails, who was picking the lock, looked confused. Have you lost your mind? Naruto chuckled, clapped his hands together, and let out a loud shout. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. Trees and vines surged in the sealed space, and countless gnarled roots rose from the ground. FK. You learned it so quickly. 9 tails stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He remembered the day when he was patted and killed by some BD. Naruto looked at his tree world and nodded in satisfaction. Although nowhere near the scale used by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the 4 wars of the ninja world. But compared to Senju Hashirama, who came out of Orochimaru's first impure world reincarnation, I don't know how many times stronger. After all, even if Ashura Chakra is activated, it becomes the same physique as Senju Hashirama, but the age is here. Even 6-year-old Senju Hashirama and even Ashura are nothing compared to Naruto. After all, Naruto has an inherent advantage that they don't have, and that is 9 tails. 6 years of uninterrupted conversion to Naruto's own chakra through the 8-sign seal. This makes his chakra volume at this time far exceed the reincarnation of Ashura in the past, even Ashura itself. Naruto clapped his hands again. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. A huge wooden golem and a huge wooden dragon rising from the sealed space are particularly terrifying. Standing on top of wooden golem, Naruto proudly asked Nine Tails. Ha 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 Kurama, do you think I can beat you now? Nine Tails looked at Naruto with disdain and said. You're thinking about farts, Senju Hashirama's chakra is dozens of times that of yours, so you want to fight with me just because you are now. At this time, Naruto has just 200 calories of mana. And during the Fourth Ninja World War, Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique allocated thousands of shadow clone to support the battlefield. Each can use raise Nan as flat A. This is enough to show that the amount of chakra in Naruto at that time was at least tens of thousands of cards. And when Senju Hashirama was brought out by summoning, he also sighed with emotion. At this time, Naruto's chakra volume has not lost to him. Explain that Senju Hashirama has a similar amount of chakra. 10,000 cards of Senju Hashirama can easily suppress Nine Tails. But Senju Hashirama with 200 cards is absolutely impossible to beat Nine Tails. Naruto knew this too, but that didn't stop him from pretending to be aggressive with Nine Tails. Although he can't beat Nine Tails, but with his current strength, he can definitely compete with the two pairs of Manjiki from Konoha village. That is to say, starting from today, when talking about one-on-one. In the entire Konoha, no one is his opponent. This means that the current Konoha village has become its own leveling map. All the famous ones in the plot have become their own experience babies. Naruto then rubbed his hands together. System, what is the lottery for destiny value? Every 10,000 points of destiny can be used for a D-level lottery draw. Every 100,000 life points can be used for a C-level lottery draw. B and lucky draw can be performed once for every million destiny points. By analogy, for each level of the prize pool, the life points consumed will be multiplied by 10 times. Naruto frowned when he heard the explanation and asked. Is the level of the prize pool the same as the mark in front of the reward in the novice gift bag? Yes, rewards of the same level will only appear in the prize pool of the same level. Naruto nodded upon hearing that. With my current 1 million destiny points, I can conduct a B-level lottery draw. That is to say, it is an item of the same level as the Ashura Chakra activation card. The accumulation in the past 6 years is only enough for one B-level lottery draw. This made Naruto somewhat uncomfortable. However, something is better than nothing. Naruto opened his mouth and ordered the system. System, conduct a B-level destiny lottery. Drawing lottery, please do not close the system interface. Following Naruto's command, a disc-shaped prize plate appeared in Naruto's consciousness. On the prize plate, Naruto's scalp is numb as he looks at hundreds of millions of heads. A pointer rotates quickly and does not know where it stops. Stop! Naruto shouted. Congratulations to host for successfully drawing a B-level reward. Chapter 40. Congratulations to host for successfully drawing the B-level reward. Tenseigan. Naruto was taken aback when he heard the system's voice. Then he frowned. System, that's not right, didn't you say that only the protagonist's related talent items are drawn? I remember that Tenseigan should be the pupil technique created by Tsutsuki Tonari, who merged with the Sharingan of the entire Lunar Hamura lineage. The world of Hokage is not only Naruto as the main character. The plot that the host knows is equivalent to the sacred timeline of the Hokage world. Every time there is a deviation from the plot, a parallel world will be born. The children of destiny in different parallel worlds are different, just like the world where host lives is a branch parallel world separated from the sacred timeline. And the Tenseigan in front of me is from the parallel world where Sharon successfully used the moon to destroy the ninja world. The Sharon of that world successfully kidnapped Hinata, and knocked down the ninja world with the moon, and then merged with the perfect Tenseigan to travel in the universe. Naruto was shocked when he heard this. He has watched the American drama Loki and the Marvel Theater animation What If. In addition to the well-known Avengers series is the Sacred Timeline. Every other unexpected behavior will give birth to a parallel universe. And in those parallel universes, some Doctor Strange became Dr. Black and destroyed the universe in order to resurrect his girlfriend, and some worlds Ultron directly killed Thanos with ease, collected 5 infinite gems and fought with the Monitor. The world is not benevolent and treats everything as a straw dog. The protagonist between heaven and earth is not static. The rewards drawn by the system are drawn from the protagonists of all the main world and parallel worlds. Naruto then looked at the pupils in the system backpack. Those are a pair of azure blue eyes, almost the same as Naruto's original eyes. No one knows, but these eyes are the final form of Byaku's evolution to ultimate. Naruto clicks on the pupils, and the system pops up the introduction of Tenseigren's abilities. Ecstasy flashed in Naruto's eyes. With this thing, its own attack power has even jumped to the pseudo 6 paths level. As long as your chakra can catch up with 10 tails, you can instantly enter the 6 paths level. Chakra. Chakra. Naruto has never been so hungry for chakra volume. Just like the Sharin in the plot, relying on his impure blood to open Tenseigen, he can only fight against the Super Cage level Naruto who has lost the 6 paths experience card. At this time, Naruto's chakra amount is far inferior to that of Sharin at that time. So the strength of Tenseigen he can play is limited. If the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion of Sharin can cut the moon, then Naruto's current strength can at most cut through a planetary devastation released by pain. But even so, Naruto's strength has been able to soar to the peak of Cage level. The limit of what a real civilian ninja can achieve is like Third Raikage who is tied with 8 tails. Want to go further? It can only be done through the blood of the Tsutsuki clan or the fruit of the sacred tree Chakra. And Naruto happened to be the reincarnation of Tsutsuki Ashura. As long as you grow up over time, you can easily enter the 6 paths level even without the need for Sage of 6 paths. Because Tenseigen, like Rinnegan, originally represents another embodiment of the power of yin and evasion. That is to say, as long as the eyes are used. Your own chakra attribute can directly change from the 6 attributes of yang, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water to the chakra of all attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. Naruto couldn't wait to use Tenseigen with his mind. For a moment, a cool color instantly covered his pupils. The application of Tenseigen is also integrated into my mind. Naruto opened his eyes. There is a faint fluorescence in the eyes, which looks very sacred. Nine Tails looked at Naruto in astonishment. What kind of power is this? When Hamura left Ninja World to go to the moon, the 9-tailed beasts had not yet been separated from the 10 tails by Hago Romo, even he had never seen such power. He only felt a palpitation, as if these eyes could also suppress him. Naruto smiled slightly. The green chakra instantly covered the whole body, and truth-seeking balls were created to surround the body. 9 Tails suddenly widened his eyes. FK. The power of the old man. Naruto, you have to eat Ollie, and the strength is so strong. Naruto, who was pretending, staggered. He regretted so much that he led 9 Tails astray in order to find someone to talk to. Naruto roared frantically. System. This is the power of the system. Do you understand? Then Naruto said triumphantly. This is the eye of my brother Sage of 6 Paths. I have said that I will cover you well in the future. Even if Sage of 6 Paths comes here in person, we will not love him. 9 Tails looked at Naruto with disgust. What are you bragging about? Didn't you see your chakra passing away like crazy? You won't be able to use this power for long now, right? Naruto was stunned for a moment, feeling chakra in his body and suddenly cursed. I'm stupid? You've consumed 50 calories in such a short while. You're cheating. Chapter 41. At this moment, Naruto finally knew why pain was as thin as a mummy. Eyes of this level are simply not something a vortex can afford. That is, reincarnations of Ashura and Indra chakras such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can barely be used. And to truly unleash his true power, only by becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki can he really unleash this power. This is why Uchiha Madara desperately wants to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Wait for Naruto to exit Tensagen Chakra mode. The chakra in his body has been consumed by nearly half. Naruto touched his chin and muttered. It seems that this thing can only be used as a whole card. Naruto immediately glanced at the system panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Position, none. Talent, Vortex Bloodline, Chakra Precise Control. Special abilities, 9 Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, activated, Namikaze Minato Chakra, Uzumaki Kushina Chakra, 8 Sign Seal, Tensagen. Skills, Raise Nan Series, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Inner Gates, 3 Body Technique, Shuriken Technique, Wood Style Secret Technique, Ashura Senjutsu. Item, Chakra Doubling Card. Protagonist Halo, Full Level, Current Stage. Combat Power, 300. Destiny Value, 0. Among the special abilities, Ashura Chakra shows that it has been activated, and there is an extra Tensagen ability. In terms of skills, Wood Style and Xianchu have also been added. And the unused Chakra Doubler card is on the system panel as an item. And this time the strength increase directly made Naruto's strength soar by 100 points of combat power. You must know that the combat power of 300 points is almost the same as that of Monkey King in Piccolo's chapter. At this time, Naruto can basically resist the detonating talisman with his physical body. Naruto happily put away the system. I finally lived a life of lying flat. As long as you beat the children every day, your strength can quickly soar. He is now thinking about whether to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from killing the Uchiha clan so that he can farm his life points. Then Naruto thought. In the whole Uchiha, there are only a few people whose names appear in the plot. Even if you save the Uchiha clan, you can't get a few experience points. And those group of city management people have added trouble to me for no reason, and they are the ones who have caused me the most trouble by eating overlord meals all these years. With the expansion of desire. Now this group of guys will take people away and lock them up for a period of time. The arrogant attitude has begun to cause strong dissatisfaction among ninjas and civilians. But these have nothing to do with Naruto. At this time, he became a very qualified ninja school teacher with great enjoyment. On the edge of Konoha village, Naruto yelled at the students in Sasuke's class. From today, everyone must run around Konoha 10 times slower. In the ninja world, only strength is king. You rookies are too weak. Next, I will pass on the former third gate of the S-Class Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates to you. Anyone who wants to become a ninja should run for me, and those who don't want to run, drop out of school and get out of school, so as not to be slammed by others after doing the task. The students below wailed. A civilian ninja shouted in dissatisfaction. Why do we still need to practice taijutsu? What we want to learn is ninjutsu. I don't want to run around Konoha like an idiot. A cold light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Directly using physical skills, he instantly appeared in front of him and kicked him out. You are fired. The students below were suddenly silent, looking at Naruto in horror. Naruto sneered and said to them. Think I'm joking? Here, I am your actual combat teacher. If you want to give advice, you must beat me first. The crowd was chilled for a while. Sasuke snorted coldly, turned around and ran around Konoha without saying a word. Even the Uchiha clan took the lead in obeying, and the remaining commoner ninjas naturally dared not speak. So among the leaves, dozens of students shouted slogans and ran exercises every day, which became a beautiful landscape. At this time, at the border of Konoha village, several mist shinobi ninjas are on the run. A kunao shot, the exhausted mist shinobi was alone again in an instant. The promoted captain's face was ugly. He never expected to meet the most difficult character in the Anbu manual. Hateful. The people of Kirigakura looked back at Anbu who was chasing after him. As a result, in the next second, there was a piercing sound of birdsong. Brainwash 1. Chidori. With a puff, an arm gleaming with lightning directly pierced the ninja's heart. Yamato, who was chasing after him, smiled and said, "Senior's rakery is still so beautiful. Pretty." Kakashi glanced at his palm indifferently, and Lin's blood appeared in his eyes again. Assassination is so beautiful and ugly, killing is killing. He has been exposed to Konoha's darkest tasks all year round, and the darkness in his heart is getting deeper and deeper at this time. Yamato laughed awkwardly. "By the way, when will we be able to fill in the missing people in our class?" Kakashi said indifferently. "Don't worry, it's not a time of war, anyway, someone will come by then." After speaking, Kakashi turned around and walked towards Konoha after sealing the corpse. Yamato looked worried at the state of Kakashi who pulled himself out of the darkness, but he couldn't say much. When I returned to Konoha. Chapter 42. Kakashi looked at the ninja school students running around Konoha in a daze. The leading might guy yelled and shouted slogans. "Ah, youth! Burn youth! This is youth!" The Xiaoqiangs behind were blushed by the strange eyes of the villagers. But they had to shout along with Guy. Because behind them there is a slow Naruto holding a pointer staring at them. Once someone is lazy, the pointer will hit their without hesitation. At this time, Guy saw Kakashi who was hanging out. He stopped and asked Kakashi. "Hey Kakashi! Look at how many disciples I have now, what's wrong with you? Look at your tired face, did you just finish the task?" The many Xiaoqiang behind him also hurriedly slumped on the ground to rest. At this time, Yuhihong walked out from a short distance, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand and handing it to Naruto who came forward, and smiled at Guy. "Guy, you idiot, how could Anbu leak mission information to the outside world? Hey, Naruto gives you." "Thank you, Sister Hong." Naruto smiled, and unceremoniously took the milk tea from the red hand. As a licking dog, Asuma's eyes straightened with envy. When the students heard Kakashi Anbu's identity, they immediately admired him. For civilian ninjas, becoming an Anbu is their highest honor. Guy looked at the approaching Red and Asuma and said to Naruto. "Let's run here first, let's go to the dumpling shop to eat dumplings." As soon as these words came out, Xiaoqiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone's physical fitness has soared, Might Guy's level of training is too terrifying. Then Guy said to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you come too." However, Kakashi walked past the crowd indifferently and said. "Sorry, I don't have a very sweet tooth." Watching Kakashi go away, Might Guy is heartbroken. "That guy, when did you become so withdrawn?" Red looked at Kakashi, sighed and said. "Maybe it's because of Anbu's secrecy." At this time, Naruto came up to him and said with a smile. "You don't understand, only the unlucky child who is hurt by love will close himself up. He must be like this because of a woman." Might Guy's eyes were burning, and he shouted passionately. "No! This is impossible. Kakashi is my eternal opponent. There must be a sincerity hidden in my heart. Yuxi. In this case, I have to do it." Hong and Asuma looked at Might Guy with black lines all over their heads. "You." Only Naruto smiled, ready to watch the excitement. Sure enough, Guy led several people directly to the Hokage building. In the Hokage lounge, Might Guy respectfully knelt in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and shouted. "Please let me join Anbu." The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched wildly. Who the hell instigated this hot-blooded idiot? Anbu asked for her secrecy. "Damn, when you start a fight, you should yell Leaf Great Whirlwind, who can stand it? And many of Anbu's missions are right or wrong. An emotional guy like Guy will definitely not act according to the mission. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a long time and didn't know how to answer him. However, Guy kowtowed repeatedly when he saw this. For Kakashi, this is the best way. Sarutobi Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was Kakashi's fault. He thought someone was deliberately disgusting him. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Guy, I know you care about Kakashi, but you have to understand this so-called fit for the right place. Your strengths cannot be brought into play in Anbu. Guy was suddenly excited. No. You don't care about my third generation, as Kakashi's partner, I. The veins on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead were exposed. This FG idiot couldn't understand even the slightly cryptic expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he turned his head to the other side and refused loudly. Shut up. You are not suitable for Anbu. Guy, Omega Omega. Guy's expression froze instantly, and he walked out of the Hokage lounge in shock. Suitable, not suitable, suitable, not suitable. Naruto, Hong, and Asuma looked at the burned guy and laughed happily. Hong couldn't bear to ask. Is this guy okay? Naruto chuckled. You underestimate teacher Guy too much. And at this moment Danzo came out of the corridor with 2 roots. Guy was overjoyed when he saw this. That, Master Danzo. Danzo looked at Guy strangely. What's wrong? Guy was excited when he saw the play. Please let me enter Anbu under Danzo-sama. Danzo's face darkened. If he let you in, all his secrets would be exposed to you. You're not enough. Hey? What's not enough? Danzo opened his cold eyes and said. Dark. After speaking, he ignored the confused Guy and walked straight towards the room where the third generation was. When letting him pass the 3 of Naruto, he glanced at Naruto unconsciously. The malice exuded made Naruto raise his eyebrows unconsciously. It seems that this old man has not given up on taking himself into his hands. I hope you can be more interesting, otherwise, I don't mind giving up your experience baby and just screwing it up to death. And Guy's behavior also brought back a memory in Naruto's mind. Has this time come yet? Naruto muttered unconsciously. Hong on the side asked strangely. When? Naruto shook his head with a smile. Nothing. But he knew in his heart that soon Uchiha Itachi would join Anbu as a double agent. This also means that there is only half a year left before the night of genocide. And the Hokage lounge on the other side. Danzo directly questioned third generation when he entered the door. Look at the Jinchuriki you channeled, Hiruzen. He has now disregarded the rules and directly passed the forbidden technique 8 inner gates to those little brats. Chapter 43. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little gloomy. He also didn't expect that Naruto would give 8 inner gates directly to those little kids as a compulsory course in ninja school. But letting Naruto be a teacher is my own idea, and Naruto's starting point is indeed to enhance Konoha's power. Fortunately, he asked Naruto. It is only taught to them before the 3rd gate, and only after entering the 4th gate can it be regarded as the state of entering the 8 inner gates in the true sense. So Naruto is not involved in revealing the mysteries of the core. And this thing is in the exchange sequence even after becoming a ninja. It just so happened that this year was the time when the direct descendants of the families came to school, so they took it as a gesture of goodwill. After all, you can't just bang them without giving them carrots. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said lightly. If you say this, I agree. The level of genin who graduated recently is a bit worrying. I plan to try to form a special class this year. The original 3-person team was originally proposed by Tsunade, 2 combatants plus a medical ninja. But although the survival rate of ninjas has been greatly improved, medical ninjas are undoubtedly lagging behind in the team. After all, the 3 principles of medical ninjas are not to stand at the forefront, not to give up the treatment of teammates, and not to die before anyone in the team. Although this can greatly improve the ninja's survivability, it greatly affects the mission success rate. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this affects Konoha's reputation. So after Tsunade left Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been looking for a suitable opportunity to reorganize the ninja team. And the joining of the heirs of various ninja clans is undoubtedly a good opportunity. The Secret Technique Strengthening Team headed by Inoshika Ch, the Investigation Strengthening Team headed by Hyuga, Shino, and Inyazuka Kaiba, and the Physical Technique Strengthening Team of Niji, Tenten, and Xiao Li, who were the subjects of the previous experiment. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was most optimistic about Uchiha Sasuke, the Jinchuriki formed by Uchiha Naruto, and the Ace team that controlled Jinchuriki. As a result, Naruto has to give up this plan because Naruto's strength is too strong. In other words, the position of Naruto needs to be reconsidered. Now Jinchuriki is becoming more and more lawless, and some people's grievances have even arisen below. Every day, except eating and drinking everywhere, they are looking for women. Hiruzen, give me Jinchuriki, and I'll make him a good weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart, but there was an angry look on his face. Shut up, Danzo, Naruto is a child of 4th Hokage, he has sacrificed too much for Konoha, he deserves it. Compared to his useless grandson, Naruto is much more tactful now. Ever since Sarutobi Shinoshook, Konohamaru has been the one I feel the most sorry for. Up to now, he has not found out who killed the couple. So it is natural to spoil Konohamaru in every possible way. The same dandy, the villagers hate Naruto who has 9 tails sealed inside his body. And for Konohamaru it was a smiley face. It is a good thing for me to have Naruto bear the abuse for my grandson. If it weren't for Naruto's dude, he would have worried that Naruto's strength would be too strong to be out of control. Now that Naruto's dude just cuts off the possibility of him being Hokage, this is naturally a good thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Naruto's identity is there, the son of the 4th generation who is young and young. If he shows the same personality charm as the 4th generation, it will arouse Sarutobi Hiruzen's fear. Danzo looked at the determined Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly face. Hiruzen, you'll regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. Danzo, I'm Hokage, I don't want to say the same thing twice, if you came because of this, then you can go back. Danzo turned pale when he heard the word Hokage, because he was a second late at the last moment, and as a result, he lost the position of Hokage. Now this guy yin and yang himself with this sentence all day long. TMs. Danzo couldn't help cursing inwardly. Immediately, he changed the subject and thought of the main reason for his visit this time. I don't care about Jinchuriki, but this time I'm here to ask for someone. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he asked pretendingly curiously. Who? Tell me. Danzo pretended not to be there and said. Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen, he is already a full-fledged Anbu ninja, you can hand him over to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed an expression that made it so. He said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi is a member of the Uchiha tribe. You can't train him with his Sharingan at all, and I have already found a captain for him. You also know Hatake Kakashi, the only foreigner who has a Sharingan. No one is more suitable to bring attack than him. Wasn't it the purpose you recommended him to come here? Danzo's expression turned ugly when he heard that. Back then Kakashi was almost his own. In the end, I don't know what Hiruzen fooled him. Turned out at the last moment. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is successfully assassinated, it should be me who is sitting in Hokage's office now. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed out that Kakashi was obviously beating himself, don't forget that he had assassinated him, and he hasn't been held accountable yet. Danzo snorted coldly, and led the two of them towards the door angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette with a smile. Of course Uchiha Itachi will arrange it for you, after all, there is still a big black pot that needs to be carried by you. The forces developed by the roots over the years have grown very serious. It's time to take this tissue that was supposed to send blood to Anbu back to Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is planning not only Uchiha. It is also the fertile roots that have been raised. Now Naruto's strength has initially emerged. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer needs Danzo to take the blame to attract hatred to check and balance various ninjas. Genocide Night, not just Uchiha's demise. Danzo was eliminated by Hiruzen as Hokage's assistant, and the roots that had been cultivated so hard were disrupted and incorporated into Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe. It's time for him to take a good look at the clansmen he is planning to rebel. Chapter 44. Just a month ago. Uchiha Itachi, who just joined Anbu, is only 11 years old. This is definitely an unprecedented age among Anbu. Even Kakashi didn't join until he was 12 years old after experiencing the Battle of Konoha Bridge. Those ordinary Anbu ninjas are naturally extremely jealous of him. When he joined the team, he frightened him with shurikens and kunai flying around him. But with Uchiha Itachi's shuriken technique, he was not impressed at all. After performing a wave of shuriken collision and turning technique, those civilians Anbu finally realized that some people are younger than them, but their strength is much stronger than them. Yamato looked at Uchiha Itachi and frowned. There is no problem with strength, but entering Anbu at such a young age is indeed a special case. Kakashi looked at Itachi and said lightly. I heard it was recommended by Master Danzo. After hearing this, Yamato frowned even deeper. Him? I can't see it. Kakashi was taken aback. What's the meaning? Yamato explained to Kakashi. Master Danzo has an independent set of criteria for selecting important members of Anbu in general. Kakashi asked with a puzzled look. What standard? Yamato smiled wryly. It's hard for me to say. He has been marked with the tongue of evil. If the person under the spell said anything about him, his whole body would be paralyzed, and he could neither speak nor move. Kakashi seems to understand this too, so he didn't go into it. But Yamato knew very well in his heart. The first condition for Danzo to choose Anbu is the darkness in his heart. Only those whose hearts are full of darkness will be picked by him. The problem is that Uchiha Itachi is 11 years old. Yamato can't figure out why he was chosen by Danzo anyway. No matter how dark his heart can be, he is also the genius son of the head of the Uchiha clan. What Yamato didn't know, however, was that on the day Uchiha Itachi joined Anbu, Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku found Uchiha Itachi talking at the same time. Fugaku looked at his son with satisfaction and said, I am really pleased that you can enter Anbu. Then he changed the subject. But you must bear in mind my words, you are a member of Konoha Anbu, but you are also a Itachi of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan was appointed to be responsible for Konoha's security work, but it was also stripped from the core of the village. Our clan needs our own eyes and ears, please, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi watched his father clenched his fist. He remembered his meeting with Danzo before becoming Anbu. Danzo once said something similar. Uchiha Fugaku is an outstanding police captain in the past. It should be said that he is indeed your father. This is not a mockery. The Uchiha clan was given autonomy by Konoha, and the Uchiha area was stripped from the center by the village. We cannot directly intervene. That's why I need my own eyes and ears, please. Itachi. In the preconceived case, Uchiha Itachi suddenly felt that his father chose to make himself a spy just to fight for power. For a moment, the balance in Itachi's heart began to tilt. For the next month, Uchiha Itachi started the duty of the follower Kakashi. Basically, it is mainly the guard Sarutobi Hiruzen. The main purpose is to establish the image of third Hokage being loyal and responsible for the village. Until a few days after Guy found Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked to join Anbu. Danzo found Sarutobi Hiruzen again to discuss the quest. Kakashi asked Uchiha Itachi, who was standing outside Hokage's office door. Are you used to it? Itachi shook his head and said. Not yet. Kakashi said strangely. That surprised me. Itaki explained. I haven't participated in a mission yet. Kakashi suddenly realized that standing guard all this time made him a little anxious. Serving as Hokage-sama's guard is one of the missions. Itaka looked at Kakashi suspiciously and asked. Anbu, isn't it an assassination tactical special force? Kakashi explained. Because all countries are in a truce now, so many assassination missions are not needed. And then the door opened. Sarutobi Hiruzen came out of the office with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Uchiha Itaka calmly, then said to Kakashi. Kakashi. Exist. I just sent out the team publicly, but Danzo thinks that there is something strange behind the characters, which cannot be ignored, so I will send Anbu privately. Kakashi frowned. In other words, this is not Hokage's order, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything but ordered before leaving. Follow Danzo's instructions. Kakashi knew that this mission should be shady. At this time, Danzo's voice came from inside the door. On the surface, it is a peaceful diplomacy. We want to exchange information with the ninja Pruchna of Lin's Higuo at the border. But I think this is likely to be a trap by the enemy, which third generation agrees with. That's why we need to send out Anbu to protect the troops who openly perform their missions, and once the other party betrays, attack them directly and kill them all. Kakashi turned his head to look back, and the scarlet Sharingan showed such an expression. Annihilation. Danzo closed his eyes and said lightly. We must let them know that Konoha does not allow betrayal. Kakashi nodded. I want to form a two-person team with Itaki. Danzo smiled slightly, yes. This is also the condition he agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen to send him back to Danzo as soon as Uchiha Itaki is available. Kakashi nodded. Then we take our leave. At this moment, Danzo suddenly said. Kakashi, I admire you and Anbu so much that I even want to dig you down to the roots again. Please stop joking. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said seriously. No, you have this qualification. Dark qualification. Kakashi was silent for a while, then turned and left. And the next day, an Anbu appeared in front of Naruto who was beating the children. Naruto looked at Anbu in astonishment and lost his voice. What? The old man asked me to perform a task. Disgust flashed in Anbu's eyes. The notice has arrived, go to the Hokage building as soon as possible. After speaking, Anbu disappeared immediately. Chapter 45. Naruto touched his chin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lost mind? He actually let himself go out of the village to perform a mission. This should have been done after graduating from ninja school, to test whether Naruto ran away as a Jinchuriki, etc. With my current strength, it is not impossible to have this idea in advance. After all, the strength he has shown now is already exaggerated, so it is very possible to test his character. Naruto touched his chin. Is this considered free travel? I have never been out of Konoha village since time travel. After all, a 6-year-old Jinchuriki is unlikely to let you run around. When Naruto came to the task reception area, there were already 3 people waiting there in advance. Yo, that's a lot. Is it finally time to carry out the mission? Naruto looked surprised. It turned out to be my teacher Might Guy. And behind him stood 2 Chunin's and an old man who took the blame. Naruto frowned. Isn't this the 10,000 years Genin Kasuke Hoshi? He obviously has the strength of a Genin, but because of his mistakes, his teammates died, so he is willing to be a Genin for the rest of his life. Plus Might Guy is 2 Genin. It seems that the task this time is not easy. The 2 Chunin looked at Naruto in shock. Master Hokage, the helper you are talking about is not him. You know Naruto is not even a ninja. Although he is not too short, he is actually only 6 years old. Isn't it a joke to let myself take a 6-year-old child on a mission? Except for the high-level Konoha, they don't know Naruto's strength at all. They thought it was Sarutobi Hiruzen gilding the son of the fourth Hokage again. And the might guy on the side laughed loudly. Don't underestimate Naruto, he is my disciple, and he is much stronger than the two of you. What? Impossible. The two Chunin lost their voices. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Okay, what guy said is right. Naruto allocated hundreds of shadow clones during the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. If you can do it, then blame me. The two Chunin looked at Naruto in shock. Hundreds. Naruto curled his lips. Those hundreds of shadow clones were Janin's strength. If it is the same as the original Naruto's shadow clone Laozi, which can be divided into thousands of copies, it will be no problem. And Might Guy looked at Naruto in shock. Didn't you say that you don't have ninjutsu talent, so you came to learn taijutsu? Naruto laughed and said. My brain has suddenly opened up, and I have a ninjutsu talent all of a sudden. Might Guy looked at Naruto enviously when he heard the words. Why don't I get the hang of it? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side rolled his eyes wildly. As far as your IQ is concerned, open the chicken feathers. Naruto's ninjutsu talent has exploded early in the morning, he just wants to learn 8 inner gates to fool you, okay? Alright. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted the two with a smile. Now that everyone is here, let me tell you about your tasks. Your task is to exchange secrets with the Pruchnas of the Kingdom of Linear. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to a sealed scroll on the table and said. Konoha needs to hand over this scroll. In contrast, it needs to be exchanged with the scroll of Pruchna. Hearing this, Might Guy stepped forward to pick up the scroll and asked. Need to confirm the content? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. This is to confirm whether the two parties are trustworthy. If a forgery is found, it means that the Kingdom of Lin has no intention of forming an alliance with the Kingdom of Fire. Might Guy nodded. In short, just bring it back if there is no abnormality. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. That's right. Although there is no hostile relationship with Lin's Higuo at present, no one knows what will happen. Be careful when you act. Might Guy raised his thumbs up immediately after hearing the words. I will handle it. And Naruto was lost in thought while listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission. Wisdom? Isn't this thing the group of people who asked Danzo to avenge the gangsters during the 5 Kages meeting? So to speak. Now is the time for Pruchna congregation in Konoha to form a bridge? Shouldn't it be Sarutobi Hiruzen who they retaliated against? Why did they go to fight Danzo? When the crowd set off halfway, Naruto frowned. He found 2 strands of chakra following behind him. I see. A playful smile appeared on Naruto's face. Some forgotten memories of his previous life emerged. Looks like another bad day for poor Danzo. He remembered that the order to kill the Pruchna was not issued by Hokage, but by Danzo. No wonder the Pruchnas wanted to trouble Danzo instead of Hokage. Naruto tucked his head and shook his head. It has to be said that as the Konoha Nabe King, Danzo deserves the title of Konoha Darkness. One thing counts as one thing. All the moves that didn't make it to the table were pushed to Danzo. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen is unwilling to kill Danzo even if he is assassinated. The ideological awareness of this Konoha Nabe King is really high. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to do it, but it is difficult to do it, he will follow it all. And Naruto finally knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to leave the village. Behind him are 2 Sharingan users, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. That's a lot, come and eat. Might Guy was sitting in front of the sukiyaki made by Kasuke Maruhoshi in the cauldron behind him and yelled Naruto. Naruto chuckled. Coming. And the corners of Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi on the tree twitched. Do the task with a pot. It's too much. Seeing the hard-pressed Bing Liang Wan in their hands, the two felt extremely depressed. Chapter 46. The same as Genin. No wonder everyone likes to bring Guji. This old man with a pot on his back is really convenient. Find some mushrooms and big game during the break, just like you are here for camping. Guy ate the sukiyaki and praised. It's great to have Kosuke by your side when you're traveling far. Naruto also devoured the food. I have to say that apart from his strength, Maruhoshi Kosuke's cooking skills are really awesome. Kosuke Maruyoshi smiled slightly. Don't worry, there will be more after eating. Guy, everyone eat more, build up your stamina and chakra. The other two Chunin's looked around nervously. Is it all right? Captain. The bonfire is so hot that the location is exposed, right? What if the enemy comes here? Guy said indifferently. It doesn't matter if you dare to call, our mission is probably to find out whether the opponent is an enemy or not. Naruto glanced at Might Guy, really wondering how this guy's brain grows. Normally an idiot, but when it comes to missions, his intuition is terrifyingly accurate. Uchiha Itachi on the treetop not far away looked at Guy in surprise and asked Kakashi. Captain. They don't know the inside story of the mission, do they? Kakashi looked at Guy and nodded. It seems that the only ones who know the inside story are Konoha's senior management and us who accepted the mission. Uchiha Itachi sighed. I didn't expect that person to notice the essence of the mission even though he didn't know the inside story of the mission. Kakashi didn't speak. Hurry up and resupply, they are almost finished. Then he took out another bitter Bing Liang pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Itachi swallowed it with his eyes closed, and no one would eat the taste if it wasn't for replenishing his strength. Just like the extra-large military food pill that little Sakura made for Naruto back then, although it tasted like poison. But there is no doubt that what she made under the tutelage of Tsunade really replenishes physical strength. Kakashi looked at the feasting crowd and said with emotion. In a sense, this really fits Anbu. What? They were eating hot pot leisurely in the sun, but we were eating Bing Liang Wan in the dark. Uchiha Itachi laughed. It's okay, I'm well aware of Anbu's nature. Kakashi looked at Itachi who didn't care and frowned. Yet, in his opinion, no one would want to be Anbu if there were no faults. In Danzo's words, it's inner darkness. He also discovered that Uchiha Itachi probably hides an extremely dark heart. I mean, I want to eat hot pot and eat it together. What are you doing squatting on the tree? An abrupt voice sounded from between the two. The expressions of the two of them changed instantly. Suddenly jumped to the sides. They took a closer look in mid-air, only to find that it was Naruto looking at them with a smile. He actually found us. The two looked at Naruto in horror, their hearts filled with shock. Yo! Naruto greeted with a smile, I've followed all the way, so I might as well go down and eat together. Grandpa Guji just happens to be doing a lot. Kakashi quickly put on the mask and snapped. Go and complete your mission, don't interfere with our Anbu mission. Ah, Kakashi is really you. I thought Naruto was fooling me. At this time, the voice of Might Guy also sounded. But what he said directly changed Kakashi's face. Shut up. How can Anbu say Anbu's ninja's real name during his mission? Naruto curled his lips in disdain. It's like you don't know anyone with your white hair. Once the 1,000 birds are released, all fools will know who you are. It's just deception. Kakashi's eyes twitched wildly. Although what he said was the truth, he was still very painful. Walk. Kakashi greeted and followed Uchiha Itachi with a swish. Naruto pouted, what the hell? He also thought that he could fight with himself to earn some destiny points. I want to find him recently because I have been out of missions and I can't meet him. This is a big experience, baby. Naruto, let's go back, we still have a mission to perform. Kakashi is right, we can't interfere with Anbu's mission. Guy has understood at this time. Anbu should have been there to guard against the problem of the scroll exchange this time. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi said with a shocked face. This guy's strength is unfathomable. Even Sharingan didn't even notice when he appeared. Kakashi also looked dignified. This time, in addition to solving the problem of the Pruchna that may be rebellious, he also has another task to monitor Jinchuriki. In other words, guard against Jinchuriki's rampage, and use your own Sharingan to bring back its hypnosis. But at this time it seems that the Konoha executives far underestimated the strength of Uzumaki Naruto. With his own strength, can he really stop the rampant Naruto? He remembered that in the meatball shop 3 years ago. At that time, Naruto still needed the help of Nine-Tails Chakra. He was sure to subdue him easily, but now he appeared beside him without a sound, which shocked Kakashi. But a task is a task after all. In any case, I have to complete the task assigned by Hokage. Naruto and others finished their meal. Might Guy stood up and yelled. Then everyone. The fiery flame that burns youth, let's go. After speaking, Might Guy ran away without a trace. The two Chunin's behind were stunned for a moment, then suddenly came back to their senses and shouted. Ah! Sack! Wait a minute, Captain, wait for us. On the side, Kasuke Hoji was ashamed with the pot on his back. I can't be young at this age. Naruto on the side laughed. It's okay, let's go slowly. When everyone arrived at the agreed exchange place, 3 masked shadows slowly walked out of the cracks at the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 47. It must be the Pruchna sect of the Kingdom of the Forest. Might Guy asked the female ninja opposite. That's right, hand over the scroll quickly. The female ninja said impatiently. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Why are you so arrogant? Do you really think that your little mess is awesome? When I watched the plot in my previous life, I wondered where the Pruchna crowd who attacked Danzo came from. It was later discovered that the information was stolen through the slogan of forming an alliance with Konoha. Obviously, this group of teasers were inspired by Cloud Shinobi Village, thinking that everyone can take advantage of Konoha here. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had a tough attitude this time, he finally chose to endure Cloud Shinobi Village's attempt to capture Hyuga Hinata. So this group of people thought that Konoha was easy to bully, so they would definitely not dare to start a war. But they forgot that Cloud Shinobi is one of the 5 great ninja villages. It is completely different from the buffer zone of a big country like him. When the Pruchna heard Naruto's ridicule, their expressions changed. What do you mean? Such an important secret with a kid. That's a lot. Guy signaled Naruto not to get excited, as a qualified Jonin still has to focus on tasks. Whoever we bring is our freedom, let's exchange scrolls. The Pruchna female ninjas snorted coldly. You guys bring it first. Guy frowned. Can. Then handed over the scroll. Pruchna congregation took it and opened it directly. Seeing the mocking expression on the face under the intelligence mask inside. It seems right. Where's your scroll? Guy asked blankly. The female ninja handed out a white scroll to Guy. Guy's pupils shrank. A flying kick directly kicked the reel into the sky. The magic formula with the word explosion leaked out from the scroll. A violent explosion resounded in the sky. Detonate the scroll. Might Guy quickly approached the Pruchna female ninjas and said with a smile. The exchange should be the scroll, right? The face of the female ninja changed, so fast. She hurriedly led the people to the halfway up the cliff and said with a sneer. Konoha violated the agreement and launched an attack on us, so we will take revenge against this time. Might Guy shouted angrily. It's really shameless. You are the ones who broke the agreement. Hey! She snorted coldly and retreated. Dozens of ambush ninjas appeared densely on the cliff. The 2 civilians, Chunin, had never seen such a battle before. They shivered as they watched the legs of the ninjas swaying all over the mountain. Team leader. Might Guy frowned without fear and said. Did you intend to betray from the beginning? And at this moment, the disappeared Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi reappeared in front of them. The rest will be left to us, you guys escape. Anbu. Reinforce. The 2 parties were surprised and delighted. The female leader hurriedly stepped back and shouted. Do it! Earth-style rockfall. Dozens of ninjas used ninjutsu together, and suddenly countless huge rocks on the cliffs on both sides of the cliff were smashed down by ninjutsu. This is exactly the ninjutsu that crushed Obito. Guy waved his hand violently and shouted. You run away! The two Chunin's had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and ran towards the rear. But the ground shaking caused by ninjutsu made them unable to stand still and fell to the ground. Kakashi's hands quickly seal. Earth-style earth flow wall. A thick stone wall with a dog's head on it rose from the ground to block all the rolling boulders. Damn it! Appeared, a dog's head hangs on the dirt flow wall. Naruto shouted excitedly. As a Cloud Hokage, I have a lot of fun watching the many Hokage memes in my previous life. Especially Kakashi, which is the unit of measurement of ninja chakra. Even if there is a lack of blue, the dog's head must be hung on the dirt flow wall. Kakashi in front of him staggered. Is now the time to talk about this? The female leader who thought Kakashi and others were killed laughed. What Konoha shinobi, just a bunch of idiots. But when the smoke clears, she saw Konoha shinobi standing intact at the bottom of the cliff, frowning. All falling rocks were stopped by Kakashi's earth flow wall. Might Guy looked at the shocked Pruchna congregation and hurriedly waved again to the two people who were holding back, quickly back off. Maruhoshi Kasuke followed them and quickly ran to the rear. At this time, Uchiha Itachi asked strangely to Kakashi who saved everyone. I heard that you even killed your companions for the mission. This is what the other team members told him before he came. But Kakashi chose to consume a lot of chakra to stop the falling rocks in order to save the ninjas behind him. It stands to reason that with their skills, they can easily avoid these rocks so that they can better preserve their strength. This is the first choice that is more conducive to the next battle. Kakashi stood up and said. I will never let my companion be killed. Someone entrusted this belief to me along with this Sharingan. Then he turned to Guy and Naruto and said. You two run away too. Naruto was still talking, and Guy immediately shouted excitedly. You are still on a mission, how can you escape? The Pruchna congregation above were not happy. Damn, I'm still in the mood to chat. It's as if I can let you go. The female leader shouted, continue. Immediately, dozens of ninjas pressed their hands to the ground again. Earth-style rockfall. This time ninjutsu destroyed more rocks. Countless giant stones fell from the sky. The power of this kind of group ninjutsu was no less than the scale of ninjutsu released by an elite Jainin. 8 inner gates 5th due gate open. Might Guy roared, his whole body was congested with blood, and green chakra suddenly appeared all over his body. I saw him jumping back and forth among the falling rocks and rushed directly to the cliff. Uchiha Itachi looked shocked. Just use physical skills. Kakashi looked at the falling rocks and frowned. Let's sigh later. As he spoke, he greeted Naruto behind him and retreated instantly. Hide. However, Naruto has no intention of leaving at all. Kakashi's expression changed when he left. Bad, too young, suddenly saw this kind of ninja fighting and froze? The female leader of the Pruchna congregation sneered and said. The yelling was quite loud just now, but I didn't expect it to be an idiot. Kakashi made a hasty stop at this time, ready to rescue Naruto again. However, the next second, Naruto grinned. Show you a baby. He clapped his hands together and roared. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. Chapter 48. Nani. Kakashi's eyes widened. A bunch of gnarled tree roots suddenly rose from the ground, like sweeping away small stones, instantly smashing the falling rocks into the air. Naruto stands on a vine that grows straight from the bottom of the cliff to the top. To be precise, it should be said that the entire valley was filled with giant trees. The Hanya, the two Chunins, Kasuke, Maruhoshi, Kakashi, and others all looked at Naruto in shock. Senju Hashirama. Pruchna congregation remembered the frightening name. Naruto looked at the Pruchna crowd below and smiled. Call again. The female leader yelled out in fright. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. But at this time Guy has already run to them. Just kick a few Pruchna congregation unconscious with 2 kicks. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, who came back to their senses, also quickly followed up from behind. Kunao, Shuriken, Reikari, and Great Fireball instantly dealt with this frightened group of Pruchnas. After a while, among the dozens of Pruchna congregations, only the female ninja who was the leader was left. Kakashi and Reikari rushed towards the female ninja. At this time, a wooden hand suddenly appeared on the ground and took Kakashi aside. Wood-style laughing Buddha Jutsu. Kakashi looked at Naruto who was standing on the top of the tree vine with an ugly face and scolded. What are you doing? Naruto spread his hands and said with a look of compassion. Didn't you see that they have no ability to resist? How can they kill them rashly? And Guy on the side also said after lifting 8 inner gates. That's right Kakashi, they are no longer a threat now, there is no need to go to that point. Uchiha Itachi stepped beside Kakashi in an instant. The two looked at Naruto solemnly. I advise you not to obstruct our mission, otherwise, for the sake of the mission, don't blame us for doing it to you. Guy on the side looked serious. Although he really didn't want to continue to make up for this group of helpless guys. But Kakashi is Anbu, a rank higher than their ostensible Jonin. Just like staffers and temporary employees. In the event of a conflict, Anbu's tasks should be given priority. When Uchiha Shisui led Itachi to meet Genbu and chased Anbu down, it was because the two belonged to the same level that Shisui would take action. Otherwise, as long as it is an ordinary ninja, Shisui will not rashly intervene in the route mission. So Kai persuaded Naruto. Forget it, they are also performing tasks. But is Naruto merciful? Of course not. Naruto has missed these two experienced babies for a long time. He said aloud to Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. If you want to kill them, go over my corpse first. Hello, Naruto. Guy on the side waited for Dayan to persuade him. Kakashi was getting impatient at this point. Although Naruto owns wood style, he is worthy of Naruto, after all, he is only 6 years old, and it is not that he has never seen wood style himself. Do it. Capture him alive. Uchiha Itachi received the order and quickly rushed towards Naruto. The shurikens in their hands collided one after another in mid-air, flying towards Naruto from different angles. Naruto smiled. In terms of observation, Bun is far stronger than Sharingan, not to mention that he still has Tenseigan, the final form of Bun. Facing the sky full of shuriken, Naruto just took out the kunao and threw it towards the sky. Kunao collided with the shuriken, and the shuriken and kunao changed angles at the same time to collide with the rest of the shuriken. Like a chain reaction, sparks of metal collisions flickered in the sky. The shurikens were all redirected like rain and fell around Naruto. What? Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto in shock. The shuriken technique of the Uchiha family is remembered because it is better than ordinary people with the help of Sharingan's strong observation ability. It turns out that Naruto is just a ninja of ordinary blood, but he has also cultivated shuriken to such a tyrannical level? Don't be in a daze. The opponent is Jinchuriki. His chakra is far superior to ours, and the battle is quick. Kakashi shouted loudly. Lightning-style chasing tooth. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. A huge earth dragon and an ultralisk merged into a review ninjutsu and rushed towards Naruto. Hey? Do you want to use attribute restraint? Naruto smiled playfully. An Uchiha Itachi doesn't have chakra, the attribute of Thunder Earth, so he spews out a huge fireball and blows it towards Naruto. Fire can burn wood too. Naruto looked at the terrifying ninjutsu attacking and smiled. Unfortunately, blood succession boundary is not in the category of attribute restraint. Wood style is not simply a compound ninjutsu of earth style and water style. Feel the charm of first Hokage, wood style. Wood Dragon Technique. A huge wooden dragon rushed out from the vines under its feet in an instant, directly dispelling the ninjutsu of Kakashi and Uchiha attack without weakening its power. In the horrified eyes of the two, the wooden dragon directly entangled them and tied them tightly. The chakra in the body was withdrawn from the body, and soon the two became extremely weak. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully defeating elite Jonin Hitaki Kakashi and gaining 20,000 destiny points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully defeating the special Jonin Uchiha Itachi and gaining 10,000 destiny points. Naruto grinned when he heard the pleasant voice of the system. This is more than 10 times the destiny value given by those brats from the ninja school. Even if Zabuza was attacked hundreds of times, only 500 points were given at this time. After all, their current strength is too weak, and the luck they carry is limited. But the two people in front of me are different. The lowest of the two is Special Jonin, and is in the middle of an important event in the most fortunate genocide night in the timeline. It can be said that the two of them had an extremely profound influence on the direction of the world at this time, and their luck was naturally explosive. It can be said that during this period of time, even if his own luck is not as strong as the two of them, the destiny value given by the defeat is naturally quite considerable. And at this moment, weak Kakashi snapped. Uzumaki Naruto, are you planning to disobey Lord Hokage's order? Naruto picked his nostrils and said contemptuously. I don't believe Master Hokage would issue such a cruel order. This time Naruto knew that it was Danzo who was blamed for this order. Kakashi was choked up. Seeing that the mission was about to fail, he yelled out of conscience. This is Master Hokage's Naruto, who made us obey Master Danzo. Originally, Kakashi no longer expected Naruto to believe it. As a result, Naruto scratched his head. Oh, so that's the case. If you said it earlier, I wouldn't do it if you said it earlier. But it's okay, I'll help you. Wood-style cutting technique. Immediately, countless wooden spears appeared on the tree vines and instantly drowned the Pruchna congregation in the end. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully killing Pruchna and gaining 200 destiny points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully killing Pruchna and gaining 100 destiny points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully killing Pruchna and gaining 50 destiny points. Kakashi. Chapter 49. I'm going to report to Master Danzo that your mission is over. Kakashi, who returned to the village, told Uchiha Itachi, although there were some accidents, the task was finally completed. Uchiha Itachi looked at Kakashi's Sharingan and asked hastily. Well, the captain's Sharingan didn't activate naturally, did it? Kakashi nodded. Uchiha Itachi asked again. Do you feel strange when you get a power different from your own? You are not a Uchiha tribe, but with Sharingan, you can use the same power as the Uchiha tribe. Which side of the ninja do you think you are? Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itachi with a strange face. I never thought about this. This Sharingan was entrusted to me by a friend. He reminded me that the most important thing must never be forgotten. From a friend. Ah, remind me not to let my companions be killed. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank when he heard this. The balance in his heart tilted towards Konoha again. Not only did they choose Konoha themselves, but also other Uchiha tribes abandoned the grievances of one tribe and chose to hand over Sharingan to outsiders. Invisibly, Uchiha Itachi's dissatisfaction with the tribe who is planning a rebellion deepens again. At this time, the task handover office. Guy put the scroll on third generation's table. And told third generation what happened. When he heard that Naruto was able to use wood style, third Hokage's face changed drastically. What? Naruto, you have already learned wood style. Naruto looked at the shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen and nodded with a smile. It's pretty simple once you learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and angry. Why did he keep sending Senju to the front line, which eventually led to the extinction of the Senju family? It's not that he has seen the terrifying wood style of the Senju clan. That is not the level that they, a group of civilian ninjas, or even small clan ninjas can achieve through hard work. Even the number is no longer a threat to the gods of the ninja world. This is a gap that he cannot bridge no matter by any political means. In order to truly transform the public world into a family world, this uncontrollable force must disappear. So Sarutobi Hiruzen would rather let Konoha's strength change from 1 to 5 to 1 to 1, but also destroy the Senju family. Because there is a ninja god in Baokai, all his previous efforts will be in vain. At this time, Naruto has learned wood style. This also means that Naruto has the wood style blood succession limit. What's even more frightening is that Naruto also owns the Nine Tails Chakra that Senju Hashirama never had. This is the confidence of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Now these two kinds of bug are integrated into one. If this grows up, who else in the ninja world can be his opponent? For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely jealous of Naruto. He is now incomparably throwing wood style to Naruto as a favor. Even though Naruto's will to fire is extremely strong now. But no one in power can tolerate a threat that can overthrow him at any time. Even if this threat is extremely loyal. Third generation? Sir, third generation. Guy's voice brought back the thoughts of the pensive Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Guy said seriously. I mean, you said I'm not suitable for Enbu, and I finally understand why. Third generation rolled his eyes. You haven't come across darker missions yet. However, Might Guy got excited. But if you want to ask whether Kakashi is with Enbu, I don't think he is suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Although Guy is hot-blooded, his instinct is right. Although I have been trying to let Kakashi touch the deepest darkness hidden by Konoha Shinobi all these years. But he always has the same bottom line as his father in his heart. That is, the life of the companion is more important than the task. This is clearly a fatal flaw for an Anbu captain. Today's Kakashi has nowhere to go up, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not put someone who is not cruel enough as his right-hand man. I know your opinion, and I will consider it. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Guy. Thank you for your hard work. There are no tasks in the near future, you go down and rest. Naruto leaned forward at this moment. What about the mission reward? I'll kill dozens of ninjas this time, so it's not a loss based on the S-level mission reward, right? If you give it 18 million, I don't mind it. I hate it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is full of black lines, and Might Guy has reported it. It is clearly the enemy that Kakashi and the others have solved. And beat up teammates. If it wasn't for Guy's report that Naruto heard that it was his order, so he gave up blocking Kakashi. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen even wants to imprison Naruto. At the worst, find a way to set a seal or spell to prevent Naruto from rebelling. He was even thinking about whether to go to the Hyuga clan and ask for the caged bird seal to be pressed by Naruto. But considering Naruto's relationship with the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen resisted this tempting plan. No reward. Who asked you to wound Kakashi and Itachi, and all your mission rewards have been given to them to heal their wounds? Naruto rolled his eyes in disgust. Where did I hurt them? It can only be said to be under control. Chakra is gone. Can you recover after a few days of refining? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead fully exposed, Naruto immediately turned and walked towards the door. Hey, if you don't give it, you won't give it to the cheapskate, and I won't do the task again in the future. Watching the actions of the Naruto child, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed angrily. Yes, this is a 6-year-old kid. Now Naruto is a double-edged sword. Once the brainwashing is successful and used by yourself, maybe you can really accomplish the feat of unifying the ninja world. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally felt a lot better. But it's not half an hour. Danzo had come in angrily with roots. Hiruzen. You. Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Danzo. Grass mud horse. Chapter 50. Anbu's lounge. Kakashi is putting Anbu equipment in the locker. Yamato came up to Kakashi and asked. Senior Kakashi, how is the newcomer? Kakashi turned around. It's very good, and there will definitely be Anbu who is better than me in the future. Seeing this, Yamato hastily worshipped and said. No, Senior is also very good. As Yamato who was pulled up from the route by Kakashi, I am extremely grateful to Kakashi. For Yamato, Anbu's darkness was much better than the roots. Kakashi, however, shook his head. Anbu's mission is always accompanied by darkness. Yamato was taken aback. What's the matter? Let's talk about this now. Kakashi's face was ugly, he was upset. As things stand now, yes, whether it's deceiving your companion or killing your companion, it's also a mission. Uzumaki Naruto, you behave like this, will the third generation really tolerate you? For Kakashi, who has been the captain of Anbu for many years, the true face of third generation is naturally clear. As the head of a village, how can there be only light? Hokage, but the shadow of darkness. Even when Naruto was in power, facing countless ninjas. Orochimaru, who used various people from other villages as experimental subjects, was eventually imprisoned in Konoha by him to continue doing research for Konoha. At that time, Naruto was no longer black and white, but the grey of those in power. The other side. After Uchiha Itachi finished the handover, he changed into casual clothes early and waited for Sasuke to leave school. As the bell rings, Sasuke walked out of the school with a bruised nose. Ah! Ni-san. Sasuke excitedly ran to Uchiha Itachi, why did you leave work so early today? Seeing the bruise on Sasuke's face, Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. Sas, who hit you? Hearing this, Sasuke seemed to have found a backer. He turned to look at Naruto who came out with Hinata in his arms and shouted. It's him. He suddenly said that he wanted to consider the results of this month's cultivation, and then beat up our whole class. Uzumaki Naruto, my brother is here. My brother is an Anbu elite, and he can blow you up in minutes. Uchiha Itachi in front of Sasuke broke out in cold sweat. This trademark is a pervert. In the past, I was afraid of arousing the jealousy of the high-level Konoha and stayed away from Naruto. Now purely because of Naruto's strength. Wood style plus 9 tails. I only had the strength of Genin when I was 6 years old, and the high point is only at the Chunin level. After opening Sharingan at the age of 8, he barely played against Anbu, and sprained his ankle because his body couldn't keep up with his eyes. And Naruto is only 6 years old. I can easily kill myself and Kakashi in seconds. Even Anbu, the most proud of Sharingan, Jinchuriki, who can wake each other up, is simply his own nemesis. Let yourself fight him, isn't this just asking for guilt? And to consider strength. Sasuke's progress since entering school is visible to the naked eye. Naturally, Uchiha Itachi couldn't say much. And Naruto looked at the arrogant Sasuke, and teased Uchiha Itachi. Yo, isn't this the Anbu elite? Are you free to pick up your brother? Ni-san. Go. Teach him a lesson. Sasuke yelled from the side. Uchiha Itachi, however, suddenly bowed. Thanks to you for taking care of my Hidudu. Looking at the respectful Itachi, Naruto felt bored. At this time, beating him has no destiny points, so Naruto waved his hands boredly, and walked away with his arms around Hinata. Sasuke looked at his own brother in shock. Ni-san. Why? Why didn't you teach him? Uchiha Itachi then said with a serious face. Sas, you have to remember, learn from Naruto in the future, you are his student, remember this. Sasuke said with a look of resentment. Why? What a student, I don't want to be his student. I want to be his opponent. Sooner or later, I will become stronger than Naruto, and catch up with my brother. Uchiha Itachi looked at the unyielding Sasuke and pampered his head. Really? We Sasuke are awesome, I believe you can do it. At this time, he hadn't received the task yet, but from the bottom of his heart, he began to find a backer for his Ududu. After seeing Naruto's strength, he naturally became the first choice. But he hasn't received the task of monitoring Uchiha yet, so it's not that urgent. Sasuke was full of confidence when he heard Itake's encouragement. It's really great. I also firmly believe that I can do it. Naruto, I will continue to discuss with him. Said Sasuke excitedly ran to the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his hand behind his back and finally let it go. It's also for his own good, it's better to be beaten than to die. That night, among the shrines of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi said to the Uchiha people gathered below. Someone may already know that my son Uchiha Itachi has entered Anbu. I believe he will get more and more information from Hokage and other high-level officials in the future. This also means that the information that the Uchiha family is about to grasp will increase. 1-7, is there anything you want to report? Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened, and he stood up from the corner. Yes, although I just joined the right team and didn't get any important news, the senior management of Konoha seems to be not united. Under such a situation, how should our family behave? I think this will determine the future of Konoha. After thinking for a long time, Uchiha Itachi did not tell Naruto's strength after all. Shisui on the side looked at Itachi with a smile. He knew Itachi was standing on Konoha just like himself. However, Fugaku at the front shouted loudly. That's right, Konoha's future should have the participation of our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha people below shouted excitedly. That's right. That's right. Sitting on the ground, Itachi suddenly saw the steel of the Uchiha clan behind Fugaku, and his pupils shrank. That is. Chapter 51. A few months passed by. Ever since Uchiha Itachi saw the contents of the steel, he has been troubled. This was something he had never seen before he was beaten by Naruto to open the three-hook jade. This day, Kakashi brought Uchiha Itachi to a monitoring room. Since you have joined Anbu, there is no way you can avoid this task. Uchiha Itachi asked with a surprised face. What task are you doing here? Kakashi pointed to the screen on the monitor and said lightly. In the Nine Tails incident 6 years ago, high-level officials suspected that the Uchiha family was behind it. Since then, 24-hour surveillance of the Uchiha area has been started. Uchiha Itachi fell silent, watching several Anbu keep monitoring the Uchiha area with binoculars. He felt very uncomfortable. How? Is there any abnormality? Change shift if there is no abnormality. Kakashi asked one of them. Anbu nodded, no abnormality. Kakashi looked at the silent Uchiha Itachi and said. There is more than one monitoring station here, and the root of Master Danzo's control is also monitoring. Well, tell your people about this. Uchiha Itachi knew that this was the village's temptation to him. He thought of the Night of the Nine Tails, and of the records on the steel. What am I supposed to do here? Anbu, who was on shift, pointed to the telescope and said. Just stare at it with this thing, then Captain, let's go first. Keep an eye on it, Itachi. After speaking, several people left from the monitoring room. Looking at Uchiha Itachi sitting in front of the telescope, Kakashi comforted. Anbu also has this type of work. Although it is not an assassination, it is also a shady job. Uchiha Itachi said blankly. A mission is a mission. Kakashi flipped through the information. Besides, you are monitoring your own companions and family members, even more so. I can help you change shifts. Uchiha Itachi refused directly. No, and. The Uchiha clan also sensed the village's suspicion of them. Kakashi nodded. I guess so. And Uchiha Itachi finally found Sasuke, who was going to school, in the telescope. A smile spread across his face. Kakashi looked dumbfounded. This is the people who are spying on you. What a fart you are laughing! Even if you have the aptitude for darkness, can you stop being black like this? Very penetrating, all right. A few weeks later, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has reached its peak. Many small things that were originally just drinking and fighting. In order to vent their dissatisfaction with being squeezed out by Konoha, the members of the guard directly chose to be severely punished. Konoha F4 gathered in the Hokage office to discuss the recent trends of the Uchiha clan. There are more and more complaints from the public about the police force being too strict in enforcing the law. There is also growing suspicion of the garrison. Danzo narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Uchiha is starting to show off. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to play the good old man and said, "No, this should be resistance, the impact of the Nine Tails incident 6 years ago." Mitokado Homura says. At that time, no one in the Uchiha family was harmed. Udaten Kohara frowned. This is the root of suspicion. Although both are Konoha F4, the IQ of these two people is obviously not as good as that of Danzo. They haven't seen that the Uchiha clan's lack of casualties is the reason for these two guys in front of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo and said, "Ordering Uchiha away from Nine Tails must have made them feel the suspicion of the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly blaming Danzo, who ordered Uchiha not to fight in Nine Tails. Danzo snorted coldly. Uchiha's isolation policy is the basic policy of Konoha that has continued since Naidame, and now you are blaming me. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately defended. Naidame is not for segregating them, but for the families. Have you forgotten our friend Uchiha Kagami? Danzo the Sharingan, covered by bandages, jumped. Of course, how could I forget that his pupil technique has helped me many times? Obviously Danzo thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know his Sharingan. Danzo was referring to the Sharingan he pressed onto his right eye, and he thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was referring to Uchiha Kagami. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not dismantle. He continued calmly. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's partner, and this partner must be kept. Danzo looked disdainful. If you can keep it. He thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to keep the whole Uchiha clan. But this time Sarutobi Hiruzen is really talking about the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. After all, this thing is not the same as white eyes. Anyone who presses the Sharingan can use it. This has been tested from Kakashi. Even if the Uchiha clan disappears, Sharingan can still become Konoha's blood successor limit. The discussion ended badly in Danzo's ignorance like an idiot. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was sure he had achieved his goal. He believed that his old partner already understood what he meant, and even if he didn't understand, he would follow his own ideas. On the other side of the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Shisui's ultra-long distance illusion easily scared off Kirigakuru's blue team, who came to harass them. Now Kirigakuru should be able to be honest for a while. Shisui muttered to himself and then disappeared from the spot. At this time, several reminders sounded in Naruto's system. Ding dong, the protagonist's halo takes effect passively, and the fate event will be triggered immediately. Ding dong, the protagonist's halo takes effect passively, and the fate event will be triggered immediately. Chapter 52. The Destiny Event. Naruto looked at the system prompt with a blank face. Although it was introduced when the system first appeared. But since I activated the system, I have never triggered any destiny events. Naruto suspects that the protagonist's halo is fake. The so-called fate event refers to a random lucky event that occurs with a small probability and is beneficial to the protagonist. I haven't found any luck recently. I haven't even picked up any money. System, what about my destiny event? Why don't you feel anything? Ding dong, the destiny event will be triggered in 5 days. Naruto suddenly looked disgusted. What a piece of crap, this kind of aura of the protagonist is still delayed. Then Naruto decided what to do. After all, things like destiny events. It's probably a matter of pie in the sky, there is no need to do anything by yourself, something is better than nothing. If you have time to entangle with destiny events, why not get in touch with Hong more? Those who are the same age these years are fine, and those who are older than me always treat themselves as children. Before I completely get rid of immaturity, I can't let that guy who died early poach a corner. Although he prefers to believe that Sarutobi will be Shisui's daughter in the future. At this time, Shisui. Hokage-sama, Team Shisui has returned from its mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Shisui team below with satisfaction. As expected of a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, there is nothing to say in terms of strength or will of fire. Really, the long-term mission has worked hard for you, so take a good vacation. Shisui below suddenly said. So, I have a request for third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. The two found a separate place to discuss secretly. Uchiha Shisui half-kneeled and said. I am deeply saddened by the mutual distrust between the Uchiha clan and the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Me too. However, what Shisui said next caused a storm in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. I want to rebuild the relationship of trust between the clan and the village, can you assign me this task? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, what he wanted was for the Uchiha clan to disappear, leaving only usable talents. Do you want to stop normal tasks? Yes, and please give me certain permissions. How do you want to do it? Use my eyes called distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Shisui opened his eyes, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by the strange Mangeki look. I can manipulate targets without being noticed, making them appear to be acting on their own will. I will ask Fugaku to think about ways to coexist with the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Uchiha Shisui. As smart as he has figured out what's wrong. Have you ever used this ninjutsu on other people? Shisui lowered his head when he heard the question, his face changed. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded without saying anything. I understand. I will declare to the outside world that you have been sent by me to carry out a confidential investigation mission. If you encounter any emergency, please report my name, and I will bear all the responsibilities. Shisui was overjoyed upon hearing this. Sure enough, third generation is a good Hokage who loves peace, and he must prevent the coup of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui excitedly said. Thank you so much. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his back, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but he said with a smile. Looking at you reminds me of my former friend, Uchiha Kagami, so I believe in you. You are ridiculous. Then Shisui left in an instant. And after Shisui left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned completely gloomy. Distinguished heavenly gods. It seems that the anomaly when hitting Hyuga Hiyashi has a source. There is such a terrible pupil technique, the Uchiha clan, really shouldn't exist in Konoha, and it's time to let the old man know about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had realized that Shisui had cast distinguished heavenly gods on himself. How can a politician like him be infected by Naruto's so-called hot blood? This kind of terrifying pupil technique of manipulating people's hearts must not be controlled by the Uchiha family, not to mention that he has a history of manipulating himself. Uchiha Shisui must die. On the other side, Shisui didn't know that he was on Sarutobi Hiruzen's must-kill list. He was still delighted with the village's trust in him. He found his only fellow Uchiha Itaki in the Uchiha clan. At this time, Itaka had just completed the task of monitoring the Uchiha clan and completed the shift change. Nissan, is the mission complete? Come and practice with me. I'm sorry Sasuke, someone came looking for me suddenly. Seeing Sasuke pouting, Itaka's brain collapsed immediately. Next time. Then Itaka followed Shisui and left in an instant. You're back. Yeah, finally got rid of Kirigaku's people. Is there a problem? I want to hear your truth. How much do you think Fugaku is serious? Uchiha Itaka was silent for a while and said. Uchiha's growing dissatisfaction with the village, if the village continues to maintain the status quo. Shisui looked at the waterfall in front of him and said inexplicably. If the village changes, will Uchiha change? This is the purpose of his coming here this time. True distinguished heavenly gods, cool down for over a dozen years at a time. He needs to consider whether to use it on Konoha high level or Uchiha high level. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. If Uchiha remains the same, the village will not change either. As long as the distrust continues, the situation will only get worse. Shisui made up his mind after hearing the words. In his opinion, compared to Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously more inclined to ease the relationship between the two parties and change his attitude towards Uchiha. I want to dispel those suspicions. You think you can do it? Shisui laughed. I don't know, try it anyway. Once Uchiha launches a coup, it will only bring an unfortunate ending to both sides. Uchiha attack a heavy too. I also oppose the coup, but to stop him, I can only use unconventional means. Shisui blocks too. I understand, but you'd better not act rashly. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. Why? He also wants to stop the coup with Shisui. However, what Shisui said made his face ugly. Part of the security force suspected you, and they ordered me to monitor you. Uchiha Itachi's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the first people who doubted him were his own people. At this time, the balance in Itachi's heart completely tilted towards Konoha. A few days later. It's time for the Uchiha rally again. Chapter 53. Danzo found Sarutobi Hiruzen early on. There is another rally in Uchiha tonight. Danzo said sharply to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. I also know about the assembly. But Uchiha said that it is a priest of the clan, so even I can't intervene. Danzo is angry. What is a sacrifice? They are inciting the clan's hostility towards the village. Using hostility to strengthen the clan's unity is preparing for a coup d'état. Hiruzen, you can't even see this, what kind of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the portal behind him and said. I'll kill this bud, Shisui. Uchiha Shisui pushed the door open and entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen explains. Shisui will be at the rally, and if Uchiha Fugaku is planning a coup, I use distinguished heavenly gods. Saying that, Shisui revealed his Manjiki Sharingan. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the effect of the pupil technique to Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and his heart suddenly became hot. If this is in his own hands, wouldn't the position of Hokage be easily captured? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 2B, actually wanted him to use it against the Uchiha clan. This is simply a big waste. At this time, Danzo's eyes were full of fire. Just like when he met Rinnegan in the Land of Rain, he had already forgotten about the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Shisui continued to Danzo. I'll ask Fugaku to consider a way to coexist with the village. Danzo snorted coldly. If only one Fugaku changes his mind, I'm afraid it will not be able to appease the dissatisfaction of the entire Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile at this time. No, the Uchiha family is willing to change, so we can change too, and improve the treatment of Uchiha in the future. Shisui was overjoyed when he heard the words, and it turned out that he was right to choose Hokage. That's exactly what I want. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I'll send an Anbu to support you in the rear, please, Shisui. Yes. Unbeknownst to Shisui, Anbu who is in charge of supporting him is none other than Uchiha Itachi who has been completely brainwashed. I have finished singing the red face. The next step is to let Danzo sing a bad face. Let Uchiha Itachi not be able to participate in tonight's rally, thus causing the rejection of the Uchiha clan. Then let him see Danzo's ugly face of rejecting Uchiha, and let him understand that it is impossible for the village to coexist with the Uchiha clan. Then just sit back and watch the show. Time goes by. Soon came the evening. Naruto has finished the task of harvesting destiny points this month. In a good mood, he decided to go to the forest for a picnic. The same grilled fish, but Naruto has a different taste. This is completely different from the cautious self 3 years ago. Sure enough, this kind of pollution-free wild fish is the most fragrant. Naruto sniffed the smell of grilled fish with emotion. Suddenly a hurricane hits. The uneaten grilled fish was instantly covered by a cloud of dust. The corners of Naruto's eyes twitched. The veins on his forehead were exposed and he looked in the direction of the attack. A huge green chakra giant roared in the distance. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Susanoo. He casually threw the fish to the ground, and his body turned into a phantom and rushed towards the fighting direction. By the time Naruto arrives, the battle is basically over. Shisui's 8-foot Kyanguya directly killed a group of root minions. However, this is only one of the teams. In Naruto's perception, not only himself, but more root teams are on their way. Naruto thought for a moment. Appeared directly in front of Shisui in an instant. Shisui, who was like a frightened bird, directly slashed over with Susan's sword. A tree vine suddenly appeared on the ground and blocked Susan's chakra knife. Don't get excited, it's me. Shisui looked with his one eye, and it turned out to be Naruto's figure. Only then did he feel relieved. Naruto picked up Shisui on his back and left in an instant. After a while, Danzo and the rest of the root squad were there. This is the power of wood style. Danzo's face turned dark. Is it Jinchuriki or Yamato? Find it quickly. We must not let another distinguished heavenly gods fall into the hands of others. Yes. The root members disappeared with a whoosh. Danzo added in his mind, especially you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I still want to use the distinguished heavenly gods to obtain the position of Hokage. Able to sneak into the opponent's mind and create an illusion like a real experience, the distinguished heavenly gods actually want to use this power to prevent a mere coup d'état. The descendants of the dignified Uchiha clan don't even know the real usage of Sharingan. Uchiha's rebellion is a matter of time, and taking this opportunity to wipe them out once and for all. Hiruzen, you are old, and you are no longer suitable for Hokage. After Danzo muttered to himself, he stared at the manjiki in the glass bottle with a fiery face. This is the first step in your own rise. Naruto on the other side. Move quickly with Shisui. After the two came to a hidden cliff, Naruto put Shisui down. On the way, Shisui told Naruto what happened. Naruto looked at Uchiha Shisui as if he was mentally retarded. Are you an idiot? You used distinguished heavenly gods on Sarutobi Hiruzen yourself, did you forget? For Uchiha who is dove like Uchiha Shisui, Naruto is not annoying. Because they will not provoke themselves as Jinchuriki because of their power. So after discovering that Shisui was the one monitoring him, Naruto decided to help if he could. That was the decision to go from taking the blame for killing Cloud Shinobi for Hizashi to letting Shisui control Sarutobi Hiruzen with distinguished heavenly gods. Naruto originally thought that Shisui had the experience of controlling third generation with distinguished heavenly gods. Then he will never expose his Sharingan ability anyway. Who would have thought that this unlucky child would continue to expose himself without any hesitation? This guy is mentally handicapped. Chapter 54. Naruto looked at the seriously injured and poisoned Shisui and raised his hand. Forget it, my condolences will change. Shisui. What does that expression of yours looking at 2B mean? UFG finished talking. Ding dong, the protagonist's aura is activated, and the destiny event is triggered. Looking at Naruto and Shisui's mind, the figure of 4th Hokage suddenly appeared. If the 4th generation is still alive, it must have changed the status quo of the Uchiha clan long ago, right? He suddenly thought of the soul of the 4th generation inside Naruto. Shisui snapped off his left eye and handed it directly to Naruto. Naruto, you were born to inherit the will of the 4th generation, and I have been powerless to stop the coup d'état of the Uchiha clan. Once Konoha starts a civil war, other countries will definitely take advantage of it, and war is inevitable. I was going to use the distinguished heavenly gods to stop the coup, but Danzo took my right eye and he didn't believe me. He insists on protecting the village in his own way, and he will not let go of my left eye. Before that, I will give you this eye. Naruto. Shouldn't you give it to the filial son? So, what do you think, Itachi? Naruto suddenly turned his head to look at a shadowy place. A masked Anbu emerges from the woods. It was Uchiha Itachi who was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to assist Shisui. He was waiting at the appointed place, but before the rally started, Shisui hadn't arrived yet, so he knew something must have happened. So when Naruto rescued Shisui, he followed him all the time. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui with a complicated face. At this time, Shisui could no longer see Itachi. The eyeballs let themselves gouge out. Itachi? Is Itachi coming too? At this time, Shisui was so weak that even Itachi's chakra couldn't feel it. Ah, sorry, Shisui, I'm late. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward with a sad face. Shisui forced a smile and said, "Sorry, I didn't entrust these eyes to you, my only friend. I believe that the soul of the times in Naruto will give him the correct guidance to use these eyes. But Itachi, I still have one thing to ask you." Uchiha Itachi said anxiously. "Stop talking so much, first detoxify your body, and then..." "There's no time, Itachi, it's too late, I'm counting on you to protect this village and the honor of the Uchiha clan." Itachi felt extremely uncomfortable looking at Shisui who was getting weaker and weaker. "Shisui!" Naruto on the side crazily complained in his heart. "That's it. That's the FK. They asked you to protect Uchiha's reputation, not to kill all Uchihas. You are crazy, just use distinguished heavenly gods to control Konoha's high level, and the DK will be over." However at this time, Uchiha Shisui continued. "I didn't give you my eyes, but I have something else to give you, new power. My Manjiki Sharingan." "Shisui." Uchiha Itachi was shocked. He had already seen the method of obtaining Manjiki Sharingan from the Uchiha steel through the three-hook jade. That's when your closest relatives are in front of you. Uchiha Itachi's face was full of melancholy. Suddenly, a wooden spear sprang up from the ground and directly stabbed Shisui in the heart. The sudden attack made Uchiha Itachi and Shisui's faces change drastically. Itachi's eyes turned into three-pointed jade and then directly transformed into a triangular pinwheel shape. He turned his head to stare at Naruto. Naruto said lamentingly, "My father asked me to do this. He said that you Uchiha clan need a very sudden stimulus to start Manjiki, and you don't necessarily need to kill your loved ones yourself." Shisui's mouth was bleeding, looking at Uchiha Itachi's Manjiki with relief in his eyes. "Fourth generation? With your help, I can rest assured, Itachi, Naruto is right, congratulations on opening Manjiki. For you, the road ahead may be dark and difficult, but I can't walk by your side. I'm sorry for you, but I know you can stick to your own direction. As Konoha's ninja, move forward. I believe you can. That's why I entrust this mission to you. Thank you so much for having a friend like you. Goodbye." After Shisui's voice fell, the breath in his mouth and nose had disappeared. And there was a system prompt in Naruto's mind. Congratulations to host for successfully killing cage-level powerhouse Uchiha Shisui and gaining 500,000 destiny points. Naruto lamented in his heart, what a good experience baby, it's just gone, and he hasn't had time to brush it a few times. At this time, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were full of hostility. He blamed all of this on the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Arrogant, conceited, arrogant, thinking that he is the founder of Konoha and becoming more and more arrogant. Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Naruto. "Thank you. I didn't let me kill my best friend myself." Naruto looked at the extra destiny points in the system and waved his hand unceremoniously. "Hey, it should be." Uchiha Taka didn't say anything more, he picked up Shisui's body and disappeared instantly. Naruto looked at the Mangeki in his hand and the extra 500,000 points of destiny. This fate event is fine, this time I will directly let myself have one more B-level lottery draw. Naruto opens its own system panel. Chapter 55. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Position, None. Talent, Vortex Bloodline, Chakra Precise Control. Special abilities, Nine Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, activated, Namikaze Minato Chakra, Uzumaki Kushina Chakra, 8 Sign Seal, Tensegan. Skills, Raise Nan Series, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Inner Gates, 3 Body Technique, Shuriken Technique, Wood Style Secret Technique, Ashura Senjutsu. Item, Chakra Doubling Card. Protagonist Halo, Full Level, Current Stage. Combat Power, 300. Destiny Value, 2.56 million. There hasn't been much change in skills in the past 6 months. The main reason is the daily life value of 10,000, and the life value given by killing Shisui and beating the children reached 2.56 million. Although it is still far from the A-level lottery draw of tens of millions, it is already possible to conduct 2 B-level lottery draws. The rewards for the B-level lottery are at the same level as Tensegan, but after all, it does not exceed the limit beyond cage level. If you want to completely worry-free in the ninja world, you will undoubtedly need to conduct an A-level lottery draw. So it was a surprise to get 500,000 destiny points and a Mangeki in this fate event. There are less than 5.5 years before the start of the plot. Based on 10,000 points of destiny per day, there are exactly 20 million destiny points, which is enough for 2 A-level lottery draws. Even counting the reward for beating the children, maybe you can make up a little more. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't bear to try his luck again. What is this called? The success rate of pumping both hands. The reward area of this system is fixed, and there will be no situation where the rewards are garbage due to poor character. Please host not to push the pot in the hearts of gamblers to the system. Naruto. MMP. Lucky draw. Twice grade B. Naruto looked at such a shameless system and said cursingly. Ding, the system is drawing prizes. Congratulations to host for getting the B-rank item Zanpakuto Zanjutsu. Congratulations to host for obtaining the B-level ability card Frozen Fruit, perfect. Naruto's pupils shrank when he heard the voice in his head. FK. Zanjutsu? Zanpakuto. This thing is only B-rank. To know the level of combat power in the Sea of Dead Flames, Shinigami is undoubtedly the highest limit of the 3 migrant workers. Not to mention Aizen, Yhwach, and King Ling, but Mr. Genryuse's remaining flame sword alone is outrageous to death. Not to mention the Zangetsu who hangs on the protagonist Hikyahu. If you practice the last crescent sky, you will directly gain strength beyond several areas of Shinigami. This level of strength is only B-level. Naruto asked the system in surprise. The strength of Zanpakuto is closely related to the host. If there is not enough strength, the strength displayed is not necessarily stronger than the Hokage world. And this time the host got first generation Zangetsu, which is the Zanpakuto that was originally born from Rukia's sealed state, and it was attributed to the B-level reward by the system comprehensively. Naruto understood what he said. The Zangetsu drawn this time is not the real Zangetsu obtained by Kurosaki Ichigo in the Millennium Blood War. Although he also has impressive strength, it is ultimately based on the strength of the host himself. Although the move can use the crescent moon and has the opportunity to open Bankai, it is undoubtedly a dream to reach the level of Kurosaki Ichigo. But this is enough for Naruto. After all, Bankai's deadly domineering outfit is so handsome, it's perfect for pretending to be aggressive. And Zanpakuto's strongest ability is his ability to attack souls. This also means that whether it is a dead body sealed by ghouls, an immortal evil god, or the dead of impure world reincarnation, everything can be cut in front of Naruto, and there are 2 forms, super speed and eternal life. A picture even appeared in Naruto's mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately tried to seal himself with Ghoul Seal. As a result, I held Zanpakuto and directly slammed Shinigami. Come to think of it, I'm a little excited. Naruto put away the Zanpakuto happily, and then looked at another reward in the system space. Frozen fruit. If Zanpakuto surprised Naruto, then this frozen fruit made Naruto look disgusted. What kind of rubbish is this? Be aware that in the world of Hokage there are mysteries similar to the abilities of Logia Devil Fruit. For example, the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan, that thing is like a water fruit. Not only does it ignore physical attacks, but it is also not afraid of sea water. That stuff isn't much stronger than frozen fruit. Moreover, the development of frozen fruit to ultimate can reach the threshold of Chaoying. This is because of the large range of frozen fruit, so it is counted. In terms of small-scale attack power alone, Aokiji is more than one level behind Hashirama and Madara. What's more, this broken thing has the weakness of sea water. System, this thing is also a B-level reward? Naruto asked with a look of disgust. And the system mechanically replies. All rewards within the Super Cage level range belong to the B-level lottery category. This ability has been optimized by the system, and there is no such weakness as being restrained by sea water and sea stone. If you are not satisfied with the rewards, the system provides a free recycling service, and the system can recycle the relevant rewards at half price. Naruto spat upon hearing this. Bah, profiteer! You've cheated me of 500,000 life points over and over again, only fools take it back. It's all smoked, something is better than nothing. Naruto then ordered to the system. Use the ability card. Immediately a burst of coolness swept through the body. Memories of using the power of frozen fruit flooded Naruto's mind. Chapter 56. Unlike ninjutsu, which relies on the operation of chakra to form ninjutsu, frozen fruit turns itself into solid ice, and any attack can be done at will. Naruto held out a middle finger. Suddenly a crystal clear rose floated from the fingertips. Naruto clicked twice. Using it to pick up girls has unexpected effects. Naruto snapped his fingers. Ice roses shattered into ice shards all over the sky, beautiful and beautiful. After Shisui's death, the Uchiha clan must be afraid. It is also time for a complete showdown with Konoha F4. With my current strength, I can fully enjoy the treatment of Konoha Sunin. The forehead protector on his head has little meaning to him. Rescuing the wood-style traces left by Shisui this time will inevitably make Sarutobi Hiruzen doubt himself, and it is completely unnecessary to continue to hide his strength. As expected, the death of Shisui caused the morale and combat effectiveness of the Uchiha clan to drop instantly. After all, he was the #1 master of Uchiha, and the ordinary people of Uchiha feared the silent death. However, what makes Konoha F4 afraid is the appearance of Naruto. He ended up sabotaging the plans of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Danzo thought he did it behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, and he didn't dare to let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he attacked Shisui. But Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that Danzo has missed and one of the distinguished heavenly gods has leaked out. What's more, Naruto's appearance disrupted his plan. This means that Naruto, the secret weapon, is out of control. A few days later, Naruto and Uchiha Itachi were called into the meeting room of Konoha F4 at the same time. Uchiha Itachi knelt on the ground respectfully and reported the trend of the situation these days. Uchiha Shisui is the backbone of the young people in the clan. His suicide caused Uchiha's morale and combat effectiveness to drop instantly. Uda and Koharu nodded. As far as the result is concerned, it still killed the germ of the rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a guilty face. Could it be that Shisui can only stop them by committing suicide? Did I push him too hard? Danzo asked at this time. It seems that someone in the Uchiha clan suspects that you killed Shisui. Uchiha Itachi said blankly. I, like Shisui, do everything for Uchiha, and only people who don't understand that would say that. Shisui did not show up at the meeting place. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said. Being suspicious because you're hiding a secret? Let Anbu officially deliver the news of his suicide, no problem, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then Danzo stared at Naruto who was yawning boredly aside. Then Ludo, I heard that you were attacked in the wild on the day Shisui committed suicide. Assaulted. Naruto looked at Danzo playfully. Who dares to attack me? I am the son of the fourth generation. Danzo's face darkened. Enough. I'm not joking with you now. This is a big deal. Do you know that you are the village's tool of war? You can't take a joke about this kind of thing. Shut up. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and sang red face at this time. Naruto is not the kind of person who lies casually. Naruto, did you meet anyone in the past 2 days? However, this time Naruto simply ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen. He found the sofa at the back and sat down on Erlang's legs. A tool of war? Me? Naruto sneered. You are also worthy. The pupils of Uchiha Itachi, who was kneeling below, shook. He suddenly felt that the person Shisui had entrusted to Yanzu might be entrusted to the wrong person. This doesn't seem to be looking forward to peace, it looks like going to war with Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened at this moment. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, who are dog legs, shouted. Enough. Naruto. Do you know who is sitting in front of you? Naruto looked at Konoha F4 calmly and sneered. The four are immortal. This completely shocked the position of Konoha F4. Why is Naruto so arrogant all of a sudden? And Danzo can't bear this anger. With a wave of his hand, several roots appeared instantly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with wood style is not your own. Sarutobi Hiruzen also persuaded. Nalu duo, although I know you are not reconciled, but your father left 9 tails in the village to act as Jinchuriki to protect the peace of the village, don't be arrogant. And Naruto smiled coldly. Wood style? Who told you that was my whole card? I saw Naruto lightly tap the back of the sofa twice with his fingers. Ice Age. Ice Age. Terrifying coldness instantly emanated from Naruto's fingertips. Frost instantly covered the entire room like flowing water. The roots that jumped out turned into ice sculptures before they even had time to react. Nani? Konoha F4's complexion changed drastically, and at the same time they broke out Chakra's amount of frost to exclude them. Naruto looked at Konoha F4 coldly as if sitting on the frozen throne. I'm here, just to take care of my face for you all these years. As for whether to protect Konoha, it depends on Konoha's performance. You should be thankful that I have lived a pretty good life these years. In your words, I still have a lot of bonds with Konoha. As for power and status, I don't care at all. I just simply warn you, don't mess with me. If Konoha really encounters a crisis that is hard to resist, I will take action. But if you want to use me as a tool of war... Naruto sneered, tapped his fingers again. The terrifying cold air once again spread over the face. With the Hokage building as the center, the ground of the entire Konoha was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Chapter 57. It's bad, Hokage-sama. There are enemies attacking Konoha. An Anbu suddenly appeared and reported loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Nani? Who? Was Konoha seriously damaged? Why didn't the enchantment class report? Anbu calmed down his shock and hurriedly reported. Konoha didn't suffer much damage, but the entire Konoha ground was covered with a layer of frost in an instant, and many people's shoes were stuck to it. Konoha F4 looked in the direction of Naruto with a frightened expression. However, Naruto at this time did not know when he disappeared from the spot. Apparently he left the office straight away after doing this. Konoha F4 including Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't see how he left. And what Naruto did was obviously beating Konoha F4, he has the strength to freeze the whole Konoha in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen resounded the power of the ice just now, except for Jainin, all ninjas, I am afraid that all other ninjas will not be spared. This is to warn Konoha F4 that he has the strength to easily destroy the entire Konoha, even if it is possible to kill it with Jainin, he can also drag the entire Konoha to be buried with him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face completely darkened. He didn't expect Naruto's strength to be so terrifying. Danzo on the side snorted coldly. Hiruzen. I said you would regret it. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely refuted this time. Because Danzo was right, he really regretted it. He couldn't understand why Naruto's personality changed suddenly. Is someone instigating him behind his back? After all, he is only a 6-year-old child, so he can be easily fooled. And when Naruto's strength reached Jainin's, he removed Anbu's surveillance. I was just afraid that Naruto might have some misunderstanding. In the end, I didn't have any misunderstandings, but I was taken advantage of by others. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand took one puff after another. He said to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, you go down first, don't tell anyone what happened here. Uchiha Itachi nodded and disappeared instantly from the spot. Hiruzen, you. Danzo immediately wanted to take the opportunity to attack after seeing no one. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted indifferently. Shut up! Danzo, this is not the time for you to make trouble. Danzo, Udaten Koharu, and Mitokado Homura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in astonishment. They had never seen third Hokage like this before. No matter what the situation was before. What third generation showed them was always amiable, peace-loving, indecisive, and courteous to everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at several root ice sculptures with cold eyes. I know you have replaced Shisui's right eye now, and I don't bother to pursue it, but there is one condition, Danzo, find a chance to cast distinguished heavenly gods on Naruto. I need a Jinchuriki who will always be loyal to Konoha. Naruto in the original book is definitely in the distinguished heavenly gods. Because in the same parallel world, Namikaze Myanmar still blackened and chose to take revenge on Konoha with the care of the Minato couple. And Naruto lived a life hundreds of times worse than Namikaze's in the main world, but he still didn't have any hatred, which is completely unreasonable. But seeing Naruto's practice under the real waterfall is blackened, and Naruto's strength can be seen. If Naruto had not already had many bonds at that time, he may not even be able to pass a test in his own heart. Moreover, distinguished heavenly gods can create memories of real experiences, and there is no need to continuously cast the pupil technique at all. If Danzo had distinguished heavenly gods without cooling down, how could he be spotted by Qing's white eyes during the 5 Kages meeting, let alone Kon disappear after such a short while? The only possibility is that Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods have used it years ago. All he is using is the Sharingan illusion function. The object used is naturally Naruto, who faces the cold violence of the entire Konoha without a trace of darkness. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly expression, as if this was the first time he saw a different third Hokage. A sudden chill passed through his heart. If you talk about the darkness in your heart, do you really have more than him? Looking at the order that cannot be refused, Danzo nodded subconsciously. I know, when the right opportunity comes, I will cast it on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Find an opportunity away from the village, and the Uchiha clan won't stop for long. Sharingan is a sharp weapon against Jinchuriki, and it must be in our hands. Danzo narrowed his eyes. This is the first time that Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea coincides with his own. First deal with the Uchiha clan, and after the civil strife can be resolved, then consider how to deal with the Jinchuriki. Fortunately, the current Jinchuriki's hostility towards Konoha is not too strong, so don't provoke him, and we will talk about everything after the Uchiha clan is done. You have no objections? The tough attitude made the rest of the people nod unconsciously. When they came to their senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already left. Danzo looked at the empty conference room with a dark face. I was shocked by Hiruzen. And Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side just walked into the Hokage office. Hnin hurried over and reported in horror. No, Lord Third Generation, Naruto has left the village. Chapter 58. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed drastically. Why didn't you stop him? Hnin smiled wryly. I can't stop him. His strength is too strong. We can't even find him in a blink of an eye. Before he left, he said he was going to pick up someone outside and he would be back soon, so don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened completely. Now Naruto is completely out of his control. Looks like it's time for Danzo to brainwash Naruto with distinguished heavenly gods as soon as possible. But what he is most worried about now is who owns Shisui's other distinguished heavenly gods. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed inwardly. That piece of shit Danzo, you can't do this well. At this time, Hnin asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Third Generation, what should we do? Should we list Naruto as a traitor? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Hnin like an idiot. Is Naruto a ninja? Hnin was taken aback when he heard the words, and then remembered that Naruto is not even a ninja now. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Go on, I told Naruto to go out, and he will be back in a while. With Naruto's strength at this time, all I can do is hope that what he said is true. With Naruto's current strength, if he becomes a traitor, then Konoha will have an extra terrifying enemy. Before using distinguished heavenly gods. Even if you are angry, you can only swallow your anger. It reminded him of the unfilial Jiraiya. Isn't it because Orochimaru was driven away, he left Konoha and went to travel the ninja world, and even said that he wanted to bring Orochimaru back. If you bring him back, why would I drive him out? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sorry for himself. At this time, Naruto was moving fast through the woods. His purpose of leaving the village this time is nothing else but to save his poor fellow Uzumaki Phosphonium. In the Hokage plot, Naruto is not the only one who has a tragic fate. Even many people's childhood was much worse than Naruto's. Gaara suffers the same treatment as Naruto, if not better. He was assassinated by his own father if he had nothing to do. If it wasn't for Mazoninge, he would have died so many times. Mizuna Zukabai was hated by his biological father when he was a child because of the blood succession limit, and killed his mother. In the end, Sueji Jija broke out and became a beggar, and was later trained by Zabuza to be a killing machine. And the Uzumaki incense Phosphorus. Because of the destruction of the country of the vortex, the mother fled to Cao Ninja village with the young girl. Without any special skills, she directly became someone else's blood bag for her daughter, and was finally sucked dry by a group of animals and died of Chakra. And Uzumaki Xionglan also embarked on the same fate. If it weren't for Xionglan's strong talent, she might have already stepped into her mother's footsteps. Although she looks like a St in character, she never left Sasuke from the beginning to the end. Even if she was abandoned by Sasuke, she finally forgave him. It was because of Sasuke's unintentional rescue during the Chunin exam. This kind of girl has more S*X than those who have nothing to do, and the green tea Sakura given by Sas is much better. Naruto didn't want her to suffer the same. And Naruto wants to find her mother to ask the truth about the demise of Uzumaki. The Vortex family that escaped is not a minority. But except for Uzumaki Kushina brought back by Anbu, not a single member of the Vortex tribe chose to escape to Konoha village, the closest alliance of the Vortex kingdom. This is enough to show that, compared to Konoha village, they would rather stay in the inhuman Kusanagi village and the war-torn Rain country than go to Konoha, which symbolizes peace. Even though Naruto was killed, he didn't believe that the destruction of Uzumaki had nothing to do with Konoha. Naruto soon came to the border of Konoha village. This is the junction of Kusanagi village and Takinobu village. At this time, the two villages were at war. Even though the 5 major villages are relatively peaceful, the small countries that serve as the buffer zone of the war are still fighting hard. Ding dong, the protagonist's halo is in effect, and the destiny event is being triggered. Naruto's eyes twitched. He glanced at the woods beyond the border. Suddenly, it was discovered that a small group of ninjas were being chased not far away. Naruto leaned forward to take a look. It is the Fuma clan known as ninja mercenaries. And Naruto who fought with him is also very familiar. It is surprisingly Kakuzu who has not yet joined the Akatsuki organization. As a long-lived elite who once assassinated Senju Hashirama Yabali and threw a shuriken, Kakuzu's strength is naturally not comparable to this group of low-level mercenaries. Hardly a few rounds. All the ninjas of the Fuma clan were knocked to the ground. Even Kakuzu didn't even use a single ninjutsu, just relying on taijutsu and earth resentment to achieve this step. Is it only to this extent? Kakuzu pinched the neck of the last ninja of the Fuma clan and frowned, it's not worth the money. However, a pitcher plant suddenly appeared beside him. It's really messed up. Kakuzu's expression changed, and he quickly dodged back. And the two figures slowly walked out from the previous smoke and dust. God pain. A look of surprise appeared on Naruto's face. To be able to meet such a large experience baby, I am really ashamed of my conscience and running out to save others. Chapter 59. Who are you? Kakuzu looked at Pain with an ugly expression, and he was so close that he didn't notice it. This made Kakuzu have to be cautious about the two people who appeared in front of him. Kakuzu, the undead ninja, we welcome you to become one of Akatsuki. Dawn. Black Zetsu on the side explained. It's an organization that exists to achieve true peace. Kakuzu snorted coldly. I'm not interested in this kind of organization, and now the only thing that can obsess me is money. Pain said indifferently. Whether you are interested or not, you have to join Akatsuki's ranks. Kakuzu on the opposite side laughed angrily. No one has said this to himself since he assassinated Senju Hashirama. You can really boast. It seems that you are another fool with a huge gap in strength. Although you don't seem to be able to exchange much money, you are talking too much. Streaks of wriggling black whiskers began to appear at the sutures on Kakuzu's body, which looked extraordinarily oozing. Pain smiled arrogantly and said, "Humph, little challenge me? That's fine, if I win, I'll take you back and join Akatsuki." He was the hands of the salamander who had just beaten to death the legendary Sunin. Kisame, Scorpion, and Uchiha Itaki are the 3 veteran members that Obito found out. It would be a shame if they just couldn't bring them back. At this time, Naruto's light voice came. Bring me one? I also want world nuclear peace. The men and horses in the 2 rooms were startled. They didn't find any trace of Naruto. Obviously, the Tensagen born according to Naruto's body is 1 level higher than the outsider Pain. Black Zetsu looked at Naruto with a shocked face and said in his heart. FK. 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Pain looked at Naruto in bewilderment when he heard the words, then turned to Black Zetsu and asked. 9 Tails Jinchuriki? Isn't that thing in Konoha? Black Zetsu said with a constipated face. That's right, this is definitely 9 Tails Jinchuriki, I don't know how Konoha made him escape. Pain sneered suddenly when he heard the words. Just right, I'm still worried that it's too difficult to grab 9 Tails from Konoha. Now is a good time to imprison 9 Tails, and save myself going to Konoha when the time is right. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. Hey, don't be so unreasonable. Jinchuriki are human beings, and Jinchuriki are also very peace-loving. If there is no war, wouldn't Jinchuriki not need to suffer? It's not that I'm complaining, Jinchuriki's life is not so easy, look at the villagers who are like white-eyed wolves. 9 Tails attacked the village, what's wrong with me? It's obviously Obito's doing. Do you know Obito? Uchiha Obito, he has a hobby of pretending to be Uchiha Madara everywhere. My poor parents died at his hands. To be precise, he died at the hands of 9 tails under his control. Are you angry? The face of Black Zetsu on the opposite side changed drastically. I'm stupid. How does B know Obito's real identity? Pain was taken aback when he heard the words, and looked at Naruto in astonishment. Obito? Uchiha Madara. He looked to the side of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu coughed twice in embarrassment. It doesn't matter who it is, the main thing is that Obito's beloved also died in the ninja war, so he hates war and wants to create a peaceful world. Naruto looked at Black Zetsu playfully. I was thinking about whether or not to expose the story of Black Zetsu saving his mother. With strength, he is no longer the trembling Jinchuriki. He is now only Chakra away from Super Shadow, or even from 6 Paths level. At the peak of Cage level, he walked completely sideways without Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If he wanted, he could even easily stop Black Zetsu's plan to save his mother. So now he is looking at this group of unlucky ninja children with a playful mentality, and of course he also treats them as experienced babies. Black Zetsu's scalp was numb from Naruto's stare, afraid that Naruto would say something shocking to the world again. However, Naruto chuckled. You are right, identity is not important, what is important is that I love peace, we are comrades, this great dream of dedicating myself to nuclear peace, it is hard for me not to want a piece of the action. Oh no, it is to contribute. However, Black Zetsu didn't want to put such a big factor of instability in Akatsuki's organization. He suddenly said loudly. I see, this guy is stalling for time. This guy is 9 tails Jinchuriki, how could Konoha village allow him to come out alone? Just taking the opportunity to arrest him, the nuclear peace plan is half completed. Pain, let's do it. Pain was taken aback. Then he frowned and looked at Naruto. Universal pull. A suction was drawn directly towards Naruto. See the power of God and tremble at it. Kakuzu's expression on the side changed. It seems that this is not an ordinary ninja. His eyes are not unusual, are they some kind of Sharingan? And Naruto flew towards Pain's arm without any resistance in the face of gravity. It wasn't until he was about to be caught that he gave a strange laugh. Why can't I come out alone? Of course the strength is too strong. While speaking, Naruto's pupils suddenly glowed with faint blue light. Rinnegan, it just so happens that I also have a power that is almost the same as your eyes, let's see whose power is stronger. Shenluo Tianzheng. Chapter 60. Impossible. Black Zetsu looked at Naruto in horror. How is it possible for him to use Rinnegan's pupil? When Black Zetsu was born, Kagaya had been sealed by the 2 brothers of Hamura, and Hamura did not awaken Tensagen when he sealed Kagaya. So even Black Zetsu doesn't know the ultimate pupil technique of this white-eyed evolution. Tiandao Pain was instantly blown away by the familiar force with a shocked face, and fell out in embarrassment. Rinnegan? No, no. Looking at Naruto's blue eyes, Pain looked confused. Naruto smiled and pressed his hand on the ground. Ice Age. The terrifying ice instantly enveloped the entire forest. Black Zetsu fled underground. Kakuzu Fire Style Mask Shot. Fire Style Head Hard. Pain snorted coldly, Shenluo Tianzheng. The same repulsive force bounced the ice away. Naruto didn't expect this attack to defeat Tiandao either. I saw him transform into countless ice spears floating in the air. With a wave of his hand, the 3-edged ice gun shot towards Pain like a rain of swords. Pain frowned. Slammed on the ground. The robust and hungry kid suddenly appeared in front of Pain. Sealing Technique Suction. One of Rinnegan's abilities, using seal absorption to form a shield to absorb the opponent's ninjutsu. The circular shield tightly wrapped the 2 of them. However, the ice thorns all over the sky directly broke through the blockade of the shield and pierced into the hungry kid's body. Nanny. Tiandao Pain in the rear looked shocked. Hungry Kid is able to absorb all ninjutsu, even blood successor limit, why his ice escape didn't absorb it by itself. And Naruto seems to have expected the scene before him. Although both frozen fruit and ice escape blood successor boundary are driven by Chakra. But the power of frozen fruit is not lost to the Chakra system at all. After being transformed by frozen fruit, the ice released by Naruto is the same as the ice that appears out of thin air in nature. Just like Kyokusen layman used the summoning technique to summon the fire from the volcano to extinguish the Tsutsuki-style puppet Sixian. Rinnegan's abilities simply can't absorb attacks from frozen fruit. Pain's face became serious. He never thought that the boy who looked like a teenager in front of him would have such great strength. He didn't know that Naruto was only 6 years old, otherwise it would have been even more shocking. Black Zetsu in the ground looked puzzled. The half-faced white Zetsu said strangely. Is this the boundary of ice escape blood successor? Black Zetsu directly denied. Impossible, even ice escape can't escape Rinnegan's absorption. This is probably the natural ice he summoned with the summoning technique. Seeing that the kid was invalid, Pain put away the kid and summoned again. This time he summoning is exactly the beast way. Don't be too happy, I haven't done anything serious yet. Contribute your strength to Akatsuki, this is your only way out. Summoning technique. A huge hellhound appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto pulls out Zangetsu with a wave. The Crescent Sky Rush, which is similar to the Chakra blade that Susan cut out, instantly split the Hell Dog in two. It's useless, the vicious dog from Hell, the more you attack, the more he will be in number. And Naruto laughed at this time. Coincidentally, I seem to be able to do summoning too. Summoning technique. A giant stone statue of Hamura is summoned by Naruto. The huge hellhound is really like a puppy in front of the stone statue. At this time, Black Zetsu's complexion changed drastically. This is Hamura. If Naruto heard the shock in Black Zetsu's heart, he would definitely complain desperately. How the hell did you recognize this as Tsutsuki Hamura's? Pain snorted coldly. It doesn't mean that you are strong if you are big. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Rhinos and pit bulls are summoned by beasts at the same time. With a howl, the two rushed towards the stone statue's calf. Boom! A bang! The legs of the stone statue were broken by two summoning beasts. The huge figure staggered and fell down. The two hellhounds howled and rushed towards the stone statue. The sharp claws and teeth ignored the statue made of stone and directly crushed it. Pain looked at Naruto proudly. However, he found that there was no slight change on Naruto's face. Just when Pain was about to control the summoning beast to attack Naruto, two huge arms suddenly pressed on the rhinoceros and bullfighting body. Bang! The two summoning beasts wailed and turned into a cloud of smoke. The Cerberus was caught by the stone statue and couldn't move. Pain took a closer look. The original broken stone statue is recovering at a terrifying speed. Soon an intact stone statue appeared in front of everyone. The painting style on Pain's face completely collapsed. Impossible! What the hell are you? Naruto slowly floated up with a smile on his face and said with a smile. Oliawa Uzumaki Naruto, is a god. Said Naruto directly opened the Tensagen Chakra mode. The Six Paths coat and the truth-seeking balls floated directly behind him. Black Zetsu in the ground completely changed his expression. Impossible! How come there are still people with Six Paths level strength? However, Naruto raised his arm without giving him a chance to react. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Multiple truth-seeking balls were released from the palm of the right palm. As Naruto twirls these fairway gems with both hands, the appearance of the truth-seeking ball is covered with a layer of green chakra. A silver halo slowly formed. A huge tornado directly swept through the entire forest in the aperture. Chapter 61. The terrifying hurricane swept across the entire forest in an instant. Although it was only a temporary pseudo Six Paths level attack, it was definitely not something that Heavenly Dao Pain could resist. Shenluo Tianzheng. Pain roared and wanted to have a confrontation with Yinlun Tensei. In the next second, the repulsive shield shattered instantly, and Pain's entire face was blown to pieces, twisted, and flew out. Impossible! Angry roars echoed through the forest. After the attack stopped, Tiandao Pain's body was already broken. The whole person was limp on the ground like a broken doll. Naruto hastily removed Tensagen Chakra mode. Although this thing is easy to use, it is indeed a big mana consumer. After all, it's no wonder that it doesn't cost mana to force a pseudo 6 paths attack with cage level strength. Still poor Blue. Naruto sighed while flying. My age is still too young after all, 300 calories of chakra seems a lot. In the face of playing skills in the later stage, it is undoubtedly not enough to put a skill. Since owning Tensagen, Naruto can control gravity to fly just like Pain is like a shepherd. When Tensagen Chakra mode is turned on, volleying is more like instinct. He flew to the already paralyzed Heavenly Dao Pain. How? Am I strong enough to join the Akatsuki organization? Pain looked at Naruto with fiery eyes and said. This is the strength of Jinchuriki. If every Jinchuriki has such strength, then how strong can the ultimate ninjutsu developed by him by gathering all 9-tailed beasts be? Thinking of this, Pain was not only not disappointed, but excited. He has already made up his mind that after Xiao's organization grows stronger, he must bring all his troops to take 9 tails down. As for the immediate failure, it's just a puppet body. If it wasn't because Hanzo crippled his feet, he wouldn't use this remote control method to use Rinnegan. When I make a perfect plan, I will be able to take down the Jinchuriki in front of me. Naruto touched his chin. Is the strength of the Jinchuriki? It's not bad, the difference between the Jinchuriki is at most 100 million points. Naruto leaned down and saw the ring on Pain's finger light up. I'm not being polite, I accept this ring, and whoever bullies you in the future will report my name, and I will be a member of the Xiao organization from now on. After Naruto finished speaking, he took off the ring representing number 0 from the broken Pain finger. Pain, who was suddenly attacked, looked bewildered. What the hell? Nima. That is Lao Zi's ring representing Nanboan. Who is the boss of the Akatsuki organization that you stole away, BD? He hastily summoned the Hell Road to repair his body. But he found that the original Naruto had already disappeared. Pain, worry at Yuan number. He turned his head to look at Kakuzu, whose 4 hearts were destroyed in the aftermath. Suddenly, he felt that what kind of thing he recruited, he couldn't even deal with the aftermath of the battle, and the people Obito found were not very good. But after all, it's my purpose this time. Pain stood in front of Kakuzu intact and said with disgust. Give me an answer, surrender or die. Looking at Pain, who had been completely restored, Kakuzu was shocked. He had witnessed the strength of the attack just now. He couldn't bear the aftermath alone, and his heart barely survived the successive losses. The current Pain is actually intact. Could it be that he was just hiding his strength to test that Jinchuriki? It must be, otherwise how could it be possible to survive such a fierce battle unscathed? And Jinchuriki's original purpose was to join the Akatsuki organization. It was supposed to be me fighting this BT, but now Jinchuriki is fighting for me. If he had shot himself just now, wouldn't he have been beaten to death by this BT? Kakuzu felt a lingering fear. He said to Pain stiffly. Humph, there seems to be a lot of chances for an organization with someone like you to join a famous bounty target, Akatsuki? It seems to be an organization that unexpectedly has potential for gold digging, so I'll join it. How could Pain, who had just been beaten, be in the mood to be polite to this dead duck? He directly threw a ring over and said. I will contact you through this ring in the future. After speaking, Pain turned around and left. On the other side, Naruto happily held the number 0 ring he snatched from Pain. This is a good thing. I was worried that I couldn't find the Xiao organization, but I didn't expect the fate event to come to me directly. After all, they are all S-rank traitors. The time for escaping was so fast that if there was no inside information, even Konoha's intelligence network would not be able to find it. Even Jiraiya had to die to figure out that Six Paths pen was a puppet. The rest of the people are like dragons who can't see the end. If Naruto wants them to be his sandbags for a long time, experience baby. It must be necessary to go deep into the enemy's line, can't bear to let the child not be caught by the wolf. Then Naruto looked at the previous system prompt. Congratulations to host for successfully defeating the cage-level puppet Six Paths Pain and gaining 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to host for successfully defeating cage-level powerhouse Kakuzu and gaining 10,000 destiny points. Naruto, hey? Kakuzu also joined the battle. Chapter 62. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Position, none. Talent, Vortex Bloodline, Chakra Precise Control, Frozen Fruit, Perfect. Special Abilities, Nine Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, Activated, Namikaze Minato Chakra, Uzumaki Kushina Chakra, 8 Sign Seal, Tensegan. Skills, Raise Nan Series, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Inner Gates, 3 Body Technique, Shuriken Technique, Wood Style Secret Technique, Ashura Senjutsu. Items, Chakra Double Card, Zanpakut Zanjutsu. Protagonist Halo, Full Level, Current Stage. Combat Power, 421. Destiny Value, 630,000. Seeing the extra 60,000 life points, Naruto was overjoyed. In addition to the daily destiny value of 10,000, there was an additional 60,000. Naruto is very glad that he has crossed over to the protagonist at this time. Or simply relying on the protagonist's luck to upgrade the protagonist's halo. The ghost knows when he will have a guaranteed destiny value of 10,000 a day. You must know that even if a cage-level strong person is beaten once, he will only be paid 10,000 to 100,000. It doesn't matter whether I have killed the whole ninja world by myself or not. If I hadn't become Naruto myself. I'm afraid it's outrageous to have a life value of hundreds of thousands so far. At the beginning of the plot, it is estimated that it is the strength of a Genin. After all, without Naruto's natural cheats and the protagonist's halo, I can only make a living by playing ninja school kids. They only give 1800 destiny points alone, and they may not be able to get together a B-level lottery draw by the time they graduate. Today, not only can I lead 10,000 life points per day, but I can also use cage-level powerhouses as experience monsters, so the strength is naturally comfortable and not to be missed. Then he recovered the chakra consumed a little on the way. The consumption of opening the Six Paths mode is too outrageous. Just using the truth-seeking ball for a Jinjin Sensei blast almost drained me dry. You must know that you can already have 300 calories of chakra. He is now very convinced that Naruto and Nine Tails chakra in the fourth battle may not be as simple as Wonka. Otherwise absolutely cannot afford the consumption of Six Paths chakra mode. It was evening when Naruto finished refining chakra. He continued to rush towards Kaien village without stopping. It was already evening when he sneaked into Kaien village. He searched with Kagura mind eyes. Suddenly, a particularly large group of chakra was found in a tall building. Naruto took a closer look. Kaien Hospital is written on the tall building. His countenance changed. Not good. It's late. Regardless of hiding his figure, Naruto got up and rushed towards the hospital from the sky. For a moment, the enchantment team in Kaien village was shocked. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Suspected Uegaku ninjas invade from the sky. At this time, in Kaien village hospital, Karin, in shabby clothes, was dragged by a Kusanagi Jainin like a beggar. Due to the sudden and intense aftermath of the battle in the forest, the ninjas in our ambush suffered heavy casualties. Now there are countless wounded in the village, and your mother alone is not enough. Xianglin looked at Jainin with a face of fear. She suddenly saw a corpse covered in a white cloth in a morgue. With the scarlet hair and familiar clothes, Xianglin broke free from the restraint without knowing where the strength came from, and ran straight to the room. When she came to her mother's body, arms full of tooth marks drooped from the mortuary table. And all the exposed skin on her body was not intact at all. In order to keep her daughter alive, this poor mother of the Whirlpool clan was directly killed by the herd of cattle in Kayan village. Xianglin took 2 steps back with a look of horror. She couldn't hold on anymore, covered her mouth and retched frantically. Kusakashi Jainin stood behind him blankly and pulled him up. "Let go of me! Mom! Mom!" Jainin of Kayan village sneered. "There is only one way to protect the village. I am sorry to lose your mother, but there are still many wounded waiting for treatment." He dragged Xianglin to an intensive care unit. All kinds of wounded with missing arms and legs are wailing frantically. "Too slow. Where's the woman?" A person in medical overalls shouted dissatisfiedly. Kusakashi Jainin said nonchalantly without any sympathy. "Dead, this guy will replace her from now on." Xianglin looked at Kusanagi in horror and lost her voice. The medical staff frowned. "Such a little girl? Can it work?" Kusanagi said with a blank face. "This is that woman's daughter with the same ability." Xianglin ran away with a look of horror, but the young girl was directly grabbed by Kusanagi and handed to the medical staff. "Don't! Let me go! Don't!" Cao Yin looked at Xiangrin who was stepping into hell step by step and said with a sneer. "We have taken in you who are homeless, so the rations must be earned by yourself." A ninja with a broken arm screamed and wailed. "It hurts! It hurts!" The medical staff handed Xianglin's young arm up without hesitation. "It doesn't matter. It will be ready soon. Come and bite." The genin bit down on Xianglin's immature arm without hesitation. Xianglin recalled her mother's miserable body and shed tears in despair. "Please, don't do this." "Who? Someone help me. Here is hell." Chapter 63. Boom. There was a loud bang. The walls of the hospital were directly blasted from the outside. An ice pick flew out of the smoke and fell straight into the heart of the medical staff. And Xianglin also broke free from the shackles of the corpse, and fell to the ground. "Who?" Kusakashi Jainin looked at the figure slowly walking out of the smoke with a look of shock. "This is the base camp of Grass Ninja Village. Who would dare to be such an open and above-board ninja village? Even if it is not the 5 major villages, but his own village is also well known in the ninja world. Even an S-rank rebel would not dare to rashly attack a ninja village." However, Naruto walked out of the smoke with a dark face. Even though he had watched anime, he still couldn't help being angry when he saw the tragic scene in front of him. This is no longer worthy of being called human. For the so-called shelter, do you have to be sucked dry? Naruto, who is full of teeth marks, is shocking. He had never felt so angry. This is caused by his conscience as a human being who has inherited 5,000 years of culture from his previous life. Especially when I saw that this group of beasts would not let go of a 6-year-old girl. The anger in Naruto's heart was completely ignited. "Good, very good." Naruto's voice seemed to come from hell, slowly spitting out along with the cold air of frozen fruit. "It's painful, isn't it? Since it's painful, then I'll help you end the pain." Kusanagi Jainin snarled. "Who the hell are you? How dare you attack our Kayan village?" Wind-style wind cut. A slash wave blows out from Jainin's mouth, and cuts directly towards Naruto. And Naruto didn't even look at it, he pulled out the chopping knife and chopped off the wind knife. He went straight to Xiangrin's side and sighed. "Sorry, I'm late," then close your eyes, the following is paid content. Minors are prohibited from watching. Xiangrin looks at Naruto at this time as if she is looking at a god. She closed her eyes obediently, and stood there silently. Naruto split a shadow clone and pulled Shanrin aside. On the other hand, Naruto looked at the group of beasts Kusanagi with a blank face and muttered to himself. You guys are great, you managed to make me feel what shock is, and it also made me experience real anger for the first time since I came to this world. Even when I faced the rejection of those trash villagers, I never got angry. I thought I was someone who had nothing to do with me. But I found that I am still a person after all, unlike you bastards. Conscience is something that is carved in our bones. Even if you talk about it, but when it's time to act, 130 will still be angry. On the opposite side, Kusanagi looked at the nagging Naruto and frowned. Who the hell are you? The mother and daughter did it voluntarily. Our village provided them with shelter. If it wasn't for our village, they would have been captured by the big villages as experimental subjects. They are the Uzumaki clan. When Naruto heard what Kusanagi said, the anger in his heart suddenly rose to another level. He smiled back in anger and slowly clenched the Zangetsu in his hand. Voluntary? Well, a voluntary. Now I declare that one person in your grass ninja village can leave here alive. Of course there can only be one. Now ask the rest to voluntarily die. And at this time, the other Jonin who were notified also came from all directions. The bald Jonin breathed a sigh of relief. Even Naruto's sense of oppression felt extraordinarily terrifying. At this time, the support had arrived, and he shouted arrogantly at Naruto. Ha ha ha! What are you? How dare you threaten our grass ninja village? Although I don't know which village sent you a ninja, but this time we will definitely make your life worse than death. Naruto stared blankly at the ignorant Jonin. He slowly raised Zangetsu and said coldly. This time, I'll blow your minds. Bankai. Tensa Zangetsu. The terrifying chakra burst from Naruto's body into Ryutsu. Zangetsu, like a machete, quickly shrank into a slender black sword, which became thin and light. The black death suit slowly covered Naruto's body like black flames. Kusanagi Jonin's face changed drastically when he felt the huge chakra. Attack! Attack together! Earth-style rock iron cannon. Wind-style wind cut. Fire-style flame bomb. Water-style water horn technique. Lightning-style walk. All kinds of ninjutsu rushed towards Naruto. Naruto, who was in the center, didn't panic in the slightest, watching these ninjutsu indifferently and unmoved. Bang! A violent explosion exploded in the hospital. Kusanagi Jonin looked excitedly at the black figure disappearing in the smoke and asked. Did you make it? However, many Kusanagi who came to support looked at him in horror. Kusanagi Jonin looked at them strangely. What happened to you guys? Naruto's indifferent voice came from behind him and said lightly. Because you're dead. Kusanagi Jonin is furious. You're talking nonsense. He just turned his head. The head fell straight off the neck. He looked at his headless corpse with a blank face. Whose body is that? Why is it so familiar? Kfeg, the next moment his eyes were dark and he was unconscious again. But it's not over yet. Naruto held Zanpakuto with a sneer and looked at the other Kusanagi with cruelty on their faces. Show you something good. Huge chakra transformed into Ryutsu again and swept the audience. The soul of Kusunin who died originally appeared strangely in front of many Kusunin present. Impossible. This is Captain Zaraki. Zaraki, who was originally floating in the air, watched in shock as he regained consciousness and was firmly nailed in mid-air. Naruto pointed at the soul in the air with Zangetsu in his hand and smiled cruelly. You are also worthy to go to the Pure Land? Die! A black slash across Zaraki's body. With a scream, his soul directly turned into a little bit of starlight in midair. Dazed. Naruto didn't even give these beasts a chance to reincarnate. Everyone looked at Naruto in horror. What human beings fear is always the mystery of the unknown. They were trained not to be afraid of death, but this way of dying with their souls chopped up after death is too frightening. In the past, everything was settled after death, but now there is no chance of reincarnation. This makes the ninjas who are not afraid of death begin to feel extremely fearful. Scared now? Naruto looked at the group of cowering ninjas and smiled. It's late, remember to be in awe of life in the next life. Oh, no, you have no next life, Tianmuliangsuan. Naruto snarled. Under the blessing of Bankai Tensa Zangetsu, the whole person directly turned into a black Shinigami and walked among the crowd. Wherever he went, no ninja could make the slightest resistance. The so-called Kusanagi Jonin who were still alive were all terrified by this horrible scene. They screamed in horror and fled around. But at this time Naruto. How could it be possible to let them escape? Using Zanpakutetsu's ultra-high-speed movement, countless phantoms appeared in an instant and chased the ninjas fleeing in all directions. Surround the net. Originally, it used the afterimage left by the ultra-high-speed movement to mislead the enemy to attack, and took the opportunity to attack the enemy's blind spot. But at this time it is directly used by Naruto to chase the enemy. In just a split second, it seemed that countless Narutos appeared at the same time, and the speed was no less than that of Shisui's Shisui. In an instant, all the Jonin in the hospital were beheaded. The soul was also directly crushed by Naruto's Zanpakut. When Cao Ying arrived with a group of Anbu, there were only a pile of broken corpses and Xianglin who closed her eyes and dared not open them. Naruto stood in a pool of blood like a Shinigami and said to Sokage condescendingly. As I said, only one person can get out of here tonight. Sokage looked at Naruto in shock and shouted angrily. Where did our ninja village offend you? Could it be that you were sent by Taki Ninja Village? And Naruto looked at Sokage coldly and smiled, pointing to Xiangrin and said. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and her name is Uzumaki Karin, do you still need to ask to continue? Grass Shadow trembled when he heard the words. Descendants of the Whirlpool clan. I took in the descendants of the Uzumaki clan, but I didn't wait for the 5 ninja village to make things difficult for me, but I was retaliated by the Uzumaki clan. At this time, Cao Ying's heart was full of remorse. He said to Naruto with a smirk on his face. Look, so many people have died in Cao Ninja Village, and the little girl hasn't suffered any injuries. Can you calm down now? However, Naruto looked at the grass shadow like a dead person. He waved his hand, and a female corpse in the lower level of the hospital was pulled up by him by gravity. The shocking bite marks all over her body made Cao Ying's face change drastically. Do it! Ice Age! Ice Age! Naruto sneered and tapped Zanpakut on the floor. With Naruto as the center, the terrifying cold swept across the entire Kusanagi village in an instant. This is an ice age that is hundreds of times stronger than when Naruto threatened Konoha F4 back then. Just for a moment. This grass shadow, who only has the strength of elite Jonin, and a group of Chunin level Anbu, and the entire hidden grass village were all buried in terrifying ice. The entire Kusanagi village was directly transformed into a whole ice sculpture. The horror on people's faces was preserved vividly. Naruto looked at Sokage's soul and said lightly. People, have a bottom line. Immediately, a black crescent moon shot across the void of Kusanagi village in an instant. All souls who ascended into the sky were instantly wiped out by Ryutsu. Chapter 63-2 Naruto who hates iron but cannot make steel. The first to discover the destruction of Hizashi village was the enemy village Taki Ninja village they were fighting now. When they waited for several days and didn't see Kusanaga's support, a small team was sent to inquire about the news. The scene in front of them shocked them. The entire grass ninja village has turned into an iceberg. The whole village is frozen in it. It was originally a summer day, but heavy snow kept falling from the sky above Kusunan village. The climate of the entire Kusanagi village has been changed by frozen fruit. From top to bottom in Cao Ninja village was undoubtedly spared. All were frozen in the iceberg. Although it is only a small village, it can be regarded as a second-tier force in the ninja world. It is much stronger than those of Tanokuni and Namokuni who don't even have ninja village. Now it was destroyed by people overnight. This news quickly spread in the ninja world. Danzo held the information with a dignified expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side covered his mouth over and over again. Cigarette pouch. It's unmistakable, it was done by Naruto, it's the power of the ice escape blood boundary. I didn't expect what that guy said to be true. I'm afraid he could really pull the whole Konoha to be buried with him in an instant. Danzo, the matter of the distinguished heavenly gods will be postponed for later. Don't provoke him for now, the main force is to deal with the Uchiha clan. After controlling enough strength, consider taking action against that guy. And this time Danzo rarely refuted. In the face of a common enemy, the two walked together after a long absence. Sarutobi Hiruzen even dropped his image of Sunny Hokage in front of Danzo. Compared to Danzo, he is more afraid of Naruto now. He ran out by himself and wiped out a ninja village without a sound. Most importantly, the red-haired woman that Naruto brought back. The Uzumaki incense phosphorus of the Uzumaki family. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he had guessed the reason for Naruto's shot with a high probability. That's why he's willing to be open and honest with Danzo. Because he was afraid that Naruto would know the truth about the Uzumaki clan. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Kirigakuer, who attacked the Uzumaki country, did not get the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Instead, Konoha has mastered a full set of sealing techniques, as well as the pure-blooded Kushina. This matter cannot be investigated at all. Originally thought that the fellows of the Whirlpool clan were almost dead. As a result, Naruto got the news from nowhere and found another one. Fortunately, this girl didn't know the truth back then. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't imagine how much damage a horrible guy who wiped out Kusanagi village overnight would cause damage to Konoha. He thought of Orochimaru who also destroyed Shinobi village. Now he still worries about Orochimaru all day long. At the beginning, he was driven out of Konoha for the position of Hokage, but fortunately, he did not retaliate because he saw that he was a master and apprentice. But Naruto doesn't have this fear. Once he knows the truth about the country of Vortex, if it is not guaranteed, he will avenge his former country. The plans of the distinguished heavenly gods are imperative. But before that, without a perfect plan, absolutely cannot shoot Naruto. Danzo said lightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Give me Uchiha Atake. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Not long after Shisui died, the Uchiha clan is in a situation of shrinking again. The darkness in Ataka's heart is not enough, let him stay in Anbu for a while. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Get up silently and leave. Another year and a half passed quickly. Naruto brings all the little powerhouses around Konoha to practice physical skills every day. At this time, there was another red-haired figure in the class. It was Uzumaki Karen rescued by Naruto. After burying Xionglin's mother, Naruto returned to Konoha with Korin. With Naruto's strength at this time, there is no pressure to bring someone to join Konoha. And Naruto continued to return to his old job of his actual combat teacher as if nothing happened. You trash! You will become a ninja in the future, don't say I am your teacher. Look at how miserable you are now. You've only run 200 laps and you're bored. At this time, Naruto shouted with a look of hatred. 2 years. It's been 2 years. Do you know how I have lived these 2 years? The examinees below were so tired that they rolled their eyes wildly at this moment, and they didn't seem to care about this snake spirit at all. You have beaten us for the past 2 years. In addition to refining chakra every day is physical exercise. Later, climbing trees and treading water controlled by chakra were added. In the group of 8 inner gates, there are only 12 young people who barely learn the first gate. Even the talented Sasuke couldn't match the 8 inner gates. However, Xiao Li, who was pulled over by Naruto from the first-year class, successfully opened the 4th gate. This made Xiao Li, who has always been at the end of the crane, feel the encouragement from the god. So he practiced physical skills even harder. Of course, Xiao Li has also been taken care of by Naruto. After all, Xiao Li's strength at this time is a well-deserved number one among the Xiaoqiangs. Even Neji and Sasuke can't compare with Xiao Li, so he gives the most destiny points. Naruto didn't seem to see the mournful eyes of these little powerhouses and continued to hate iron for not being steel. You are the future of Konoha, the flowers of the land of fire, and the hope of your respective families. If you can't even beat Ebisu when you graduate, how can you have the face to live in this place? World. At this time Ebisu was still a chunin. But Sarutobi Hiruzen has arranged for his grandson to be a full-time teacher. This makes Naruto, who has never enjoyed the treatment of the son of Hokage, very upset. So he simply regarded this guy as the goal of the little powerhouses in front of him. By the time they graduate, Ebisu's strength is almost as special as Jainin. If he can beat him, Naruto will definitely have a lot of trouble harvesting his destiny. Chapter 64. Once the plot unfolds, luck will gather on 12 Xiaoqiang's body. Even if the strength is not as good as the cage level of the Xiao organization, but in terms of giving destiny points, it is definitely no less than a cage level master. So Naruto still attaches great importance to these future experience monsters, well, the irrigation of the diamond generation. It's just that Naruto still underestimated the difficulty of 8 inner gates cultivation. In his opinion, Kakashi casually copied the former third gate's taijutsu. Why is it so hard to even learn the first one in front of this group of trash? No wonder only Xiao Li learned 8 inner gates within a year after graduation. Now 2 years have passed. 12 Xiaoqiang only learned the first one besides Xiao Li. When I learned it by myself, I felt that it was so simple. Hey, let's go check Uchiha attack for real. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Zuzi, where's your brother? Are you free today? Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto angrily. I'm not Zuzi. Nissen is now the captain of Anbu. I'm not on the same level as you. Over the years, Naruto has been looking for an opportunity to beat Uchiha Itachi every year, exercising his strength in the name of the United States and Japan. At the beginning, Sasuke looked at Itachi's wound and thought it was from the mission. And in an accident, Zuzi saw his admired brother being beaten by Naruto, which completely overturned Zuzi's 3 views. This adds to the premise that Sasuke hates Naruto, the beating of dear Unii-san. Usually Sasuke is also strictly guarding against Naruto, preventing this guy from hitting his brother. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was kneeling respectfully with Kakashi in the Hokage office. At this moment Konoha F4 is sitting in front of them. Danzo spoke to Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. With the increase of tasks, it is now decided to add an Anbu class, and you, Itachi, will be the captain. Uchiha Itachi nodded yes. Uchiha Koharu looked at Uchiha Itachi's appearance a little tangled. Such a young Uchiha Itachi makes her feel like a piece of shit. She asked Itachi. I have no objection, but you are so young, how old are you? 13. Danzo said to her from the side. There are quite a few people who were younger than him when they became Jainin. Mitokado Homura pushed up the glasses and said. After 2 years in Anbu, I became the captain. Uchiha Koharu is also on the sidelines and said. Is he the youngest of Anbu's captains? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Although I used it to specifically check and balance Danzo when voting, the IQ of these 2 people is really not flattering. Danzo can also see that these 2 idiots will only go along with Sarutobi Hiruzen. So he ignored the 2 of them and said. The members of the new class will come from my subordinate Anbu, if there is no problem, you can wait to receive them. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and said expressionlessly. I have no objection. Immediately he and Kakashi withdrew from the office. Kakashi looked deeply at Uchiha Itachi and said. That means you will be transferred to Lord Danzo's Anbu. Itachi nodded without the slightest fluctuation. I guess so. Kakashi opened his mouth and finally couldn't bear to remind him. Don't get caught up in the political battles above. Kakashi walked away after saying that. However, Itaka stopped Kakashi at this moment. Captain Kakashi, I have been looking after you for the past 2 years. Kakashi laughed. Hey, you just changed departments, you are still Konoha's ninja, and you don't want to leave here. Itaka took one last look at Kakashi and smiled. Right. Kakashi waved his hand, turned his head and continued to leave. But the expression on his face has become extremely dignified. When he came to the practice field of the 6th class, Yamato has been waiting here for a long time. He's only 13 years old, really let him be Anbu's captain. Kakashi nodded. Well, he's not an ordinary ninja after all. Even with Sharingan, being captain at the age of 13 is an exceptional promotion, right? Don't forget, there is another kid in school who is even more pervert than him, he is only 8 years old. At this time, a female voice suddenly appeared from behind. Kakashi-senpai, are you talking about Naruto? The two turned their heads. Uzuki Xian with purple hair appeared behind the two of them. What's wrong, Xian? The girl smiled and said to Kakashi. From today onwards, I will be transferred to the 6th class. Kakashi looked at Xian in surprise. So you are the supplementary team member? Xian nodded and bowed to Kakashi. Please take care of Senior Kakashi. Immediately, Uzuki Xian's expression suddenly became shy and asked. By the way, were you talking about Naruto-kun just now? Kakashi and Yamato looked at each other and sighed at the same time. This Naruto, really don't give girls to Konoha village ninjas? Yeah, we're talking about your little beau being a pervert. Uzuki Xian blushed and waved her hands again and again. Where is it? Naruto and I are just ordinary friends. Kakashi and Yamato rolled their eyes at the same time. Over the past few years, this sentence has been heard by countless ninja girls. Asking for flowers. Uchiha Itaka kneels respectfully in front of Danzo. From today onwards, you are Anbu's team leader. Although you are not the root, the tasks are basically assigned by me, and you will not report to Hiruzen and the others. Yes. There is a mission to perform next, don't worry, it's just an ordinary assassination mission. Uchiha Itaka bowed his head while holding the photo in his hand. This is a ninja of the Aberame clan. In the past 2 years in Anbu, he has long been used to this kind of killing without any reason. When he returned to Danzo with the head, Danzo took a piece of information and asked Itaka. I've received reports that the garrison is being armed? What does that mean? Danzo gave Uchiha Itaka a cold look. Uchiha Itaka's eyes were cold and stern, and he said without any fluctuation. 0. Uchiha, dissatisfaction with the village has escalated again. Danzo looked at Itaka and nodded. It can't go on like this. Itaka's pupils shrank slightly and he bowed his head at this time, it should be. Yes. The ferret that left the roots returned to the Uchiha area. He looked at the Uchiha Tsuki who had been shot by himself on the wall and ran away because of Shisui's death, and was lost in thought. And then Sasuke's voice came. Brother, you're back, I'm going to training, come with me. And at this time Naruto's figure appeared on the roof. Itaka's pupils shrank. Laughing at Sasuke. I just finished the mission, I'm too tired, you go by yourself. Unconsciously, Sasuke ran to Uchiha Itaka and said dissatisfiedly. Why is brother so tired? I just helped you out of that nasty Naruto's Vietnam War today. Uchiha Itaka looked at Naruto on the roof and sighed inwardly. You acted like a loner. Yo, it seems that I am here at the right time. As soon as Sasuke's face changed, he turned around and saw Naruto on the roof. Damn BD! What are you doing? Naruto chuckled. Beat your brother. Sasuke's face turned black. My brother won't give you a competition. However, Itaka's voice suddenly came from behind. Sass. Sasuke hurriedly turned around. Suddenly a brain crashed on his forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke, next time. Naruto shrugged. It seems that you have fallen out of favor with your brother. Sasuke looked at Naruto angrily when he heard that. But he found that Naruto and his brother had disappeared long ago. Sasuke's face darkened, and his mouth suddenly muttered. Chapter 65. In a forest. The red Susan in the first form stands out of thin air. On the opposite side of him, a huge wooden golem pressed him easily with one hand. Congratulations to host for successfully defeating cage-level powerhouse Uchiha Itachi and gaining 60,000 destiny points. After years of training with Naruto, the destiny value given by Uchiha Itachi at this time is no less than the destiny value given by defeating Tiendao Pain. Of course, this is obviously related to the upcoming Genocide Night. At this time, Uchiha Itachi is obviously in a state of gathering luck, so the destiny value given obviously exceeds his level of strength. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto out of breath. Naruto-kun, I lost. Naruto patted his shoulder indifferently. Come on, keep working hard. I'm sure you will become stronger. When you drive Susanoo to the third stage, you still have a chance to fight me. Shisui has already reached the third stage, but it's a pity that he was attacked by Danzo. Monocular can only start the second stage. Naruto's words made Itachi think of his friend again. He suddenly knelt in front of Naruto and bowed his head respectfully. Master Naruto, I beg you to save the Uchiha clan. The village and the Uchiha clan have reached the point of irreconcilability, no matter which side I can save. I know your strength. As long as you step forward, you will be able to reconcile the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Naruto looked at the humble Uchiha Itachi with a strange expression on his face. Unexpectedly, due to my own reasons, the plot of 043 developed to a strange direction. But thinking of Uchiha Itachi being there when I threatened Konoha F4. The Grass Ninja Village incident was as clever as he naturally guessed who did it. If before getting the system, Naruto will naturally refuse Uchiha Itachi without hesitation. Because he needs Sasuke's eyeball to help him open Rinnegan. This is the only way to get to the 6 paths level. And now Naruto has Tensegan. Already got the 6 paths level tickets, the rest is nothing more than the accumulation of Chakra. It's really impossible to get all the tailed beasts in your body and you can easily reach the strength of 6 paths level. What's more, I haven't conducted A-level lottery draws so far. You must know the prize pool of A-level, but it starts from the 6 paths level. Naturally, I don't like Rinnegan Naruto, which took decades to open. Originally, Naruto's plan was to directly gouge out Zuza's eyeballs and replace them when he defected. Then with the help of the power of the dragon veins, it lurks in the parallel world. Return to your own world after opening Rinnegan. In this way, no matter how long you spend in the parallel world, the world I live in has only passed by for a moment. However, such a perfect plan was ruthlessly broken by the system. Originally working hard, I became a salted fish who waited to die and beat children. Naruto said it's really delicious. But even if I don't need the Sharingan of the 2 pillars now. But it does not mean that Naruto will help the Uchiha clan. Because compared to the Uchiha family, Naruto is more inclined to Konoha. Most of the Uchiha clan are full of hostility. Basically, after knowing that Fugaku owns Manjiki, they all want to rely on Jinchuriki's power to win Konoha's regime. On the other hand, Konoha, except for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans headed by Konoha F4, the rest of the Hyuga clan, Inoshika CH clan and other ninja clans treat themselves pretty well for the sake of the Minato couple. If you choose one of the two, Naruto will naturally choose the wrong one. After all, once the Uchiha clan becomes in power, their situation will definitely not be much better than it is now. Of course, this is under the premise that Naruto has no strength. So Naruto didn't answer Itachi's plea. Instead, he said to Itachi with a strange expression. Go and meet your father, and when you see him, you will know what choice I made. Itachi looked up at Naruto with a puzzled face. Father? What are you going to see him for? With full of doubts, Uchiha Itachi returned to his garden with a heavy heart. You should know that there is a meeting in the 3-day Queen family. On the corridor, Uchiha Fugaku stood in it with a blank face and said to Itachi. Itachi subconsciously retorted. Have no idea. After the assembly, you go to Nanhi Shrine alone, and don't bring Anbu's people down. Uchiha Itachi, who was about to refuse, suddenly heard Naruto's words in his mind. Good. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the leaving Uchiha Itachi in surprise. His originally prepared remarks did not come in handy. Then remember it, I'll be waiting for you. And in the Hokage office on the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Kakashi. You should know Konoha's barrier system, right? Kakashi nodded. Is that the system that senses whoever Sanji invaded the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It seems that someone broke through the barrier and entered and left the village several times. The person from the enchantment class on the side said. Only a small number of people in Konoha know the secret code to pass through the barrier. It may be that the traitor has leaked the news, or there are spellers who have the ability to unlock the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen added. If it's a traitor's deterioration, we can check it out by changing the technique, but I prefer to believe that those with the technique can pass through the barrier. If Naruto is sure to scoff at his words again. If it's a magician who crossed the barrier and came to Konoha, how the hell did you know someone came in? To put it bluntly, it's just to blame Uchiha's rebellion. Made it for Captain Anbu, Kakashi. Sure enough, the people in the enchantment class handed over a configuration diagram of part of the enchantment system to Kakashi. There are areas where there is a high frequency of responses. Kakashi looked at the drawing and frowned. Here it is. That's right, around the Uchiha area. If possible, we would like to set up an enchantment system there, but that is their autonomous region, so we can't do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. The action is to be careful not to let people know that Anbu is investigating. Yes. After 3 days, Uchiha's people once again completed a pre-war mobilization. Itachi, who was in charge of monitoring, and the 2 Uchiha clan members who were watching the routes left one after another. You are here to stand by. Uchiha Itachi ordered to the 2 routes. But the captain. Report the truth to Master Danzo. After speaking, without waiting for the 2 of them to stop him, he walked towards the inside of the shrine in a blink of an eye. And when he came to the shrine, Fugaku has already stood in front of the stele and waited. Feeling the arrival of the ferret, Fugaku suddenly said. Only those who have a Sharingan in the clan can read this stele, but they can only understand part of it. You who have a Manjiki Sharingan should be able to read more. Uchiha Itachi's face changed, his father actually knew his strength. He said blankly. Would you like me to tell you the content? Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned his head. It doesn't have to be. Scarlet Manjiki stared at his proudest son. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. Manjiki? Daddy has it too. Uchiha Fugaku seems to be lost in memory. It was during the Third Ninja World War. My friend saved me at the cost of his life. Manjiki was opened with blood and tears. This stele records the path of salvation of the Uchiha clan, but even with the Manjiki Sharingan, the text behind it cannot be read. It seems that Manjiki is not the final form, we can go further. But even if you can only understand part of it, once you read it, you should be able to understand what kind of wrong environment the Uchiha clan is currently in. Uchiha Itachi is excited. That can't be subverted by force. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Itachi directly. The higher-ups of the village fear us. That's why they persecute us. They fear the power of the Sharingan. Indeed, there were even rumors that Uchiha would use Sharingan to manipulate 9 tails, but that's Uchiha Madara legend, no one has done that since him. I don't even know if it can be done, but even so, the higher UPS are still full of fear of the former undead, and they isolated us because of fear. Since we are afraid, we can only take power. Uchiha Itachi looks ugly. Father, are you going to become Hokage by force? Uchiha Fugaku said lightly. Because this is the wish of the clan, I can't stop everyone, but in order to avoid using force, I have been hiding the fact that I have Manjiki Sharingan. Why? Uchiha Fugaku said proudly. Because Manjiki Sharingan is able to control 9 tails. That's what happened on genocide night. But if people find out, our family will definitely do more terrible things, let me show you. Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan spun, instantly pulling Uchiha Itachi into the Lord of Illusions. Several Uchiha tribe threw the bundled Naruto in front of Fugaku and said loudly. Patriarch! Let's do it, we have captured Jinchuriki. Captain can do it. Captain please! Show the power of the Uchiha clan. Immediately, Uchiha Fugaku came with a handsome red-eyed killer, and the terrifying tailed beast bomb swept across the entire Muta directly from Nanga's shrine. Uchiha Itachi withdrew from the illusion in a cold sweat. He finally knew why Naruto asked him to talk to his father. It's FG. The Uchiha clan is courting their own death. To provoke that god of killing. But Uchiha Fugaku obviously didn't get to the point of Uchiha Itachi's fear. Compared to the village, what he is more afraid of is Uzumaki Naruto, who beat him for 2 years. This is the existence that silently wiped out a ninja village overnight. Not to mention the wood style of Master First Hokage. To provoke him, it is better to simply commit suicide. 1.4. Naruto's expression 3 days ago clearly said everything. Not killing Uchiha is already giving himself face. At this time, Fugaku was still talking to himself. There are quite a few people in the clan who hold resentment towards the village. If they are forced into a hurry, they will definitely do it. I think both sides will suffer heavy casualties, but Itachi. As long as you are here, you can control the high-level Konoha when people are not prepared. Who said that small-scale battles are inevitable, but as long as you, Anbu, help, the bloodless revolution will succeed. Uchiha Itachi looked at Fugaku and murmured. Bloodless, revolution. Fugaku nodded. Itachi, you are my son, please. Help the family. If Uchiha Itachi in the sacred timeline will still be entangled for a while because of the bloodless revolution. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's mind is full of. The Uchiha clan is sending itself to death. Instead of provoking that terrifying existence and losing its reputation, and being exterminated as a traitor. It's better to keep Uchiha's honor and let your Otodo live ignorantly. Uchiha Itachi numbly left the shrine. The two rooted Itachis looked dazed and asked. Captain? Any instructions? Uchiha Itachi waved his hands blankly. At night. He called Konoha F4 overnight to report on his work. The Uchiha clan decided to start a revolution in Konoha. Chapter 66. The whole Konoha fell into a strange atmosphere. Even the usually aggressive Uchiha clan has become extraordinarily gentle. Like the calm before the storm. Kakashi followed the might guy who will be the guide of Jainin to the Uchiha area under the order of the 3rd generation in the name of paying homage to his friend. Isn't this the area of the Uchiha clan? Might guy frowned and asked Kakashi. Kakashi suddenly came to him for a walk, and he thought he could have another passionate exchange. Unexpectedly, Kakashi brought him to the place of the Uchiha clan at this juncture. Kakashi laughed and said. The street has a special style. Might guy's eyes lit up when he heard the words. It's my first time here. Yet the two just walked into the range of Uchiha. All the clansmen stared at Kakashi and Guy with unkind faces. Guy frowned. There is indeed a unique pancake shop. Kakashi walked to Obito's former residence and was a little lost. Might Guy took the pancakes he just bought and wondered. What's wrong? Kakashi shook his head. No, nothing. Guy shook the pancake in his hand and laughed. Chapter 25 said that the pancakes are really delicious, so I didn't make this trip in vain. Kakashi nodded. Some specialty products are only available in this place. But he complained in his heart. It was indeed right to bring Guy here. Facing the stalking around, I didn't feel nervous at all. After exploring around, Kakashi returns to the Hokage building and reports to third generation. No matter who the intruder is, the current intelligence is not enough to figure out its purpose. To figure out the intruder, the only way to figure out the intruder is to use crowd tactics and deploy a large number of security personnel. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. There aren't that many people doing that right now. Uchiha's mutiny is imminent. It is impossible for Konoha to place all her hopes on a double agent. Even Danzo has contacted the legendary Akatsuki organization for hire. This is a new organization that emerged during the year. As long as you give money, you will accept any task. Danzo contacted the group through the black market. But the random intrusion into the barrier of Konoha village silently made Sarutobi Hiruzen a little uneasy. That's why he asked Kakashi to look for clues to see if he could find the intruder. He was a little worried that his good apprentice had returned. It's a pity that the other party's whereabouts are too hidden, and it is impossible to determine whether it is the legendary member of the Akatsuki organization. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved at Kakashi. Since you can't find it, forget it, stay in Konoha for orders during this time, maybe there is an important task happening. Kakashi was taken aback, and said in his mouth that he retreated directly. Uchiha Itachi was struggling after chatting with Danzo. Seeing that the day of the coup d'état by his own people is getting closer, Uchiha Itachi becomes more and more anxious. He thought of the invitation sent to him by the masked man 2 days ago. Even if that person once killed his companions and let himself painfully open the Sharingan. At this time, he also had to consider seeking help from the suspected legendary Uchiha Madara. Finally one night, Itachi found Obito, who was wandering around the Uchiha village. Hey! I need you to do me a favor. The corners of the mouth under Obito's mask are raised. Konoha is always so disgusting, but fortunately they have cultivated a good tool for themselves after all. Obito sneered. Can? Uchiha Itachi looked at Obito in surprise. Don't you ask what the conditions are? Obito said blankly. In front of Uchiha Madara, those demands of yours are nothing more than trivial matters. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment. I'm going to destroy the entire Uchiha clan, even if that's the case, do you agree to take action? From Itachi's point of view, this suspected Uchiha Madara may be thinking about old feelings. It's a pity that standing in front of him is Obito, who is colder than himself. Obito agreed without hesitation. Yes, but the conditions are still the same. I need you to join the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while and asked Obito. Don't you have any other ideas about destroying Uchiha? Obito recalled what Madara said when he brainwashed him, and stretched out his hand in a very dramatic way. I used to want to lead the Uchiha clan to real peace, but unfortunately they abandoned me and chose the village. In this case, they are no longer my clan. Uchiha Itachi's heart tightened. Immediately made a judgment on Obito. This guy is an extremely dangerous man. But at this time he had to rely on the legendary Uchiha Madara. Because he couldn't destroy the Konoha guard while fighting his father's Manjiki. Even if his pupil power is far superior to that of ordinary clansmen. However, among the Uchiha clan, there are not a few Jainin who have opened the three-god jade. After the two set a time for the implementation of the plan. The meeting ended in a hurry. After a few more days. One sunset evening. All the Jainins in Konoha heard the cries of Ninja Hawk. Anbu has also received a level 1 alert situation. Naruto raised his brows as he looked at the delay class issued by the school. Is it tonight? He looked at Sasuke, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. I have jumped out of the original miserable life, but unfortunately he has not. Today's training class is going to fight against yourself, the teacher is going to pick up girls. After Naruto finished speaking, he disappeared with a whoosh. Many students below have already seen it. Besides training, Naruto flirts with girls all day long. However, his strength in each actual combat training is still beyond the reach of the students. Karin looked at Naruto, who disappeared, and clenched his fists. Damn it, which vixen seduces my brother again? Ino on the side gave a disdainful contempt. Why, your brother? Naruto went to my flower shop to buy flowers 2 days ago, he must be interested in me. The little Sakura on the side suddenly hit. I think he bought flowers for other girls. Ino was short of breath by the cold words. But she knew little Sakura was right. The Ming 317 people didn't have the slightest sympathy in training. Even the girls couldn't escape his claws when they were fighting. But it's not to blame Naruto for pity. It's because he doesn't have any feelings for the little Lolas who haven't developed yet. Now Xiaoqiang are only 8 years old. Naruto doesn't have any special hobbies of childishness, taming, dying. Even if we start in the future, it will wait until they are fully grown. Let's take down Uzuki Xian, Hong, and Anko, who are already familiar, shall we? Anyway, my body is more mature than when I graduated. He estimated that when he reached the age of graduation, his physical development would be about the same as that of the Fourth World War. This can be regarded as an additional function that comes with Ashura Chakra, and it grows fast. Just like 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi and a 20-year-old. Naruto estimates that it will be about the same time. At that time, all functions are complete, and it is the moment when real happiness comes, not the current stage of fish farming. Just when the Xiaoqiangs were lamenting Naruto's departure made Mr. Enbu, who was in charge of monitoring, nervous for a while. He hurriedly reported the news to Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did you leave at this time? Isn't he trying to get in the way of the Uchiha clan? If it's Naruto's shot. He didn't even dare to think about the extent of Konoha's loss this time. Look for it. Be sure to find him. Report to me after you find him, no one should act rashly. Chapter 67. That night, 2 uninvited guests appeared in the Uchiha area. Uchiha Itachi stood on the pole and watched the Uchiha family fall into darkness. A space-time vortex appeared. Obito's figure slowly appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Let's start. Obito spoke to Itachi, who was riding on the pole. Itachi's figure flashed and rushed towards the Uchiha area. On the other side, Obito disappeared in place like a ghost. By the time he reappeared, he had already reached the gate of the Konoha guard station. The screams sounded from the Uchiha area. Countless unarmed Uchiha people died. Uchiha, who was clearly under surveillance by the village, was not rescued by anyone. A hidden corner in the Uchiha land. Naruto's figure appeared silently. Tisk tisk, these Uchiha people are indeed crazy. Kurama and Naruto gloated. Uchiha Madara was back then, and so is Uchiha Itachi, so what are you doing here? Naruto stared at Uchiha Itachi, who kept slashing, and touched his chin. Kill. Immediately, Naruto's figure disappeared in place. The next moment he had appeared in the largest courtyard in the Uchiha area. Fugaku, who was about to die, opened his eyes suddenly. He frowned, why not his own son? He apparently sent Shadow Clone to find Uchiha Itachi. Yo! Naruto pushed the door unceremoniously and entered. Is it appropriate for you to abandon your own people directly like this? Fugaku shrank his pupils when he saw the person coming. Uzumaki Naruto. Mikoto on the side looked at Naruto in surprise. This is the son of his best friend. Because of the sensitive identity of the Uchiha family, she only took Itachi to take a look at it from a distance when the orphans were taken to the hospital after the war. Fugaku looked at Naruto in disbelief. How could the Konoha executives send Jinchuriki to him at this time? Since Itachi has already made a move, it means that he is standing on the village's side. And the village must have known it had Jinchuriki. Send Jinchuriki to yourself at this point? Could it be that his son didn't stand by Konoha, but just wanted to take this opportunity to think about the radicals in the clan? Just when Uchiha Fugaku was puzzled, Naruto continued. Don't think about it, I'm here to let you know why your son did this. Although I don't like you guys, I'm still very kind. Do you think you can control 9 tails with your Jinchuriki? You can try it now. Fugaku looked at Naruto with fascinated eyes. What's the meaning? Naruto smiled, and slowly took out Zanpakuto Zangetsu from his body and said. It means that I am here to help your son relieve a little pain, don't thank me, I did it voluntarily. Fugaku looked at Naruto in bewilderment. You want to fight me? Naruto nodded as a matter of course. To be precise, I want to kill you, for the sake of my destiny. Fugaku looked at Naruto blankly. Fate? What is that? Naruto shrugged. Those are not important, the important thing is that you can try to frighten me. As Naruto said, he rushed directly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's expression changed. So fast. Impossible. How could Jinchuriki, who is only 8 years old, have such strength? Although I heard Sasuke say that Naruto is very strong every day. But he always thought it was because Sasuke was too weak. The Uchiha clan who have been kicked out of Konoha's power core has very little information. I don't know anything about the strength Naruto has shown several times. But Uchiha Fugaku is not completely sitting still. Now that Jinchuriki has been delivered to him, it is naturally impossible for him to give up trying. Especially now that he is not fighting against his own son. A pair of skeletons holding a chakra knife suddenly appeared on the outside of his body and collided fiercely with Naruto's Zangetsu. The violent explosion shattered the entire room. The two fell to the sides and looked at each other. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Naruto in shock. How is it possible to block Suzanu's attack with physical skills? Naruto waved his numb arm and laughed. Ryutsu to be exact, but I don't think you will understand. The rewards drawn by the system are directly applied to Naruto's body. And the power of the different cultivation systems they use will also switch at any time under the action of mysterious power. While using Zanpakuto, the energy in the body is converted into Ryutsu. When using frozen fruit, the ability in the body will be converted into history. While using Tensagen, the energy in the body naturally becomes Chakra. There is no situation where it cannot be activated due to different cultivation systems. And Ryutsu as a release of soul power, even Jinchuriki Sharingan didn't see why. After all, it is a product of 2 worlds, and it is normal for Uchiha Fugaku not to understand it. At this time, the fight between the two caught the attention of Uchiha Itachi who was slaughtering. He looked at the huge Susan in the direction of his home in astonishment, with an ugly expression on his face. Did 3rd generation send anyone else here? Didn't you agree to let yourself solve the problem here? Frightened and angry, Uchiha Itachi directly chose to rush towards his home first. And Naruto, who has the mind of Kagura, naturally perceives Itachi's actions. He waved Zangetsu and smiled at Fugaku. Your son is here, and it seems that the battle will be settled quickly. Fugaku snorted coldly. I didn't intend to carry out the plan, since Konoha humiliated the Uchiha clan so much, then no wonder I let you see the real power of God. Susanoo. The huge Susan rose directly from the ground. The appearance of wearing armor let Naruto see at a glance that this is already the 3rd stage of Susanoo. It is obvious that Fugaku is far stronger than Uchiha Itachi at this time. If it wasn't for him not wanting to resist, it would be impossible for Uchiha Itachi to defeat Fugaku. After all, he had already activated Jinchuriki during World War III. And how could Fugaku, who gave birth to 2 geniuses Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, be a waste? Naruto looked at Susanoo and raised his eyebrows, and stood in front of him with the Zangetsu in his hand and let out a low voice. Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. The terrible Ryutsu instantly set off a hurricane. The black death suit and black sword Tensazangetsu make Naruto look like a ghost in the night. Uchiha Fugaku felt the coercion from the soul by this surge of power. This is the power of a higher soul than Susanoo's Yindun power. Uchiha Fugaku's face was full of horror. At this moment, he finally felt the scene of his son breaking out in cold sweat when he performed the illusion on his son. I also understood why my son chose to stand on Konoha's side. Who would have thought that an 8-year-old child would be so powerful? But he wasn't going to sit still. Black flames suddenly flowed on Susan's giant sword. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Amaterasu, flame control. Unexpectedly, what Hiruzen inherited was his father's talent. It seems that what was cast on Atake was just an ordinary illusion. And Naruto is not afraid of Amaterasu, who is known as the strongest fire style. The black Ryutsu pump directly wraps around Zanpakute's blade. 9 tails, I accept it. Fugaku shouted, controlled the flame blade and slashed towards Naruto. And Naruto charged towards Susan with Zangetsu in his hand. Black fangs. Naruto shouted loudly. The tiny Zangetsu confronted the huge Susan like an ant. Zanpakute, who seemed to be shaking a tree like an ant, suddenly burst into a terrifying black Ryutsu when it touched the blade of Susanoo. The infinite destructive power instantly cut off the blade of Susan along with the entire Susan. Black teeth. The black Ryutsu wraps Zanpakute, and the moment it hits an object, it unleashes the maximum destructive power. Kurosaki Ichigo once used this technique against Byakuyakukaki's White Emperor sword and Ulquiorra. Impossible. Fugaku watched in shock as the terrifying slash passed over his body in an instant. Suzo, known as the power of God, was instantly torn apart like a paper shell in front of this terrifying force. And at the same time, Fugaku's body was torn apart. He collapsed powerlessly on the ground, his body has been broken in two. I see. Fugaku, who fell on the ground, looked at Naruto, who descended like a Shinigami, and muttered. No wonder Uchiha Atake chose to stand on the side of the village. Jinchuriki has such terrifying strength, how could the Uchiha clan succeed in the coup d'état? Fugaku looked at Naruto with some relief. Let's do it, it's better to die in your hands than in Atake's hands, he has carried too many heavy things. After the words fell, Fugaku fell silent. Congratulations to host for successfully killing the cage-level powerhouse Uchiha Fugaku and gaining 1 million destiny points. Naruto rolled his eyes at Fugaku. He was just brainwashed by that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, a family of psychos. Okay, Naruto turned his head and looked at Minato, who was dazed aside, and said suddenly. Konoha will change in the future, ma'am, you don't want to see Uchiha Atake and Sasuke kill each other, do you? Uchiha Minato suddenly laughed out loud. Even my idea, if Kushina knows that his son is so careless, she might crawl out of the grave in anger. She is very strict with Minato. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, has his reputation gotten so bad? But in the next second, Uchiha Minato has already cut off his life with Chakra. Naruto looked at Uchiha Minato and sighed. Sure enough, he is not the protagonist who undresses as soon as he is a woman. How can a woman who can calmly face her son's butcher knife be easily fooled by her own words? Naruto, who wanted to become Kao Amon, dug out Fugaku's Manjiki out of frustration. Fortunately, what I mainly want to save this time is not Sasuke FG10. He sensed that the approaching Uchiha Atake was silently moving towards the guard team. There is still a wave of destiny points waiting for him to harvest. Chapter 68. Uchiha Obito on the other side has just finished killing the Konoha guard. In the case of insufficient information, Manjiki Kamui is completely unsolvable. Then add a white Zetsu brand power bank, and Senju Hashirama's wood style. In the case where the pupil power suppression illusion is ineffective, the Konoha guard is not even as good as ordinary Anbu ninjas. When Obito walked out of the guard, he didn't even have a trace of bloodline on him. The fierce battle just now seemed to have never happened. Suddenly several shurikens shot towards Obito from the side. However, Obito, like a ghost, was pierced by the shuriken without any damage. Tuza turned his head slowly. The strong sense of oppression made the petite girl tremble. She had just returned to Uchiha from her mission to protect the daimyo's wife, but she saw the inhumane scene of dead bodies everywhere. Excited, she soared directly to 3 Tomo Sharingan. I don't know how much better than Urjuzi and the whole family's dead light, angrily opening a guyu and closing it for 4 years. Obito looked at Sanguyu and Uchiha Izumi's eyes and sneered. Oh, nice eyes. Quan's expression changed, and he hastily shot 2 more bitter licks at Uchiha Obito. But Kunao passed through his body without any suspense. How can it be? Chuan took 2 steps back in horror. She turned around and ran away in fear, but a chain struck and tightly entangled her. Obito yanked it down. Izumi was frightened by the sickle raised by Obito and cried 243 times. Help me, Itaki! Someone help me! Obito chuckled. You shout, no one will come to rescue you even if you shout your throat. Broken throat. Suddenly an abrupt voice rang in Obito's ear. Obito, a thrilling moment hollow. The chains in his hands also passed through Quan's body. Yo, are you in such a good mood tonight? How about playing bundled play? Chuan stared wide-eyed at the person who came, with a surprised expression on his face. Ms. Naruto. Chuan is 13 years old like Itaki. In contrast to this, Itaki was graduated from ninja school directly after 1 year, while Izumi went to 12 years old. When Naruto entered the school as a teacher, he had just reached the 6th grade. So Naruto can be regarded as Izumi's practical teacher for a while, and Izumi naturally recognized Naruto. And Naruto's popularity in school is no less than Sasuke. After all, this is the ninja world, and Naruto is very good at dressing himself up, and he is also very strong. If it weren't for the legend of Poseidon circulating in the school, then Naruto's popularity would easily crush the 2nd pillar. After all, a warm man like Namikaze Minato is easier to capture a girl's heart than a straight titanium alloy man like Urzuzi. It's just that on the night of 9 Tails, because Itaka saved Izumi's life, Izumi didn't think anything wrong. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly appeared like a savior, allowing Chuan to see the light in despair. What is a hero saving the beauty? This is it. In contrast to Uchiha Itaka, who has been treating her with a paralyzed face, Naruto's figure at this time quietly pushed the figure in his heart aside. Obito looked at Naruto with an ugly face. Jinchuriki. Hey, isn't this brother Tuzi? Has the Xia organization found all the people? Anyway, I am also one of them. Is such a big task counted as me? Naruto smiled and shook pen's number 0 ring in his hand. I don't know if it was redone. Since I got this thing, I haven't come to the collection application. How can this work? Where to go to brush experience? At this time, Kakuzu and Scorpion should have already joined the Akatsuki organization. Another thing that Naruto cares about is that the current Orochimaru should also be pulled into the Akatsuki organization. This is Konoha's #1 loyal fan after devoting himself to Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen dies, Naruto will definitely pull him back to Konoha. And this is naturally not the time to think about these things. At this time, Obito was yelling at Naruto with a face of rage that was exposed. Who is Obito? I am Uchiha Madara. Naruto looked at Obito with a strange expression. You didn't pretend to be aggressive in front of Pain after returning to Rain Shinobi Village, did you? The face under Obito's mask turned black. He looked at how his teacher's son looked and deserved a beating. Before he taught Nagato to perfect the 6 paths Pain, he started to seize power in Rain Shinobi Village. After the success, it was proposed to recruit manpower first. Scorpion, who had just defected, Kakuzu the undead ninja, and Uchiha Itaki, who he let go last time, naturally became the first objects of attention. Unexpectedly, both Pain and Konan completed their respective tasks with ease. Only I have been recruiting for more than a year, CFFD, and I have no chance to recruit Itaki. After returning to Rain Shinobi Village, he still wants to put on Uchiha Madara's airs. But Nagato did not hesitate to expose his identity. This made Obito almost die on the spot. Now the Akatsuki organization has received an invitation from Danzo to destroy the Uchiha clan. Obito accepted the task without hesitation, just in time to take this opportunity to continue to recruit Uchiha Itaki, and get a few pairs of Sharingan by the way. And the Izanaga he used in the battle against Konan was the Sharingan he got this time. Originally, he was very happy to see the Sharingan of Uchiha spring. After all, even among the Uchiha clan, there are very few people who have opened a hook jade. Who would have thought that a Naruto would pop up and ruin his own good deeds? And he didn't know where the information came from, so he mercilessly revealed his identity. At this time, Obito was a little annoyed. He grabbed the chain and headed straight for Naruto. "Hey, why are you so impatient? Isn't it just to expose your identity, anyway, you're not here, isn't it?" Naruto laughed and rushed towards Obito. Zangetsu in his hand slashed straight at Obito. A trace of disdain flashed in Obito's eyes. He has absolute confidence in his Kamui. As expected, Zangetsu passed right through Obito's body without damaging him. And Naruto's body overlapped with Obito's and passed through. Obito is proud. Besides the 4th generation's reaction speed adapted to Flying Thunder God, who can hit themselves in seconds. With the White Zetsu power bank, I have already fallen into an invincible position. When the figures of the two are completely separated, their own chains can easily bind them tightly. Since Konoha sent 9 tails to her, if she doesn't take them away, she will be sorry for Lin's sacrifice. I want to create a world with Lin who likes me. The figures of the two slowly separated. The corners of Obito's mouth widened. I don't know how wonderful the faces of those guys who underestimated themselves will be after I capture Jinchuriki back. At this moment, Izumi shouted at Naruto anxiously. "Teacher, be careful." And at the moment when the two separated, Obito had just materialized his body. Naruto came directly with a backhand holding the knife, and stabbed behind him. Obito frowned, what a quick reaction. Then he sneered, "But these are useless. Your own hollow can last up to 5 minutes, and the interval between 2 hollows is extremely short. Nobody can hurt themselves as long as they have enough chakra." So he turned on hollow again, escaped Naruto's new round of attack. Just when he was about to turn his head to readjust his attack, he found that the tip of Naruto's knife had been sticking to his chest. Seeing this, Obito hastily moved 2 steps aside. But what he didn't expect was that Naruto followed him and moved 2 steps aside at the same time. Number 1. "Ha ha ha, you can't hurt me. Naruto, I'm waiting for 5 minutes to finish." Number 1. BL. How did he know Kamui's weakness? Chapter 69. A trace of seriousness flashed across Obito's face. If at the end of 5 minutes, I haven't left his knife, then the moment it materializes, the blade will pierce through its own body. But how could Brother Tuzi, one of the ninja bosses, be defeated so easily? I saw that he went straight down into the ground and used a technique of escaping the ground with one hand. This is different from the beheading technique in Earth Style's Heart. This is a real escape. Naruto's Zangetsu buried in the ground. Obito took the opportunity to escape from other places and reflashed Kamui's CD. Naruto looked at Obito's Kamui with some greed. If it is the most practical Sharingan, it can be ranked first as a cliff. A group that is easy to use whether it is attacking, defending, or running. As a low-profile version of Hirasaka, as a space, it is not inferior to Kagaya's first ball space in terms of application. If you don't have time and space ninjutsu, you will die if you want to deal with Kamui trouble. After all, not everyone has the capital of Konan, a local tyrant in the ninja world. Use 600 billion detonating symbols to set off fireworks for 10 minutes. That is, Kakuzu is dead. If he knew that the money he earned over the years was not even a fraction of Konan's, he would probably faint in the black market of the toilet. Naruto shook his head regretfully, then put Zangetsu away. Although Zangetsu is strong, it is undoubtedly not effective against Kamui. After all, Zangetsu's attack power can't reach the space-distorting effect of Yagai, so naturally he can't attack the body in Kamui's space. Even if Six Paths Madara came and looked at Kamui, he could only stare blankly. In order to regain Rinnegan, he borrowed Kakashi's eyeballs to go to the Kamui space and regain Rinnegan. If it wasn't for Sakura's mistake, there might be no follow-up to Uchiha Madara casting infinite Tsukuyomi. It can only be said that these eyes are one of the biggest bugs in Shippuden. Before Kaguya came out, there were very few skills that could hurt him. Space is king, time is respect. It doesn't matter which world you're in. It is a pity that the current Naruto does not draw space-related skills. The only Tenseigan can create something similar to a teleportation array, but Naruto hasn't figured it out yet. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to ask Obito to bring him into the Kamui space. At that time, leave a teleportation array there, and the Kamui space will become your own back garden. Obito, who regained his freedom, narrowed his eyes and asked Naruto, "Where did you get all this information?" Naruto shrugged and smiled. "I dreamed about it." Obito snorted coldly. "It seems that you are not going to answer truthfully." He took out a summoning scroll from his arms with a sneer. "Looks like you don't know that Jinchuriki is just a pet to us Uchiha clan." The expression of Nine Tails in Naruto's body suddenly changed. "That's too much, be careful, it's the summoning scroll that Madara left back then. Even if you can't recall me, it will still restrict your actions, and this guy is the guy who released me from your mother back then. His eyes can overwhelm my consciousness." Naruto said calmly in his heart. "Don't worry, even Madara can't shake the 8-sign seal in my body, he suppresses your consciousness largely by the summoning scroll and the Senju Hashirama cells contained in his body. I am the authentic reincarnation of Ashura, I don't know how many times stronger than his clone half-body. Just because he wants to suppress himself with 9 tails? Summoning technique." Obito bit his finger and clicked on the scroll. Naruto immediately felt that 9 tails in his body was suddenly subjected to a strong pulling force. Naruto snorted coldly. The Ashura Chakra inside bursts out. The originally restless seal immediately stabilized like a mountain. "Impossible." Obito widened his eyes, why didn't he react at all? Even if it is not when Jinchuriki is weak in producing such a seal, forcing summoning should be affected. But Obito saw that the summoning technique had no effect. Staring straight at Naruto with his one eye, a wave of spiritual energy rushed directly into the sealed space in Naruto's body. Obito's figure appeared in front of the water prison. "Humph! It's just a Jinchuriki, and I still need to use this method of captivity to squeeze out the power of 9 tails. In front of me, Uchiha Madara, 9 tails is nothing but a wild fox." The arrogant words directly made Kurama furious. The howl of terror was blown directly at Obito along with bad breath. "Since you don't have a long memory, let the Knight of 9 Tails give you another memory. Anyway, the mission of the Uchiha clan has been completed, so this should be a bonus. Ask for flowers." Obito sneered, put his palm on the seal. Chakra surged and he decided to release 9 Tails again like he did back then. However, this time the seal was obviously different from what he knew. He cast the spell on the cage according to the last time he unsealed the seal of 9 Tails, but there was no movement. "Obito! Untie!" Obito yelled again. But the 8-sign seal, improvised by the 4th generation, remained untouched. "Impossible! How can it be so strong?" Obito looked at the seal in shock. And suddenly a pair of huge blue Tenseigan stared at Obito. Did it fail? It really didn't work. 0. Nani? Obito looked at the huge Tensagen made of spiritual energy in shock. Your spiritual energy is so strong. Although Tensagen is more inclined to Yang Dun, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have the power of Yin Dun. The truth-seeking ball is originally composed of Yin and Yang Dun. Although Tensagen's attack style is more inclined to Yang Dun, it is definitely not something that Manjiki can provoke. I thought you could break the seal, but I didn't expect you to be unable to do such a small thing. Get lost, you can't stay in Lao Zi's body. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, Obito only felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer and was dizzy. Obito, who returned to his own consciousness, finally looked at Naruto with a look of horror. These eyes gave him the same feeling as Uchiha Madara back then. At this moment, he no longer cared about killing Uchiha Izumi. Kamui space opened. His figure was slowly sucked into the Kamui space like an illusion. Good. Very good, Uzumaki Naruto, right? I remember you. Sooner or later, the 9 tails in your body, Uchiha Madara, will get it back. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Feeling the Anbu and roots that are swarming, abandoned the idea of giving him a big PSY before he left. After all, the prompt to defeat the system has arrived at this time. He lifted Uchiha Izumi, who was already stunned, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. And not long after he left, under the leadership of 3rd generation and Danzo, Anbu and Gen, who were fully armed, appeared at the gate of the guard. 6. Chapter 70. It's too awful. In the end, what happened? Anbu, who is in charge of the Uchiha area, looked at the corpses all over the floor in shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped out of the hypocrisy and said, "Search for survivors." Just now, Uchiha Itachi dismisses Obito and tells 3rd generation that the mission is complete. Anbu, the root of 3rd generation and Danzo, went to the Uchiha area and Konoha guard respectively. The reason why 3rd generation chose the Uchiha area with many civilians, instead of choosing the Konoha guard with more Sharingan. Precisely because he knows that there is the only survivor here, Uchiha Sasuke. Mastering this Uchiha Sasuke means controlling the only living Uchiha tribe, and can also use it to summon Uchiha Itachi as a whole card at any time. Found a survivor. Uzuki Xian looked at the report of Urzhizui who had fallen on the road. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled. Send 803 to the medical class immediately. Kakashi checked around and reported to 3rd generation. The others were all killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of reconfirming at all. He nodded and ordered coldly. Recover all the remains. Listen up. It's all. Don't miss the ones in the house. Yes. Anbu retreated one after another. Yamato swallowed and asked Kakashi. By the way, who did this? At this time, Danzo's voice from Konoha guard came directly. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was full of disgust and hatred for his people, so he killed Shisui and took his eyes. It caused a dispute with Uchiha's people, and, in the end, it led to such a tragedy. The face under Kakashi's mask is serious. As the former captain of Uchiha Itachi, he naturally knew that Itachi must have been ordered to do this. He sighed in his heart. I told you a long time ago not to get involved in the struggle of Konoha's high level, even Anbu, but this task is too cruel. Naturally, there is more than one person who understands like Kakashi. Many Anbu who have worked with Itachi more or less guessed something, but naturally they dare not ask. Stop dawdling, work quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted everyone's thinking. Kakashi and others responded and left instantly. Originally in Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, he will take this opportunity to take over Danzo's role as Hokage's assistant and merge the roots into Anbu. But at this time, because of Naruto's relationship, he didn't intend to do this time. Because now he needs a scapegoat, or a target. In case Naruto is completely out of control, someone can take all the blame for himself. Did Naruto appear here? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Danzo. Danzo shook his head. I'm not sure if it's Naruto, but there is no trace of wood style or ice escape's power, but it's like the swordsmanship of the Iron Kingdom. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this. Could it be the person from the Akatsuki organization? Are there other people from Uchiha who survived? At this time, the two roots suddenly came to the two of them. Master Danzo, Master Hokage, the number of remains is incorrect. Nani? The two looked at the root of the report in astonishment. A few are inexplicably missing. The faces of the two of them changed, but this involved the secrets of the Uchiha clan. At this time, another root who did not speak suddenly said. I see it all. Third generation and Danzo looked at the root at the same time. The scarlet mangeki under the mask was particularly dazzling. And I will continue to watch in the future, as long as you dare to attack Sasuke, I will reveal all the secrets of the village to the enemy country. Itaka turned into countless crows and disappeared from the spot after speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a livid face. Didn't you say you sent his men to assassinate him? Danzo had a dark face and didn't know how to answer. In his opinion, Itaka would definitely be able to kill Itaki if he didn't expect it. He had no idea that when the two became Itaka's subordinates, Sharingan's illusion had already been cast in advance. Once the two have the intention to kill Itaki, they will start immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen raged. This next big bone went into our throat, don't you know why? Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo with a disappointed face. I have doubts about your training method of cultivating talents from the roots. From today onwards, the roots will be disbanded and merged into Anbu. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in shock. But Hiruzen, Enough is enough, I still retain your position as Hokage's assistant, for the sake of Jinchuriki, which only you can do. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo earnestly. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Konoha needs you. You are the one who nourishes the big tree of Konoha. Don't let me down. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left the Uchiha area without giving Danzo a chance to argue. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's leaving back and cursed secretly. A whole stuff. TM's unloading and killing donkeys have never been seen so fast. How did he know that the next action would be against Naruto? Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he must completely disconnect himself and the roots he has cultivated so hard from Danzo, so as to save himself from being liquidated by Naruto in case of failure. The fact that Uchiha was exterminated directly spread throughout Konoha. Hiruzen also changed from a cold little kid to a cold little kid. At this time, he was standing in front of Naruto with a face full of hatred. Teach me to be strong. Let me do anything. Naruto looked at Sasuke's unlucky look. I don't know whether to pity him or to pity him. Let's say his brother doesn't like him. Left him alive. If his brother liked him, he would have wiped out his entire family. He didn't understand why Hiruzen would be moved when he heard that Itaka killed his parents because of him. Wouldn't it be nice to defect directly with your whole family? Wouldn't the huge Uchiha be welcome in any village? That is to say, Konoha didn't know how to cherish under Sarutobi Hiruzen's power. After all, in his opinion, the interests of the family are more important than the interests of the village. As long as the Sarutobi clan can control Konoha, they will not hesitate to deceive their masters and exterminate their ancestors. But Sasuke becoming stronger is a good thing for Naruto. Because he discovered that after the night of genocide, Hiruzen's destiny value soared. At this time, it has risen to 2000 life value once. You must know that the second pillar at this time is only at the genin level even under Naruto's training. And the most rubbish Kage level might only cost less than 10,000 points of life to defeat once, similar to the grass shadow. And one genin of Sasuke is enough to compare with 1/5 of the grass shadow. 1.9 This is enough to show that after the night of genocide, the luck of the Uchiha clan is all attributed to Hiruzen. And as the strength of the second pillar increases, the destiny value he can provide to Naruto will inevitably increase. Naruto looked at the decisive second pillar and scratched his head. There are so many ways to improve your strength, it's just that you are ready for it. Uchiha Sasuke said fiercely. As long as I can kill that man. No matter what the price is, I can accept it. Naruto nodded upon hearing this. In that case, let me tell you a secret. Sasuke looked at Naruto blankly. What does it have to do with secrets if I want to increase my strength? Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes with a sudden sad expression. Actually, the Uchiha clan was wiped out by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nani? Chapter 71. Sasuke's pupil shrank. A pair of scarlet jades suddenly lit up in his eyes. The corners of Naruto's eyes twitched, and it turned out that Zabuza's talent was much stronger than that of ordinary 12 Xiaoqiang. But compared with Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and even Obito in the same period, it is far inferior. At least Brother Tuzi opened his eyes and directly doubled the jade, which is about the same level of talent as Uchiha Itachi. Originally, Naruto was wondering if Kishimoto's old thief suppressed Zabuza's strength for the sake of the plot. After all, the whole clan's dead light angrily opened a guyu, and later it was eye by eye, and it was outrageous to die. Naruto originally planned to see if Sasuke in his own world was the same as the main timeline. Now it seems that there is really no difference, and even if he exposed Uchiha Itachi's identity, he still couldn't make Zabuza open an eye. Naruto sighed helplessly and said, Keep this feeling. Your Sharingan is on. As long as you can remember this feeling now, you will become stronger. After all, Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu is something that Tenseigan doesn't have, and even Naruto is greedy. Byakugan belongs to the Tsutsuki family's talent blood succession limit. The power of Sharingan comes from the sacred tree. Sasuke, who was about to ask questions, was taken aback. Sharingan open. He felt his eyes carefully, and he really felt that his observation ability soared, and the movement speed of the whole world slowed down. Naruto took out a mirror casually. Sasuke saw that he in the mirror had already opened 2-1 Hokage Sharingan. Sasuke 25 was overjoyed upon seeing this. He instantly felt his self-confidence explode. Sharingan. I opened Sharingan. I opened my eyes at the age of 8. I opened my eyes earlier than that guy. Naruto. Uchiha Itachi also seems to have opened his eyes at the age of 8, and he is still directly 2 Guyu. When he reaches your age, Manjiki will FG open. Naruto tried hard to bring himself into the identity of Zabuza. Then consider how you would choose to become stronger if you were the second pillar. However, Naruto thought for a long time. It turns out that Sasuke really has nothing better to do than tattoo Naruto's face on his chest. Naruto looked at the excited Sasuke and sighed. As long as you are happy. Let nature take its course, it seems that Zabuza's strength will not improve if he is not beaten. At this time, Sasuke suddenly reacted. No. What did you mean when you said that the Uchiha clan was wiped out by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a strange face and sneered. With your current strength, you are not worthy of knowing the truth. Practice hard. I am afraid that the third generation has left you with a lot of secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. When will you open the same eyes as your brother, and then use these eyes to deepen the truth? After speaking, Naruto ignored Sasuke who was gnashing his teeth and turned away directly. When he returned to his residence, a black-haired girl was holding her knee in pain and weeping bitterly. The red 3-tomo Sharingan looks extra dazzling. Look, look! Because of your shitty brother involving so many innocent people. It's not that there is a hole in the brain. Coup d'état is a matter of high-level officials, and the people of a family are in charge of it. But anyone with a little brain will not believe that Danzo and third generation are mentally retarded things that want to stop the coup and exterminate the genocide. To be honest, if it wasn't for the Uchiha clan fighting against themselves. In fact, Naruto still appreciates Fugaku's bloodless coup. without the interference of Obito. With Itachi's strength, the possibility of destroying Konoha F4 in small-scale battles is still quite high. Today's Uchiha Izumi experienced that his relatives were killed by the person he had a crush on, and was frightened by Obito. At this time the whole person seemed to lose his soul. Obviously she is much more emotional than Sasuke. It can be seen from the 3-tomo Sharingan she opened. It's a pity that her body couldn't keep up with the speed of her eyes when she just opened it, which led to being easily manipulated by Obito. And the existence of Chuan was also revealed by Naruto to 3rd generation. It is said that he met himself after completing the task, and then he went home to discuss life by himself. However, Izumi's father, the Wave clan, only moved back to the Uchiha clan with his mother after his death on the Night of Nine Tails, and changed his name to Uchiha Spring. And Izumi's Sharingan has never been revealed among the leaves. For this mixed race Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are naturally happy to sell Naruto a face. So she was directly assigned to Naruto's home to take care of Naruto's daily life as a task. As for the Uchiha clan land, the night of genocide is only a few days away. The village directly announced that it would demolish the Uchiha area, saying that there were too many people and no one dared to go. In fact, the Uchiha area was originally a dangerous place for the villagers, and most people would not run there if they had nothing to do. The purpose of doing so is nothing more than to restrain the family's money. And the Uchiha area will be rebuilt after demolition. After all, there is only so much land, and the Sarutobi family can make a lot of money through real estate. Poor Sasuke has experienced Naruto's days. He was sent directly to a single apartment, although it was better than Naruto's at that time. But it is obviously incomparable with the previous courtyard. Naturally, Sasuke couldn't resist. He is now practicing in addition to practicing every day. Because he can't forget what Naruto said. He who had always admired his elder brother very much at this time seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and thought that his elder brother might just be the one to blame. But the one who actually did it was someone else. And in the corner of a village, Sarutobi Hiruzen distracts Anbu from standing in a dead end. You must have something to say here, right? I dismissed everyone else. Thank you for your trouble. The figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. First of all, I want to thank you. In this way, Konoha avoided civil war and kept peace. But I've always regretted it because there really wasn't any other way. Uchiha Itachi said with a blank face at this time. Terribly sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without looking back. It's me who should apologize. From now on, Konoha will be your defected ninja who killed the whole clan. You will be wanted, regardless of your life or death. Uchiha Itachi nodded. It's natural. What are you going to do in the future? Itachi said respectfully. I borrowed the power of a self-proclaimed Xiao organization, and I decided to stay with that person to prevent him from telling the story this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said without any surprise. Does that mean you want to join Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi suddenly changed the topic at this time. In order to protect Sasuke's life, can I ask 3rd generation to give me a promise too? A smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, as expected, as long as he controls Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi will be obedient. Your younger brother will continue to maintain the status quo, go to school like other children, and grow into a Konoha ninja. I can guarantee him a carefree life, but I can't do anything about his hatred for you. Uchiha Itachi nodded without any surprise. I'm mentally prepared to carry the hate. Even though he didn't kill his parents this time, in order to let the village see the value of Sasuke, he cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke. It's just that he was worried about his younger brother's talent. The whole family died, including the parents who only turned on one Hokage, which made Uchiha Itachi so depressed that he died. Fortunately, once the Sharingan is activated, as long as you work hard to practice the 513 pupil refining technique, you will sooner or later become a 3-god Jade. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Uchiha Itachi. Let's go, the enchantment formula surrounding the village will not change. If you are worried about Sasuke, you can sneak back to have a look at any time. Uchiha Itaka's eyes widened upon hearing this, third generation. He didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to believe in himself so much. It's a pity that the people of Uchiha can't understand your kindness. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart. Akatsuki organization has guys who can cross barriers. It doesn't make much difference whether to change the technique or not, it just happens to be used by myself to show favor. Where, I was too naive, which caused this tragedy. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked at the end. One hit 7, on the night of genocide, did you see Naruto? Uchiha Itaka was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. Looks like I'm thinking too much. Uchiha Itaka frowned. He suddenly had a guess about what happened to his parents, but he didn't want to and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Then I take my leave. After Uchiha Itaka finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the direction of the Uchiha clan with joy already in his heart. Finally, the last boulder on the Sarutobi clan has been cleared. The rise of the Sarutobi clan today is unstoppable. Except for that variable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little ugly again. A strategic nuclear weapon is placed on the Konoha fire button but not on itself. This feeling made him sit on pins and needles. But the most important thing now is to digest the benefits of the Uchiha family staying. Money, mystery, ninjutsu, Sharingan. All these will give the Sarutobi family a qualitative leap in strength. Time, what I lack now is time. And there is also Naruto who is short of time. Chapter 72. Time flies and 4 years have passed. Konoha regained its peaceful days during this time. The disappearance of the Uchiha clan did not cause any disturbance to Konoha. As if this family does not belong to Konoha. And this is also the weakening policy for the Uchiha family since the second generation. From the beginning of moving away from Konoha Center, close to the prison, and finally simply moving to the edge to implement self-government. Unknowingly, people's impression of Uchiha has only become a disgusting urban management. Now that the Uchiha family has disappeared, I don't know how many people are secretly applauding. And the job of Konoha guard was also replaced by Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly selects members from various ninja clans to share people's resentment towards urban management work. In contrast, Anbu's power is getting bigger and bigger. Especially Kakashi, has reached the point where there is no room for promotion. This day, Kakashi was called to the roof by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, how long have you been in Anbu? Kakashi looked up and said. It has been almost 13 years since I entered Anbu from the 4th generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said. It was originally for you to erase the darkness in your heart. Minato transferred you to Anbu, in order to put you by his side. Kakashi bowed his head and said. I understand that. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen said apologetically. However, after Minato died, I took over as Hokage again, and took over Minato's Anbu intact. But beside me, the darkness in your heart never dissipated, instead it accumulated deeper and deeper. Kakashi is silent in his heart. Why is it getting deeper and deeper? Originally, 4th generation wanted him to see the sunshine in himself and the changes to the village. As a result, after switching to 3rd generation, Konoha Shinobi's hidden tasks were handed over to Kakashi. Later, he got in touch with the deeper roots and became a tool man in Konoha F4's struggle. It's not completely dark until Obito dies. Take off the mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Kakashi, I have relied on you too much these years, from now on, I will relieve you of Anbu's position and assign you a new task. Kakashi did not show the slightest objection to this. Naruto must have scoffed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words again. Shit is too dependent. Is it because Kakashi's prestige is getting higher and higher? Now his son has also returned from training with the Wano Kuni daimyo. The handover of the next Hokage should start to build momentum. Lord of High Power. Asuma, who ran to protect the 12 ninjas, was compared with Kakashi, a copy ninja who is famous in the ninja world. So at this time, Kakashi was undoubtedly killed. Third generation smiled and said to Kakashi, "Go and guide Jainin." Kakashi's eyes widened, "Hey." Although he was mentally prepared to retire to a certain extent, he never thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would ask himself to be the guide Jainin. Isn't it a joke to teach a kid with a murderous Anbu? Just when Kakashi was about to refuse, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject. Of course it's not simply knowing Jainin. The child of the 4th generation is now 12 years old. Although he has the soul of the 4th generation in his body, because the soul of the 4th generation is usually dormant, and I spoil Naruto too much, his current personality is a bit rebellious. I hope you can go and teach him. I am worried that if someone uses him, the tragedy of 9 tails will happen again. So among the students assigned to you this time, there is also the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, and now you are the only one with Sharingan in Konoha village. Although it is not clear whether Sasuke can open the Sharingan, but when the time comes, we still need your assistance. The other last person is Uzumaki Kairin, the female ninja of the Uzumaki clan that Naruto brought back from the village. Hearing the combination in front of him, Kakashi frowned. Jinchuriki, Uchiha clan, Uzumaki clan. The combination of the three had to make Kakashi have bad thoughts. And Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately confirmed Kakashi's idea. Although it is a time of peace, the ninja world has higher requirements for the success rate of missions. So I decided to focus on the development of diversified specialty classes for this year's students. The Guy class compiled last year was an experiment. Sometimes the so-called balance is not necessarily good. The classes organized this year include a special search class and a tactical special class using secret techniques. Kakashi took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, Naruto is Jinchuriki, Sasuke also has the possibility of opening Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff and said. So I said that the only person who can assist Sasuke's Sharingan is you. Even Naruto's ability to help Sasuke in school these years is limited. And just in case, I mean in case. If Nine Tails goes berserk again, you have to find a way to stop Naruto, and the worst plan is to transfer the tailed beast into the body of Yule Kafas. Kakashi's complexion changed slightly. Tailed beast transfer, how could Naruto survive? And his task is about to come out. That is, if Naruto is out of control, he needs to kill Naruto and transfer Jinchuriki to the next generation Jinchuriki. And Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't say a word. That is to prepare for a rainy day, Sasuke must activate the Sharingan that can control Nine Tails. Now that Naruto has grown crookedly, it is time to find an opportunity to replace this Jinchuriki with a more controllable one. Originally Konoha village did not have a suitable Uzumaki clan. But since Naruto got one back himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly prepared for the worst. Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen speechlessly. Although I roughly understand what you mean, don't you think too highly of me? Naruto's strength. Kakashi didn't continue talking, in order to avoid Naruto harvesting life points. Basically Kakashi seldom wandered around the village these years when Anbu. Once Naruto finds out, he will be caught and beaten by this guy, which makes Kakashi's teeth itch. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Kakashi, you are a ninja and my excellent Anbu member. You should understand that sometimes strength is not everything, don't forget, you are his father's student. At this remark, Kakashi completely changed his face. Obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to let himself approach Naruto with the help of his father's disciple. Once Naruto shows the action of endangering Konoha, then his task is to act first. In his heart, he would never attack his companions, and he resolutely refused. Master Third Generation, I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position now, and I have my own standards for judging whether the other party can be a ninja. No matter who it is, I will not compromise. And with Naruto's personality, surely he wouldn't choose to become a genin. After all, after being a teacher at a ninja school for so many years, what's the matter with suddenly running off to form a team with your own students? Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have expected this a long time ago. You don't have to worry about that. If Naruto doesn't want to join the team, you can accept him as an assistant as the captain. At that time, just give him a genin status, Zhao. When the time comes, the vacant team can let a female ninja named Little Sakura not be on the team. I think Naruto is the only one who focuses on taking care of him in school these years. Civilian students. Sarutobi Hiruzen does not wait for Kakashi to refuse. He stood up and made the final cut-off. Just like the fourth generation believed in you back then, I also believed in Naruto, and I believe even more that you can lead Naruto to the right path, if you can't even do it. Naruto is probably really betrayed by the congregation. He is the orphan of the fourth generation. I don't want Konoha to be unable to protect the child of a hero. Kakashi, I'll leave Naruto to you. After third generation finished speaking, he left directly from the roof, leaving only Kakashi with a silent face. And at this time in the Middle East of ninja school, Naruto casually threw Ebisu on the ground. You bastards, after so many years, if you can't even beat him, don't say you are my student. Ebisu on the ground was furious. Uzumaki Naruto. I must report to Lord Hokage. Naruto chuckled. Scream, no one will come to rescue you even if your throat is broken. Many candidates below. Chapter 73. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and Ebisu helplessly. It never occurred to him that this guy was so lawless that he moved the elite teacher that Sarutobi Hiruzen hired for his grandson. This guy is a special genin. Even if Naruto looks down on him, his strength is beyond doubt. In the plot, after Naruto failed to find Kakashi for remedial lessons, pushed to this so-called elite teacher, he easily split out the same number of shadow clone as Naruto, and subdued Naruto. But he can only see that Naruto has fundamental problems with Chakra's unstable control. Didn't know that Naruto Chakra's unstable control was due to the 5-element seal set by Orochimaru. After a while of useless work, he was picked up by Jiraiya, who couldn't see it. But there is no doubt that this guy is a special genin. Even if everyone has Naruto's special training, it is undoubtedly a dream to defeat him. Naruto seems to know this too. After all, not everyone is 1 against 7. Not everyone can be genin at the age of 12 like Kakashi. Even the 12 Xiaoqiang are promoted after the age of 16 genin. Even with their own supervision, their current strength is only at the Chunin level. So Naruto said to the crowd. Of course, in view of the shameless strength of this color batch, I allow you to fight this guy as a team. As for the grouping, 127 Inoshika ch, 3 of you, Hinata, Inyazuka, Abarame or something, you are a small team. Abarame Shino murmured full of resentment. Zeno. Laozi's presence is so low. You can't remember my name after all these years. Ah, yes, Jinao, I am optimistic about you. I believe that if anyone can have the easiest time, it must be you, and you are the only one among the top 12 who has not lost. Abarame Shino. Shikamaru sighed. He's saying something inexplicable again. Leftover. Naruto glanced at little Sakura. Because the previous life was very displeased with little Sakura's green tea behavior. So Naruto is one of the few girls who doesn't take the initiative to attack the little Sakura. But at some point, this guy transferred his love for Sasuke to himself. Obviously he was very strict with her for the sake of destiny. Could it be that this guy still has the M attribute gene in his bones? But after all, he is a member of the protagonist group. Naruto naturally does not intend to waste it. After all, she was also the heroine in the early stage. It's a pity that it was abolished by Kishimoto because it was too annoying. But how to say before Shippuden, CFFG, little Sakura's luck is still very heavy. So Naruto immediately took the list and said, Sasuke, Karin, and Sakura Jr., 3 of you. Then he looked at the rest of the student list with no interest. Although I chose to treat Xiaoqiang equally in order to beat Xiaoqiang. But these guys add up to Naruto's destiny value, which is not as much as any Xiaoqiang. That passerby, A, B, C, your small team, cannon fodder 123, your small team, water friend 678, your small team. The faces of the commoner students below were dark. Because this guy disliked their names being too difficult to remember, he simply called them by code names. Even their code name is Naruto present. At least that passerby, the last code name was Cannon Fodder 1. If it weren't for being unable to beat him, the crowd would have risen up and attacked him long ago. This trademark is bullying people. Even if he was weak, he wouldn't be humiliated like this. If they could not learn the secret technique of 8 inner gates for free, they would have quit long ago. No wonder Naruto is lazy to remember their names. The talents of these people are worrying. After 6 years of high-intensity training by Naruto, most people can't even open the first door. And Naruto has to admit. In the ninja world, if you don't have a powerful background, it is almost as difficult for ordinary people to get erect, rise up. An average of 1 Namikaze Minato per generation is already the limit. The upper limit of most people is the special Genin level. And it is still a position that relies on mission merit, not strength. So Naruto simply gave up on this group of unlucky kids. After all, if he didn't become a ninja in the Fourth World War, he might still be able to escape. But Naruto also knows that this is a dream. Most people are not qualified to be assigned to guide Genin after graduation. In the plot, Kakashi should have been kicked out of Anbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen 3 years ago. And all the students he brought were personally arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is clearly stated in the anime that basically they are either geniuses or famous, and ordinary ninjas have no chance to enjoy the assessment of guiding Genin. After all, guide Genin is rare. He not only means the teacher. It also means that you will stand in line and be the backer after becoming a ninja. To become a Genin, you need another Genin to recommend you. Those ninjas who don't have a mentor have a hard time becoming a Genin. This is actually a way for Sarutobi Hiruzen to control Konoha's core power. Replace all the core ninjas of Konoha with their own people in a consistent way. In fact, the effect is very remarkable. It can be seen from the replacement of Hokage and the control of Konoha by Hokage in the past. Basically, Konoha's Genin are all ninjas of the Hokage lineage, and there is no such thing as those who listen to the tune and don't listen to the announcement. Wait until Naruto divides the team. He untied the rope from Ebisu's body and threatened. If you dare to run, I'll beat Konohamaru. Ebisu looked at Naruto with a dark face. He didn't know why third generation indulged Naruto's behavior so much. But he knew that if Naruto beat Konohamaru, he would be the one who would be unlucky. Naruto casually pointed to the cannon fodder team and said, "You guys start first." Then he said to Ebisu again, "Remember to tell them about their shortcomings." Naturally, Naruto came to Ebisu not simply because he wanted to beat him up. After all, I have been teaching for 6 years, so I have some feelings. Although Ebisu's strength is not very good. But the foundation is undoubtedly quite solid. Otherwise, he would not have been arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen to take his grandson himself. When teaching Naruto, although his vision was narrow, he did not find the root cause of Naruto's inability to control Chakra. But he still saw Naruto wasting Chakra's appearance by chasing. Naruto can't do this. After all, one's own strength comes from lying down. Most ninjutsu are instinctive and don't even need handprints. If let him teach. It is estimated that his effect is not too different from that of Naruto teaching Konohamaru Rei's Nan in the original book. In short, it collapsed, and it came out with a swish. To put it bluntly, after activating Ashura Chakra. Basically just clap your hands and get what you want. And even the 12 Xiaoqiang need to use handprints to guide the direction of chakra in the body to release ninjutsu. Ebisu pushed her little sunglasses with resentment. If he can't beat Naruto, then he will put his grievances on these Naruto students. The cannon fodder trio who stood up trembled all over. There was a bad premonition that kept reverberating in their hearts. Chapter 74. The action is not neat enough. Shuriken technique's aim is too bad. 3 body technique printing speed is too slow. 8 inner gates? You shit. 8 inner gates don't work, so don't put on airs, waste of time. Bang bang bang. 3 more cannon fodder flew out. All the cannon fodder except Ju Xiaoqiang were easily defeated by Ebisu and pointed out the problem. Naruto on the side was babbling, as expected of a professional elite teacher. These so-called problems don't seem to be any problems to me. As long as the moves are strong enough, chakra is enough, the speed is fast enough, and the strength is strong enough. Bang, snap, and the enemy is gone. Where are there so many ways? In the words of the sacred timeline Naruto, it is. There is no problem that Shadow Clone plus Meatballs can't solve. If there is, then come thousands of Shadow Clone and Meatballs. If it still can't be solved, I just add a buff and rub thousands of big balls. Still can't solve it. Then add attributes to the Meatballs. What tricks, dodging, saving chakra, it's all bullshit. But the shortcomings are especially obvious in this group of civilian students whose chakra content is less than 1% of Kakashi, and their chakra is not enough to support them to be so arrogant. Ebisu glanced at Naruto provocatively. Master Konohamaru has done a much better job than your students. Naruto's eyes twitched twice. He turned his head and said fiercely to Ju Xiaoqiang. As long as any of your small teams loses, I will let you run 300 laps in Wheeluo. Shikamaru, who was thinking about how to lose more reasonably, suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Even Zuzi, who had nothing to do with himself, got up. Hinata whispered to Naruto almost crying. Naruto-kun, do I want to run naked too? On the side, Karin licked her lips, winked at Naruto and said. Can I run with you at home? Ino and little Sakura on the side were angry. You nympho! How can you say such a thing? Ah! Ino pig, with a wide forehead. This is called getting the moon first. Let me tell you, has he already passed in front of Naruto? Ino heard the words and immediately shouted. Damn it! Just wait. I'm going to Naruto's house too. Small Sakura? Is this not good? How about counting me? Naruto. Ahem, only males will be punished. If other people want to come to my house, I still welcome them. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and others looked at Naruto with disgust. Va. LSP. Ebisu pushed his little sunglasses contemptuously. If the threat is useful, what do you need the ninja school for? Naruto doesn't refute either. Just looking at the Inoshika CH team. Chiji, who was afraid of Gobun, poured all the French fries in his hand into his mouth. Shikamaru scratched his head with a sigh. Troublesome. Ino suddenly said something that made Shikamaru's scalp tingle. How about we release the water? Shikamaru, Chiji. You really want to go to Naruto's house? What shall we do, hey? And at this time Chiji also went berserk completely. He took a step forward and shouted. I don't want Gobun. Part of expansion jutsu. Chiji's right hand suddenly grew bigger. Like Luffy in third gear, he shoots towards Ebisu. Ebisu, who was still extremely calm at first, suddenly let out a shit. Before he was kidnapped, he had no idea that there were ninjas from the Akamichi clan here. After all, most branch house ninjas have their own specialized training institutions. They simply don't see the basics of Jonin School's teaching foundation. This thing was originally set up to screen qualified civilians. In many cases, each ninja tribe sent a member of the ninja tribe to study in ninja school symbolically, which proved that the ninja clan responded to the Hokage policy. Before Shikamaru's generation, family ninjas hadn't sent their clansmen to the ninja school for several years. Ebisu, who has been living in the Sarutobi clan to teach Konohamaru, is naturally unaware of this situation. At this time, the strength of Chi and others far surpassed the strength when they graduated, and they have reached the Chunin level. And the secret technique of the family ninja itself is much stronger than these commoner ninjas. Don't call yourself a special Jainin. Even a Jainin could accidentally roll over. Ebisu hastily made a stand-in, dodging Chi's big hand. However, the Fugaku now did not know when they shot over from the blind corner of their field of vision. Not good. Ebisu was surprised. He formed a seal quickly in mid-air, and a shadow clone suddenly appeared from mid-air, giving himself a kick to change its trajectory. Bang! Shadow clone was shot by Kunao. And Ebisu fell to the ground in such embarrassment and exhaled. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. MD. Almost overturned. Fortunately, my actual combat ability is not weak. Otherwise, if you are given a second by a few students who haven't graduated yet, you will be humiliated. But he wasn't happy yet. Suddenly, a dark shadow suddenly rose from the ground and caught Kunao, who fell from the shadow clone. Nani? Ebisu's face changed drastically. This is Shadow Tentacle. He can already do this step. Ask for flowers. Materialize shadows from the ground and use them as tentacles. This has deviated from the primary usage of the shadow escape secret art. Even the ninjas of the Nara clan can only be used by some people above the elite Chunin level. But now a 12-year-old kid can actually use it. However, it was too late to surprise Ebisu. Countless black shadows have risen from the ground. He had just escaped the second shot of Kunao. Countless black shadows tied it firmly to the ground like ropes. Ninja Shadow Summoning. Ino. With Shikamaru shouting, Ino smiled and posed for Ebisu. Ninja Turning Technique. Ebisu's expression changed and he shouted. Don't want. Poof. Ino's consciousness successfully sneaked into Ebisu's body. Yes. I won. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be thrown into Konoha by Naruto, this guy didn't talk about it, he really could do it. But at this time Naruto smiled slightly. Ebisu, who was about to raise his ninjutsu, suddenly froze. Ino screamed back into consciousness. Shikamaru's expression changed. What's wrong? Didn't the heart turn around succeed? Ino shook his head with a splitting headache and exclaimed. This guy has a magic trick in his head to prevent prying eyes. Naruto grinned. Innocent. Inexperience is the biggest shortcoming of this group of young players who have never experienced actual combat. As Konohamaru's exclusive teacher, the restriction in Ebisu's mind is definitely not weaker than the seal in the mind of the Sai disciple in Boruto's legend. With the current strength of Ino, it is not enough to break the restriction in Ebisu's mind. Damn! I don't want to run circles for this Konoha. Ino looked at Naruto blushing. Are you going to Naruto's house? Oops, I'm not ready yet. At this time Ebisu stood up again and said. As expected of a family of secret arts, your secret arts may be extremely difficult to deal with, but it is obvious that you lack the necessary information, and you haven't even figured out the strength cards of both sides, so plans made hastily will inevitably lead to unexpected situations. Well, admit defeat, otherwise I will use ninjutsu. After all, to you, using ninjutsu is not considered bullying by the big. But as soon as he had finished speaking, Chi on the side exploded. If he is already fat, if he runs around again, he probably won't be able to find a wife in his life. I saw him yelling. I don't want to run wild. 8 inner gates. The third gate opens. Super Expansion Jutsu 8. Chapter 75. My grass. Ebisu cried out in surprise. This shit is on. Under the explosion of 8 inner gates, Chichi's chakra successfully soared to the bottom line of giantization. The gigantic Chichi directly made its heavy appearance on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished fooling Kakashi, was in a good mood. But suddenly there came a roar. The huge Ultraman stands directly at the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Someone attacked the ninja school? Those are the seedlings I dug hard. Come on. Come on. Follow me to ninja school. On the other side, Kakashi was thinking of Brother Tuzi at the memorial monument. Suddenly he turned his head behind a tree and said, "Are you waiting for me?" Tianzang. Yamato came out from behind the tree and shook his head. "Don't call me Tianzang, senior." "Then you shouldn't call me senior." Yamato spread his hands and said, "Senior is still senior, even if you leave Anbu, this will not change." 837 Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "Really? How to say it, I heard that you filled my vacancy, and you are doing well. Are you here to laugh at me for nannying Genin?" Kakashi, the former captain of Anbu, understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts very well. At this time, he had already seen through the matter of his father. So he is not as useless as Sarutobi Hiruzen knows, and seems to be desperate to die because of Obito and Lin. Wanting to protect his companions, he has long managed the Anbu he led like an iron plate. Obviously this time Yamato appeared to show Kakashi his attitude. "Where, I'm just saying that even though seniors left Anbu, they still haven't changed." 17. Kakashi nodded. "Sorry, I'm very busy today and I don't have time to chat with you." Yamato laughed. "Is it time to meet Genin?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, one of them was not a ninja. "But I haven't had time to say goodbye yet." Chichi's gigantic figure rose directly from Konoha. "What the hell?" The two looked at each other in unison, and then quickly left in the direction of Chichi. At this time, Chichi was as big as half a Gedo statue. The huge palm fell towards Ebisu like a hill. Ebisu looked at the huge palm with tears in his eyes. This trademark body replacement technique can't escape. So he hates these famous ninjas. Too much bullying. Then he looked at Naruto with a flattering face. If anyone can stop it. There is no doubt that it is the guy who tied him here in front of him. Naruto rolled his eyes. Spineless guy. I still like how unruly he was before. Evil disciple, do you want to kill me as a teacher? Naruto yawned and shouted. A huge nine-tails chakra arm popped out of nowhere and collided with Chichi's giant hand. The violent impact instantly shattered the windows of the entire teaching building. Because of the graduation exam, other grades are already on vacation. Otherwise, coming here will definitely make the students howl like ghosts and foxes. After performing this move, Chichi instantly loses strength. He became smaller again and fell from mid-air with a look of lovelessness on his face. "It's over, it's time to go." And then Naruto's voice came. "You guys passed this time, you fought well, don't fight again next time." Chichi suddenly turned from worry to joy and flattered loudly. "Thank you teacher. Long live the teacher." Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Only Ino seemed to have some regret in his eyes. And Naruto withdrew Nine-Tails Chakra's arm from Ebisu's weak legs. "Very well, there are 2 more groups." Ebisu stared at Naruto with wide eyes and waved his hands again and again. "No more comparisons, no more comparisons. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life." Naruto looked at Ebisu who confessed with disgust and said. "How can I do that? There are still 2 teams that haven't finished the competition yet." Ebisu looked at Shino's team and Sasuke's team again. It was found that the 2 teams were not frightened by the shocking scene just now. I wipe? Could it be that these 2 teams are more powerful? Thinking of this, Ebisu shook her head repeatedly. "Say nothing and proceed to the next test." Naruto pouted. Does this give you a handle? Sasuke, cut him up. Seeing that the situation is about to get out of hand. Suddenly a voice came from a distance. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked nervously at the shattered playground in his combat uniform. Ebisu ran over as if seeing a savior. Master Hokage! You have to save me, that Uzumaki Naruto is too much. He arrested me and made me a graduation examiner, but he didn't tell me that there are family ninjas in it. Did you see just now, that fat man directly surpassed expansion jutsu? This is not something a genin who has not graduated can do. The giant just now was Chiji. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyuga with wide eyes in disbelief. At this time, Akimichi Chiji heard the word fatty and shouted with anger in his eyes. Plump is not fat. You are fat. The Akimichi family is originally a body art secret art family. Besides Xiao Li, he was the first to successfully open the third gate. Chiji, who was originally at the bottom of the list. At this time, when Super Expansion Jutsu opened, its combat power soared to the forefront of Xiao Qiang. It's only one hit, but it's enough to kill a special Jainin. Chiji's murderous look made Ebisu shiver. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It's not enough if the enemy village invades. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also overjoyed seeing Chiji's strength grow so fast. This is all his son's property. Not bad. Chiji is plump, not fat, and the three of you teamed up to defeat Ebisu. It seems that you are strong enough to graduate from ninja school. Your guide Jainin will come to meet you in the afternoon, and you just have to be ready. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. This farce is finally over. However, Naruto came forward and said. They have graduated, and the other two teams haven't tested yet. Karin and Inyazuka immediately puffed up their chests when they heard Naruto's words. I can't just let Chiji show his face, I also want to show off in front of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at a few people with a smile. I'm in charge of these two teams. As long as they cast a clone technique, they'll be considered graduates. The content of the graduation exam should be 3-body technique. However, at this point, those candidates who were previously labeled as eliminated quit. Master Hokage. This is not fair. Why are they so simple? If I rely on 3-body technique, we can also become genin. That's right. You can't treat them differently. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the excited students with a confused face. You haven't passed the exam. He thought that this group of people had already graduated from the test. The commoner student said with a sad face. R2.1 really can't beat Yebaisu-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Good guy. Let this group of civilians beat up the elite teachers they found. If you serve them together, you will only get beaten up. He looked at Naruto. Naruto touched his nose as a matter of course. What I taught can't even beat Ebisu, and I graduated from the knitting industry. Ebisu on the side gritted his teeth in hatred. Why should he treat himself as the content of the graduation exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen full of black lines. Do you think everyone is famous? He knows the quality of this year's ninjas. Even among many genins, I am afraid that they are in the middle or even at the forefront. I'm in charge. All the candidates for this year have graduated, and when the time comes, take a photo and go to the Hokage building to register. The students below cheered. Only Naruto looked at them like a fool. Never mind. Hades doesn't save the damn ghost. When the Fourth World War starts, these unlucky kids will know how lucky they are not to be ninjas. Chapter 76. Under the interference of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Yebaisu did not compete with the other two teams. Candidates from ninja school also successfully graduated from ninja school and became genin. It's just that after receiving the forehead protector, they disbanded. There is no such thing as guiding genin at all. Only Naruto and Konoha Xiaoqiang were left behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a smile and said. Well, you have been in ninja school for 6 years, and now all the students who enrolled at the same time as you have graduated. I know you are strong, but it's not an option for you to use your father's name to hang around in Konoha. In this way, I will break the rules and give you the qualification to become a ninja directly. In this way, you will be able to accept missions and earn commissions for yourself. If you continue to live on the overlord's meal like this, I'm afraid the villagers will be dissatisfied sooner or later. Although your strength is very strong, Konoha's current missions are limited, and the way to accept missions is based on the team. But you don't have to worry, I'll arrange Sasuke and Xianglin for you. When the time comes, these 2 top students will cooperate with you, and everything will be up to you. What do you think? Naruto squinted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, picking his nostrils. 25 is not good. What do you mean the villagers will be dissatisfied? Are they worthy? My dear father saved Konoha with his life. What if I eat something from them? Oh, and my beloved mother. People. Let me tell you, I haven't asked for a pension for you yet. As the pension for 4th Hokage and Jinchuriki, how can there be 1.8 liters of 100 million taels of silver? Otherwise, only fools would be willing to do this stupid Hokage position. I'm tired of running around like a dog all day, and I don't even have time to be ashamed to find a wife. I wonder what kind of fool would be willing to sacrifice himself as a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. H. 108 billion. Selling the Sarutobi clan is not so much. Naruto glanced at the dark-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen and hastily corrected. I'm not talking about you, please don't take your seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, H. FK. Might as well not explain it. Naruto shook his head and said. Is there any job where you don't work for money? It's best to bring 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. The official position needs to be high. It doesn't matter whether you have real power or not. It's best for these ignorant villagers to see this uncle kneel down and do that kind. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared in his heart. You're talking about daimyo. Damn. This guy doesn't want to be famous? Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stopped Naruto's extremely dangerous thought. He persuaded Naruto. Yes. Teaching assistant. How about this, I will reorganize the team, and you will be the teaching assistant who guides Jainin. The usual work is similar to that of your ninja school, and you don't have to teach so many students. You only need to cooperate with guiding Jainin to lead new students, and the salary is still the same. Your practical teacher at the ninja school sent it. How about this? Naruto's eyes lit up. This is fine, since I can continue beating the Xiaoqiangs, I can still get money, and I don't have to do tasks. Naruto immediately nodded in approval when he heard the words. That's right, it's you, old ape, I like you, you can Hokage is much better than my cheap father, I believe you can be another 10 or 8 years. In the future, pass the position of Hokage to Asuma, and I will cover him at that time to ensure that no one dares to coup d'état. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Didn't expect Naruto's ideological awareness to be so high? Sure enough, children are children after all, as long as they are given a little sweetness, they will come forward eagerly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is considering whether it is a waste to use distinguished heavenly gods. After all, the real distinguished heavenly gods has lasted more than 10 years, and there is only one chance. Now that Naruto is so good, it feels a bit inappropriate to waste it on him. Immediately Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in his heart. No, don't be emotional. After all, the biggest weapon is to be firmly in your own hands. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down and waved to Kakashi, who came in a hurry. This is Jainin, the instructor of the 7th class. Since Naruto is the assistant teacher, then the quota for the 7th class. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at 9 Xiaoqiang. I found that all the girls looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes. Originally he thought that little Sakura was Naruto's sweetheart, but now it seems that there is more than one sweetheart. As for Sasuke, Xionglan will remain the same, and the other one will be for Haruno Sakura. The other establishments were originally decided, and only the little Sakura was left to make up the number. Little Sakura shouted excitedly when she heard the words. Ino on the side showed a disappointed expression on his face. And Hinata lowered her head and looked depressed. Naruto raised his eyebrows, but it was not beyond his expectation. Because he knew that this year's Ziokyang's class was originally assigned in advance. His own vacancy was just filled by Xiang, who belonged to the Whirlpool clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Kakashi. Since you're here, let's take them to get acquainted with each other. Kakashi nodded. But third generation, I still stick to my idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unhappy. The most important reason why he kicked Kakashi out of the top management is the fourth generation and that Uchiha kid have too much influence on it. This makes it impossible for Kakashi to completely fall into the darkness and become a qualified tool man. In the ninja world, people who break the rules are garbage. In the end, this guy came up with another 327. For those who don't cherish their companions, they are worse than rubbish. Doesn't this make it clear what you are doing against yourself? If all the ninjas give up the mission in order to protect their companions, who still hires Konoha shinobi to do quests? He meowed away when he was in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen said quietly with a smile. The fourth generation once told me that you used Obito and Lin as bait to snatch the bell, so you couldn't pass the exam. But the fourth generation said it believed in you, and I am willing to believe in the judgment of the fourth generation, and you in the future have indeed changed. Believe in this group of newcomers, just like the fourth generation believes in you, and give them a chance. Kakashi was shocked. The fourth generation has already seen through its tricks. Even so, he is willing to let himself pass the exam? Kakashi knew that if it was his own, he would never pass this kind of guy who has no teamwork. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and the others with a much kinder expression. Then he said to Naruto and Sasuke and others. Gather on the roof of the school building in the afternoon, let's get to know each other formally. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a bit of greed. If I can't find you for a few months, I'm going to miss you. How about we have a fight first? Whoosh! I ran away in an instant. Chapter 77. Well, let me introduce myself first, similar to what I like, what I hate, what my dream is and so on. The 7th class met on the roof of the school. Kakashi spread his hands to Sasuke and others and said. Sasuke snorted coldly. Humph! Boring! Xiangren waved his fist. Sure enough, Naruto-san should introduce you first, right? If you know Naruto's hobbies, then you will be able to match them. The little Sakura on the side also raised her hands in agreement. Kakashi scratched his head helplessly. Girls in the peaceful era obviously fall in love is more important than being a ninja. Naruto yawned a little bored and said. Kakashi come first, as a teacher, I think my senior should be the finale. The corners of Kakashi's eyes twitched twice. In terms of his time as a teacher, Naruto's time is really longer. But you're still a brat. Wrong. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Naruto. This guy is the same as Uchiha Itachi, obviously only 12.3 years old, but his physical development is almost the same as 22.3 years old. After activating Ashura's bloodline, Naruto's body is rising upwards. Especially after the age of 10, it is the same every year. At this time, Naruto is already taller than himself at the age of 16 or 7 in Shippuden. Now he is close to 1.8 meters tall. At first glance, the immaturity of a child has completely faded away. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, I don't want to tell you my likes and dislikes, but when it comes to my dreams in the future, I'm interested, a lot. Right. Little Sakura rolled her eyes and complained to Xiangren beside her. In the end, I didn't say anything except my name. Shannon nodded. That is to say, what the hell, let's wait for brother Naruto. Kakashi. It's up to you next, let's start with you. Kakashi gestured to Karin. Xiangren glanced at Naruto and said loudly. My name is Uzumaki, and I like Big Brother Naruto. My dream is to give birth to Big Brother Naruto. What I hate are those nasty women who like Big Brother Naruto. My hobby is to sneak attack Big Brother Naruto at night. Everyone. Can this be said? Haruno Sakura at the side glanced at the unrestrained Uzumaki with a look of disgust. My name is Haruno Sakura, and my favorite is. The person I like is. My hobby is, ouch. Little Sakura said while looking at Naruto who was drowsy. Whenever she thinks of Naruto's urging slap during training, her buttocks feel faintly hot. Kakashi. Well, it seems that nothing has been said, and it seems that everything has been said. What's annoying? Little Sakura's face darkened immediately. Uzumaki fragrant phosphorus. Hey? Little Sakura. You are looking for trouble. Believe it or not, I will hit you. Bah, violent girl, brother Naruto likes a gentle girl like me. You are a gentle ghost. Naruto-san even called you Sakura-san. You fart. Percent number. Kakashi helped his forehead helplessly. Although the team needs to have a member of the opposite S*X who promotes and competes with each other, there seems to be something wrong with this. In the original book, the little Sakura was a giftless vase stuffed by third generation in order to stimulate Naruto to work hard to improve. Later, it was a blessing in disguise, and I worshipped Tsunade as my teacher, so I won the illusion in the fourth battle, and felt that I was fighting side by side with Naruto and Sasuke again. But now it is obvious that Naruto has become the confidant in the team. I'm afraid these two girls will inevitably compete because of jealousy. Okay, stop arguing, next one. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, hate. Percent number. Sasuke, there are a lot of things, but there is nothing I like. Xianglin, little Sakura, percent number. Can you two shut up? This is a ninja. It's not a love affair. Xianglin and Xiao Sakura looked at the distraught Sasuke in unison. Bah! You little blackie, you are just jealous of my brother. Naruto. The little blacks are showing their chicken feet. The veins on Sasuke's forehead were exposed, and he resisted the plan to beat up these stupid women with a cold snort, and simply gave up his dream. Naruto on the side almost burst into laughter at this moment. Immediately, everyone looked at Naruto who was twitching. Naruto coughed twice and suppressed his laughter. Cough. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like to pick up girls, harvest life points, I hate it. I don't think there is anything I really hate, my dream is to eat and wait for death, I don't use it for anything, I sleep naturally wake up, count the money and get cramps in your hands, you are opening a harem of 180, it is best to change one every day. Xianglin, little Sakura, 180, it's great to have 3 turns a year. Kakashi, Sasuke. You two are out of your mind. Do you still have the dignity of being a ninja? Kakashi looked helplessly at the two idiots who were in love. Well, forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, my task is to be optimistic about Naruto, and then train Sasuke. As for the remaining two, let it be. So Kakashi said to the 3 of Sasuke. The mission will start tomorrow, but before that, a survival drill test must be conducted. Little Sakura said with a displeased face. The task is the task. What kind of exercises are you doing? You have already done a lot in school. At this time, Kakashi suddenly lowered his head and smiled sinisterly. Haha. Everyone. Little Sakura asked with a disgusted face. Teacher, what are you laughing at? Kakashi raised his head at this moment with a smile and said. Don't look at me like this. I am an elite retired from Anbu. Ordinary people are not qualified to be my students, so this survival exercise is also a graduation test. Once you fail, you will be sent back to the ninja school by me. Study. Little Sakura and Karin shouted in surprise. Nani? Kakashi said sinisterly. Of the 27 graduates. Naruto. I've told them before, it's no use scaring them. BL. Can we be happy to be friends? Naruto rolled his eyes. They are not stupid, many ninjas who were beaten back before have all come to the school as teaching assistants. The forehead protector has been issued, and the ninja registration form has also been filled out. In the final analysis, I just can't become your disciple. I think it is necessary for me, as an assistant coach, to give them, Zhao, some common sense. FF. MMP. The embarrassed Kakashi looked at the bored Sasuke and others with a black face. Even so, having a Jonin-level guidance is beyond the reach of many people, especially for the promotion of ninjas. Sasuke's eyes lit up when he heard this. One of his dreams is to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. According to what Kakashi said, I really worked hard to become his disciple. Kakashi looked at some interested people and laughed. Anyway, at the practice field tomorrow, I will judge whether you are qualified or not. Remember to bring a set of ninja tools and gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, Naruto, if you don't participate in the assessment, remember to take a picture and find the third generation project to get the forehead protector. Kakashi left without waiting for Naruto to finish speaking. Looking at his hurried figure, Naruto pouted. Laozi is not a ghost, what are you doing so scared? And I will be your teaching assistant in the future, so what if you can still run? Chapter 78. That night, Naruto came home. Chuan has already prepared dinner. Xiangren hugged Uchiha Izumi happily. I knew Sister Chuan was the best. At this time, Chuan has grown into a beautiful big girl. She smiled gently at Xianglin and said. Seeing you are so happy, you must have become a ninja, right? Xianglin proudly raised the forehead protector and said excitedly. Isn't it easy for the queen to go out? Naruto crashed his head directly behind him. Don't be so rude, be careful, I don't want you. Pain. Karin pouted and stuck out her tongue at Naruto. Following Naruto in the past few years, she has successfully walked out of the shadows, even worse. Naruto took a few steps forward, hugged Izumi and kissed him. In the past few years, Chuan has become more and more juicy, and she is a mature beauty. I also want. Xianglin raised her hands and shouted. Naruto looked at her unremarkable figure and gave her a headache. Little kid, let's talk about it when you grow up. Xianglin sat down on the sofa angrily. Obviously you are the same age as me, why am I the only one who doesn't develop? Izumi blushed and glared at Naruto. Let's eat first. Xianglin snorted. I don't want to eat, Mr. Kakashi said, it's better not to eat tomorrow morning. The little Sakura guy said at 160 that he won't eat tonight, I don't want to eat either. Naruto looked at Xiangren with a strange expression. You sure? Xianglin nodded firmly. Just in time to lose weight. Naruto gave it a thumbs up. Warrior, let's go, Chuan, let's go to eat and train after dinner. Quan's face flushed. Damn it, Xiangren is still there. It's okay, little brat knows what a fart, let me tell you, I recently developed some new ninjutsu, let's try it out. With Xianglin gritted his teeth, the two walked into the restaurant ambiguously, and soon there was a sound of jingling and clanging. After activating Ashura Chakra, this body grows extremely fast. Naruto finally doesn't have to worry about physical discomfort. With the growth of Hong, Chuan, and others, Naruto doesn't have to worry about impunity. And Naruto, who is a professional fish farmer, said that as long as I am not sure about the relationship, there is no awakening woman. So Naruto started his happy Poseidon daily life in Konoha. Until the next day. Xianglin, who was on a mission for the first time, excitedly got up from the bed. Brother Naruto! Brother Naruto! Get up and assemble! She pulled up Naruto, who was lying next to Izumi, and wanted to drag him out of the bed. The spring on the side was awakened by him. Do you need me to prepare a lunchbox? Xianglin shook her head again and again. No. The teacher said, you don't need to bring bento. The Naruto fans on the side rolled their eyes. I'm a teaching assistant. I don't need to take the assessment. I won't kill Kakashi when I go. You can do it yourself. I'll sleep with your sister Chuan for a while. After saying that, Naruto turned over and continued to hug the pillow like a dead fish. Xianglin beside him was itchy with anger. Humph! If you don't go, you won't go. I'll go by myself. After saying that, she ran away in a huff. When my old lady grows up, I will also stay in bed every day. However, it turns out that. How correct is Naruto's choice? Sasuke, Sakura, and Rin, who came to the training ground early, did not see Kakashi standing on the pillar until almost noon. Yo! Good morning everyone, I got lost while helping my grandmother to cross the road. Karin and Sakura yelled angrily. Too slow. Damn it, as soon as I knew it, I rubbed the bed with brother Naruto. Hey? Are you harassing Naruto-san again? Hey, this is called getting the moon first. Little Sakura, Xianglin, % number 9. AXI. Who will take these two groups of ducks? Okay, okay. Stop arguing and talk about the mission. Kakashi took out a clock and put it on a wooden rake to several people. The clock is nailed at 12 o'clock, and your task today is to snatch the bell from me before noon. Kakashi said and shook the bell in his hand. Those who don't grab the bell will have nothing to eat. The three looked at Kakashi blankly. That's why you won't let us have breakfast. Kakashi didn't answer, just smiled and pointed to the post where the alarm clock was placed. And be tied to a column to watch us eat. The eyes of the three of them looking at Kakashi are full of grass and mud horses galloping. The stomachs of Xianglin, CFFJ, and little Sakura were rumbling. It's all your fault for having a white forehead. You're fine. You haven't eaten dinner yet. What should we do now? Could it be that you haven't eaten dinner yet? You're a good learner. Kakashi looked at the two women with black lines all over his head. Even if there is a disagreement, there must be a limit. Sure enough, a woman with a brain in love is completely unreasonable. And at this moment, Naruto's laughing voice came. Ptaha, you guys, did you forget that I told your ninjas to collect information before going to war? Such a simple trick has put you in such a mess, you deserve to be hungry. Sasuke's forehead jumped and jumped. Karin raised her fist at Naruto. Damn! Brother Naruto, you already know that, right? You don't even know to remind me. Little Sakura saw Naruto blushing, lowered her head and muttered. I just lost weight recently. Kakashi's eyes twitched watching Naruto's arrival. Why are you here? You are not needed for this assessment. Naruto looked at Kakashi gearing up and said. I think I also need to be assessed. In this way, I don't occupy the quota of the bell, and I will simply beat you up. Bah! I will simply compete with you for strength. Kakashi oi! UBD! You have spoken your mind. What the hell is that damn life value? In these years, apart from picking up girls, Naruto fights with ninjas he knows all day long, calling it a name to compete. Except for Guy, who is still enthusiastically accepting the challenge, the attendance rate of the other ninjas is much higher. Few dared to wander around Konoha, especially Asuma, who was beaten the worst. Running to be the guardian of the 12 ninjas is at least half of this guy's credit. Kakashi said to Naruto with a dark face. If you make trouble, I will send the three of them back to school to study again. Suddenly three eyes full of resentment looked at Naruto. Naruto turned his head and looked at the trio with gloomy eyes, his mouth twitched. If you don't fight, you don't fight. It's no big deal, and it's not bad for your 8,000 destiny points. Immediately, Naruto came to a tree stump in an instant. You guys start, I'll take a look. And in his heart he muttered silently. The system opens the properties panel. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Position, none. Talent, Vortex Bloodline, Chakra Precise Control, Frozen Fruit, Perfect. Special abilities, Nine Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, Activated, Namikaze Minato Chakra, Uzumaki Kushina Chakra, 8 Sign Seal, Tensegan. Skills, Raise Nan Series, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 8 Inner Gates, 3 Body Technique, Shuriken Technique, Wood Style Secret Technique, Ashura Senjutsu. Items, Chakra Double Card, Zanpakuto Zanjutsu. Protagonist Halo, Full Level, Current Stage. Chakra Amount, 7,325 calories. Combat Power, 924. Destiny Value. After activating the Blood of Ashura, after another 5.5 years of practice, Naruto's Shitanla has reached a terrifying 7,000 plus calories. More importantly, 10,000 destiny points per day, as well as monthly rewards such as beating up children and killing Shisui Fugaku. At this time, the destiny value has reached more than 30 million. That's enough for Naruto to have 3 A-level draws at the 6 paths level. Naruto's eyes flashed. After this lottery draw, my strength will truly achieve a qualitative leap. Chapter 79. System. Don't take pity on me, smoke me. Naruto rubbed his hands together and commanded the system. Ding dong, the system is drawing prizes. This time, there is no turntable in Naruto's mind. Instead, as if the original god drew a lottery, 3 golden shooting stars suddenly flashed across the sky of consciousness. FK. Withdrawal. Naruto shouted excitedly. Sasuke, who was preparing for the trial, the 3 staggered together. Ahem, I'm sorry, you guys continue. Naruto laughed and waved his hands. The 3 rolled their eyes. The moment Kakashi said the beginning, they all scattered in all directions. This time the 3-person team did not have a scene where Naruto was tough with Kakashi on the spot. Even though Xiangrin's character looks reckless, she can run faster than anyone in real fights. Naruto, on the other hand, put his mind into his own consciousness. I make it up. 3 gold. Character explosion. System, MIA big hit. The prizes in the A-level award area are all at the Golden Legend level, and there is no such thing as a big hit. Naruto. If it doesn't exist, then you're doing such a gaudy thing. Naruto despised the system 10,000 times in his heart. Then he turned his attention back to the system backpack. Naruto's eyes dazzled by a golden halo. He clicked on the thumbnail with his consciousness. A pair of shining golden armor came into Naruto's eyes. Naruto looked at the introduction with a look of shock. I make up. Leo God Saint Cloth Inheritance. Because of the blood of the goddess and the holy fighters who have been promoted to the small universe above the ultimate level, the holy clothes that surpass the golden holy clothes and are closest to the holy clothes are also a dream form, allowing humans to gain the power star that can fight against gods. Function, wearing it can convert the energy in the body into a small universe, and with the development of the small universe, you can get superpowers, physical abilities, magical powers, and fighting skills. Awakening the 6th sense in the small universe, you can get superpowers, telekinesis, electric barrier, healing. Small universe developed to ultimate can gain physical abilities, super light flight, light speed reaction, light speed movement, light speed fist, melee light speed fist, wind pressure fist, shattering fist, beam fist. 1. Wearing the holy cloth automatically obtains magical powers, God-level imperial swordsmanship. Wearing the holy clothes can comprehend fighting skills and fighting methods, lion's fangs, flashing quick fist and other fighting skills and fighting methods. Because the golden holy clothes store such powerful energy, not just any saint can wear it. Only those who have at least the seventh sense of the small universe can wear the golden holy clothes and exert their true power. Naruto's scalp is numb. The Leo God Saint Cloth inheritance includes not only the simple golden saint cloth. It is a complete set of cultivation methods and inheritance methods of the Saint Seiya system based on the saint cloth. You must know that Leo Golden Saint Iolia is the only terrifying existence who has awakened the legendary ninth sense. And in his final state, after gathering the small universe of the other 11 golden saints in the state of sacred clothes, the will of the Asgard land, the people of the Asgard and all the souls on the ground, he is holding the treasure-gathering gold ring Dro Punal, smashed the eternal Gungnir with one punch, and sealed Loki's soul into darkness again. To put it bluntly, it is to fight the gods with a human body. The gods here are not comparable to Pain in the ninja world, or even Sage of Six Paths, who call themselves gods. Although the gods in Greek mythology are inferior, their strength is naturally unquestionable. Of course, the worst thing is the small universe in the Saint Seiya system. This thing seems to be a kind of mysterious thing. Similar to the green tea with Athena in the heart, it can explode infinitely. Once you can't beat it, just say burn, my small universe, and then your strength will explode in an instant. Moreover, every increase is a terrifying geometric increase, which is completely unreasonable. In Naruto's opinion, the power of the saint fighter should come from the holy clothes, and the power of the holy clothes comes from the divine power of the gods. And the saint cloth of Leo undoubtedly came from Athena. That is, in theory. If you develop it well, I can even reach the terrifying power of a real god slayer when I put on the holy clothes. But Naruto also noticed the last introduction in the inheritance. To attract the power of the saint cloth, you need to cultivate your body and soul to match the saint cloth. As for the soul, Naruto naturally has a certain amount of confidence. After all, Chakra in the ninja world originally majored in soul and spells, and saints did not have strong requirements for the power of soul. Seeking Flowers 0. If you have reached the 6 paths level, you may not be able to match the golden saint cloth after mastering Yin Yang Dun. But the problem is physical cultivation. Even a flesh body at the 6 paths level would definitely not be able to withstand the mighty sun power of the god saint cloth. After all, the development of the sacred clothing to the ultimate can make terrorist attacks beyond the speed of light. Although there is a high probability that it is the speed of light in the world of Saint Seiya, it is definitely not something that a mere 6 paths level body can work with. Naruto glanced at the golden and yellow golden lion with some regret. Is this why the system put this thing in the A-level award area? Like Tensegan. The limit that this reward can play increases with the strength of the host. In the long run, the value of this golden holy cloth is even higher than the S-rank reward. But there is no doubt that it will be extremely difficult for Naruto to display the true strength of the golden holy cloth. Not to mention the Leo God Saint cloth who needs to go far beyond the realm of the golden Saint Seiya to display his true strength. But there is no doubt that even if it is the suppressed saint cloth, Naruto will definitely be able to enter the real 6 paths level with the power of the sun induced by his existing strength. This is not the same as the pseudo 6 paths level of Tensegan Chakra mode. Once Naruto wears the saint cloth, he will not lose to 6 paths Obito or 6 paths Madara in terms of strength. Moreover, the cultivation system of Saint Seiya is more focused on body cultivation. This also means that once wearing the holy clothes, Naruto will turn into a BT 6 paths level physique powerhouse who can treat Yagai as a level A. And even though it can't attract more power of the sun. But there is no doubt that the defense of the holy cloth is absolutely pervert. Naruto looked at the holy cloth with bright eyes. I didn't expect the first A-level reward to be so powerful. If I combined the remaining 2 A-level rewards, wouldn't I be invincible in the world? What the FK Kaguya, Satsuki 1 style. Even if the ancestors of Satsuki come, I can punch them all. Naruto rubbed his palms frantically in his heart. Then devoutly clicked on the second reward. A-level reward, Magical Growth Agent. Can restore hair loss, baldness, and other Mediterranean problems caused by any damage. Naruto. Did I rub it? It's gone? This trademark is an A-level reward? 10. Chapter 80. System, what do you mean? The veins on Naruto's forehead were throbbing. Didn't you say that there are no prizes in the prize pool that are lower than this prize zone? What the hell is a hair booster? Are you looking down on my black and beautiful blonde hair? Forget about the golden holy cloth. Although unable to exert its strength, but still very awesome to reach the 6 paths level of strength. But what the hell is a hair booster? Is this cursing yourself bald? Naruto thought of the image of a bald Naruto in his previous life, and suddenly felt a rush of grass and mud horses. The miraculous hair growth agent can treat hair loss without side effects. Even if the damage is at the regular level or even the level of heaven, it can still make the user have soft and beautiful hair. Listening to the system introduction, Naruto roared angrily in his heart. Short hair is not bald. You can't discriminate against me because I have an ugly haircut in Shippuden. I won't have that to be hairstyle. But it is obvious that the system is an artificial mental retardation. It can only mechanically respond to some of Naruto's search questions, and 880 simply ignores Naruto's angry complaints. But the prize pool is set by the system. Although Naruto suspected that he cheated him of 10 million life points, there was nothing he could do. If you don't have a system, you should still be worrying about how to get the 9-tail seal scroll of Mount Maiboku Toad. But this does not prevent Naruto from cursing. Didn't you combine all 3 rewards into one Leo Saint cloth? If the last one is also this kind of rubbish, I'll never end with you. Obviously the first reward is a growth reward. The ultimate strength he can achieve is definitely not comparable to that of a 6 paths class. This made Naruto suspicious, because the prize pool was blown, so the system found it from the other 2 rewards. Let me tell you, the rewards from your super prize pool are bugs, you can't cheat my rewards. Naruto muttered a few words unwillingly, and then he clicked on the last card in the system space. Practice the 3-year Bald Saitama training plan, also known as I Became Bald and Stronger. Insist on 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, 10 km long distance running every day, and do not turn on the air conditioner no matter how hot it is, and defeat all kinds of enemies in the process of exercising. 3 years later, the user can break the limiter, and the power will increase exponentially due to the aroused emotion, and the price paid is hair loss. Naruto looked at the training plan, and at the hair restorer given by the system. This is a cheat. This is a bundled sale. No wonder I bought a hair restorer for myself first, and I'm waiting here together. Naruto looked at the training plan and raised his eyebrows. System, Saitama's strength is only A level. This is a starburst level, even jumping from the moon to the earth in one jump, it is outrageous to death. A strong player with this kind of strength is only A level, which makes Naruto completely unimaginable. So it seems. The A-level reward cap is not at all 6 paths level. This reward comes from One Punch World. The protagonist of Destiny is still in the 3-year training plan period, his strength is limited, and the training also has a powerful side effect of baldness at the regular level, so the system classifies it as an A-level reward area. Considering the growth of skills and the perfection of the system for flawed skills, the chances of winning the hair growth agent are greatly improved. Naruto looked at the hair restorer in the system dumbfounded. I trademark can wear a wig, hey! Just to solve the side effect of a bald head, the system actually cheated its own 10 million destiny points. This is what I can save for 3 years under the influence of the protagonist's halo. If he hadn't transmigrated into the body of the protagonist Naruto, he might barely be able to save 10 million destiny points in more than 10 years. If this normal development is followed. I have worked so hard to accumulate more than 10 years of destiny points, and I am ready to take a big wave to reach the pinnacle of life. Looking back, if there is indeed a bottle of hair restorer, it may make people's mind explode. However, it will be different if it is combined with Saitama's training rewards. Saitama is a real star-studded level. Especially the terrifying body, even if the Six Paths Ninjutsu Truth-Seeking Ball bombards it, it probably won't be able to break through the defense. It's just that Saitama's soul defense is undoubtedly very low. If you really want to touch Jainin, although you can't kill him, it is estimated that you can easily pull him into the Jujutsu. If the ninjas in the ninja world are like a group of crispy demon warriors, then Saitama is definitely an invincible blood shield warrior. The Chakra system majors in the soul, and the Tsutsuki family is immortal, and Sage of Six Paths makes their souls dependent on Chakra for eternity. Enkidu majors in the physical body is invincible, immortal, and the combination of the two, coupled with the Leo sacred cloth that can exert the greatest strength of the two. This is simply a fusion training system perfectly matched according to Naruto. Once these three systems are cultivated to the peak, then Naruto's power can definitely surpass S rank or even SS rank. It's just that Naruto also knows that this is just the most perfect situation. The training plan also clearly stated that if you want to improve your strength after unlocking the limiter, you must have passionate emotions. To put it bluntly, it is a powerful opponent who can match it. Saitama gradually lost his feelings in boredom because he punched everyone with a punch, and his strength was also at a stagnation stage. After the appearance of the gods, Saitama fought the god-hungry wolf, and his power was also increased exponentially due to his passionate feelings. And Naruto knew that after he really completed 3 years of training, all the enemies in the entire ninja world would be no match for his ordinary punch. Any attack will not be able to break through one's own defense, and one's own strength will enter a period of stagnation at that time. At that time, it's time for me to follow the example of the Tsutsuki family and find a stronger planet, to improve my strength. But this lottery draw really surprised me. Whether it is the sacred cloth or Saitama's limiter, there is almost no upper limit in terms of growth. Compared with the soaring strength in an instant, what is suitable for Naruto at this stage is undoubtedly this kind of growth reward. After all, even at this time, there are only a handful of powers that can threaten Dao Naruto. The old man sage of Six Paths who spies on people is counted as one, the Tsutsuki-style main body hidden in the dark is counted as one, and the Chakra cannon of Cloud Shinobi Village is counted as one. If the rest of the Six Paths can't be seen, it is impossible for anyone to be his opponent, so he naturally doesn't need to call too much to improve his strength. But now as long as he exercises according to the Saitama training method every day, he will have an invincible physical body in 3 years. Don't talk about stabbing Susan, even with the middle finger, I can easily FK Susan. Naruto's heart was already full of ecstasy at this time. He couldn't wait to fall off the stake and start today's training. 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and 10 km long distance running every day are not even warm UPS for him who practices 8 inner gates. But he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger little by little. After all, Saitama's pure physical combat power can even reach hundreds of millions of levels under the estimation of many water friends in his previous life. If it is true that Saitama's fighting power is similar to that of the Super Second Son Wukong as said in the rumors in the previous life, then his physical combat power can reach a terrifying 2 billion. 2.2. And now Naruto's combat power is a pitiful 900 plus. So even small improvements feel like growth spurts here at Naruto. Of course Naruto also knows that this should also be a rumor. Although Naruto could clearly feel the increase in body strength, there was absolutely no such a terrifying surge. After all, if the combat power of 2 billion is allocated to 3 years, Risshin can also increase the combat power of more than 180 parties. And at this time, Originally, Kakashi looked at Sasuke, who was hiding, and looked relieved. At least the three of them are still studying hard in the ninja course. Hidden rising and dodging skills are already considered qualified. However, Naruto suddenly jumped off the post and started doing push-ups. What made Kakashi even more confused was that while he was doing it, the hair on his head was still falling like rain. Flaw! Sasuke was overjoyed. More than a dozen shurikens burst out at Kakashi from all directions. Chapter 81. Facing the oncoming shuriken, Kakashi did not panic at all. When the shuriken is about to hit, the body replacement technique is activated instantly to block all the shuriken. The little Sakura lying in the grass shivered and shouted. "Sass! You have gone too far." Xianglin on the other side of the tree shouted. "Idiot with a white forehead, this is a stand-in. You're exposed." Standing behind Sasuke, Kakashi looked at Xiangrin with black lines all over his head, as if you were not exposed. And Sasuke's expression changed. So fast. This is Janin's strength. As a practical teacher, Naruto naturally wouldn't be serious with these little kids. As poor Madara said, "Where do adults have the same knowledge as children?" So every time when he beats up the children, Naruto only uses physical skills that are one tier higher than them. If Sasuke hadn't caught Naruto beating Uchiha Itachi, he naively thought he could catch up with Naruto at this time. Now I see Kakashi appearing behind me in an instant. Sasuke's expression changed instantly. His eyes narrowed and instantly turned scarlet. Immediately, his body's reaction ability skyrocketed, and he jumped out of the bushes. Kakashi looked into Sasuke's eyes in surprise. "Sharingan? I didn't expect you to open it so early." Sasuke snorted triumphantly. "I'm a genius of the Uchiha clan. I opened my eyes when I was 8 years old." The whole family dies, angrily opens a hook jade. Originally closed again, who would have thought that Naruto's exposure and stimulation would directly allow Sasuke to keep the one hook jade he bought with the whole family. But it's just a hook of jade. Naruto has never seen such a stupid Uchiha clan. No matter how much I stimulated him these past few years. He was stunned and only opened a hook. A single pair of god trademark, Dan Fenjian, hello. It is only Zabuza who can raise the price of one jade and another jade in Sharingan. After all, most of the Uchiha people who appeared in the plot started with Shuangguyu, and Manjiki capped. Even Obito, who is known as the tail of the crane, saw the 50-50 injury and immediately opened Shuangguyu in anger. On the other hand, it is this genius who is boasted by Itachi as the once-in-a-century genius of the Uchiha clan, and the slowness of his strength promotion is outrageous. If it weren't for Orochimaru using various forbidden techniques that consume potential and lifespan to increase Sasuke's strength, I am afraid that Sasuke at that time would have been thrown away by Naruto, who followed Jiraiya to practice. While looking at the confident Sasuke at this time, Kakashi decided to teach him a lesson. After all, he is his younger brother and the only family member of his friends, so he still needs to take care of him. Ninja tactics are one of the best experiences, physical skills, let me teach you. Sasuke snorted coldly. Did you see my eyes? Any physical skill can only do useless work in front of these eyes. Since opening Sharingan, he can even capture Naruto's movements easily. This gave him confidence in his progress. Yet, Kakashi stared at Sasuke amusedly with his one eye. It's like watching a frog in a well. Immediately, he took out the limited edition of Intimate Paradise from the ninja bag. Then he ignored Sasuke as if nothing had happened. What's the matter? Let the horse come here quickly. Kakashi ticked off with the other hand, and then he put that hand in his pocket, making it clear that he intended to give Sasuke 2 hands. Seeing this, Sasuke's eyes widened and his face turned red with anger. As a genius, he has never been treated like this. This time he was completely angry. Go to hell! Sasuke roared, and rushed directly towards Kakashi. However, Hokage Ninja is obviously not a hot-blooded anime whose output depends entirely on roar. Even if Sasuke barks louder, the experience gap between him and Kakashi is extremely huge. Even if it is absolutely impossible to win Kakashi in skill, Naruto relies on stronger strength, faster speed, and powerful moves. If the two are put into the same strength competition skills, the 10 Narutos are definitely not Kakashi's opponents. After all, Kakashi stayed in Anbu for 13 years alone. And before that, he became a Jonin early on, and his rich combat experience is definitely not comparable to that of Naruto, who has nothing to do all day long. So even if the momentum of the two pillars is like a rainbow, but Kakashi dodged all of them easily. Even this time Kakashi seems to have no intention of releasing water in the plot at all. He holds the book in one hand and puts the other in his pocket, but he dodges all of Sasuke's attacks. Damn! How could it be so strong? The gap shouldn't be so big. Sasuke gritted his teeth and looked at Kakashi, whose eyes were focused on the little pen book. I saw that his hands began to form seals rapidly, and he took a sharp breath and aimed at Kakashi. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. A ball of flame spewed out from Sasuke's mouth, toward where Kakashi was. Naruto, who was doing sit-ups, rolled his eyes. Idiot! With his current seal speed, facing a ninja like Kakashi and releasing ninjutsu is completely equivalent to sitting still. Sure enough, after the fireball sprayed, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke without knowing when. Ninjas can't keep their backs open, idiot. Sasuke's expression changed. Not good. Little Sakura's expression changed. That's the seal of the tiger? He's going to fight back with fire style. However, Kakashi suddenly shouted. Konoha ninjutsu taijutsu mysteries. No diarrhea for 1,000 years. Sasuke. % yen number yen asterisk at, number. Seeing Sasuke flying out clutching his Xianglin and little Sakura trembled at the same time. Even if 247 is to go back to school to retake it, you must not fall into this trick. Plop. The two pillars fell beside Naruto. Naruto smiled and asked Sasuke. How do you feel it? Sasuke, I have you, number % yen, at. Looking at the distraught Sasuke, Naruto laughed. Sasuke covered his butt and cursed. This super idiot. Which BD developed this move? Naruto, his father. And Kakashi looked at Sasuke and taunted. Oh, what's the matter? If you don't get the bell before noon, you won't have food. Aren't you the number 1 ninja school? That's all you can do. He talks about killing people, but he doesn't act that much. Kakashi sneered, prodding Sasuke with Itaki. And having said that, Sasuke's complexion changed drastically, and the Sharingan in one pair stared at Kakashi firmly. 8 inner gates. First gate open. Open. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Is this what Naruto taught them in school? While on the other side, Kakashi was delighted to see Kakashi, who was attracted by Sasuke. It's now. Raise Nan. Xianglin yelled, an extra ball appeared in her hand and suddenly pressed towards Kakashi. Nani? Kakashi's expression changed. Naruto actually gave this kind of ninjutsu to Genin who has not yet graduated. Chapter 82. Is Xiangrin's chakra manipulative? The answer is strong. She who can learn to open the Kagura mind eye and the Vajra chain by herself is naturally quite powerful in chakra control. Most of Naruto's powers cannot be imparted to the minions. But there is no doubt that this A-level ninjutsu is the easiest to teach. Even the ninjutsu that Konohamaru can learn during Genin, Xianglin is naturally no problem. Even under the guidance of Naruto, Xiangrin has already initially comprehended the strange power of concentrating chakra on one point to explode. After all, the bloodline is pure, and the Uzumaki family has nothing but a large amount of chakra. They have enough chakra to experiment with what it's like to focus the chakra on one point for a burst. On the contrary, students like Sakura, who is a civilian ninja, do not have such good conditions to learn these ninjutsu. Even Sasuke, who does not activate the blood of Indra, now cannot complete the caste of Rinnegan. After all, they simply do not have such a huge chakra to practice uninterrupted every day. Although it's time to act, Kakashi drives the Sharingan. After releasing a water dragon bomb and a great waterfall technique, no one doubted it for half a month. Suffice it to say that chakra is not so easy to distill. Not to mention this group of kids who haven't graduated from ninja school yet. It takes a lot of effort to break a water polo with chakra every day. Only Karin of the Uzumaki family practiced the tricks given by Naruto, and finally mastered the use of Rinnegan before graduation. Sasuke on the other side opened the first door. His speed and thinking ability have improved a bit again. No matter what, I can't be eliminated in this kind of place. I must ask that man for clarification. Sasuke shouted angrily. Whoosh appeared beside Kakashi. This time he moved cleanly. The speed has also increased a bit, and even Kakashi has to put the love heaven back in the ninja bag first. That's right, the strength and speed can be seen by the naked eye, and the brain development has also improved the response to ultimate because of the 8 inner gates. Then let's move on to the next lesson. Ninja Tactics. The second is Ninjutsu. 8 inner gates. Third gate open. Earth Dragon Bullet. Sasuke, Xianglin. The corner of Naruto's eyes twitched twice. I get together. This is somewhat shameless. They managed to open the first gate, and you immediately open the third gate to bully others. He also casually put an Earth Dragon Bullet to hit Xianglin, which is somewhat shameless. And Xianglin seemed to understand this too. She cursed angrily. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes and kicked Sasuke away without hesitation, laughing. Of course, you are Naruto's disciples. Even if I am, I can't underestimate you. After all, even such a dangerous ninjutsu is entrusted to you. I don't want to capsize in the gutter. Angrily, Xianglin pressed Rinnegan on the Earth Dragon Bullet. Although the Earth Dragon Bullets were successfully scattered, the chakra condensed by Rinnegan has also disappeared. Kakashi stepped in front of Karin and stared at her with a smile. Xianglin looked at Kakashi with a dry smile. Ha ha ha, have you had breakfast yet? In the next second, he followed Sasuke and flew out. At this time, the little Sakura, who was motionless in the grass, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was smart and didn't expose my figure. However, Kakashi's faint voice came from behind him. Ninja Tactical Experience is the third, illusion. Ah, there was a scream. Little Sakura fainted in the bushes on the spot. Sasuke and Xianglin looked at the shadow clone dissipating not far away with ugly expressions. The strength gap between a few people and Kakashi is too great. Almost, you're going too far. Naruto rolled his eyes aside. He knew Kakashi's true strength. This guy used Raikiri as a flat A during Anbu, and the dog's head was hung on the dirt wall. Therefore, the lack of blue at the beginning of the plot is completely intentional to stimulate the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, so they show weakness. Even if there is a lack of mana, but it is not reduced to put 2 water-style ninjutsu and just lie down for half a month. He said it purely for laziness and to add to Naruto Sasuke's sense of urgency. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is for the purpose of paralyzing Zabuza hidden in the dark. After all, Mamakai, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, fought back and forth with the cage-level Kakashi even after the 4th battle. After all, neither of them did their best in the plot of the Kingdom of Waves. After all, Zabuza is to save Kirigakure and collect funds. Even if he becomes a rebel, he still follows the ridiculous rules of the ninja. Even after Bai died, Kato turned his back on and gave up the mission. His first thought was to terminate the mission instead of revenge against Kato. Naruto knows that Kakashi's real purpose is whether he is willing to break the ninja rules for his companions. This is completely contrary to the direction of the village's cultivation. But Kakashi is obviously influenced by Brother Tuzi, and has already regarded this as his life creed. How did he know that Brother Tuzi is now thinking about how to create a world where there is only Lin? Kakashi glanced at Naruto. Then he sneered at Sasuke and Xianglin. Think carefully before using ninjutsu. Even with the strength I use, you should still have a chance to snatch the bell. If you only have this level, you can go back to school and re-educate. Ninjas are not just beasts that rely on brute force. As he spoke, he glanced at Naruto, who was looking at him with contempt. Obviously this was talking to Naruto. Even as strong as third Hokage AI, he was eventually consumed by tens of thousands of ninjas in Rock Shinobi Village, and second Hokage was also in Cloud Shinobi Village. Although some people are strong, they are not completely helpless. Obviously Kakashi is mentioning Naruto, even his ability should not be overconfident. Although I can't say clearly what the third generation intends for him. But as a disciple of the fourth generation, I finally feel that I should guide Naruto to a safe path. Naturally, Kakashi has never seen the strength of Senju Hashirama at the beginning. In his impression, the strength of the third generation is probably the strongest. But there are naturally shadows from other villages at the same level. Having participated in the 3 world wars, he naturally knows the cruelty of war. So he wants to warn Naruto not to think that with Kage-level strength, he can do whatever he wants. There are not a few Kage-level powerhouses who die under carelessness. But obviously he underestimated Naruto's strength. At this time, Naruto deservedly entered the ranks of Super Shadow. The amount of Chakra up to 7,000 cards is enough to support Tensagen and Wood style that could only be used as tricks before. Naturally, Naruto will not be lazy to refute Kakashi, after all, his vision is still too narrow now. Kakashi continued to Sasuke and others at this time. So you are the brats. He put on a ferocious expression and threatened. Are you underestimating ninjas? Hey! Why do you think the drills are divided into classes? That means you didn't understand the answer to this test at all. Although Sasuke and Xianglin temporarily discovered the flaws I deliberately exposed and chose to attack. But this kind of accidental cooperation is not called teamwork at all. Sakura, who is also a teammate, was given up by you without hesitation, right? Even though he is the weakest, if he has a good plan, he still has a chance to steal the bell from me. Sacrificing individuals and choosing teamwork is the real content of this assessment. The task is something that every class needs to cooperate to complete. It's true that ninjas need important penultimate personal skills, but are you sure you can have as strong a power as Naruto? So this assessment was originally to test the team's ability, and it is obvious that all 3 of you failed. But at this time Kakashi changed the subject. However, I decided to give you one last chance, but in the afternoon there will be a more brutal battle to snatch the bell. The guy who wants to challenge eats the bento, but you have to choose a guy who will be punished. That's right, it's tied to a pillar to watch the other 2 teammates finish the bento. This is your punishment for failure. If you can't choose a punishment target, then all of you will be disqualified. Manos, Sasuke and Karin frowned, and they looked at the fainted little Sakura at the same time. She shouldn't know these things, right? But the 2 immediately dismissed the idea at the same time. Sasuke snorted coldly. I still can't make a weak girl a scapegoat. Xiangrin nodded, although she is in a competitive relationship with Sakura, she still can't do this kind of backstabbing. Kakashi looked deeply at Sasuke and Karin. That is to say, even if you choose to rebuild, you are not willing to abide by the rules I set, right? Sasuke snorted coldly. Xiangrin, go and wake up little Sakura, we will go back soon. Xianglin sighed with some complaints. Is that the only way? And Kakashi looked at the 2 who were unwilling to abide by the rules for the sake of their companions, and suddenly saw the figures of 4th generation and Obito in their hearts. Suddenly he smiled. Wait a minute, army! Sasuke and Hongrin looked at Kakashi strangely. Xiangren angrily shook her fist and said, Is there anything else? You still want to punish us if you don't participate in the assessment? Be careful, brother Naruto beats you up. And Kakashi suddenly grinned. Congratulations, you've passed. Sasuke, Xianglin. Little Sakura who has not yet broken free from the illusion. Chapter 83. The 7th class with a bewildered face was established. Especially little Sakura. She didn't do anything, she got an illusion, and Sasuke and Xiangren told her that she passed the test. No way. Little Sakura is just a commoner ninja after all. 3rd generation put her in the 7th class purely to make up for the number. The reason is naturally that she is Naruto's sweetheart, so she is used to stimulate Naruto to become stronger. It's ridiculous that little Sakura has been benefiting from Naruto since graduation, but she has always cared about Sasuke for the entire 720 episodes. But the little Sakura of this world gave Naruto the position of Sasuke. But on the contrary, Naruto has no feelings for little Sakura. After all, it is not pleasing to watch the character of the little Sakura in anime. But this does not prevent little Sakura's unrequited love for Naruto. The passing of the assessment allows the 7th class to start the task. Unlike the original, Naruto, who was supposed to do some dirty work, became the supervisor of the 7th shift. Every day, apart from flirting with Hong, who is also the guide Jainin, I take the 3 little dogs for a walk to catch cats, pull weeds, and pick up trash. While maintaining health. You can also receive an extra love allowance. This undoubtedly made Naruto a lot more generous when he was with his sister. After all, it would be embarrassing to always take girls to eat overlord meals. Now I have a serious job, and I'm still a supervisor. This made Naruto directly incarnate as Yang Beilao, and the original 1 task per day was directly increased to 3. And Naruto is naturally not idle. During this period of time, apart from arranging Saitama's practice every day, he has been thinking about the small universe of this golden saint. Originally, he planned to close his 5 senses every day, hoping to awaken the legendary 6th sense. But in fact, when he did it for the first time, he found that even with the 5 senses closed, as a member of the Uzumaki family, Kagura's mind and eyes are exactly the same as the introduction about the 6th sense in Saint Seiya. They all belong to the 6th sense of mysterious spiritual thinking, that is, the feeling produced by the brain. It's just that the cultivation system of the Saint Seiya can develop and cultivate this feeling. And the most basic training method carried by Leo is the telekinetic power of the S-level hero Tornado in One Punch Man. Control matter or energy through the mind. When the calendar is strong enough, it can even manipulate atoms to form any substance. It can also tear time and space with ideas, and transfer objects or people through time and space. Aeolia used the force of thought to force Sharna and Seiya to move in front of her. Being controlled by the force of thought, the body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It's a pity that with Naruto's current spiritual energy, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to achieve this level. Although his spiritual energy at this time is one of the best, CFFJ, in the ninja world, he has awakened the legendary perception ninjutsu Kagura Mind Eye. But in the world of Saint Seiya, Naruto's strength can only be regarded as just opening up the 6th sense. When it was just turned on, Naruto used the power of telekinesis, which is equivalent to being able to lift up a girl's skirt from a long distance. At least it's much better than Kagura's mind eye that can only perceive chakra. How much can it interfere with the material world? In order to practice his 6th sense, Naruto will keep releasing his telekinesis while supervising and paddling with other guides Jainin. At this time, his telekinetic power can easily lift things within 200 katis. And telekinesis is different from using Tensagen to manipulate gravity. As long as the usage limit is not exceeded, the consumption of this thing is almost negligible. That is to say, even if the Tensagen Chakra mode is not turned on, he can already fly in the air at will. He can finally fly instead of walking like Iwagakure's Onaki. Months passed by. During this period of time, Naruto took the task rewards and got soft. Although there are only some scattered D-level tasks, but the number has increased, the rewards are also quite impressive. After all, high-level tasks. The shorter ones will take a few days. The longer one may take a month or two. The D-level tasks are different. Under Naruto's pressure, the 7th class almost completes 3 tasks a day. Every day is like going to work, doing the hard life of 996. And Naruto doesn't have to complete the task himself. You only need to fly in the air to see the scenery every day, and you can easily get money and get soft. This is exactly the same as the job that Naruto told 3rd generation at the beginning, that only takes money and does not work. At this moment, Naruto was thinking, how about just lying down and being invincible? However, it is obvious that 3rd generation and others do not intend to make it so comfortable. After completing a cat-catching task, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly took out a scroll and said to Naruto and others, "Given the strength of your 7th team, the task release office agrees that you have already received higher level tasks. It just so happens that there is a C-level mission here that suits you too much. I think you guys, Sasuke, will be very interested. It's sending you to protect someone." After speaking, 3rd generation glanced at Naruto's reaction. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, Sasuke and the others suddenly brightened their eyes. They were tired of the endless chores that Naruto squeezed. This is not like a ninja, even civilians are more comfortable than themselves. Because most of the missions are paid by civilians. He made himself look like a handyman, which made the vengeful Sasuke dissatisfied for a long time. However, Naruto raised his eyebrows and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew that this should be the mission of the Kingdom of Waves. In order to test whether Naruto ran away, the original 3rd generation asked Kakashi to take a mission out of the village with a sealed scroll. However, since Naruto traveled through time, he has already exposed his strength to the eyes of Konoha's senior management. Even if they leave the village at will, they have nothing to do. Logically speaking, what they want more is that Naruto never leave the village in his life. Even when Naruto followed Jiraiya, the elders wanted to send Anbu to follow, but Jiraiya refused in the end. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen even took the initiative to give himself the task of going out of the village again. At this moment, even Naruto couldn't figure out what these old guys were planning. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. These guys definitely have dark secrets. But Naruto has completely looked down on Konoha village at this time, the frogs in the well who are fighting for life and death in order to be the village chief. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled slightly. No problem, but the reward for this mission. He knows that Dazna in the Kingdom of Waves is as poor as a FG beggar. Barely took out a C-level deposit and fooled Naruto and others. I thought I would make a white note after the bridge was built. Wait until the economy of the Kingdom of Waves recovers to make up for it. Who would have thought that Cardo's assassination would directly expose him? If it weren't for Naruto being a hot-blooded idiot, he would have been yelled at by Kado many times, and even his daughter probably wouldn't end well. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto's face full of black lines, and then he said with a smile. Don't worry, the reward is very high. The task issuer directly submitted a B-level bounty, which can be regarded as a little care for you. Speaking of 3rd generation, he winked at Naruto. Nima. Naruto instant whole body hair. I do. I don't like men. Let alone old men. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 84. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved. Immediately a drunken old man entered by the outer door. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it was Desner. Although he planned to take it even if he didn't give it to Naruto, it would be problematic to offer it on his own initiative. What? Why are they all little ghosts? Desna took a sip of wine drunkenly and complained, I paid for the B-level mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting at the table turned black. MD, you still have to make progress, how did you get the reward for this B-level task? Just forget it. The three of Sasuke looked at Desna's face full of sarcasm, his face was dark. Especially the irritable Xianglin waved her fists and shouted. What the hell, old man? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Naruto pressed her head from behind and said helplessly. Be honest with me. Although there is no Hanin Naruto in the original book, Xianglin has perfectly filled the role of the active atmosphere in the team. Desna looked at Naruto and nodded. This one looks decent. I'm a bridge-building super celebrity, Desna. During the period when I return to Daxia to complete the bridge construction, you must protect me desperately and super well. Kakashi frowned and glanced at Dartna and third generation. C-level tasks, B-level rewards. Even he felt something was wrong. But at this time, he is no longer Enbu, and there is no multi-system information to analyze. After simply packing your luggage, the crowd set off immediately. This is the first time for Sasuke and others to carry out the task of going out of the village, and they are very excited. On the contrary, Naruto looked like he lacked interest. After all, the ninja world was too backward for him at this time. Basically, the more advanced entertainment facilities are all concentrated in the leaves. There's not much fun elsewhere either. Naruto discovered it when he saved Kenrin last time. Most of the villages other than Ninja Village live in the farming age, while Ninja Village has entered the electrical age. Kakashi and Xianglin, who had just left the village, casually glanced at the big tree at the door. At this time, the Ghost brothers squatted at the door of Konoha to monitor Desna's whereabouts. Xiangrin leaned forward and whispered to Kakashi. Teacher. Kakashi made a silent code word directly. Desna kept muttering on the sidelines. Is it really okay to send this kind of kid here? If you don't believe us, you can go to third generation to refund the money at any time. After all, it's a B-level task. Naruto said to Desna with a smile. For this guy who likes moral kidnapping, Naruto said that as long as I don't have morals, I won't be kidnapped. Desna shut his mouth awkwardly, he didn't have any B-level mission rewards. It's just a deposit for a C-level task. When third Hokage approached him, he thought he had been exposed for lying. Who would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would come over and take the initiative to increase the task reward to B-level? Desna glanced at Naruto enviously. This is the back of that high-level person who let Hokage take care of him like this. On the other hand, his own village is so miserable that he can't even afford food. People are more angry than people. And not long after leaving the village, Naruto's eyes flashed, thoughtful. And he had a playful look on his face. Kakashi on the side noticed the change in Naruto's expression. What's wrong? Naruto chuckled. I thought of something happy. Kakashi gave Naruto a strange look. Yet. Then he ignored it. Naruto's brain circuit, he would never be able to keep up, and he said strange words every day as if he was not lost in this world. But what he didn't know was that. Just. Several black shadows left Konoha village and came towards the direction where Naruto and others started. Apparently they wanted to avoid being noticed by Naruto's Kagura mind eye. I deliberately chose a distance that Kagura's heart and eyes could not reach to follow. But they never imagined how terrifying the perception range of Naruto, who has opened the small universe, is. Naruto touched his chin. Anbu? The route? It seems that there is no need to follow up now, right? Interesting. Naruto smiled, and the soldiers came to cover the water and earth. Now this group of enemies who were worried about hair loss at the beginning have already become the seasoning agent of boring life. After a day, everyone hurried on their way and arrived at the border of the land of fire. When passing near a river, a puddle of water caught everyone's attention. Except for little Sakura, who didn't realize it. Opened Sharingan. Sasuke and Kagura, who has the talent of Kagura Mind Eye, all noticed the ghost brothers hidden in the puddles. Kakashi frowned, thinking that now is the time to test the resilience of these people. Ask for flowers. After all, there is an essential difference between training and actual combat. However, after all, he underestimated Naruto's teachings in the past 6 years. All passed by the puddle as if nothing had happened. The hydra-unged ghost brothers looked contemptuous, and the god horse trash Konoha shinobi couldn't even see his disguise. However, just when they were about to strangle Kakashi, Sasuke and Karin, who had already walked past, suddenly turned around. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sign. Shadow clone technique. Raise Nan. A huge explosion came from behind everyone. Little Sakura looked at the back of the smoke and dust with a dazed expression. What are you doing? Kakashi's head was full of black lines, feeling the pain in the face of the ghost brother who was no longer in human form behind him. Did you go a little too far? But the words were not finished yet. Sasuke and Xiangrin have another set of combined ninjutsu. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Raise Nan. Kakashi oi! It's getting cold already. One of the two experienced the night of genocide, and the other experienced the tragic childhood when his mother was bitten to death. There is no discomfort for the first time to kill. Xianglin looked excitedly at Naruto and said. How about it? I did what Naruto taught me, and added a supplemental knife by surprise. Never give the enemy any chance to take advantage of it. Kakashi's mouth twitched and looked at Naruto. What the hell did you give them? And Naruto sent Sasuke and Karin a satisfied expression. Yes, this actual combat fully shows that you have recorded my training in your mind. But you are still not cautious enough. Although you are the protagonist group at this stage, accidents caused by improper operations cannot be ruled out. So, what you have to do now is to be cautious. Be cautious. Be cautious. You must hide your strength well, and you must use all your strength to deal with the enemy. You must kill with one blow. Don't talk too much. The villain dies because of talking too much. You have done a good job in this regard. But you have to change your habit of shouting move names. It's like I'm afraid that the enemy won't know what move I want to use. You are ninjas. Poisoning, assassination, sneak attack, trap, whatever you do. Kakashi. Chapter 85. Kakashi looked at the unlucky kid who became Kurozumi with black lines all over his head. Why don't you ask who the re-kill is targeting? Dasna looked at his nose, and heart, and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems to be saved. It's okay to die, no one will know that they are looking for themselves. The little Sakura on the side was trembling with fright. After all, she was a 12-year-old commoner girl. How could such a scene be seen? Naruto preached his villain law to the 12 little strong, and only the hated Sasuke and Xiangrin agreed, and successfully used it in this actual battle. Kakashi glanced at the nervous Dasna, and then thought of the B-level task bounty given by 3rd generation. Mr. Dasner, the standard for C-rank missions is not to be attacked by armed groups such as thieves and gangsters, right? Chinen from Kirigakure has already intervened just after we set off. This is not as simple as a C-level mission. Dasna looked at the dead fish eyes of Kakashi 310 and felt guilty. Didn't I raise the bounty to B-level? Even if you have paid a B-level bounty, if there is false information, we may treat you as a spy. After all, if it is a B-level task, it is impossible for the 3rd generation to assign such a dangerous task to newcomers. The little Sakura on the side said with some guilt. Is it? This mission is really too early for us, isn't it? Stop it. Don't want. Dasna showed an excited expression on his face. If you give up the mission, the poor old man, will definitely be killed. At that time, my poor 8-year-old granddaughter will definitely hate Konoha's ninjas. Then my daughter will hate Konoha shinobi all her life, and then live alone. Oh, forget it, it's nothing, it's not your fault anyway. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Kakashi scratched his head speechlessly. In Dazna's view, it was Konoha's high-level officials who were willing to increase the bounty by themselves in order to take care of the younger generation. If you know that this mission is so dangerous, they will definitely let Naruto and others accept the task. And ordinary sea-level tasks are some Chunin. Now I have already encountered the attack of Chunin as soon as I went out. A sea-level task is absolutely impossible to protect itself from Kado. Now that it is hard to have such a strong support, this is definitely an opportunity that cannot be missed. And Naruto picked his nostrils and said with contempt, "Get in our way, Dazner." Naruto spread his hands and said, "If you hate it, just hate it. Your daughter is not the only one who hates Konoha. Instead of playing moral kidnapping here, you should think about how to repay us." Dazna looked embarrassed. He never thought that there would be a guy who was not kidnapped by morality. Aren't Konoha shinobi's propaganda to the outside world all amiable? Why is it different from the rumors? Daznanonos don't know how to answer. Their wave country is poor, and even the daimyo can't pay for a B-level mission. He really can't think of what he can do to repay them. And Naruto coughed twice at this time. "You just said you have a daughter." Everyone. After negotiating the remuneration, Naruto walked happily at the forefront. Karin and little Sakura behind them looked at Naruto with resentment on their faces. Sasuke looked disdainful. Women will only affect his speed of drawing the knife. And Kakashi looked helpless. Isn't this a bit too childish? And Naruto at the front laughed and patted Dazna on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Just Kado, even if Kaido comes, I will beat him into a worm, and then you will be able to lobby for your daughter." Dazna cursed secretly while laughing. Shameless fellow. He even hit his 29-year-old daughter's idea. Still planning to go whoring for nothing. Bah! But when I think of the children in my own country who can't even afford to eat. Dazna had to grit his teeth and agree first. The boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge, there will always be a way, if not, just tell him to love freely. That's right, that's it. After the bridge is built and they are driven away, I don't believe that they can still overpower the king. In a strange atmosphere all the way. People smuggled through the territory of the country of Kaozi. Originally, Naruto planned to push all the way to enjoy this rare holiday and feel the beauty of young women. Who would have thought that no matter what he said, Dazna and those villagers would not dare to start the engine of the ship with their frightened faces. It was already the second day when we reached the territory of the Kingdom of Waves. When people were walking in a forest. Kakashi frowned. "Get down!" Kakashi shouted loudly, and a big knife spun and flew towards the crowd. Seeing this, Sasuke and others hurriedly fell down. Only Naruto looked at the flying beheading sword with disdain, took out the Zangetsu in the space and stood it upright in front of him. The wind attribute Chakra nature transformation is attached to it. The terrifying wind blade instantly split the beheading sword in two. There was a jingle. Fragments of the beheading sword fell on both sides. And Zabuza, who had jumped into mid-air in advance, because he had no foothold, stood heavily on the ground with his back to the crowd. Zabuza turned his head slowly, a gust of wind blew the two silk scarves around his neck and moved with the wind. "Are you Kakashi from Sharingan? Excuse me, can you hand over that old man to me?" Everyone. "B. That's why you're still pretending." Kakashi turned to look at Naruto. He didn't panic at all, because he had enough confidence to defeat him. This is the self-confidence of being the captain of Anbu, even if the opponent is one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. But he needs to ask Naruto's plan, because he saw the look in Naruto's eyes when he beat him. "How? Do you want to make a move?" The face that didn't slash any longer turned black in an instant. "It's fine to destroy your own beheading sword, but you still want to send a kid to fight with you? Even Kakashi, the legendary copy ninja, went a little too far. Don't think you've won by destroying my knife. He instantly picked up the half-cut beheading sword. This is one of the 7 ninja swords, the beheading sword. As long as I suck enough blood, I can repair the blade myself. Naruto is waving at Kakashi, 2.4. I'll come first, I'll go after you when I'm done. I'm completely angry if I don't cut it anymore. Little devil! Don't underestimate people. Ninja missed shinobi technique. I saw his hands forming seals, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed into thick fog. The uncut figure also became looming. You weren't even born when I was still in the missed shinobi assassination team. He rushed towards Naruto without slashing. Naruto sneered. What are you bragging about? Low quad 10 possessions or not, you use your head as a ninja sword 7 people. Don't change your face again. How did he know the origin of his beheading sword? But I don't have time to think about it. The half of the blade that will not be cut again has appeared in front of Naruto. Boy, don't think that the sharpness of the knife is everything. Now my big knife is poured into Chakra, and you can't cut it. Chapter 86. The beheading knife that had been broken in 2 broke again in response. No more beheading, staring at the beheading sword in his hand in a daze. Obviously, I have already used Chakra to protect it, but why was it cut off by the big kitchen knife in that guy's hand? Naruto looked at the surprised Zabuza with a smile and said with a smile. Is this knife of yours a counterfeit product? It doesn't seem very strong. The abilities of Zanpakuto vary. And there is no doubt that Zangetsu is sharp and hard besides being able to compress Ryutsu's high-density compression and release the crescent moon. Even without Chakra protection, it is absolutely impossible to destroy Zanpakuto with weapons in the ninja world. The biggest feature of the beheading sword is to repair itself by absorbing the iron element in the blood. And the firmness of an iron knife is not comparable to that of Zangetsu even with the addition of Chakra. Put away the beheading sword with a livid face. If you use it again, your own blade will be cut off, so how can you repair it with blood? What's the use of a sharp knife? A ninja's weapon is just an auxiliary. 25. You look like a genin, I'll show you my physical skills today. After Zabuza finished speaking, he appeared in front of Naruto in an instant. He guarded Kakashi on the side with his eyes. If he wants to say who is the most threatening to him. Undoubtedly Kakashi, the clone ninja who is famous on this battlefield. So his most rear admiral half of the mind stays on Kakashi. As for what Naruto said just now, it was just a smoke bomb that Kakashi used to confuse himself. No more sneering in my heart. As an elite Jonin, how could I not see such a superficial trick? Don't think that you can rely on this brat to suppress yourself with a ninja sword. This uncle is the master of Grandmaster's silent killing technique. No more sneer. Brat. The bait is not so good. As he spoke, he kicked Naruto's chin from bottom to top. At the same time, he took out a kunai and stabbed Naruto. But I didn't see it again. Kakashi was looking at him sympathetically at this time. Comparing taijutsu with Naruto? This guy has been practicing gymnastics with Guy since he was a child. Although later when I competed with myself and Ataki, I used a lot of wood style. But Kakashi never doubted the guy's taijutsu level. Kakashi also thinks so even if his uncut physical skills seem to be stronger than his own. As expected. When Zabuza was about to hit Naruto's jaw, a palm tightly locked his calf like a steel bar. A force that is hard to resist comes. If you don't chop again, you can only feel your field of vision spinning for a while, and then your whole body is thrown out like a ball. Just kidding, although the time is not long, at this time Naruto is practicing a bold and strong cultivation method. Even after only a few months, Naruto's physical progress has almost reached the level of those in the pirate world next door. Although the top combat power, One Piece world is definitely not as good as Hokage. But in terms of high-end combat power, Pirates are undoubtedly crushing the Hokage world. After all, as long as it is a guy who exceeds the Imperial level and the Admiral level, he has a Super Kage level difference. Maybe not as strong as Senju Hashirama and Madara, but far more than the Hokage world in terms of numbers. And their way of practice is also based on body training. At the very least, the detonating talisman that can send away Kage-level powerhouses is basically no different from fireworks in front of them. And now Naruto is the same. At this point his physical strength is already comparable to that of third Raikage. In terms of strength, it is even close to surpassing Tsunade. You must know that Naruto has only been exercising for a few months at this time. When the 3-year period passes, Naruto can smile like Saitama and watch them so tired that they can't even break their own skin. And at this time, the one who was thrown away was no longer limping. His right leg has 5 distinct bruises pinched by Naruto. Zabuza looked at Naruto in shock. How is it possible? How can you have such great strength? And Naruto waved his hand. A gust of wind was blown directly in the air to disperse the dense fog that filled the sky. Is this wind-style great breakthrough? No. Didn't feel Chakra's presence. He looked at Naruto who was exposed in the fog and was slapping his palm with disgust. Every wave brings up a gust of wind. Do not cut again. What kind of strange power is this Nima? Is it a bit too much? However, elite Jainin, who came out of the village of Blood Mist, will naturally not shrink back because of this change. I saw him jump back and stand on the river. Humph. So what about being strong? Ninjutsu is what our ninjas are best at. I saw that no more chopping hands began to form seals rapidly. Jo Shen Mao Zi Hai Yu Jo Wu Si Zi Yin Su Yin Si Jo Wei Si Highway Zi Ren Shen Yu Jo Wu Vi Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Chen Wei Zi Ugly Shen Yu Jian Zi Hai Yu. Sasuke on the side looked at Zabuza with a shocked face and said in surprise. What a fast printing speed! Such a complicated printing can be completed in a few seconds. Xianglin at the side looked at Sasuke proudly. Seal? What seal? As she spoke, she rubbed a ball at Sasuke. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Damn it, if I didn't learn it myself, where would it be your turn to act aggressive in front of me? With the fingerprints of never cutting down. Suddenly, a violent current rose from the calm river, forming a giant water dragon and rushing towards Naruto. The power of this ninjutsu is much greater than that of a high-pressure water gun. Once it is hit, even Jainin will have a few ribs. No longer proudly drifting away, Naruto glanced. Ninjutsu is the real weapon of ninjas. And Naruto rolled his eyes. Besides Kisame, you are the only one who is serious about making seals. I saw Naruto raised his hand. An ice bird suddenly appeared in midair. Explosive pheasant's mouth. Facing the attacking water dragon, the cold air from the ice bird instantly froze it and smashed it easily. Impossible. Zabuzan's eyes widened. You belong to the Shui Wuming clan. Naruto smiled crookedly. Who stipulates that ice escape only exists in the Minato clan? Laozi is a genius, why not integrate Chakra? No longer looked at Naruto with disbelief. The owner of the first generation of blood successors? Impossible. At this time, Bai on the other side of the big tree was a little excited. Could it be that he is a tribe like himself? And at this time Zabuza seems to be a little crazy. I do not believe. He dodged the ice bird violently, and his hands frantically knotted again. Water-style great waterfall technique. The vast river is drawn by the never-cut chakra. The torrent of water rushes towards Naruto and others like a flood. Kakashi frowned. He is preparing to use the earth flow wall to resist the impact of the big waterfall. However, Naruto let out a breath of cold air and put his hands on the ground. Ice Age. Ice Age. Chapter 87. Terrifying cold air struck from Naruto's hand in the direction of Zabuza. In the face of the terrifying move that can freeze Whitebeard's sea shock. No more chopping, he just thought that the trick was frozen in an instant without even a little room for resistance. Impossible. No longer cut off his eyes burst out, and he looked at the cold ice that was attacking him with a shocked face. Kakashi behind Naruto is also shocked. Really? The guy who froze the entire Konoha at that time was Naruto in front of him. In addition to wood style, Naruto actually developed ice escape. Does the teacher's son have such a terrifying talent? Do not take a big jump to avoid the invasion of ice. Suddenly a terrible gravitational force came. His body in midair was grabbed into Naruto's hands without any resistance. Naruto's Tensagan with a bluish gleam stared teasingly at Zabuza and taunted. Is it okay, little dog? Buleten Jean struggled desperately, but found that his strength was vastly different from the boy in front of him. Genius! This is a horror genius that is not lost to the yellow flash of the year. Ding dong, congratulations to host for successfully defeating Kirigaku Jainin and gaining 50,000 destiny points. Hey? Is this the end? Naruto looked at Zabuza in his hand with a bored face. Fortunately, he himself deliberately restrained his strength very much. He can already somewhat feel the pretentious feeling of Uchiha Madara when he faced the Ninja Alliance in the fourth battle. He also understands why Saitama-sensei has no waves in his heart when facing weird people. It is really that the combat effectiveness of the two sides is too different, and the sense of urgency of the competition has been completely lost. As Madara said, how can a person be as knowledgeable as a child? And Naruto's power at this time can even reach the 6 paths level. Facing a Jainin, this is no longer the difference between an adult and a child, but the difference between humans and ants. How could human beings be happy by trampling an ant to death? Zabuza stared at Naruto unwillingly. Impossible, how could Konoha have you as the number 1 person? I didn't have any information about you in the handbook when I was in Anbu. Anbu manual. Naruto looked at Zabuza in his hand and smiled. It's true, I'm only 12 years old after all, and I just became a genin this year. Zabuza looked at Naruto in shock and said with difficulty. No, it's impossible, 12 years old. 3 years younger than Bai? The three of Sasuke looked at Naruto unwillingly. The question of not beheading directly broke the hearts of the three of them. They've been ignoring Naruto's grade. Only in this way can there be a sliver of comfort in the huge gap between Naruto and Naruto. Now sad things are brought up by Kakashi. At this time, the three of them had to accept that the boy in front of him who looked like 17 or 8 was the same age as them. Kakashi said to Naruto. Then Luduo, wait a minute, don't kill him, let's get some information. However, at this moment, two Qianben suddenly appeared, and shot towards the neck that was no longer cut. A smirk flickered on the corner of Naruto's mouth. The telekinetic power was activated, and Qianben was nailed in midair in an instant. The white face on the tree changed. He didn't see clearly how Naruto stopped his senbon. Who? The three of Sasuke looked at the direction of Qianben's attack and shouted angrily. Shiro, wearing the Kirigaku Renbu mask, came into their sight. Oh, I didn't kill, haha, I'm not angry. Naruto manipulated Qianben to shake and smiled at Shiro. The corners of the white eyes under the mask twitched twice. Even with his personality, he almost couldn't resist going forward to beat this guy up. Kakashi stared at the white brow and frowned. Are you Kirigaku's chasing ninja? Bai Qiang bowed calmly and said. Thank you very much. As expected of the copy ninja Kakashi, I have been waiting for the chance to kill and not kill. Without the help of your team, I may have to lurk for a long time. The three of Sasuke frowned. Chasing ninjas? Is it the legendary special unit that is responsible for chasing down the ninjas in their own village and preventing them from revealing the secrets of the ninja village? Shiro said to Kakashi at this time. Zabuza controls a lot of Kirigaku's secrets. In order to prevent conflicts between the two villages, please hand over Zabuza to my subordinates. Now the 5 villages are at peace. It's fine if this kind of rebellion is secretly caught. Once Anbu from the other side is also usually extradited back to their respective villages, this will prevent breaking the peace agreement between the two villages. As Anbu, Kakashi naturally knows this. Naruto, this guy. Naruto looked at Bai playfully and said with a smile. I caught it with my ability, why should I hand it over to you? No longer cursing in my heart, why doesn't this guy play his cards according to the routine? Isn't he afraid of causing a war between the two villages? Anyway, I am also one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, a proper Kirigaku high-level war. If a person of this strength falls into Konoha, he will definitely try his best to take back his dark sage. Bai frowned tightly. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two villages? Kakashi also looked at Naruto and persuaded. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Once Konoha falls into war, it will inevitably trigger the 4th Ninja World War. As an old-timer who survived the 3 wars, he is well aware of the cruelty of the ninja war. In the worst times, even the young genin was sent to the battlefield. If Might Dai hadn't used his life to kick the 7 ninja swordsmen into 3 auspicious treasures, Might Guy, Shiranyo Shenjian and others' graves would have risen to an unknown height. And if Kirigaku continues to participate in the war, the loss of Konoha in the 3rd Ninja World War may be far more than that. So Kakashi naturally doesn't want to start the dispute of Ninja World War. He clearly knows. The so-called peace treaty is just a dead letter. Once Kirigaku finds an excuse, those lunatics will inevitably launch a new round of war. And Naruto, who knows the details of Bai, is naturally at ease. Not to mention that it is impossible for Kirigaku to start a completed war, even if the 4th Ninja World War really starts now. Naruto is also confident that the other 4 ninja villages can directly feel the horror from Chaoying. Is that so? So if you don't kill him, you will die. Naruto looked at Shiro and sighed helplessly. Bai was overjoyed. Naturally, if your Konoha's Uchiha clan stays outside, you Konoha will definitely not let him go, right? As soon as he said this, Sasuke's expression changed behind him, and he tightly clenched his fists. And Naruto nodded suddenly. I see, if you want to kill or not, I will help you. I see time. Freezing time. As he said that, a terrifying chill rose from Naruto's hand. In just a split second, Zabuza's whole body instantly turned into a strange ice sculpture. Bai's complexion suddenly changed. Don't kill your lord again. Kyuncha Shui Xiang. The frozen solid ice on the ground instantly raised countless ice needles and shot towards Naruto. Chapter 88. The ice needles all over the sky are shooting towards Naruto. Kakashi and others frowned, not knowing why his reaction was so big. Didn't he still want to kill him just now? Even if you want to capture it alive, it won't be such a big reaction, right? Naruto chuckled. Let go of Zabuzan in your hand, and directly choose to retreat 2 steps. Bai's pupils shrank. An instant body appeared under the ice sculpture and nervously caught the ice sculpture that would not be cut again. Zabuzan inside the ice sculpture is so lifelike, as if entering absolute zero in an instant. Don't behead your lord again. Bai anxiously watched that he would not cut again. Using the ice escape secret technique belonging to the Minato clan, Zabuzan was directly pulled out of the ice sculpture. Naruto was amazed when he saw this. It has to be said that Bai's ice escape is obviously similar to the Ghost Lamp family's hydration secret technique, both of which can melt the body into ice crystals. It's just that Naruto didn't expect that he could pull out the frozen person. This effect is undoubtedly very similar to the ability of frozen fruit. Even the magic mirror ice crystal has an effect similar to Kizaru's Bakakayan Guyu. Gather multiple ice mirrors around the enemy, and I can move 957 at the speed of light between the several ice mirrors, and take advantage of the gap to launch attacks with thousands of copies. Of course, the speed of light is the same as Kizaru's speed of light can be captured. 2 pillars can barely keep up with his moving speed by turning on a single and double Sharingan. At this moment, Zabuzan's face was livid from the cold. Bai looked nervously at Zabuku and looked back and forth. If you don't behead your lord, are you all right? At this time, even if everyone is stupid, they can see that the two are together. Are you the subordinate who will never be beheaded again? Kakashi frowned and looked at Shiro. Bai Jian couldn't hide it and slowly took off his mask. Girls? Both Xianglin and Xiao Sakura exclaimed. Bai said with an apologetic face. Sorry, I'm a boy. Everyone. Zabuzan finally rewarmed his body with chakra. He looked at Naruto solemnly. Who the hell are you and why have I never heard of you? Naruto spread his hands and laughed. I'm just a Konoha genin. Seeing that Naruto doesn't say anything. No more chopping and asked Bai. Are you sure? Bai nodded firmly. My blood inheriting boundary can travel freely on the ice blocks he made, which is very beneficial to us. His ice escape should be ineffective for me. Don't be overjoyed when you hear the words. Okay. You go and deal with that brat, Kakashi will leave it to me. Bai looked worriedly at Zabusha's body. If you don't kill my lord, you are already injured. I think we will kill you first this time. Buletin Jean heard the words and nodded. They came this time to collect intelligence. Now that the purpose has been achieved, waiting for the next attack is the best choice. However, at this moment, Naruto said with a speechless face. Do you think we are heir? Now that we are here, you still want to leave? Said confidently. Hey! Brat! Don't think that you are the only one who has the limit of the ice escape blood inheritance. Your ice escape is restrained by Bai, and he can borrow the ice you made at will. You can't beat Bai, this time it's just letting you all go. Just a horse. Naruto looked at Zabuza with a strange face and said. Who told you that I can only escape from ice? Don't be stunned again. In the next second, he saw Naruto snapping his hands together. Exciting! Wood-style birth of the tree world technique. The terrifying chakra spewed out instantly. Countless knotted tree vines directly broke through the ice created and rushed out of the ground. Zabuzan looked at Naruto with a look of horror at this moment. Impossible! Wood style! Isn't wood style already lost? Even the Senju clan has been wiped out. Go! Don't shout angrily again. At this time, he has completely given up his plan to fight Naruto. No matter in terms of chakra quantity or ninjutsu, Naruto crushed himself in all directions. Even Kakashi looked at CFFJ, Naruto with a shocked face. The scale of Naruto's use of wood style before was not as terrifying as it is now. He didn't know that at this time, Naruto, under the talent bonus of Ashura's blood, cooperated with Nine Tails to continuously feed back to Naruto chakra. At this time, his personal chakra is close to the amount of Wonka, which is almost the same as that of Xianming in the Fourth World War. This is still Naruto without opening Nine Tails chakra mode. At this time, Naruto lied to Nine Tails that he still couldn't break the seal. Because the 8-sign seal set by Namikaze Minato will continuously convert Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's chakra when Nine Tails picks the lock. Such an automatic cultivation cheat, Naruto is still reluctant to unblock him completely. Once the 8-sign seal disappears, Naruto can only refine chakra every day. How can chakra be continuously fed back to make him comfortable when he is lying down now? The terrifying tree vines instantly swept across the entire forest. Numerous branches stretched out from all directions, heading towards Zabuzan and Bai. At this time, I will not cut my heart and curse. What the hell is this Hook 8 missions? There are ninjas at the Senju Hashirama level, so if you give me 10 times the mission reward, I won't accept it myself. We won't do this task. Zabuku shouted loudly while running. Naruto behind him sneered. Even if you don't do it, it's normal for you to be killed as traitors. At this time, he was about to cry and had no tears anymore. Looking at the trees and vines that had already blocked the way ahead, he stopped helplessly and said. What are you going to do to let us go? Naruto smiled slightly, as expected of elite Jonin, he was very righteous, knowing that his subordinates were merciful and spared their lives. Naruto looked at the two of them and laughed. That's easy to say, just add Konoha. Zabuza and Shiro suddenly looked at Naruto with a confused face. The cold sweat on Kakashi's head on the side. Wait a minute Naruto, these two are Kirigakuru's traitors who assassinated Mizukage, let them join Konoha, will it lead to a war between the two countries? Naruto shrugged indifferently. I'm afraid of something, like Kirigakuru's parallel import village, even if I come here, I can easily kill him. On the opposite side, Zabuza heard that his face was dark. He loves his village very much, and he assassinated Mizukage to stop Shisui's tyranny. And now I come out to pick up the mission to accumulate funds, so that I can liberate Kirigakure one day in the future. The reason why he didn't kill Etwell like other rebels is entirely because he hopes to return to Kirigakure one day. And Naruto seemed to see the indignation of Zabuza. He asked Zabuza with a sarcasm on his face. Why? Dissatisfied? Don't cut your face and turn your head away. Naruto wanted to laugh at that face of refusing to admit it. A village where its own shadow is under the illusion of others, what is it if it is not parallel imports? Zabuza suddenly turned his head to look at Naruto and asked with a look of horror. What did you say? Chapter 89. Naruto looked at Zabuza with a smile and said. Surprised? No, the Nine-Tails Knight 12 years ago. The one who controls Mizukage is the same one who made Nine-Tails Knight. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he lost his voice in shock. Are you saying? Uchiha? Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. The Nine-Tails Knight was really made by the Uchiha clan. Kakashi nodded with a complicated face. The blood wheel eye illusion in the eyes of Nine-Tails is clearly visible, and Konoha's high-level suspicion of Uchiha is not unfounded. Sasuke looked ugly. The Uchiha clan? Who the hell? Itachi? No. At that time, Itachi couldn't possibly have such a strong strength. Kakashi seemed to see what Sasuke was thinking, and he told everyone a shocking news. It is said that, it may be Uchiha Madara. What? Everyone looked at Kakashi in shock, didn't Madara die a long time ago? Kakashi explains. Sharingan controls the tailed beast, only the legendary Madara can do it, and he is familiar with Konoha's technique, so he can naturally invade Konoha silently. At this moment, Naruto sneered. Madara? Dead long ago. Everyone was taken aback when they heard the words, then. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a smirk. To be exact, he died in the Third Ninja World War. Kakashi's pupils shrank. So the battle between Uchiha Madara and First Hokage didn't die. Naruto nodded with a smile. The reason why he fought Senju Hashirama was solely because of Senju Hashirama's cells, because he saw the truth of Sharingan on the Uchiha steel. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise. The Uchiha steel? The one on the clan ground. Naruto nodded and smiled at Kakashi. You have Manjiki activated now, any thoughts? Kakashi was taken aback. Manjiki? Me? Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. Not only does he have the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but he also has the same eyes as Itachi. Kakashi is also confused. Manjiki? How come I don't know? Naruto sneered unceremoniously. That's because you don't want to admit that you killed Lin yourself. Naruto's words shocked Kakashi's heart. He clutched his Sharingan in pain. The violent mood swings make the Sharingan of Sangoku spin wildly. Naruto continued to prod. You were not the only one who opened the Manjiki. On the battlefield, the owner of another Manjiki, Uchiha Obito, also saw you kill Lin with his own eyes. What? Kakashi looked at Naruto with a look of horror. The three hooked jade are refined into threads, and then turned into patterns of Manjiki. Ms. Kakashi, your eyes. Little Sakura looked at the transformed Sharingan in surprise. But at this time Kakashi didn't care about these at all, he asked Naruto excitedly. So Obito isn't dead? Where is he now? Naruto's strength brings Naruto's unparalleled credibility. Although I don't know where Naruto got this information, from his knowledge of World War III. Kakashi chose to believe Naruto's words. Suddenly hearing the news that his friend was not dead, Kakashi was immediately ecstatic. However, what Naruto said immediately made him feel cold. No, Uchiha Obito is dead. What? Didn't you say? To be precise, the former Uchiha Obito is dead. The Obito who dreamed of being a Hokage, was helpful every day, and helped the old lady cross the road, died after seeing you kill Lin with Reikari. In its place is a lunatic who chooses to take revenge on the world for revenge. Kakashi's eyes widened in pain. Zabuzan on the side was confused. Wait a minute. What does this have to do with our Kirigaku or Mizukage? What nonsense are you talking about? Naruto glanced at him. Don't be so stupid as to call yourself an elite Jonin. Kakashi was furious when he heard the words. And the white eyes on the side flashed. Don't kill my lord again, he said, the one who controls Mizukage is the one who was responsible for the night with 9 tails. And the culprits of 9 tails night are the Uchiha clan. Among the Uchiha clan, it seems that apart from this Kakashi, the only one who has activated Manjiki that can control tailed beasts is that Obito. After all, Master 4th Mizukage is also a Jinchuriki. Hearing the words, Zabuzan's expression changed. How is that possible? Why did he control Mizukage-sama? Kakashi on the side suddenly said sadly. Because of revenge. Zabuzan frowned and looked at Kakashi. He's not like Kakashi, 12-year-old Jonin, who participated in the Third Ninja Great War in as many years. Ask for flowers. He didn't know that Lin's death was all because of Kirigaku's plan. Exactly what Uchiha Madara planned. Naruto watched the pained Kakashi throw another bombshell. That's right, the reason why Obito controls Mizukage is purely out of revenge for Kirigaku who made Lin into a Jinchuriki bomb and wanted to drop it on Konoha. Kakashi closed his eyes in pain. Reikari's touch through the heart of a loved one entrusted to him by his friend kept him sunk in darkness for 13 years. Until now. When he closed his eyes, he often felt that his hands were covered with blood, and he couldn't wash them off no matter how hard he washed them. Kakashi asked Naruto dryly. So, Obito took control of Mizukage in order to get revenge on Kirigaku. Naruto shook his head and grinned. To be precise, he took over the controlled Mizukage. Before that, he was already under the control of Uchiha Madara. Why do you think Lin rushed to your Reikari? It's because she couldn't commit suicide. The only advanced sealing technique is the legendary Uchiha Madara. Kakashi's eyes widened at this moment. Why? Why did Madara help Kirigaku back then? Help Kirigaku? Naruto sneered. He just wants Obito to open Manjiki, he is optimistic about Obito's qualifications. The promotion of Sharingan is accompanied by a huge mental stimulation. The more emotional a person is, the faster the promotion of the blood wheel I will be. Madara saw Obito's qualifications, and at this time Madara was already in his twilight years, and he needed a tool man to replace him to carry out the next plan. When his own brother killed his dear one, it was also the time when Obito was completely blackened, and he directly opened Manjiki at that time. And you are naturally too, but you are not from the Uchiha tribe, and you are not proficient in the application of Sharingan, so Manjiki has always been closed, and your chakra is not enough to open Manjiki. Unlike Obito, he activated Manjiki and was able to use it proficiently. In order to avenge Lin's death, he activated the Nine Tails Knight, controlled Yagura, and implemented a more brutal blood mist policy. Kakashi closed his eyes in pain. Zabuzan looked at Naruto in shock. All the suffering in my village for so many years was all because of one woman. B. Chapter 90. Naruto's wave of output directly critically hit both the enemy and us. Kakashi covered his head in pain. Why? Why did he want to do something to Konoha? Naruto chuckled. I've said it all, he's gone crazy, because the Third Ninja World War is a continuation of the Second Ninja World War, and the Second Ninja World War was started by Konoha first. So he blamed Konoha for Lin's death, and in addition. Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Obito knew that Lin was willing to die for Konoha. Kakashi looked at Naruto in disbelief. Then he raised his head firmly. I'm going to bring Obito back. Bring him back to the leaves. I can't watch him lose himself. Naruto, ahem. Good guy. Kakashi addition Jiraiya. And if you don't cut it off, it will be ugly. No. I must bring this information back to the village 007. I want everyone in the village to see Mizuki's face. At this time, Naruto said with a look of disdain. Do you think the village will trust you? Obito has controlled Mizukage for more than 10 years, and all the 7 ninja swordsmen have been forced to defect. Now Kirigakure is firmly in the hands of Yagura. You will only die if you go back now. Zabuku's face became gloomy again after hearing this. He knew Naruto was right. Even returning to Kirigakure by himself will not change the status quo. But as Zabuza, who single-handedly killed all the candidates in the same period in order to change the blood mist policy, his awareness is no less than that of the filial son Itachi. He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. I would like to be your subordinate, please save Kirigakure. Having seen Naruto's strength, Zabuza naturally put this life-saving straw on Naruto. Since Naruto said these things, it must mean that he can solve this problem. But no matter how much he dreams, he always wants to restore peace to his village. Bai at the side also knelt down without hesitation. For him, Zabuza is everything to him. Naruto looked at the two who were willing to pledge their allegiance and nodded. Okay, after this year's Chunin exam, I will go to Kirigakure to help you solve this problem. Before that, your mission remains the same and continue to collect funds. I think the money that Cardo made from illegal business shouldn't be left in the hands of such rubbish. Zabuza looked at Naruto in astonishment after hearing the words. Are you planning to do something to Kato? Naruto asked strangely. Can't you? No longer looked at Kakashi helplessly. At this moment, Kakashi sorted out his mood and explained to Naruto. Even if it is rebellion, it will not rashly attack nobles and celebrities directly. The ninja world is not as simple as you think, maybe you can easily defeat those rich businessmen and rob them of their money. But in this way, the money you robbed will inevitably be coveted by the major ninja villages, because you obtained it illegally. Money and people are naturally not protected by Ganzi and become rebellious ninja. Many bounty hunters like your kind of rebellion with a lot of money very much. What's more, the wealthy businessmen are united. Once a ninja touches the bottom line that directly endangers their personal safety, they will unite and offer a reward for your life in the underground black market. After all, they don't want their lives to be threatened by ninjas at any time. And Kato is one of the best rich merchants in the ninja world. If he directly attacks him, he will be hunted down by the rich merchants. At that time, I am afraid that all the ninja villages will be tempted, and even some ninjas who are greedy for money in Konoha can't help but do it. This is also the reason why I don't want to complete the Kato task honestly. Because as long as you don't want to die, no one touches this red line. These wealthy businessmen, celebrities, nobles, and daimyo are like the capital of Naruto's previous life. Even if they do not hold direct weapons in their hands. But they can influence the whole world through money. This is also in the movie version of Beirahu, the Fire Country daimyo once threatened Tsunade. If Beirahu can't be solved, they don't mind destroying Konoha and re-establishing a ninja village. It's just the combat power of Konoha at that time. What they said was not empty words. While cutting off Konoha's source of income, it is absolutely impossible for Konoha to survive by hiring the other 4 major ninja villages and even the Akatsuki organization to encircle Konoha. So when Kakashi heard that Naruto wanted to attack Kato, he broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the fact that there is no real care, the ninja who wants to die is absolutely impossible to make a move on these capitals. And Naruto scoffed at this. He sneered and said, "That's your estimation based on your strength. After Hashirama's death, this group of nobles seems to be a little drifting. They seem to have forgotten that this world is a world where the strong are respected. Senju Hashirama has suppressed the ninja world for 18 years. No 10 countries dare to attack Konoha and Fire Nation. Isn't it easy to want nuclear peace? Then let this group of scumbags who only know about promoting war know who is in charge of this world. If you don't cut it, since you want to save Kirigakure, you have to give up everything. You don't even dare to touch mere Kato, and you are willing to talk to me to hide peace. Don't cut your face ashen." But there was determination in his eyes. "Okay. I will. And I will kill Kato in my own name, without implicating you and Konoha." Naruto looked at Zabuza and waved his hands with disgust. "In your name? Can you take it? What I want is Kato's money. I need you to control Kato's assets, kill Kaido in your own name. I'm afraid you will be killed by those crazy ninjas within a week. They were dismembered. Do you think I want you to take the blame and send you to death? You underestimate me too much. What I want is to beat you every month, well, just to let you take care of my assets. Propagate to the outside world that you have joined the Xia organization's number 0 subordinate, and when someone comes looking for something, report my name." Sasuke and Zabuza looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Xia organization. Naruto triumphantly took out the number 0 ring that he got from Pain before, shook it and said, "We are the number 2 leader of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi." Then Naruto said to Zabuza, "Next, you go and kill Kaduo, then take control of his business empire, and just give me the money you earn. By the way, remember to come to me once a month to report on your work, and I can also help you train your strength by the way." Naruto shook his head at 2.3 and sighed. "Your strength is still too weak." Looking at Naruto speechlessly. "I am an elite Jonin. Bai's strength is not even inferior to his own. How come Naruto's mouth seems to be like a little guy?" No longer nodded. "I know what to do." With a wave of his hand, Naruto released the cage of birth of the tree realm. "Then hurry up, remember to report to work once a month, and bring some dividends and the like by the way." No more nodding his head. Then he left in an instant with Bai's support. Kakashi on the side looked at Naruto in pain. "Are you serious?" Naruto nodded as a matter of course. "Just kidding, it costs money to raise a girlfriend, okay? With extra money, I can save on tasks." Kakashi rolled his eyes when he heard that. "That's because you have many girlfriends." Chapter 91. Dazna always felt that he knew an extremely terrifying secret. He is now worried all day whether these Konoha shinobi will kill himself. After another day of grinding, everyone came to his sea view room. "Father! You're back!" A beautiful young woman with black hair came out excitedly with a little boy with a gloomy face. It was Tsunami and Inari, mother and son. Going to Konoha to release missions is extremely dangerous. She doubted whether her father could reach Konoha safely. Seeing him come back safely, Tsunami finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Yana turned his head away with a look of disapproval. Since the death of his adoptive father, he has been very resistant to this heroic act of disregard. In his opinion, with his grandfather's bridge-building skills, he can still live well even under Kaduo's pressure. There is no need to take such a big risk to offend Kato because of these ungrateful villagers. At this time, Naruto stepped forward and smiled and conjured up an ice sculpture rose and handed it to Tsunami. "Yo, hello, I am the marriage partner arranged by your father." Immediately, he smiled at the little brat Yinari beside him and said, "Come on, call Dad, Dad will help you kill Kato." Everyone. Dazna looked at his daughter's questioning eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wiped the cold sweat with the towel around his neck. 25 Master Naruto, I think things like feelings still have to explode. Tsunami stared at Dartna with wide eyes and asked loudly. What he said is true. Dasna glanced in other directions, Nyanyo dared not speak. Tsunami was in a hurry, aren't you getting old and confused? Ely on the side is also furious. Who's going to call you daddy? You're nothing but a brat. Even though Naruto looked like an adult, he was obviously much younger than his mother. What about defeating Kato? Naruto's words reminded him of his adoptive father who tried to be a hero. Naruto was not annoyed, he stood up with a smile. After all, it is normal to have this kind of reaction when you are greedy for your FG body. I saw that he took out an AK from the system space and handed it to Iraq. I have nothing to give you when I come to meet you. I will give you a treasure for self-defense. With it, even a Chunin can't get into your body. This is what Naruto got in the D-level lottery when he couldn't help thinking about his hand addiction in the past few years. Whether this thing is strong or not, if it is weak, even if Chunin suffers a lot, he can die on the spot. The key is that the speed of this thing is obviously much stronger than the shuriken. It can be said that the straight line speed is completely comparable to the 1,000 copies shot by Bai when he casts the ice crystal in the secret realm. If the ninja is not familiar with its principle, it is easy to get tricked easily. And if you know the principle, even a genin can easily avoid shooting based on the predicted trajectory. So for Naruto, this thing is completely tasteless, it can only deal with some gangsters, robbers, and the like. It can only be said that you get what you pay for, after all, the prize pool for the D-level lottery is here. Minato looked at the broken iron pipe in Naruto's hand with disgust. What a broken thing! I don't want it, I have the crossbow left by my father, that man. I don't want this thing from you. Naruto smiled slightly. You sure? I saw that he opened the safety lock and swept over a red tree not far away. The powerful recoil does not seem to exist in front of Naruto's strength. The bullets all hit the same location and swept the big tree lazy. The sound of the explosion and the flame of the muzzle made Yi's eyes shine. As an ordinary civilian in the era of cold weapons, no man can refuse the temptation of a gun, let alone an AK-47. He looked greedily at the AK in Naruto's hand, and his longing expression was beyond words. But because of Face and Naruto's frivolous words just now, Inari couldn't help but look for what Naruto wanted. And Naruto naturally unceremoniously threw AK to Yana, and also gave him a few rounds of bullets by the way. Remember not to point the gun at yourself. If he wanted to pick up girls, he naturally wanted to get rid of the people around him, and he was not the kind of scum who bullied himself. Naruto disdains the unskilled work of Yangqiang. What he wants is the joint sublimation of soul and flesh. Anyway, the ninja world is not necessarily monogamous. The tragedy of Swalongan Fengzan was born because the Uchiha clan escorted the daimyo's concubine. Inari hesitated for a moment, lowered his head and took the weapon handed by Naruto, turned his head and slipped away. Kakashi looked at Naruto with black lines all over his head and reminded. Hey, hello. Is this okay? Such a dangerous weapon for a child. Even he was shocked by the ninja tools Naruto brought out. Because the technology of the ninja world is crooked, it is basically moving towards biotechnology. Or it is to merge in the direction of ninjutsu and cold weapons. The confrontational border between the two countries has a large number of facilities such as giant shurikens and ninjutsu forts. Its power is not inferior to the artillery in the technological world. But Kakashi was shocked by such a ninja tool without chakra fluctuations at all. Because he found that if this thing can be assembled in batches during the war, it will be a fatal blow to the bottom ninja. In Ninja World War, most ninjas are fighting between genin. Tens of thousands of ninja chunin are only 1 or 2,000 people. There are not even 100 genin, and the rest are all genin. If a village is equipped with this kind of ninja equipment, the number of genin may become meaningless. So Kakashi feels very bad for Naruto casually giving such a lethal weapon to a kid. And Naruto naturally doesn't like this thing. This power is not even comparable to Kimimura's 10-finger piercing. What are you afraid of? As long as he is still breathing, I can bring him over. Oh, no, even if he is dead, I can bring him back to life. Kakashi and others rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Everyone thought he was bragging. How can the dead be resurrected? And I haven't seen you have learned medical ninjutsu. First generation's self-healing ability is limited to itself and cannot be used with others. How do they know? In the legacy of the Leo Saint Seiya, one use of telekinetics is healing. Although it is simply the word cure. But in reality, this thing heals pain and disease at the atomic level. With the strength of the Golden Saint's ability, as long as he doesn't die instantly, he can basically be rescued. Iolia healed Seiya with a broken leg and revived Sharna who was dying. Of course, Naruto still can't use this terrifying ability. But if he wears the golden holy clothes, the healing he can use is many times stronger than Tsunade's ninjutsu. Healing resurrection. This thing Naruto cooked. Find a way to find Rinnegan and White Zetsu directly and force them to use Rain Tensei technique. Naruto from the Rabbit Country is best at things like card bugs. Impure world reincarnation plus White Zetsu plus Rinnegan plus heterogeneous born equals infinite resurrection. The reason why Naruto said that Obito is crazy. It's all because the world this guy wants to create is a world with Lin who likes him. Rather than a real Lin's world, 220. To put it bluntly, Brother Tuzi is a jealous and selfish guy. What he wants is to satisfy the perverted selfish desire in his heart, not to save the real Lin. Otherwise, when Pen casts Rain Tensei technique, he resurrected Lin directly together, and the dream came true. However, he knew that Lin liked Kakashi, not him. So he chose to continue with Project Tsuki no Mi, creating a world where Lin likes himself. It's a pity that Naruto's rare thing is not bragging, and everyone doesn't believe it at all. Tsunami, who was sold by her old father, also ran to take care of Inari worriedly. She was also afraid that Ili would accidentally hurt herself with that dangerous weapon. Naruto naturally knows that this kind of thing cannot be accomplished overnight. Anyway, there is more time to repair the bridge. I have plenty of time to develop relationships. Seeing that Naruto did not behave excessively, Dasna secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He hastily brought several people into the room and settled down. The following days, Kakashi began to lead Sasuke and others to follow Dasna to repair the bridge. And Naruto is brazenly cultivating feelings with Tsunami every day. The experience of the information explosion from the previous life. For the feudal society that still maintains the monarchy in the ninja world, it is a blow to dimensionality reduction. In less than a week, Tsunami's expression towards Naruto has changed from a resistance at the beginning to a state of refusal and welcome. Just when Naruto was about to go further, suddenly he frowned. The chakras of the Konoha shinobi who disappeared on the way reappeared in their perception. And it is still coming towards the direction where it is at a fast speed. Chapter 92. Tsunami in the sea view room was so itchy by Naruto. Just when the two were about to take the next step, Naruto suddenly stopped his actions. Tsunami blushed and turned pale. Naruto glanced. What's wrong? She thought Naruto was hanging her on purpose. Naruto patted her with a smile. Suddenly it occurred to me that there was something I hadn't explained to Kakashi and the others. I'm going out for a while and I'll be back soon. Then, under Tsunami's sad eyes, Naruto laughed awkwardly and left instantly. After leaving the door, Naruto looked into the distance with a displeased face. It's impossible for him to come out when he is meowing, but he popped out at this time. No wonder it disappeared halfway. At first Naruto thought he had misunderstood them and was doing other missions along the way. Now it seems that he should have waited to ambush himself in the Kingdom of Waves early. And these 2 days are obviously observing the movements of Kakashi and others. After making sure that Kakashi and others are separated from themselves, they choose to do it. Naruto sneered. It's really not a good person. Naruto, whose good mood was disturbed, rushed directly this time. The terrifying chakra gushing rushed towards the four ninjas without hesitation. The expressions of the four people who were rushing over changed. Impossible, he has already discovered us? It should not have reached the perception range of Kagura's mind. Danzo, who was on crutches, snorted coldly. It is not surprising that a genius ninja who can practice wood style and ice escape is a little special. Since we've been spotted, there's no need for us to waste our energy, just wait here for him. After speaking, Danzo stopped in his tracks and stood there with his eyes closed to rest his mind. The other three looked at each other and began to adjust their state. Yet before they rest, the terrifying chakra has come over from the sky. Naruto's angry voice came from above. Sure enough, you are old Deng. If you don't try to find a way to engage in third generation in Konoha, what are you doing here to disturb Lao Zi's interest? Danzo's face turned black. Even knowing Naruto's character. But being so directly angered also made him burn with anger. A root on the side scolded Naruto. Shut up! You're just a genin, how dare you speak to Assistant Hokage like that? However, this time Naruto did not intend to talk to them at all. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the terrifying gravitational force instantly caught the root directly in his hand. What are you? I'm talking to your master, and you deserve to interrupt. However, that root sneered. You are so arrogant, it seems that Danzo-sama doesn't pay much attention to you. Speaking of his neck, a layer of purple suddenly appeared. The purple eroded along the neck towards Naruto's arms. Highly poisonous nanoscale poisonous insects. This root is the root of a Barame who was forcibly taken away and brainwashed by Danzo instead of Shino. A Barame threatened Naruto with a sneer. I am a nanoscale poisonous insect. Once infected with this toxin, I will die due to the destruction of the cells in my body. If you want to survive, you must obediently follow the consciousness of Master Danzo, otherwise you will die within a minute. The cells of the whole body are poisoned and die. Whether provoked or caught. It was all discussed when they came here. As the root of cultivating a killing machine, there will be no unnecessary emotions such as anger. They will only act or speak with Danzo's acquiescence or consent. However, Naruto was not moved at all when he saw the purple oozing from his arm. I saw him sneer. Nanoscale poisonous insects? Go away. An invisible thought power enveloped his arms. The purple poisonous insect was directly separated from Naruto's arm like a liquid. Joke. The mind power of the birth of the small universe can be manipulated at the atomic level. A small group of poisonous insects, even if it is as small as Naruto, it is struggling. As long as the weight does not exceed the limit that the telekinetic power can bear, these poisonous insects can be easily blocked by Naruto's telekinetic power. Danzo and others looked at Naruto in shock. Even knowing that poisonous insects may not be able to harm Naruto. But they never expected that the root-taking poisonous insect would be cracked in this way. Could it be that Naruto can also control poisonous insects? Seeing the floating and dead poisonous insects, everyone immediately thought of this guess. However, Naruto has no intention of staying at all. Before Danzo stops, Naruto's palm suddenly increased strength. The terrifying force cut off Kugen's neck in an instant, and an elite Genin was instantly killed by Naruto. Danzo looked at Naruto in front of him very gloomily. How dare you kill your companion? Naruto sneered. Companions? You deserve it too. Just because I have a good temper doesn't mean you bastards can come and disgust me at will, and you will have to pay a price for provoking me. Danzo turned black. Do it. Wood-style silent killing technique. Another masked ninja yelled, and several branches suddenly appeared on his arm and tied them towards Naruto. Naruto sneered. Tianzang? Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also involved in this matter? Want to use wood style to suppress Nine Tails Chakra? It's just a copycat version. I also want to suppress Nine Tails, Kurama. Nine Tails, who was watching a play, suddenly found that the seal in front of him was instantly shattered by an extremely tyrannical force. Before the chakra of the Namikaze Minato couple remaining in Naruto's body even had time to react, Nine Tails has been put out of the body by Naruto. The bewildered Nine Tails looked at Naruto in astonishment. Damn it! Can you break the seal? Ahem. Naruto coughed twice in embarrassment. MD, pretending to be forceful, I subconsciously wanted to slap my face with Nine Tails. Don't pay attention to these details. This guy in front of you is an experimental subject using Hashirama's cell fusion. Don't you really want to fight Hashirama? Ueda. Kurama looked at Naruto, who changed the topic. His eyes twitched wildly. This guy. He will definitely be able to break the seal a long time ago. Grandmas, let yourself pick the lock for so long in vain. Danzo on the opposite side looked at Naruto in shock. Are you stupid? You released Nine Tails? Don't you know that Jinchuriki will die if they lose their tail beasts? Naruto looked at Danzo disdainfully. Idiot, you are talking about ordinary people. With his current body heading towards Saitama, even pulling 10 tails out of his body would not cause any discomfort. Let alone just letting 9 tails out and let the air go right now. Ninja. Disturbed body technique. Another route, Yamanaka Feng, took the opportunity to directly cast secret techniques to invade Naruto's consciousness. However, when he came to Naruto's spiritual world, the huge consciousness made him feel as if he had entered a universe. The gorgeous nebula rotates slowly and directly makes it lost, Niu Li Zhao, in it. In the next second, Yamanaka Feng fell down with a dull expression on his face. Danzo looks ugly. He has been unable to perceive the conscious activities of the Yamanaka wind through the seal of tongue disaster. An expert in spiritual mysticism was wiped out of consciousness in an instant? How many hidden strengths does this Jinchuriki have that have not been known? At this time, Yamato faced Nine Tails in danger. Even if Nine Tails is only a half-body at this time, even if it has no fighting spirit at all for the ant in front of it. Just lying on his stomach and sweeping his tail made Yamato very embarrassed. In less than a minute, the 3 root elites brought by Danzo can be said to have been wiped out. At this time, Danzo also understood that it was finally time for him to make a move. I saw him slowly let go of the eye-catching crutch. Exposing the densely packed Sharingan looks extraordinarily pervasive. This is the embodiment of Konoha's deepest darkness, and it is extremely disgusting to watch. Boring. Naruto snorted coldly. A branch suddenly grew on the ground and pierced through his heart in an instant.